Chapter 174. Dooku had 2 sons and 2 daughters. His eldest son was already living outside, while his youngest son, a concubine's child, had just gotten married. His 2 daughters, one legitimate and one illegitimate, were both already married. The Doo family was known in the capital for their peaceful and respectable demeanor, but as a prestigious family, they lacked the harmonious atmosphere of the Qin family. After listening to their conversation for a while, they shifted to discussing the apprenticeship. Grandpa Qin took the opportunity to ask, "Lord, Afong is fortunate to have your favor and be accepted as your disciple. How about we hold the apprenticeship ceremony tomorrow morning with the 4 bows?" The 4 bows were the highest form of ceremony in Qigua, reserved for paying respects to heaven and earth, the ruler, parents, and teachers. Generally, the 4 bows were mostly used among scholars, like when students pay respect to their teachers. The practice of using the 4 bows for apprenticeships was thus adopted. Grandpa Qin mentioned it here primarily to show respect for Dooku and the importance of the occasion. Dooku replied, "That's perfectly fine." Although he worked in the Ministry of War, he was also a civil servant and supported the idea of using the 4 bows. As they discussed the 4 bows, Yang Haiyan arrived. Upon seeing Yang Haiyan, Grandma Qin and Mother Qin greeted her with great warmth, saying, "Yin has come." However, their warmth was not just politeness, it was also a feeling of relief, as even if Lord Du was courteous, they still felt uncomfortable. Yang Haiyan smiled and said, "Grandma, Mother." She then greeted Dooku, Grandpa Qin and Father Qin, finally looking at Qin Fang and saying, "Husband, dinner is ready. Shall we start the meal early? After dinner, we can let the teacher and Lord Zhen rest earlier." Qin Fang nodded and turned to Dooku. "Teacher, how about we have dinner first? You haven't rested this afternoon, so it would be good for you to rest early tonight." He had learned from the servants that Dooku hadn't taken a break in the afternoon when they visited the teacher's courtyard. Dooku indeed felt tired. After thinking about various matters all afternoon and then chatting with the Qin family elders for a while, he also wanted to rest early. After the apprenticeship ceremony tomorrow morning, he planned to visit the Beast Mountain Road. In modern terms, Dooku was a workaholic and a public servant. Dinner was a simple family meal, with each dish prepared by Yang Haiyan featuring familiar flavors, differing from the meals usually prepared by the Kuanzhong family. For example, the cold dishes included shredded potato salad, smashed cucumbers, roasted vegetables, and pickled radish. The hot dishes featured braised fish, sweet and sour ribs, egg and tofu soup, stir-fried cured meat with broccoli, spiced potato cakes, shredded chicken breast, and scrambled eggs with cucumber, as well as shrimp and egg custard. Even though it was a family dinner, the men and women sat at separate tables, with a screen in between. At one table sat Dooku, Grandpa Qin, Father Qin, Shen Lixian, Qin Fang, and Qin Shui. At the other table were Grandma Qin, Mother Qin, Yang Haiyan, Qin Shouqing, and Yo Dan. Qin Xia and Sanya did not come out to meet the guests. At 13 and 10 respectively, they had reached the age where boys and girls should sit separately, so they stayed in their own courtyard for dinner. Although it was a home-cooked meal, Yang Haiyan paid attention to the presentation, making the dishes look appealing, which certainly whetted the appetite. In addition to the dishes, Yang Haiyan also prepared sweet rice wine. The rice wine was cooked, then chilled, maintaining a slight coolness, making it taste delightful. Qin Fang really liked this sweet rice wine. Even when there were no guests, he would drink a bowl during meals. Seeing that his wife had prepared it, he proudly introduced it to Dooku and Shen Lixian, saying, "Teacher Lord Shen, please try this sweet rice wine made by my wife. It's very delicious." As he spoke, he poured a bowl for both Dooku and Shen Lixian. As soon as the sweet rice wine was poured out, a fragrant smell wafted through the air. Shen Lixian remarked, "Is this alcohol?" In fact, Qigua didn't have sweet rice wine, though some common households would occasionally make it, albeit rarely. Sweet rice wine required glutinous rice, which was more expensive than regular rice, and common folks rarely had the means to make it. "It smells wonderful. Is it made from rice?" Only a nobleman's son would think to ask such a question. Qin Fang replied, "There are many types of alcohol. Most people usually drink yellow wine, which is brewed from grains. Even the wine bought outside is generally yellow wine brewed from grains. There are fancier ones made from fruits. For us common folk," Qin Fang paused, realizing he was no longer a commoner. Usually, common folks brew their own from glutinous rice, but it's still rare since people are reluctant to do so. So, for commoners, they would only drink alcohol on special occasions or when important guests visited. However, this type of wine is different from my wife's sweet rice wine. Although it's called wine, it's actually not true alcohol. It has a low alcohol content, is slightly sweet, and is more favored by women. My wife says it's similar to syrup. Lord Shen, you might as well give it a try." When Shen Lixian smelled the wine, he wanted to taste it. After Qin Fang made a brief introduction, he took a small sip. The reason for his cautious approach was his concern about the alcohol content. However, it was indeed as Qin Fang described. It had a slight sweetness and a refreshing coolness. He felt he could drink a whole bowl in one breath. Seeing Shen Lixin like this, Dooku naturally did not hold back and drank it all at once. He thought that winning a person's heart often starts with winning a man's stomach. Dooku believed that Qin Fang was quite fortunate, lucky in life to marry such a perceptive wife. Qin Fang's wife really knew how to manage a household. When Dooku referred to her as someone who knew how to manage life, he didn't mean it in a thrifty way but rather as someone who understood how to live well. This rice wine tastes quite good. Is it difficult to make? He asked. Qin Fang replied, well, I'm not sure. I'll ask my wife. Only a screen separated the two tables, and Yang Haiyan naturally heard Dooku's question. She said, teacher, making rice wine isn't complicated. Moreover, drinking a bit every day is good for the body, and can promote blood circulation. If you add goji berries and red dates, it can replenish qi and blood. Furthermore, it has certain medicinal values for women. After thinking for a moment, she added, if there are elderly people at your home, they can eat it as well. My grandparents and parents also consume it. Dooku was a filial person and he asked because he thought of his old father. Old Master Du likes sweets and wine, but he had been ill a couple of years ago due to his anger towards Dooku and couldn't indulge in sweets or drink wine anymore. Now, as Dooku tasted the rice wine, he wanted to know if his father could drink it. However, upon hearing it was also beneficial for women, Dooku became even more interested. He didn't doubt Yang Haiyan's words. In fact, he had a good impression of her, appreciating her capabilities. He believed that a remarkable girl like Yang Haiyan, who mentioned the benefits of rice wine, wouldn't just speak for no reason. However, in front of everyone, Dooku didn't say much more. I see. This dinner was enjoyable for both hosts and guests. After the meal, Qin Fang had Qin Shui escort Shen Lixin back to the courtyard and personally sent Dooku back as well. Generally speaking, it was common for a younger brother to receive distinguished guests on behalf of the elder brother. Since Qin Fang's parents were of a slightly higher generation, it was inappropriate for them to send Shen Lixin off, making Qin Shui the most suitable choice. As for Dooku, he was Qin Fang's teacher, so it was natural for Qin Fang to see him off. Arriving at the courtyard, Qin Fang said, teacher, I'll have my wife make some rice wine and then send the recipe to your wife. What do you think? Dooku nodded. It's kind of your wife to think of this. Since Dooku was Qin Fang's teacher, he never held back with his own people. Qin Fang felt happy about Dooku's casualness. He preferred it that way. Then I won't keep you any longer, teacher. I'll head back now. Dooku replied, I won't keep you. I am indeed quite tired today. When Qin Fang returned to his courtyard, he saw Yang Haiyan standing against the wall. He walked over with a smile and stood beside her. Wife, you worked hard today. Yang Haiyan laughed at his serious tone. So how will my husband compensate me? Upon hearing this, Qin Fang immediately looked at her with a face full of suspicion, as if Yang Haiyan had said something scandalous. Yang Haiyan couldn't help but laugh. Qin Fang chuckled. I just told the teacher that I'd send some rice wine to your mother-in-law in the capital later. Yang Haiyan replied, great. What she had said during dinner was precisely this. I'll include the recipe and some precautions. If the elderly at your teacher's home want to eat it, please have a doctor check their health first. Generally speaking, it should be fine, but it's better to be cautious just in case. Qin Fang said, you're so thoughtful, wife. Hearing him call her wife made Yang Haiyan want to laugh. How about we wait until August to send it? By then, the watermelons will be ripe, and we can also send some cauliflower, broccoli, and tomatoes. It's only a 3-day horseback ride from Yunxiang County to the capital. If we prepare ice and store the items, they won't spoil. Actually, watermelons wouldn't spoil without ice, but due to the hot weather, cauliflower, broccoli, and tomatoes could go bad. Qin Fang thought, why not prepare more and send some to the emperor? Yang Haiyan was speechless. Was he addicted to giving gifts? Qin Fang smiled mysteriously. The emperor must have never eaten watermelon. As a loyal subject, it's my duty to offer good things to the emperor. Besides, since Lord Shen tasted it today, it wouldn't be right not to send some to the emperor. Yang Haiyan understood Qin Fang's intention. To put it in modern terms, he wanted to cultivate a humble persona. The next day, the people of the general's residence woke up particularly early because Qin Fang was formally going to apprentice under Dooku. Even Shen Lixin got up early. As the only spectator, he acted as a witness. After getting up, Qin Fang bathed and cleansed himself, needing to be pure from head to toe. The 4 bows of respect were the most solemn and highest etiquette, and those performing the ritual needed to cleanse themselves to show their seriousness. The author has something to say. Note, the 4 bows of respect are based on the apprenticeship rituals of the Ming dynasty, which I have slightly modified. Actually, the more formal ritual now should be the 3 bows and 9 kowtows, which started in the Qing dynasty. Personally, I prefer the Ming dynasty. Their clothing and makeup are more beautiful. Chapter 175. Once the apprenticeship ceremony officially began, Dooku took his seat in the main position with Grandpa Qin, Father Qin, and Shun Lixian seated beside him. Since this was a family matter, even though Shun Lixian held a high status, he could not sit ahead of Grandpa Qin and Qin Fang. Qin Shui, Qin Shouqing, and Niu Dan stood behind Grandpa Qin and Father Qin. On the other side sat Grandma Qin and Mother Qin, with Qin Xia and Qin Choya standing behind them. Next, Qin Fang and Yang Haiyan entered together. After entering, Yang Haiyan sat beside Mother Qin, and Qin Fang began the 4 bows ceremony. The 4 bows ceremony consisted of 4 bows, each performed with great precision. It was not just about the movements of the hands and feet, even which knee to kneel on first was crucial. For example, when kneeling, one would first kneel on the left foot and then the right foot. However, when rising, it was the opposite. One would first rise on the right foot and then the left foot. Each bow was accompanied by a respectful greeting, and one should not rush through it. It had to be done at a measured pace. Fortunately, Qin Fang had arranged for someone to teach him the 4 bows before Dooku's arrival. He had consulted a scholar from the county academy, who was a student of Confucius and was extremely familiar with these rituals, teaching them with meticulous attention to detail, ensuring that every movement was executed perfectly. During his studies, Qin Fang had also mastered each movement with precision. However, the atmosphere in the family's 4 bows ceremony was not as solemn as when students bowed to Confucius, where there were chanting officials present. At home, those formalities were not as strictly observed. After Qin Fang completed the 4 bows, Dooku presented him with a knife. Generally, teachers give students the 4 treasures of the study, but since Qin Fang was a military officer, giving him scholarly implements would be a waste. Thus, Dooku gifted him a weapon. It must be said that Dooku's acceptance of a disciple, although suggested by the emperor, was sincere and thoughtfully executed. Otherwise, he could have simply given him a set of scholarly implements. For a military officer, a good weapon was akin to an extra life. The 4 treasures of the study would have been useless in Qin Fang's hands, but a good knife was a different matter. Though Qin Fang had never held a fine weapon before, he could feel the difference in weight when he received the knife. Dooku asked, "What do you think? Do you like it?" This question was such that even if he didn't like it, he could only say he did since it was a gift from an elder. But Dooku asked this question knowing full well that Qin Fang would like it. Why was he so certain? Because it was indeed a good knife. Qin Fang drew the blade from its sheath, and a glint of cold light flashed from the tip. Shun Lixian was the first to speak up. "Good knife." Everyone turned to look at Shun Lixian, including Qin Fang. The truth was that he only recognized it was a good knife when he held it. He could not have known just by looking. His impression that it was good wasn't based on extensive knowledge of weapons. Rather, it was simply that the knife was heavy. Dooku raised an eyebrow. "Do you recognize it?" Shun Lixian replied. "It is said that before the founding of Qigua, the ancestors of the Du family accompanied Taizu in his conquests, wielding a large knife that was quite imposing. However, after Qigua was established, the descendants of the Du family abandoned martial pursuits for scholarly ones, and that knife was never seen again. I also heard that this knife bears a personal inscription from Taizu. I wonder if it is so." Qin Fang did not expect this knife to have such a backstory. If it was true, he could not accept it. "Teacher, this knife." Dooku waved his hand. "It's not this knife. Do you know the origins of Qigua?" Qin Fang hesitated for a moment and then spoke honestly. The previous dynasty was corrupt, and Taizu rose up with his subordinates. Dooku interrupted him. "That's something everyone knows. It's recorded in the history books. But do you know what they relied on to fight?" Dooku asked Qin Fang, also glancing at Shun Lixian. "Lixian, do you know?" Taizu was the founding emperor of Qigua. Shun Lixian shook his head. "I really don't know." At this moment, Yang Haiyan said, "Tomb robbing." As soon as she spoke, everyone turned to look at her, even Dooku, who showed surprise in his eyes. "What do you mean? Where did you hear that?" This wasn't because Yang Haiyan knew the plot didn't mention this. When Yang Haiyan realized she had transmigrated into a book, she had read many books about the Qi kingdom, including those about laws and miscellaneous records. She learned about Yunxiang County and the Liangwang from the miscellaneous records, and the mention of tomb robbing was similar. However, since such matters were not honorable, she hadn't brought it up with Qin Fang. Now that Dooku asked, Yang Haiyan honestly replied, "I once read in the miscellaneous records that the Taiyuan ancestor was originally from a commoner family, with some properties that barely made him a small landlord. He led a rebellion without weapons, so someone suggested robbing tombs to dig for weapons. Generally speaking, tombs with weapons belong to individuals of significance, And the weapons would surely not be inferior. Teacher, I only saw this in the miscellaneous records. I don't know if it's true. Dooku looked at Yang Haiyan with appreciation. This matter is indeed true, Shun Lixian said. But it's not recorded in the historical books. Dooku replied. Historical books are written by people, so they can naturally be altered. Moreover, the historical books you see might not be the real historical records. What the county lord mentioned is indeed true. Families with deep roots generally know this, and the royal family has never forbidden others from mentioning it. No matter how the Taiyuan ancestor rose to power, he ended the corrupt rule of the previous dynasty and gave the common people a chance to breathe. What I want to say is that the knife from my ancestor Du also came this way. That knife accompanied my ancestor for half his life, and the Taiyuan ancestor inscribed characters on it, which is why my ancestor cherished it and kept it in the Du family shrine. Later, my ancestor devoted great effort to find materials to forge a similar knife. The blade and weight were exactly the same as the original. However, by the time the materials were found and the knife was made, my ancestor was already too old to wield it. Therefore, that knife has remained unopened in the Du family storeroom. Speaking of this, perhaps it's also fate. The Du family hasn't produced a military general since then. Even if disciples practiced martial arts, they preferred to wield swords, and not a single one liked using knives. Thus, I am giving this knife to you. Qin Fang didn't expect this knife to have such a backstory. He knelt down again. Thank you, teacher. I will guard the Qi kingdom with this knife and uphold its glory. Dooku nodded. Good. Next, everyone started having breakfast. After breakfast, Qin Fang took Dooku and Shun Lixian to the Shoshan Taoist temple. Yang Haiyan had instructed people to prepare lunchboxes for them, which included pastries, noodles, and tea to fill their stomachs, as the hour-long climb might make them hungry. The pastries included small cakes and mung bean cakes, while the noodles consisted of cold skin and cucumber salad. The tea was mung bean soup. These items were all kept in an ice bucket for Qin Fang to carry. After Qin Fang and the others left, Yang Haiyan began preparing for the evening banquet. They had performed the apprenticeship ceremony in the morning, and were inviting friends and family for dinner in the evening. Moreover, since Dooku was there on official business, he also needed to meet local officials, so they decided to combine it with the evening banquet. Fortunately, there weren't many officials in Yunxiang County, just the 7th-rank county magistrate Yang, the 8th-rank deputy county magistrate Bai, and the 9th-rank clerk Song. Lastly, there were Wei Ting and Qin's third uncle and aunt. Yang Haiyan made a guest list, sending invitations to county magistrate Yang, deputy county magistrate Bai, and clerk Song. For Qin's third uncle and aunt, she dispatched guards to send a carriage over. Once these arrangements were made, Yang Haiyan thought for a moment and went to Liuxin courtyard. Mother. Qin's mother and grandmother were relieved to have Yang Haiyan around. Otherwise, they wouldn't know what to do. Now that Yang Haiyan was here, they seemed ready to eat. Seeing Yang Haiyan come over, Qin's mother quickly asked, Yin, you've worked hard these past few days. If you need anything, just let me know. Qin's mother also felt a bit embarrassed. If they were an ordinary family, like those in Bailey Village, the mother would usually be the one helping, not the daughter-in-law. But there was nothing they could do. They simply didn't understand. Yang Haiyan replied, Mother, don't worry. I'm not tired. Besides, it's for my husband, so it's worth a little effort. Hearing Yang Haiyan say this, Qin's mother couldn't help but laugh. You child. Yang Haiyan continued, Mother, I came over to ask you about the evening banquet. We're hosting it to celebrate my husband's apprenticeship. I've invited third uncle and aunt over. I was thinking, since third uncle is here, should I invite him too? Mentioning the troublesome third brother, Qin's mother didn't think twice. No need. Let them stay there. With the guards watching over them, she didn't want the third brother and the tadpole to come over and run off when they weren't paying attention. In fact, in the military fields, the third brother had tried to abandon the tadpole to run away but was caught by the guards. Hearing her response, Yang Haiyan smiled. Then I'll send some good food over to third uncle and the tadpole later. Since they aren't here, they can't miss out on the food since they are in Yunxiang County. As soon as Qin's mother heard this, her brows relaxed. Oh, you handle it as you see fit. While she found her own brother and nephew annoying, she didn't like others speaking ill of them. Now that she saw her daughter-in-law being polite to her brother and nephew and even thinking of them, she felt happy. Regardless of whether her daughter-in-law genuinely cared for them or was simply doing it for appearances, at least she had this sentiment for her mother-in-law, and that made her happy. Qin's mother once again sighed that her son had chosen a good wife. However, when it came to marriage, Qin's mother thought of Qin's third aunt and quietly asked Yang Haiyan, Yin, is there any young man around Afang who is interested in marrying? Yang Haiyan was taken aback. Seeing Qin's mother suddenly ask this, her heart tightened. Was she planning to arrange a marriage for Sia? Mother, why do you ask? Is it about Sia? Qin's mother hurriedly replied, "No, no. It's your third aunt and third uncle. They want to find a suitable young man for Sanya," thinking that with a Fang around, the young man wouldn't dare bully Sanya. Plus it could help win hearts for a Fang. "I'm not sure if it's a good idea, so I came to ask you what you think. Is it feasible?" Chapter 176. Yang Haiyan thought to herself that this wasn't a significant issue. Using family ties to build relationships might not have much relevance in modern times, as contemporary society doesn't emphasize family connections as much. Families that accumulate wealth for 1 or 2 generations aren't regarded as significant legacies. Even today's wealthy families cannot be compared to the aristocratic families of ancient times, which were often established for hundreds of years, at least 5 generations deep. Moreover, in ancient times, family ties were crucial. Perhaps in their eyes, marriage was the most reliable connection. However, third Uncle Qin's family seemed intent on staying close to Qin Fang. Marrying Qin Choya to Qin Fang's subordinate wouldn't be out of the question. In doing so, Qin Choya might find life a bit easier. But she said, "Mother, a subordinate of my husband may not be willing to join our family, and I also do not support the idea of having my husband's subordinate move in with us." Mother Qin responded, "Yin, why do you say that?" Grandma Qin also didn't understand. "Yin, although Sanya is only Ah Fang's cousin, wouldn't being her husband be better than being a subordinate? Why wouldn't he want to join the family?" Yang Haiyan replied, "Grandma Mother, first of all, any man with a bit of pride wouldn't like to join a family by marrying in. Once he does, it implies a lower status. After the couple marries, many things would have to be done according to the woman's family. Wouldn't you agree?" Grandma Qin and Mother Qin exchanged glances. Although they didn't entirely agree, they understood the reasoning. In typical households, a son-in-law who married in would indeed be regarded as inferior. Moreover, Sanya had a cousin who was a general. Yang Haiyan continued, "Secondly, if there's someone beside my husband, and I introduce them to Sanya, the suitor's performance will surely be good, and such a person would naturally earn my husband's favor. Following him, there may be better opportunities in the future. Why should he agree to join our family?" She reflected that even in modern times, she personally wouldn't be keen on someone who married in. Of course, if she eventually had a daughter, she might support the idea of the husband marrying into their family so that he could protect her daughter. However, if she had a son, she would definitely not agree to him marrying in. Human emotions are complex and contradictory like that. Nonetheless, it couldn't be denied that capable men would generally refuse to join a family through marriage, unless in special circumstances. After considering Yang Haiyan's words, Grandma Qin and Mother Qin found them to be reasonable. Grandma Qin said, "Then Sanya will have to find a suitor. Your third uncle is quite adamant about this." Yang Haiyan understood that what really concerned third Uncle Qin was the continuation of his lineage, rather than just finding a husband for Sanya. Yang Haiyan said, "Let's do this. When I introduce someone, I will also clarify Sanya's situation to the potential suitor. If a truly suitable candidate appears, perhaps third uncle can take a step back. After Sanya marries, her husband may not have to join our family, but their first child, regardless of gender, will take Sanya's surname. Grandma, what do you think?" After pondering, Grandma Qin replied, "That's worth discussing with your uncle. If he agrees, I have no objections. It's his matter. At his age, he should decide for himself." Yang Haiyan replied, "All right, I will keep this in mind." As she left Liuxin courtyard, Yang Haiyan reflected on the situation concerning Sanya. Frankly speaking, Sanya's social status was neither too high nor too low. It was not high because Qin Fang had 2 direct sisters, and in the eyes of ordinary people, if he were to nurture a brother-in-law, it would naturally be his direct brother-in-law first. But it wasn't low either. Sanya was Qin Fang's cousin. Excluding his biological sisters, this was still a close kinship. Therefore, finding a husband for Sanya was indeed somewhat challenging. Additionally, there was another issue. The people around Qin Fang were all from the military, typically in their early 20s. Since those from the military had to serve for 5 years, even if someone falsely reported their age to enlist at 14, they would still be 19 after 5 years. Sanya, however, was only 13 this year. In Yang Haiyan's view, a 6 or 7 year age difference was not significant, but 13 and 19 represented a considerable difference. A 13-year-old girl was still not considered a young woman, while a 19-year-old young man was indeed ready to start a family. Psychologically and physiologically, there were differences. It would depend on whether the man was willing to wait. However, this was just her perspective. Perhaps others would think differently. Speaking of candidates, Yang Haiyan indeed thought of someone, Tao Shan. Among the 5 personal guards brought from the border, Meng Ping, Huang Huzai, Kuan Shi, and Chan Dashi were all already married, leaving only Tao Shan. Recently, Tao Shan had been working closely with Qin Fang, always running errands in the capital. She observed that this young man was diligent and clever. If he and Sanya could get together, that would indeed be a good thing. She just didn't know how things were on Tao Shan's end, whether he had any arrangements for marriage. Beast Mountain Taoist Temple. Qin Fang led Dooku and others up the mountain for more than an hour, finally arriving at the Beast Mountain Taoist Temple. Not only did Dooku, a middle-aged man, feel tired, but even the young Shen Lixian felt exhausted. Why is this Taoist temple built so high up? Are they just full from eating? Shen Lixian couldn't help but complain, panting heavily and drinking some water. Qin Fang replied, "You'd have to ask the former Liang prince about that." Shen Lixian burst out laughing. "I didn't expect General Qin to joke around." Qin Fang was indeed just joking. The temple was built here because there were minerals nearby. Wei Ting came out upon hearing the noise, and to his surprise, in addition to Qin Fang and Dooku, he saw an old acquaintance. "Lord Du, Shen Lixian, you're here too?" Wei Ting and Shen Lixian were both well-known young talents in the capital, and were familiar with each other, so their relationship was quite good. Shen Lixian said, "I traveled thousands of miles to see you." Wei Ting knew this wasn't possible. The guy definitely had official business. Dooku asked, "How is the progress with the medicine?" When it came to serious matters, Wei Ting showed a bit of pride. "It's already halfway done. Thanks to the ample minerals here, our people can research with peace of mind. In about a month, the medicine will be ready." Upon hearing this, Dooku's eyes lit up. "That's great news. This is the most confidential and powerful weapon for the Emperor." At that time, both internal and external troubles could be resolved at once. "Qin Fang, take me to see the minerals. Lixian, you chat with Wei Ting. Don't worry about me." Wei Ting and Shen Lixian replied, "Understood." After Qin Fang and Dooku left, Wei Ting said, "Seriously, what brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be enjoying yourself in the capital?" Shen Lixian snorted. "How can I enjoy myself in the capital? There are still people at home managing things." Wei Ting said, "Come on, your uncle and aunt don't manage you, but your sister-in-law is the standard in our capital. Everyone wants a daughter-in-law like her. It's not like my home where they micromanage everything. Back when I just got married, she was gentle and pleasant. How did she turn into a tiger in just a few years?" Wei Ting, usually mature and steady, would tease like this only in front of very close friends. Shen Lixian shot him a glance and took out a letter. "I came to Yunxiang County on important business. I'm Lord Du's assistant this time. And here's a letter from my uncle." Wei Ting was taken aback. "A letter from my father?" Shen Lixian nodded. "I'm here regarding the matter of potato flour and sweet potato flour." Shen Lixian explained the situation. "If this partnership succeeds, the Ministry of Revenue won't have to worry about finances for a while." Wei Ting, who was in Yunxiang County, hadn't heard about the potato flour and sweet potato flour matters. Upon hearing Shen Lixian say this, he was truly astonished. He immediately said seriously, "If there's one franchisee per prefecture, the prefecture is so large, having just one franchisee makes this business too easy, right? With the Emperor proposing a franchise plan, who would dare cause trouble?" Shen Lixian replied, "This time, the person in charge is Lord Du. Lord Du is notoriously difficult to deal with. Some noble families might try to rely on their status, but they probably won't fare well in front of Lord Du. However, there's only one franchisee per prefecture, but there are many counties under the prefecture, so the franchisee can't manage every county. At that time, if someone tries to use connections with the franchisee," what Shen Lixian could think of, Wei Ting could certainly think of as well. What surprised Wei Ting even more was that Qin Fang had such great capabilities. Or rather, Qin Fang's wife had such ideas. He had become familiar with Qin Fang and knew that such matters wouldn't be initiated by him. He usually didn't concern himself with the affairs of the general's household, so the potato flour and sweet potato flour matters must be related to Yang Haiyan. Looking at the letter in his hand, Wei Ting knew that his father's letter must also be related to this matter. Shen Lixian said, "You read the letter. I'll take a walk. Please send someone to take me to see the minerals." Wei Ting agreed, sending someone to show Shen Lixian the minerals. Turning back, he found a place to sit down and began to open the letter. Just as he had expected, his father's letter was indeed related to the matter he thought, but it wasn't about potato flour or sweet potato flour. It was about Yang Haiyan. His father mentioned the joking remark made years ago by Wei Wu while at the border, asking him to recognize Yang Haiyan as a sworn sister. If the former Yang Haiyan was merely the wife of a 1,000-man commander, a woman who used to be a maid and thus unworthy of being called Wei Wu's sworn sister, today's Yang Haiyan was a county lady bestowed by the emperor, carrying these merits. Her husband, Qin Fang, was Dooku's disciple, and the only one at that. Her status was enough to qualify her as Wei Ting's sworn sister, a daughter of the Wei family. Wei Ting had thought about this from the very beginning, but it was just a thought. He had not acted upon it. Now that his father had written to him, He knew what to do. Wei Ting smiled, tucked the letter away, and then burned it in the flame. It was indeed strange that the emperor had asked Dooku to take Qin Fang as a disciple. Even if Qin Fang was a person with good fortune and the emperor valued fortune, why did he want Dooku to take Qin Fang as a disciple? Was this to give Qin Fang a powerful backer? Or to establish an adversarial relationship for him? Wei Ting couldn't figure it out. But he knew that the emperor wouldn't do such a thing without reason, and the underlying reason would eventually come to light. Chapter 177-15. Dooku, in modern terms, was a very ambitious man, but he had his own principles. The events between the Wei family and the Yang family back in the day were indeed looked down upon by many. Although Dooku had never commented on the matter, deep down, he didn't approve of the Wei family's actions. However, no one dared to say anything openly, as the Wei family was loyal to the current emperor. Criticizing the Wei family would be akin to slapping the emperor in the face. Dooku never expected that the young woman kneeling before him today would dare to speak such bold words. Yang Haiyan came from the household of Grand Tutor Yang, and if she were to acknowledge the Wei family, people would surely gossip about her when she entered the capital's high society. However, the Wei family seemed not to care about this. They only saw Yang Haiyan's current advantage and eagerly sought to adopt her as their goddaughter. Dooku shook his head with a smile at this approach. Stand up and speak. Yang Haiyan stood up. Dooku said, You are a smart woman, being able to weigh right and wrong and consider the pros and cons in such a situation. I don't mind clever women. I have 2 daughters myself, one legitimate and one from a concubine. Neither of them speaks much with me, especially after they got married. I never thought that in my middle age, I would have a goddaughter who would talk to me so openly. To put it bluntly, his 2 daughters avoided him like mice avoiding a cat. Yang Haiyan was stunned. Was this an acknowledgement from Dooku? Dooku continued. Tell me, why did you use your teacher's wife as a shield in that situation? His tone wasn't accusatory but rather curious. Yang Haiyan, being straightforward in front of Dooku, didn't dare to be crafty. She answered truthfully, You took my husband as your student, so the relationship between the Qin family and you is already established. Whether I acknowledge the teacher's wife as my godmother or not, it doesn't affect the relationship between you and my husband in the eyes of others. So, using this excuse to reject the Wei family doesn't harm the Du family. However, if I were to acknowledge the Wei family as my godparents, it would link the Qin family to the Wei family, and since you are my husband's teacher, the Du family might get involved with the Wei family as well. To be honest, my main reason was personal. I don't approve of the Wei family's conduct and thought you would support me in this matter, so I acted boldly. Ha ha ha. Dooku laughed heartily. You are indeed bold. However, your boldness doesn't surprise me, even though your quick reaction did. I never thought of you as an ordinary woman. Yang Haiyan was slightly taken aback. Dooku said, A woman who can think of things like military land policies, making ice with saltpeter, and franchise operations is far from ordinary. Yang Haiyan felt a bit embarrassed. Was this Dooku's way of praising her? Alright, come on in. Why are you standing outside? Dooku called toward the door. Qin Fang chuckled as he walked in. I saw that my wife had something to say, so I waited outside. Yang Haiyan didn't realize that Qin Fang had intentionally stepped out. Dooku snorted. So you're all playing tricks on me, huh? Well, since things have come to this, let's settle it this way. I'll write a letter to your teacher's wife to congratulate her on gaining a goddaughter. Also, I'll need to borrow your hairpin so I can have another one like it made for her. Yang Haiyan took off the hairpin. This hairpin was given to me by the wife of the Marquis of Yonghe, and this is my first time wearing it. I doubt Wei Ting recognized its pattern. If my godmother is to make a similar one, she could alter the design slightly. Otherwise, it might be awkward if we run into the Marquis's wife. Dooku nodded. I'll take care of it. He accepted the hairpin in Qin Fang's presence, ensuring there was no misunderstanding due to the gender difference. Now let's talk about the franchise plan. How do you 2 envision it? Analyze it for me. Qin Fang said. This is something Yan should explain. Dooku replied. I never expected much from you. Why do you think I invited both of you here? Qin Fang shut his mouth, realizing his teacher enjoyed poking fun at him. Yang Haiyan smiled, sensing that Dooku was fond of Qin Fang. Otherwise, their interactions wouldn't be so relaxed. Teacher, my plan is as follows. We'll hold a franchise meeting in each province under the emperor's name. From the shortlisted candidates, we'll have them bid. And we'll choose the one offering the highest franchise fee. That's the first step. The second step, which doesn't concern us, will be handled by the franchisee. Each province has several counties, and it's impossible for the franchisee to manage every county. Therefore, they can set up agents in the counties. Their discussion continued from morning until noon, wrapping up just before lunch. Dooku was highly interested in Yang Haiyan's ideas about franchising, bidding, and agents. He had to admit that some parts of the proposal were unclear from just reading the plan, but after her explanation, everything made much more sense. The first step of the plan was to establish a brand for their goods. The brand name would be Imperial Grain, and in the bottom right corner of the label would be the emperor's own calligraphy, spelling out his personal name, Yuanxiang. In other words, the brand would consist of 4 characters, Imperial Grain, and Yuanxiang. These 4 characters were personally written by the emperor, and after they were inscribed into a seal by the Ministry of Works, Dooku brought it with him. The next step, for a family that successfully joins, they will receive a product plaque like this. A merchant who successfully becomes an agent in a county will also have this kind of plaque hanging at their storefront. This means that if a shop does not have this product plaque, they are not allowed to sell potato flour and sweet potato flour, or else they are breaking the law. No one would dare to carve the plaque with the emperor's name on it recklessly, as that is a crime punishable by death. Who would dare? So the emperor's plaque is the most effective. After lunch, Dooku, Qin Fang, and Yang Haiyan began discussing the next steps. The first test point of this plan is Renzhou. Renzhou has 6 prefectures, with Yunxiang County located in Heading Prefecture. The franchisee of Heading Prefecture is the Qin family. Now there are still 5 other prefectures in Renzhou. Dooku needs to gather the prefects of the other 5 prefectures in Renzhou to come to Yunxiang County to discuss this matter. Of course, the prefect of Heading Prefecture also needs to be informed, so all 6 prefects have to come to Yunxiang County. Dooku said, "We'll arrange for the 6 prefects to be accommodated at the Yunxiang County relay station." Qin Fang responded, "The relay station has already been renovated and can accommodate guests. I'll inform Magistrate Yang, and the county office will handle the arrangements." Dooku wasn't worried about this, but he was concerned about another issue. Take Renzhou's 6 prefectures as an example. Since Heading Prefecture is handled by you, we don't have to worry about the franchisee selection there. However, for the other 5 prefectures we need to select individuals with good character, which is not an easy task. If several suitable households are found, there may need to be a bidding process. This would take up half a month for each prefecture. We have 120 prefectures in Qigua, the nation. How long do you think it will take if we go through all 120 prefectures? Qin Fang started calculating silently. Yang Haiyan said, "At the rate of 1 prefecture every 2 weeks, wouldn't that take 5 years? Dooku was slightly surprised. Bingyun Yang Haiyan's courtesy name. "Your arithmetic is impressive." Qin Fang proudly said, "Yin Yang Haiyan manages the military accounts, but now she's teaching Shui, his son, and in the future, Shui will take over. The accounts she keeps are very easy to understand, even for someone like me, who doesn't know much about math." Yang Haiyan quickly said, "It's just that my husband thinks everything I do is good, but I'm not that amazing." Previously, Qin Fang would refer to his wife formally in front of Dooku, but now, since Dooku had acknowledged the familial relationship between Yang Haiyan and his wife, Qin Fang had become more casual and simply called her Yin Yin. Dooku understood Qin Fang well enough to know that when he praised something, it was likely true. Qin Fang was not the type to exaggerate. So curious, Dooku said, "Go get the military accounts for me to see." In the Ministry of War, the accounts were usually a mess. The idea that Qin Fang, who didn't understand much, could easily grasp them piqued Dooku's interest. Qin Fang stood up immediately. "I'll get them right away." Yang Haiyan felt a bit embarrassed by his eagerness. Dooku reassured her, "Don't mind him. Bingyun, a franchise plan that takes 5 years is too long. I don't have that much time. The most I can afford is 2 years. Do you have any ideas?" Though he asked, Dooku already had a solution in mind and was merely testing Yang Haiyan. Yang Haiyan didn't overthink Dooku's intention behind the question. In front of a good official, she was willing to share her modern knowledge. After all, in the border regions, she had trusted the character of the Yonghe Marquis family based on stories, which gave her the confidence to share the soap-making recipe. After thinking for a while, a thought crossed her mind. "Teacher, may I become your assistant?" Dooku was taken aback. This response was completely unexpected. "Why do you say that?" Yang Haiyan explained. I want to follow you to different places and be part of this project. I grew up in the capital. At 16 I married and moved to the border, and now at 18 I've come with my husband to Yunxiang County. I want to see the whole country, to see the beautiful mountains and rivers of our Qigua. Teacher, I know that in the eyes of many people, a woman should support her husband and teach her children, staying within the confines of the household. But I hope that one day when I have children, I can proudly tell them how vast and beautiful Qigua is. I can proudly tell them that I have traveled every inch of this land. Instead of..." Her voice trailed off as she realized how unrealistic this dream was in ancient times. After all, which woman was lucky enough to live like that? Dooku had long known that Yang Haiyan was an extraordinary woman, one who shouldn't be judged by conventional standards. So he didn't immediately reject her idea. After a moment of silence he said, "This is something you should discuss with Qin Fang. If he agrees, I, as your teacher, have no reason to oppose it." Yang Haiyan was surprised. "You're not against it? You don't think women should be confined to the household?" Dooku rarely spoke of his personal life, but now he shared something he had never told anyone before. "To be honest, I've never thought much about this. From birth, I followed the proper path of enlightenment, schooling, imperial examinations, and then becoming an official. I've never questioned what a woman's role should be. There were probably only 3 times I considered it. The first was when my family arranged for me to marry your godmother. The second was when my eldest daughter was getting engaged. I thought about what kind of man would suit her personality. The third was when my concubine's daughter got engaged. But as for what a woman's role should be, I don't really have an opinion. It was an unusual topic. At present, women were generally confined to the household, but you grew up in the capital, so you should know that there are women in the capital who are not confined to their homes. There are poetry gatherings and literary societies hosted by women. Are those women confined to the household?" He continued, "So what determines whether a woman stays confined is not the man but the woman herself. What do you think, Bingyun?" Yang Haiyan was momentarily stunned, but then gradually understood his words and finally realized, "Thank you for the guidance, teacher." She had come to a realization. Ever since she had been transported to this world, she had lived by the standards of ancient women, managing a small business and supporting her husband. But after hearing Dooku's words, she realized that although most ancient women lived like this, a few did not. And the decision of how she lived her life was hers, not something dictated by society. She decided that when she had a serious conversation with Qin Fang, she would tell him she wanted to travel. Before they had children, she wanted to fully enjoy life. And when they did have children, she could travel with them too. Qin Fang, unaware of his wife's audacious thoughts, returned with the military accounts in hand. "Teacher." Dooku took the ledger but didn't look at it immediately. "We were just discussing how to complete 5 years of work in 2. Bingyun mentioned that he wants to follow me as my assistant to help with this task. Qin Fang, what do you think?" Qin Fang was stunned, his mouth agape as he looked at Dooku and then at Yang Haiyan. He had only one thought. "What about me?" His response surprised Yang Haiyan. She thought he would oppose the idea, but instead, his concern was what he would do. Yang Haiyan considered for a moment and suggested, "Why don't you come along too?" In Yunxiang County, there wasn't much happening, and with Commanders Yang and Lu guarding the city, she believed it would be safe. Qin Fang's temporary absence wouldn't be an issue. However, city defense generals weren't allowed to leave their posts without imperial orders. While it was permissible to travel to nearby counties for a few days, leaving for a distant place was out of the question. If something happened to the county in his absence, the city defense general would be held responsible. Qin Fang was tempted. He hadn't had a proper break since he began military service at 16. Even after completing his 5-year term, he only got a 1-month leave, most of which was spent traveling between his hometown and the Yongzhou military camp. But then he remembered, "I can't. I have a mission from the emperor to monitor the situation at the Taoist temple." Hearing about the temple, Dooku said, "Wei Ting mentioned earlier that the matter of gunpowder will be resolved in about a month." Qin Fang's eyes lit up. "Teacher, do you mean?" Dooku continued, "Renzhou is the first step of the Imperial Grain franchise plan, which will also take about a month, so there's no rush. However, since a city defense general cannot leave his county without imperial orders, I can request the emperor to assign you as my guard for this mission." Qin Fang was overjoyed and stood up quickly. "Thank you, teacher." Dooku waved it off. "Now let's discuss how to improve the efficiency of the Imperial Grain franchise plan. What are your thoughts?" Yang Haiyan spoke first. "Although our Qi kingdom has 120 prefectures, there are only 22 provinces. We could treat each province as a unit, just like teacher suggested before, inviting the 6 prefects of Renzhou to come in person. As the head of their prefectures, each prefect can recommend reputable families from their jurisdiction. After we conduct investigations and confirm their integrity, we can let these families bid for the franchise. This would speed up the process significantly." Chapter 178. In front of a good official, she was willing to introduce modern knowledge, just like when she was at the border. She knew from novels that the integrity of the Yonghe Marquis family was trustworthy, which is why she dared to present the soap formula. After thinking for a moment, Yang Haiyan suddenly had an idea. "Teacher, can I become your deputy?" Dooku was taken aback. This response from Yang Haiyan was completely unexpected. "What do you mean by this?" Yang Haiyan said, I want to accompany you to different places to participate in this matter. I grew up in the capital, got married to the border at 16, and now at 18 I've come to Yunxiang County with my husband. I want to travel across the country to see the vast and beautiful landscape of our Qi state. Teacher, I know that many people think women should focus on family and remain in the inner courtyard, but I hope that one day when I have children, I can proudly tell them about the beauty and vastness of our Qi state. I can proudly tell them that I have walked every inch of our land. Instead of, Yang Haiyan's voice gradually faded. She felt she was being a bit fanciful. In ancient times, which woman could be so fortunate? Dooku had long known that Yang Haiyan was an extraordinary woman, and shouldn't be measured by the thoughts of ordinary women. Therefore, he did not immediately oppose her words. After a while he said, "You should discuss this with Qin Fang." If Qin Fang had no objections, then although he was her teacher, he was also an outsider, so why oppose? Yang Haiyan was quite surprised when she heard this. You don't oppose it? Don't you think women should remain in the inner courtyard? Dooku rarely spoke about his personal matters. This was something he had never shared with anyone. To be honest, I have never thought about this question. Ever since I was born, my life has been structured. From enlightenment to studying, taking the imperial examination, and becoming an official, every step has been logical, so I never considered how women should be. The only times I thought about it were, perhaps 3 times. The first time was when the matriarch of the family wanted me to marry your stepmother, and I thought about what kind of woman she was. The second time was when my legitimate daughter, your eldest sister, was to be betrothed, and I thought about what kind of man would suit her personality. The third time was when my illegitimate daughter was to be betrothed. I really didn't have any views on how women should be positioned. This topic was quite novel. In this era, women were indeed confined to the inner courtyard, but since you grew up in the capital, you must know that there are women in the capital who do not remain in the inner courtyard. Poetry gatherings and poetry societies are held every year, and some of those events are organized by women. Are those women confined to the inner courtyard? So, whether a woman is confined to the inner courtyard or not is not determined by men but by the women themselves. Bingyun, what do you think? Yang Haiyan was first taken aback, and then slowly savored Dooku's words before realizing, "Thank you for your guidance, teacher." She understood and had come to a realization. All along, having traveled to this world, she had been measuring herself by the standards of ancient women, such as running a small business and then focusing on family duties. She had been living her life this way. But after hearing Dooku's words, she awakened to the fact that this was how the majority of ancient women lived. However, there was still a small portion who did not, and the decision of how she should live was up to her, not following the crowd. Having come to ancient times, if she remained confined to the inner courtyard from the age of 16 to 66, or perhaps to 86 if she lived a long life, she couldn't imagine what would happen in the future. With another 50 years, even 70 years, her life was just beginning. Did she really want to live by the standards of ancient women and conform to such norms? That's clearly not possible. Otherwise, wouldn't it mean this entire life has been wasted? She made up her mind. When she and Qin Fang got some time off, she would tell him she wanted to travel. While they didn't have children yet, she could still have a carefree adventure. Once they had kids, she would travel with the child. Qin Fang had no idea about his wife's grand plan. He came back with the ledgers from the military camp and said, "Teacher." Dooku took the account books but didn't look at them immediately. "We were just discussing how to complete 5 years' worth of work in 2 years. Bingyun said he wanted to accompany me to the various provinces as my assistant to do this. Qin Fang, what's your take?" Qin Fang's mouth dropped open as he looked at Dooku, then glanced at Yang Haiyan. At that moment he had only one thought. What about me? Qin Fang's response surprised Yang Haiyan. She thought he would oppose the idea, but instead, his question was about what he would do. Yang Haiyan thought for a moment and said, "Why don't you come along too?" There wasn't much happening in Yunxiang County, and with Colonel Yang and Colonel Lu around, the city's defense could be trusted. So it wouldn't be a big problem if Qin Fang left for a while. However, unless a city defense general had an imperial mandate, they couldn't leave the county arbitrarily. If it were a nearby county, a few days away wouldn't be an issue, but going too far wouldn't be allowed. Otherwise, if something happened to the city, the general would be held responsible. Qin Fang was tempted. Ever since he started military service at 16, he hadn't had a proper rest. Even after completing his 5 years of service, his 1-month leave had mostly been spent traveling back and forth between his hometown and the Yongzhou military camp. However, he said, "I can't. I have an imperial mandate, and I need to stay on top of things at the Taoist temple." The emperor had tasked him with secretly monitoring the situation, so he couldn't leave. Speaking of the Taoist temple, Dooku said, Wei Ting mentioned earlier that in about a month, the matter with the gunpowder should be wrapped up. Qin Fang's eyes lit up. "Teacher, are you suggesting?" Dooku continued. Ren Prefecture is the first step in the imperial grain procurement plan, and that will likely take about a month as well, so there's no rush. However, since a city defense general cannot leave his post, I could request the emperor to appoint you as my escorting general. Qin Fang was overjoyed and immediately stood up. Thank you, teacher. Dooku waved his hand. Now, as for how to improve the efficiency of the imperial grain procurement plan, let's hear your thoughts. Yang Haiyan spoke first. Although our Qigua has 120 prefectures, there are 22 overall provinces. We can group each province's situation together, like how teacher suggested bringing in the 6 prefectural magistrates of Ren Prefecture. As the heads of their prefectures, these magistrates can recommend trustworthy families. After we investigate and verify them, we can let them bid. This will speed things up. Qin Fang, unfamiliar with civil affairs, listened to his wife's analysis and said, "We'll need to send people to each prefecture to investigate in advance. That way, when the magistrates recommend families, we'll be ready to compare." Dooku nodded. Good point. In fact, before I came to Yunxiang County, I had already sent people to investigate all the provinces and prefectures. Yang Haiyan was surprised by Dooku's efficiency. He was indeed a top official close to the emperor. Dooku then said, "But we don't know if the imperial grain procurement plan will succeed. Before I came, the emperor had already announced it during court. Do you know the current strengths and weaknesses of the court?" This? Qin Fang and Yang Haiyan exchanged glances. They didn't know. Qin Fang came from humble beginnings and had never been involved in court politics, so he had no clue. Yang Haiyan, though she had some foresight from the novel she had transmigrated into, didn't truly understand court affairs either. Dooku said, "Let me explain the court's strengths. The emperor ascended to the throne after winning the succession struggle, so he's very powerful. The court is essentially under his command. Most high-ranking officials were people who supported him, like myself and Wei Ting's father Wei Hong. Because of our loyalty, what the emperor says goes. No one dares oppose the imperial grain plan. Even if someone did, they wouldn't have enough support to make a difference. That's the first advantage. The second advantage is that the emperor's 3 sons are still young, and no factions have emerged yet. So the court remains harmonious. But throughout history, no dynasty has avoided factionalism. Once the princes grow older." Qin Fang interjected. "Teacher, are you saying the weakness will come when the princes grow older and factions form?" Dooku said, "Yes. But for now, the emperor is in excellent health, so that's a problem for the future." Yang Haiyan thought to herself, there's no need to worry about that. The emperor is in great shape and will remain so even after you retire. Dooku continued, "Many are waiting for me to fail in this imperial grain plan. They would love nothing more than to see it collapse. If it fails, I won't be able to show my face in the capital for a long time. So failure is not an option." The next day, Dooku sent letters to the 6 magistrates of Ren Prefecture. The prefectures of Ren Prefecture were Hudong, Anren, Qiongli, Liangshan, Daohe, and Zhejiang. When the 6 magistrates received Dooku's letters, they weren't surprised. The court had already announced the imperial grain procurement plan, and Dooku was the imperial envoy. They had been waiting for this. While the details of the plan were unclear, it was obvious that it would involve grain. After receiving Dooku's letter, the 6 magistrates quickly made their way to Yunxiang County. Normally, the 6 magistrates of Ren Prefecture weren't particularly close, but this time they waited for each other outside Yunxiang County before entering the city together. The magistrate of Anren said, "I wonder what kind of plan Lord Du is overseeing with this imperial grain procurement." "Magistrate Lu, this is your territory. Have you heard anything?" Magistrate Lu of Hudong replied, "Not yet. We'll know more once we meet Lord Du." They were merely making small talk. Soon, the 6 magistrates entered the city and headed straight for the government guest house. Once the magistrates arrived, the guest house superintendent immediately sent someone to inform the general's office and the county government. Shortly afterward, Dooku from the general's office and county magistrate Yang from the county government both arrived. Since the county government was closer, county magistrate Yang arrived first. The magistrates went to rest in their assigned rooms. Since Yunxiang County was under Hudong Prefecture's jurisdiction, Magistrate Yang naturally went to see Magistrate Lu. Magistrate Lu had just bathed and changed clothes. Hearing that County Magistrate Yang had arrived so promptly, he invited him in. The last time Magistrate Yang had seen Magistrate Lu was at the beginning of the year, when Liu had just taken over as the prefectural magistrate of Hudong. Naturally, County Magistrate Yang had gone to pay his respects. Chapter 179-15. If you were to ask the local magistrate of Hudong Prefecture about other county officials, he might not remember them clearly. However, Magistrate Yang left a strong impression. After all, the affair concerning Grand Tutor Yang was of such significance that it would be hard to forget. At the beginning of the year, when Lord Yang came to visit him, the magistrate wasn't particularly welcoming, but he wasn't overly cold either. They simply exchanged formalities, had tea, and that was it. It was a distant, businesslike interaction. This time meeting again, the situation was much the same. Anyone associated with the Yang family, even if the emperor had not pursued them, was someone the magistrate preferred not to associate with. Besides, as a prefectural governor, what need would he have for the assistance of someone like Yang Shunlei? Magistrate Yang bowed and said, "Magistrate Yang Shunlei of Yunxiang County pays his respects to your excellency." The prefect of Hudong replied, "No need for formalities, Magistrate Yang. Please have a seat. I've received a letter from Lord Du and came to Yunxiang County to discuss the Emperor's grain partnership plan. Do you know about it?" Indeed, Magistrate Yang was aware of the plan. It wasn't exactly a secret. In fact, Lord Du wanted everyone to know all the details, saving him the trouble of having to explain. So Magistrate Yang had no need to hide anything and responded truthfully, "Yes, Your Excellency. Lord Du informed me of the plan the other day. Let me explain it to you." The prefect nodded. "Then I'll trouble you to do so." Magistrate Yang continued, "It's no trouble. The Emperor's grain partnership plan has 3 main steps. First, families of good character are selected from each prefecture. Second, these families will bid to become partners in the Emperor's grain business. Once a family wins the bid, Lord Du will share the method for producing the grain. Third, an agent family is chosen in each county to manage the grain business." The prefect found this explanation clear and easy to understand. He didn't quite know what this grain made from potato and sweet potato flour was, but since it was something endorsed by the emperor, it had to be good. After all, the emperor wouldn't put his reputation on the line for something inferior. This initiative was known across the entire nation, and more than 90% of people believed it would be a success. Unfortunately, Lord Du was in charge, so even those who wanted to use connections to gain an advantage had no chance. Who was Lord Du? The emperor's most trusted confidant, not lacking in power. And being from the prestigious Du family, he didn't lack wealth either. As for beauty, Lord Du might not be particularly handsome, but he was skilled and had a clean personal life. Though he had concubines, no woman in his household could control him. If someone dared to send him a woman today, he might report them to the emperor tomorrow. Thus, the emperor's choice of Lord Du was clear. No one could exploit their connections in this matter. If someone else were overseeing this, perhaps someone like Wei Hong, things might be different. Years ago, during the imperial succession, the Wei family and the Yang family were related by marriage. Although the second son of the Wei family and the eldest daughter of the Yang family were not yet married, they were engaged, so the relationship was settled. As a result, everyone assumed that the Wei and Yang families were aligned. But then unexpectedly the Yang family, despite its immense power, suddenly fell. No one knew why. They only knew that after the emperor took the throne, the Yang family was dealt with, while the Wei family was found innocent. After a few days in prison, they were released with no charges. However, everyone knew that couldn't be the whole story. It was clear the Wei family must have betrayed the Yang family to side with the emperor. Though there was no evidence, many people privately looked down on the Wei family. Still, in public, everyone treated them politely. Who would dare mention these matters in front of the Wei family, given their loyalty to the emperor? Yang Haiyan, coming from the Yang family, knew that if she accepted the Wei family as adoptive relatives, she would be harshly judged behind her back. If Yang Haiyan could understand this, how could the Wei family not? Yet, they still sought to recognize her as an adopted relative, showing their true nature. As the prefect of Hudong pondered Magistrate Yang's words, he also thought about which families in Hudong could be considered of good character. The room grew quiet. Magistrate Yang, looking at him, thought to himself that he would likely spend his entire life growing old and dying in Yunxiang County. So, he offered the prefect a helpful hint. "Your Excellency, the emperor has already pre-selected the grain partner for Hudong Prefecture." Oh, the prefect was surprised. He hadn't known there was such a prominent family in his jurisdiction. "Which family is it?" "It's the Qin family," Magistrate Yang replied. "The Qin family?" The prefect went through all the notable Qin families in Hudong in his mind but couldn't think of which one it could be. Could it be? Seeing the confused look on the magistrate of Hudong Prefecture, Magistrate Yang continued, "It's General Qin Fang from Yunxiang County, the city defense general. He was promoted to the rank of Wuda General, 5th class, in March this year and transferred to Yunxiang County. In May, he made a significant contribution, and the emperor conferred the rank of Heroine of the 7th class upon General Qin's grandmother and mother. Additionally, Madame Qin herself was awarded the title of Xiangjuan of the 3rd class for her great deeds." Magistrate Yang knew that Qin Fang's achievements were related to the Beast Mountain, though he wasn't aware of the specifics. However, he was well informed about Madame Qin's contributions, which involved agricultural lands in the military camp and the production of ice using saltpeter. As for the situation at Beast Mountain, Magistrate Yang had no interest in investigating it. His family never cared much about glory or recognition. All they sought was to live peacefully in Yunxiang County. Sir, Qin Fang is also the protege of Lord Du, Magistrate Yang added. The magistrate of Hudong Prefecture frowned. So, the Qin family obtained the title of franchisee because of Lord Du's connections? If that's the case, wouldn't Lord Du be criticized for such actions? Magistrate Yang responded, of course not. The Qin family was granted the franchise title in the imperial grain plan, because they invented the technology behind the imperial grain itself. This was the emperor's decision. Upon hearing this, the magistrate of Hudong Prefecture understood. Since the Qin family had invented potato and sweet potato flour, it made sense for the emperor to designate them as franchisees in Hudong Prefecture. He felt somewhat disappointed, as he had originally hoped to secure a position for a relative. Now that prospect was out of reach. After some thought, Magistrate Yang suggested, Sir, though the franchisee for Hudong Prefecture has been decided, the positions for county agents are still open. The magistrate of Hudong Prefecture immediately grasped the opportunity. Thank you for informing me, Magistrate Yang. By the way, what kind of person is General Qin? Magistrate Yang thought for a moment and said, the Qin family are straightforward people, not ones to be greedy for wealth. With this hint, the magistrate of Hudong Prefecture understood. Qin Fang's mentor was Lord Du, and no one else's authority could compare to Du's. Now that the Qin family had become franchisees in Hudong Prefecture, money was indeed no issue for them. If they were straightforward people, they would value straightforward matters. At that moment, a servant announced from the doorway, Sir, Lord Du has arrived. Both the magistrate of Hudong Prefecture and Magistrate Yang stood up immediately. Let's go welcome him. When Dooku arrived, all 6 prefecture magistrates from Ren province came out to greet him. We greet you, my lord, they all said in unison. Dooku, wearing his usual serious expression, glanced at the 6 magistrates and Magistrate Yang. No need for formalities, please rise. Since you're all here, I won't waste time. Let's get straight to the point. Whether they were familiar with Dooku or not, everyone knew that he disliked small talk and preferred to get to the heart of the matter. Once they were seated, Dooku began explaining the Imperial Grain franchise plan. So, aside from Dongting Prefecture, the other 5 prefectures will need to submit a list of franchisee candidates. This list must not contain any unqualified individuals. If I discover anyone attempting to deceive the emperor, it will be beyond my power to pardon them. The 6 magistrates responded in unison. Understood, my lord. The magistrate of Zhejiang Prefecture asked, Lord Du, although this is an imperial initiative, the bid itself depends on individual willingness. So, could we take some potato and sweet potato flour back with us to show people? That way we might attract more interested parties. Dooku smiled slightly. Since when is business without risk? If people think this is some sort of free lunch, they are mistaken. Potato and sweet potato flour are imperial grains. Details about what they look like, how they are made, and how they are used will only be revealed after the bidding process. If any prospective franchisees are bold enough, let them place their bids. If not, the court and the emperor will not force anyone. The magistrate of Zhejiang Prefecture conceded. Understood, my lord. Still, he couldn't help but wonder what potato and sweet potato flour were really like and how they were supposed to be handled. Without Dooku's explanations, there was little they could do but gamble on it. If they invested the money and lost, what then? Logically, since the emperor had initiated the Imperial Grain franchise plan, it shouldn't lead to losses. But, without having seen the actual products, no one could feel entirely secure. The magistrate of Hudong Prefecture chimed in, My lord, the franchisee for Hudong Prefecture is General Qin's family, but I will still need to discuss the matter of the county agents with General Qin. What do you think? Dooku replied. You can handle that with Qin Fang directly. It's not my concern. However, I just came from the general's residence, and Qin Fang is not there at the moment. With that, Dooku stood up. Alright, I'll be heading back now. If any of you have further questions, you can come find me at the general's residence. If not, then return to your duties and submit the list of prospective franchisees as soon as possible. Yes, my lord. After Dooku left, Magistrate Yang turned to the magistrate of Hudong Prefecture and said, Sir, this evening I will host a dinner. Would you like to join me and meet with General Qin? The magistrate of Hudong Prefecture nodded. That would be most kind. He hoped to get some information from Qin Fang. Since securing a franchisee position was now impossible, perhaps there was still hope for a county agent position. The other 5 magistrates were also considering their options. Dooku had made it clear that franchisees had to come from families of excellent character. This was the first major initiative since the emperor ascended the throne, so none of the magistrates dared to be careless. It would be necessary to carefully select families of good standing. Since General Qin's family had become franchisees in Hedong Prefecture, it also indicated that government officials could hold franchisee positions. With this in mind, the magistrates wondered if they or their own families might also be eligible to become franchisees. After Qin Fang finished his duties and descended from Beast Mountain, he was met by a servant from Magistrate Yang's residence. General Qin, Magistrate Yang invites you to a dinner this evening. The magistrate of Hedong Prefecture is also present, and they would like to discuss some matters with you, said the servant. Chapter 180. Qin Fang was taken aback. The magistrate of Hedong Prefecture? The officer replied. Today, the 6 magistrates of Ren Province arrived and are staying at the post house. Lord Du has already discussed the imperial grain franchise plan with them. Since Yunxiang County falls under Hedong Prefecture's jurisdiction, the magistrate wishes to speak with you about the franchise plan. Magistrate Yang suggested that he would host the 2 of you at his residence. If you're busy, Magistrate Yang said he could reschedule. Qin Fang thought for a moment. He had spent the entire day at the Beast Mountain Temple, so it made sense that Magistrate Yang had sent someone there to wait for him. No problem, let's go. Yes, sir. Qin Fang turned to his attendant Tao Shan and said, Tao Shan, go back and inform the lady that I won't be home for dinner tonight. I'm going to discuss matters with Magistrate Yang. Tao Shan replied. Understood. Following the officer, Qin Fang arrived at the county office, where Magistrate Yang and the magistrate of Hedong Prefecture were discussing matters in the main hall. Not knowing whether Qin Fang would show up today, they waited patiently. When they were informed that General Qin had arrived, the 2 men stood up. The prefectural magistrate of Qigua held a rank of 4th class, and Magistrate Yang, being of lower rank, went out of the hall to greet Qin Fang. Naturally, the magistrate of Hedong Prefecture did not, as his rank was higher than Qin Fang's, and it would be improper for him to go out and greet a subordinate. Magistrate Yang, upon exiting the hall, saw Qin Fang approaching. He quickly clasped his hands in greeting. General Qin. Qin Fang returned the gesture. Magistrate Yang, my apologies for arriving late. Magistrate Yang smiled and replied, Not at all, not at all. You are a busy man. He knew that Qin Fang spent his days at the Beast Mountain, and since it was just after his shift, it was already quite courteous of him to come straight here. General Qin, the magistrate of Hedong Prefecture, Lord Lu is inside. I will introduce you. Thank you, Magistrate Yang. Qin Fang responded. I must admit, since my appointment, I haven't had the opportunity to visit Lord Lu. Unfortunately, the Emperor assigned me a secret task, which prevented me from leaving Yunxiang County. I should have apologized to Lord Lu earlier. By rights, Qin Fang should have paid a visit to Lord Lu, but with so many things happening at once, he had completely forgotten who the head of Hedong Prefecture even was. Even Yang Haiyan, usually attentive to details, hadn't reminded him, or else he would have made time. As Qin Fang followed Magistrate Yang into the main hall, Lord Lu, the magistrate of Hedong Prefecture, had already risen. He had overheard Qin Fang's conversation with Magistrate Yang outside. Qin Fang had spoken loudly, likely on purpose, to make it clear that his failure to visit was not a deliberate slight. However, regardless of the reason, Lord Lu still felt uncomfortable. While he knew that Yunxiang County had a new city defense general, he had never met him, so it hadn't bothered him much. But now, seeing Qin Fang in person, his lack of a visit created a subtle sense of dissatisfaction. However, with Qin Fang's mentor being the powerful Dooku, Lord Lu did not dare to cause trouble. Still, his first impression of Qin Fang was not a favorable one. Qin Fang, unaware of the magistrate's feelings, saluted upon meeting him. Your Excellency, I greet you. As a military officer, Qin Fang's salute was simply a fist-to-hand bow. Military officials were not required to kneel unless in special circumstances. Lord Lu replied, No need for formalities, General Qin. Please take a seat. Thank you, Your Excellency, Qin Fang said as he sat down. I am new to the government and unfamiliar with some of the etiquette. Coming from a humble background, I've had no one to teach me these things. Furthermore, shortly after I took office, the Emperor gave me a secret order, preventing me from leaving Yunxiang County. I sincerely apologize for not reporting to you earlier. Qin Fang's apology was genuine, as he realized his oversight. He then honestly explained that the Emperor had given him a secret mission to monitor the officials at the Beast Mountain Temple who were researching gunpowder, leaving him no time even for a break, let alone remembering the matters of Hedong Prefecture's magistrate. What Qin Fang overlooked was that while Dooku and the Emperor might listen to the finer details of his situation, Lord Lu would not. To Lord Lu, Qin Fang's words came off as arrogant, as if he was flaunting the Emperor's favor. Lord Lu's face darkened briefly, but he quickly masked it with a smile. General Qin is indeed busy with important matters. Such small formalities needn't trouble you. As a bystander, Magistrate Yang observed the change in Lord Lu's expression clearly. Although he had only known Qin Fang for a short time, he had come to understand that Qin was not an arrogant or reckless man. Moreover, Qin Fang had been busy with military camp matters and the situation at Beast Mountain since his arrival in Yunxiang County. Nonetheless, regardless of how busy he had been, it was customary to take a day to visit Lord Lu. In this matter, Qin Fang was indeed at fault, no matter his reasons. However, Magistrate Yang was in no position to explain this to Lord Lu, as he worked under the magistrate and could not defend Qin Fang directly. Unlike Qin Fang, who, despite his 5th-class rank, was not under Lord Lu's control due to the traditional separation between civil and military officials. Civil officials needed to be assessed by the Ministry of Personnel to be promoted, whereas military officials were promoted based on merit in battle. Thus, the Ministry of Personnel had no jurisdiction over military affairs. In Qigua, beneath the emperor, the 6 ministries held the greatest power. In the previous dynasty, there had been a prime minister, whose presence divided the power of the 6 ministries. However, when the Taizu emperor led the uprising to establish Qigua, he abolished the prime minister's office to consolidate power, leading to the 6 ministries' rise to dominance. Among these ministries, the Ministry of War governed military affairs. In Qigua, there is a distinction between military power and command over troops. For example, Marquis Yonghe holds troop command, meaning he can lead 50,000 Yonghe soldiers. However, as an assistant minister in the Ministry of War, Dooku, despite not holding command over troops, has military authority. He has the power to reassign someone like Marquis Yonghe. In essence, troop command governs soldiers, while military authority oversees the army camps. During emergencies, the Ministry of War has the authority to issue direct orders to the army camps. That is the essence of military authority. The emperor may not have troop command directly, but since the assistant minister of the Ministry of War is loyal to him, he holds military authority through this. Qin Fang exchanged a few pleasantries with Lord Lu, and Magistrate Yang had the food served. Since this was a serious conversation, he didn't send in attendants. Magistrate Yang personally prepared a table with wine and dishes, pouring wine for both Lord Lu and General Qin. Lord Lu, General Qin, today we discuss official matters, and I raise a toast to both of you. Qin Fang, not wanting to drink during serious discussions, felt it inappropriate to decline outright due to Lord Lu's presence. So he suggested, Lord Lu, drinking is bad for one's health. How about we just take it easy? Lord Lu, surprised by Qin Fang's restraint, he thought all military men were heavy drinkers, couldn't help but find him slightly troublesome. Nonetheless, he couldn't say that aloud and replied, General Qin is right, we should take it easy. Magistrate Yang, General Qin, let's drink at our leisure. He then took a small sip. Qin Fang responded, thank you for your understanding. After a few sips of wine and bites of food, the conversation turned to the main topic. Lord Lu asked, General Qin, during our meeting with Lord Du today, he mentioned that you would be the official partner for Hedong Prefecture. What are your plans moving forward? Lord Du said there would be agents involved after the partnership phase, with the partners producing potato and sweet potato flour, and the agents handling the sales. Is that correct? Qin Fang nodded. Yes, that's right. My wife and I have discussed this. We will focus solely on production, while the agents will handle the sales. The Emperor's Grain Initiative carries his name, and right now it's focused on potato and sweet potato flour. But in the future, there might be other grains as well, all with standardized prices across the nation. Lord Lu nodded. I understand. Lord Du did mention that potato and sweet potato flour will sell for 7 coins per pound, with the partners providing it to agents at 5 coins per pound. Qin Fang confirmed. That's correct. Lord Lu then asked, Hedong Prefecture consists of 1 main city and 4 counties. For the trade, wouldn't General Qin need to find 5 agents? Qin Fang replied, yes. We're planning to have Magistrate Yang's family serve as the agent for Yunxiang County. As for the others, we don't know much about them yet. Magistrate Yang, what do you think of this arrangement? Magistrate Yang was surprised and thrilled by the opportunity. He quickly responded, thank you, General Qin. His family had been struggling financially for some time. His salary alone wasn't enough to support them, and though they had some savings from the past, the expenses of land purchases in this new area had drained much of their funds. While they weren't impoverished, life had become tight, especially with elderly and children to care for. Magistrate Yang had indeed been interested in getting involved in the potato and sweet potato flour business, but he hadn't brought it up yet, unsure whether the Qin family planned to operate in Yunxiang County. Now that Qin Fang had raised the issue himself, he felt deeply grateful. Seeing the interaction, the prefect of Hedong decided to probe Qin Fang further. General Qin, what about the remaining agents for the main city and the other counties? Do you have any thoughts on that? Qin Fang answered, It's all about character, just like choosing the partners. The agents must be families of good conduct. He wasn't foolish and turned the question back to Lord Lu. Does your family have any interest in becoming an agent, Lord Lu? Lord Lu, pleased with Qin Fang's tact, thought, this general is quite perceptive. However, he maintained a formal tone. The Emperor's grain partnership is His Majesty's initiative. As loyal subjects, it's our duty to serve the Emperor to the best of our abilities. Qin Fang wasn't naive, but he wasn't as skilled as Lord Lu in playing the political game. I'll discuss it with my teacher when I return. Since Yunxiang County is a trial site, we need to be especially careful. In reality, Qin Fang knew he'd need to thoroughly investigate Lord Lu's background. Lord Lu, unbothered, replied, that's as it should be. Lord Lu is known for his meticulous work. General Qin is fortunate to have such an excellent teacher. Qin Fang replied, my teacher is strict with himself and I must live up to his expectations. After a bit more flattery of Lord Lu, the dinner came to an end. Qin Fang offered, Lord Lu, my residence and the post station are in the same direction. Let me accompany you to the post station. Lord Lu nodded. Thank you very much. Magistrate Yang added, I've had a large meal and a walk will help me digest. I'll accompany Lord Lu as well. Qin Fang glanced at Magistrate Yang. Lord Lu, however, didn't see anything unusual in Magistrate Yang's behavior. After all, as a county magistrate, it was only proper for him to escort a prefect to the post station. Chapter 181. Qin Fang and County Magistrate Yang sent Lord Lu to the entrance of the post station. Lord Lu was quite satisfied. It was proper for County Magistrate Yang to see him off, but as for Qin Fang, who was a student of Duku, what was the big deal? He was just trying to flatter him. The thought that someone who was a student of Duku would still have to flatter him excited Lord Lu greatly. Lord Lu said, you may return. We can discuss anything tomorrow. Qin Fang replied, then I will take my leave. County Magistrate Yang said, I bid you farewell as well. Lord Lu waved his hand and entered the post station. Qin Fang and County Magistrate Yang didn't linger and turned to leave. Once outside the post station, County Magistrate Yang called out to Qin Fang, General Qin. Qin Fang had anticipated this. Yang's farewell to Lord Lu was likely just a pretext to speak with him. So he walked slowly, waiting for Yang to call him, and indeed, Qin Fang stopped. Is there something you need, Magistrate Yang? Yang nodded. I apologize for the abrupt invitation to the general to visit my residence today. It's quite rude of me, he said. With Lord Lu around, he had to be polite. Qin Fang replied, no problem. Official business is important, and I have nothing to do after my duty is over. Dining with these people wasn't as appealing as eating with Yan Yan. County Magistrate Yang said, thank you for your understanding, General. Since you're new to Yunxiang County and have not met Lord Lu before, you may not understand his character very well. Qin Fang raised an eyebrow. He knew what Yang wanted to say. Smiling, he said, I really don't know him well. Not only do I not understand Lord Lu, but I also don't have much knowledge of the officialdom. I completely forgot that I should visit Lord Lu upon arriving in Yunxiang County. How careless of me. In the coming years, I'll likely have interactions with Lord Lu, so I would appreciate it if you could inform me about his character, and things I should pay attention to. County Magistrate Yang didn't beat around the bush. Given Qin Fang's earlier remarks about offering the agency quota to his family, Yang felt that Qin Fang wasn't just talking big and was quite grateful. So he candidly said, Lord Lu is not a magnanimous person. The Yang family had not fallen from grace. Having met many people, County Magistrate Yang could read others well. However, he continued, he is not a person with bad intentions. He can be a bit pushy and somewhat timid. Qin Fang looked at County Magistrate Yang in surprise. He hadn't expected him to say such things. Since he had just interacted with Lord Lu, he didn't comment on his character but was taken aback that Yang would share these insights. Regardless of Yang's intentions, Qin Fang said, thank you for the reminder, Magistrate Yang. County Magistrate Yang said, then I will take my leave. County Magistrate Yang indeed understood Lord Lu's character very well. After being sent to this post, and considering the situation with the Yang family, how could he not have investigated Lord Lu? This Lord Lu was a person who was cautious to protect himself, not colluding with high officials nor engaging in corrupt practices. For instance, while he was dissatisfied that Qin Fang hadn't visited him, he couldn't act against Qin Fang due to his connection with Duku. Similarly, when the Yang family fell from grace, Lord Lu didn't make things difficult for County Magistrate Yang during his visits. In short, this kind of person was timid and afraid of trouble but lacked the courage to do anything wrong. When Qin Fang returned home, Yang Haiyan was already lying down. The room was cool from the ice, but despite that, in the hot summer without air conditioning or fans in ancient times, it was still warm. She held a fan, fanning herself, and the bed was made of straw mats, wiped down with cold water. When Qin Fang entered, he saw her in a camisole, which he had grown used to after 2 years of her wearing it in the heat. However, each time he saw it he found it quite tempting. Seeing him return, Yang Haiyan sat up from the bed. "Husband, what did County Magistrate Yang want with you?" Qin Fang knew she wasn't checking up on him but was simply curious, so he teased. "He introduced a girl to me." Yang Haiyan glanced at him and then cheerfully said, "That's wonderful. I was just discussing with my teacher about dressing as a boy to accompany him to various places. But I was worried that after I leave you'd be all alone. I was concerned that without me no one would take care of you. But now I'm not worried. A sister will come to the residence, so you'll have someone to take care of you, and I can leave in peace. When will you bring my sister into the residence? I want to prepare ahead of time. Don't worry, I'll toast to her." Before Yang Haiyan could finish, Qin Fang had already adopted a serious expression, picked her up and flipped her over, giving her a hard slap on the backside. "You wicked woman." Yang Haiyan struggled to break free from his grip, but he held her tightly. She protested. "How am I wicked? I'm so virtuous, incredibly virtuous." Qin Fang snorted. "You're not virtuous, you're bad, cunning like a little fox." As he said this he leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "Yin, you only know how to bully me, little liar, sly little liar." Yang Haiyan felt ticklish from his words. She wrapped her arms around his head and pushed him away. "It's so hot, don't come near me." Qin Fang grabbed her hand. "I want to lean, I'm going to lean." Yang Haiyan lifted her head and pressed it against his stomach, using her legs to add more force since her arms weren't strong enough. Qin Fang couldn't help but smile. He grabbed her leg, gave it a squeeze, and then his hand went up to tug at her underwear. "Hey!" Yang Haiyan quickly shrank back into the bed, realizing how cunning this guy was. "Go take a shower. You can't get into bed before you wash up." Qin Fang wasn't going to listen to her. Since the woman had come to him, it would be foolish to obediently comply. So he pretended not to understand, pulling at her underwear and reaching directly up. "Qin Fang, you bad guy." Yang Haiyan yelled angrily. But soon her voice was muffled as someone covered her mouth. Outside, Grandma Lien sat in the shade, thinking that the male and female hosts were always making such a fuss every day. Why was there no little master? After a while, Grandma Lien got up and called Aunt Yu to boil water. The general usually took cold showers in the summer, but now it seemed the young master would need a wash too, so hot water had to be prepared. Half an hour later, Yang Haiyan was carried to take a shower by Qin Fang. After they finished, she lay on the bed like a fish. The man next to her fanned her with a fan. The breeze wasn't strong, but it was exceptionally comfortable. Yang Haiyan kicked his calf. "You still haven't told me what we're doing tonight." Qin Fang held down her feet. "It's related to Lord Lu, the governor of Heidongfu." He then explained what was planned for tonight. "Didn't we discuss this before? Yunxiang County is managed by the Yang family. The remaining cities and counties need someone too. As for the city, I'm considering Lord Lu first. Regardless of how he acts as the agency, it benefits us and the common people. If someone else becomes the agency, the governor might be overly calculative. Rather than this, it's better to consider the governor's family first." Yang Haiyan had no objections, and her thoughts aligned with Qin Fang's. It was indeed more appropriate to consider the governor's family first. "How is the governor's character?" Qin Fang replied. "I just met him today and don't know him well yet. Everyone was polite today, and besides, considering my teacher's reputation, he would be polite to me too. But I heard from Lord Yang." He recounted what Lord Yang had last reminded him. "I'll ask my teacher tomorrow to see if this is appropriate." Yang Haiyan nodded. "In the officialdom, you should listen more to your teacher's advice. Like this visit to the governor, it was indeed our oversight. I also didn't think of these things." Qin Fang rubbed her and gave her a kiss on the shoulder. "How can I blame you? I'm the one in office and haven't understood the survival of officialdom. That's my fault. This time Lord Lu didn't hold it against me, probably because of my teacher's relationship. This incident reminds me to keep it in mind. In the future, no matter what I do, I must think deeply before acting. The ways of officialdom and the hierarchy all require caution." The next day, early in the morning after breakfast, Qin Fang went to find Duku. Yang Haiyan didn't rush. The royal grain franchise in the state was under their Qin family, so she needed to start working on the matters of potato flour and sweet potato flour. The first step was to issue an official document in the name of the general's residence, stating that the general's residence would purchase potatoes and sweet potatoes at a price of half a won per pound year-round. This document needed to be issued throughout the entire Heidongfu, so it required the seal of the governor's office. The second step was to establish factories for potato flour and sweet potato flour in Yunxiang County, naming it the Royal Grain Factory. The third step was to hire workers. The fourth step was to produce potato flour and sweet potato flour. With the emperor's name as a banner, aside from the royal grain franchise, no one else was allowed to produce potato flour and sweet potato flour. Thus, Yang Haiyan didn't fear the methods for making potato flour and sweet potato flour being learned by others because even if learned, making them privately would be illegal, and the common people were most afraid of breaking the law. With this plan, she indeed had no time to go out and play. "Madam, Dr. Li has arrived." Grandma Lian's voice sounded from outside while Yang Haiyan was writing the plan in her study. Yang Haiyan put down her pen. "Why has Dr. Li come? Is there something going on?" Grandma Lian replied, "Did you forget? We have to invite him for a pulse check every month." This was something Yang Haiyan had established, as it was done before at the border. In ancient times there were no physical examinations, so it was necessary to have a pulse check every month for safety. She said, Right, I forgot the date. Please invite Dr. Li in, and gather the others in the family to the hall, so that Dr. Li doesn't have to run around." Grandma Lian replied, "Yes." Dr. Li entered the study and greeted Yang Haiyan. "Madam, is it convenient to check your pulse now?" Yang Haiyan replied, "It's convenient, please do." As she spoke, she extended her hand. Chapter 182. After quite a while, Yang Haiyan finally found her voice again. "Dr. Li, what did you just say?" Dr. Li bowed and said, "Congratulations, young lady. You are pregnant. From the pulse, it seems you are about a month along." Yang Haiyan was stunned. She didn't know how to react. Happy? Not really. Sad? Of course not. No mother would be sad about being pregnant. However, she was a bit surprised. No wonder. Typically, she would feel a bit swollen in her breasts right before her period, and this time was no exception. Her breasts felt slightly swollen, and she had thought her period was coming. Wait a minute. She had just had that experience with Qin Fang yesterday. Would that affect the baby? In ancient times, women might feel embarrassed to ask such questions, but Yang Haiyan was a modern woman. Many modern gynecologists are men, so she didn't feel shy at all. Perhaps every woman becomes especially nervous about her child when she becomes a mother. She had been in a daze just now, but now that she thought about it, she couldn't help but worry about the baby. She asked, "Dr. Li, is it harmful to the baby if a couple has intercourse in the first month of pregnancy?" Dr. Li was used to such questions. He replied, "I observe that your health is quite good, and I haven't found any other issues for the moment. However, there could be potential problems that haven't shown yet, so for the next few days you need to take care of your health. If you feel any discomfort, please call for me right away." Yang Haiyan nodded. "I will." Dr. Li added, "I won't go out to gather herbs in the next few days. I'll wait until your pregnancy is confirmed before I do so." Yang Haiyan was very grateful. "Thank you, Dr. Li. By the way, I've been feeling some swelling in my chest these past few days. I thought my period was about to come, but now that I'm pregnant the swelling is still there. Is that a problem?" Dr. Li smiled and said, "Rest assured, it's normal for women to experience such symptoms in early pregnancy. You don't need to worry." Hearing Dr. Li say this, Yang Haiyan felt relieved. "In that case, I'll trouble you, doctor. Please go ahead with your work." Dr. Li replied, "I take my leave." "Dr. Li," Granny Lian called out to him, "please don't spread this news. Let's wait until the young lady has passed the 3-month mark to discuss it." Dr. Li naturally understood this practice. "Rest assured, Granny." After Dr. Li left, Granny Lian said, "Young lady, I don't know if you're aware of this saying, women should not announce their pregnancy until 3 months have passed. So this matter should be kept quiet until then." Yang Haiyan, being a modern person, had never heard of such a custom in her village. Whenever someone got pregnant, it was public knowledge almost immediately. However, she knew that even in modern times, there are still some places that adhere to such taboos. Although she didn't mind it herself, since she was in ancient times where everyone followed these customs, she naturally wouldn't oppose them. She said, "I've only heard of it but didn't know the details. I'm grateful to have you around to remind me. What about Grandma and Mother?" Granny Lian truly helped her a lot. With Nurse Lian by her side, she felt like she had a reliable ally, so she didn't have to worry about anything. Being valued by the young lady made Nurse Lian happy. She was all alone and had hoped to live out her old age in the general's residence, so being valued by the young lady was significant for her. Moreover, life in the general's residence was genuinely comfortable. The backyard was tidy, and the people were uncomplicated. Whether it was the male or female head of the household or others, they were all remarkably easy to get along with. Before the Qin family arrived, Nurse Lian had been worried, but upon meeting Old Master Qin and Old Madam Qin, she realized they were also truly amiable people, so her worries disappeared. Granny Lian said, "You can mention it to Old Madam and the First Madam since they're family, and it's no problem." Moreover, you were originally busy with the imperial grain factory matters, but now that you're pregnant, you can't handle those tasks. Someone needs to take your place, and I think among the women in the household, the first madam is the most suitable. She is the general's biological mother and is a person of status, so she can best represent you and the general's residence. Old madam is older and shouldn't be overworked. Yang Haiyan said. That makes sense. Old madam and the first madam have always wanted me to get pregnant. Letting them know will surely make them happy. As she spoke, Yang Haiyan let out a sigh. Tut tut tut. Granny Lian quickly interjected. Such good news, young lady. You mustn't sigh. May the Bodhisattva forgive us. Just pretend you didn't see our young lady sighing. She's young and doesn't understand. Heaven has sent a child. What a wonderful occasion. Please forgive us. Yang Haiyan felt both amused and helpless, but she held it in and echoed Nurse Lian. It's my fault. I asked the Bodhisattva not to hold it against me. Thank you, Bodhisattva, for sending a child. Good nurse, please don't be angry with me. There are still many things I need you to remind me about in the future. Grandma Lian replied with a bit of annoyance. Why would I be angry with you? You're still just a young girl. Yang Haiyan smiled as she linked arms with her. Isn't Grandma here? I don't need to grow up anymore. Grandma Lian supported her. Then you should go back to your room and rest. I'll go tell the old lady this good news and then take a trip to the military camp to invite the eldest lady over. Yang Haiyan said. All right. By the way, my husband should be in my teacher's courtyard now, so you can tell him as well. But it's fine if you don't. Let's keep it a secret for now. Grandma Lian shook her head with a smile. You just love to joke with the general. Yang Haiyan chuckled. It's fun. Back in her room, Yang Haiyan lay down to rest. Even lying there, she felt somewhat perplexed. She stared blankly at the ceiling, and then there was nothing more. Grandma Lian had gone out. Liuxin courtyard. Grandma Qin and Grandpa Qin tidied up the courtyard, planting the loofah seeds that Yang Haiyan had mentioned. On the third day after the loofah arrived, Yang Haiyan had Uncle Hong buy loofah seeds and brought back various recipes for cooking loofah. Although the loofah seeds were brought out by the Hu people, their initial intention was just to stave off hunger, not because they were precious seeds. So when Uncle Hong went to buy loofah seeds from a woman with the recipes and money, she accepted the recipes but did not take the money. Thus, the loofah seeds that Uncle Hong exchanged for were planted by Grandpa Qin and Grandma Qin. The two elderly folks were also bored, so they worked the land in the courtyard slowly to pass the time. It wasn't hard work. Old madam. When Grandma Lian came, Grandma Qin was watering the plants. Seeing Grandma Lian made Grandma Qin happy because Grandma Lian was knowledgeable. Occasionally, when chatting with Yang Haiyan and Grandma Qin, she would share some amusing stories she had heard in the past. These stories were often a mix of truth and fiction, but Grandma Qin enjoyed listening to them. According to Yang Haiyan, women love to hear gossip. Grandma Qin put down the watering can. Oh, Grandma Lian is here. Grandma Lian saluted. Old servant has come to congratulate you, old lady, and to ask for a reward. Grandma Qin was taken aback. What's this joyous occasion? Grandma Lian smiled and said, I just learned of it today. It can't be spread outside yet. The young lady is expecting. She whispered this in Grandma Qin's ear. Grandma Qin was stunned at first, then her eyes reddened. Oh my, may the Bodhisattva bless us. Truly, may the Bodhisattva bless us. As she spoke, she began to cry. The eldest grandson and his wife had been married for nearly 2 years without conceiving. Last year, it was said that returning to the old home made it difficult to get pregnant, but what about after they returned? The couple hadn't said anything, but both she and Grandma Qin were anxious. Although they didn't show it in front of the eldest grandson's wife, to avoid hurting her feelings secretly, they had prayed several times to the Bodhisattva. However, their anxiety and prayers for blessings had never led them to consider separating the eldest grandson and his wife or letting him take a concubine. The old Qin family did not entertain such practices, nor did common families. Fortunately, the eldest grandson's wife had finally become pregnant. Grandma Lian, seeing Grandma Qin, was startled. Old madam, are you all right? You scared me. Grandma Qin wiped her eyes. I'm just so happy, truly I'm so happy. Come, let's go seeing. By the way, I suppose her mother-in-law doesn't know about this yet. We have to tell her. Grandma Lian said. She doesn't know yet. Apart from me and the young lady, you're the first to know. Even the general doesn't know. The young lady said she wouldn't tell the general for now. She really is a bit childish. Grandma Qin replied. At only 18, she is still a child. Grandma Lian added. That's right. But the young couple is doing well. Yan married into the Qin family, and everyone treats her well. Yourself, the eldest lady, and the general. Grandma Qin remarked. Of course. It's Yan who is good. It's her fortune that our old Qin family has today. The Qin family had always believed this, and combined with what the nun had said, They viewed Yang Haiyan as their family's great benefactor. As they left Liuxin courtyard, Grandma Lian said, "Old madam, I need to go to the military camp in the fields, so I won't accompany you to the young lady's courtyard." Grandma Qin was taken aback. "You don't need to go. Just send someone to inform her." Grandma Lian replied, "Aunt Yu is there to attend to her. I feel more at ease if I go in person." Aunt Yu had also been a mother, so she would take good care of the young lady. Grandma Qin said, "You're so meticulous in your work." Grandma Lian took a carriage to the military camp and informed Grandma Qin about Yang Haiyan's pregnancy. Upon hearing this, Grandma Qin completely disregarded everything else because nothing was more important than her daughter-in-law. Even Grandpa Qin was so happy he almost danced while walking. He was going to be a great-grandfather. He urged, "You should hurry to Afang's side, I'll handle things here. The soldiers will temporarily go to the third brother's place for a meal. Don't worry. I'll take care of the third brother and his son." Grandma Qin replied, "Even if you ask me to stay, I won't stay." Grandpa Qin was left speechless. He realized that once his great-grandchild was born, he would have even less say in the family. Chapter 183. Qin Fang and Dooku were discussing the Imperial Grain franchise plan for the Crane Cave Manor. Regardless of what situation Lord Lu was in, as long as he wasn't one of those notoriously corrupt officials, he would definitely be the agent in the city. Having the government as the agent had two advantages. First, the common people, local gentry, and hoodlums wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Second, the government would actively cooperate with the relevant promotions. Although officials may have the well-being of the common people in mind, this concern is usually based on their own secure circumstances. Dooku was a good official, but he was also realistic. Would he be expected to give up all his wealth to be a good official? That was impossible. Not only was it impossible for Dooku, but Yang Haiyan would never agree to Qin Fang doing such a thing either. Of course Qin Fang wouldn't do it. He wasn't foolish. Why would he spend the hard-earned money he worked for to help others? Therefore, the definition of a good official is complex. However, being an official isn't just about not oppressing the common people. One also needs to learn how to survive in the bureaucracy. Giving the city's agency to Lord Lu was the way to navigate the official world. Otherwise, if one were to fail oneself, why bother managing others? Even the Bao Zheng from Justice Bao is ultimately just a fictional character. Qin Fang stood up. "In that case, thank you for the information, teacher. Yin Yin said we should issue the announcement today, then have County Magistrate Yang issue an official document. The joint document from the general's residence and the county office will surely be trusted by the people of Yunxiang County. As for the documents for other counties in the city, we will leave that to Lord Lu to handle the documents for the prefectural office. Since they had taken his benefits, they must have him do something in return." Dooku said, "That sounds excellent. Once the Imperial Grain Factory in Yunxiang County is up and running, I will move on to the next city. I hope this place brings good fortune. By the way, I still want to discuss the matters concerning the Hugua people and the Hu family with you. I'd like to pay a visit to them." Qin Fang was surprised. "What do you mean, teacher?" Dooku replied, "Previously, Bing Yun mentioned matters about the Hugua, and I found it very enlightening." Qin Fang hurriedly said, "She was just talking nonsense. Please don't praise her, or she'll become even more conceited." Although he knew his wife was very clever, he still wanted to be humble in front of his teacher. Dooku snorted, "If your tone were a bit more sincere, you wouldn't have to sound so proud." Qin Fang. He realized he was mistaken. He had originally thought that his teacher favored him the most, but now he discovered it was not the case. Dooku continued, "Bing Yun is a smart girl. She's different from those young ladies in the capital who only know poetry and flowers. If we had to compare, those girls are also clever, but their cleverness doesn't concern serious matters. Bing Yun, however, has great wisdom. You have good fortune accumulated from your previous life." Qin Fang loved to hear that. "Exactly. I've indeed accumulated good fortune from my previous life, which is why I married such a wonderful wife and have such a great teacher." Dooku. He just couldn't understand it. Previously, he thought this fellow was sincere and somewhat clever, but now that he had become a disciple and established his identity, he seemed a bit slick. To borrow from Dooku's earlier words, if one thinks the other is too slick, one shouldn't look at them with such kind eyes. Yes, although Dooku felt that Qin Fang had become a bit too slick, he still looked at him with satisfaction. How should one put it? Throughout his life, Dooku had never received such flattering words. His own sons and daughters avoided him as much as possible. Now, a junior didn't fear him and even praised him, which made him feel quite comfortable. This is called a longing for praise. Dooku said. Regarding what Bing Yun mentioned about the Hugua, she pointed out that the Hugua is a group of people brought from their homeland. I began to think that the former barbarians were composed of various different races. Doesn't that mean that different races possess different abilities? A few days ago, I submitted a memorial to the emperor about this matter. I want to visit different races and note down what each race excels at, and then compile it all together. This might benefit our Qi kingdom as well. Just like how Bing Yun discovered the merits of the hugua, our Qi kingdom could gain another food source. As he spoke about this, Qin Fang suddenly said, "Teacher, is there also a specialty in raising cattle, sheep and horses? Isn't that also a form of expertise?" Duke's eyes brightened upon hearing this. "Are there people who excel at raising horses?" Qin Fang replied, "If there are, what benefits will the teacher give the student?" Duke chuckled in exasperation. He jokingly scolded, "Look at you, so naive. Do you think I can take your benefits for free? Speaking of which, we have many infantrymen and few cavalrymen. This is because our horsemanship is average, and we have few war horses. If we can find skilled horse breeders, we can cultivate our cavalry. In the future, our Qi kingdom will become even stronger. Plus, if we incorporate medicine, how could we not become the strongest country?" Qin Fang said, "I actually have people who are skilled at raising horses here. You know that horses are expensive. An ordinary horse costs around 60 taels of silver. I have 1,000 soldiers, and if each person is given a horse, it would require 60,000 taels of silver." Dooku interrupted him. "Your ambitions are too small." He wanted 1,000 cavalrymen. Even the 50,000 soldiers in Yonghe Marquis's hands were only a bit more than that. Could this kid really dare to dream? Qin Fang chuckled. In front of Dooku, he seemed like a straightforward young man without any cunning. "Indeed, my ambitions may not be small, but I'm not daydreaming. Earlier, while chatting with the soldiers, I found out that among the original barbarians, now the new subjects, there are some skilled at raising cattle, sheep and horses. I've already gathered them and settled them in the military camp estate next to the military fields. Since I can't afford to buy too many horses, I've purchased a few stallions and mares to breed. With these stallions and mares we can raise colts. In a few years, once the colts grow up, who would worry about not having horses? Not only that, but I also asked them to raise sheep and cattle. Once raised we can sell them for silver. As for the sheep, we can boil the milk to make it safe, and the soldiers can drink it to boost their health. It's killing two birds with one stone." Dooku was astonished. He never expected this seemingly dull-witted student to have such grand ambitions. You, he stuttered, momentarily at a loss for words. He had intended to praise him, but he didn't want him to get too proud, so he held back. "Quick, take me to see." His father had said that Qin Fang was a person of fortune. He had believed it before, but now he was even more eager to see. Qin Fang replied, "Please, teacher." The two left the courtyard and Dooku said to Zhang Hao, "Go and call over Shen Lixian from next door." Zhang Hao responded, "Yes." Dooku asked Qin Fang, "Do you know why I want to bring Shen Lixian along?" Qin Fang replied, "Because he is your assistant?" Dooku shook his head with a smile, "Because he is the heir of Lord Chang'an." This identity had another layer. He was the emperor's brother-in-law. Some matters, if he praised Qin Fang in front of the emperor, wouldn't be as effective as Shen Lixian praising him. Since Qin Fang was now his student, if Dooku praised him too much, it might diminish Qin Fang's standing in the emperor's eyes. However, these things were better left for Qin Fang to figure out himself. Not long after, Shen Lixian arrived. Although he seemed to be in the general's mansion these past few days, he had been secretly sending people around Yunxiang County to look for his nephew's whereabouts. Wherever he went, he made sure not to miss any location. "Lord Du, General Qin," Shen Lixian greeted. Dooku said, "Let's go. We've been here for several days. We've visited the Shoshan Daoist Temple and the Shoshan Mine, but we haven't seen the military fields that the emperor praises highly. I hear from Qin Fang that there are more surprises there. Let's go check it out together." Shen Lixian's main goal was to find his nephew, but since he wasn't the one looking, he wouldn't neglect the business at hand. The military fields addressing the livelihood issues of the army was indeed worth noting. Since Dooku invited him, he naturally wouldn't miss it. In that case, I'd be honored to follow. Then, Qin Fang led them to the military fields, and they went in a horse-drawn carriage. Apart from Dooku, Qin Fang and Shen Lixian rode horses. On the way, Qin Fang spotted a carriage approaching from afar, driven by Uncle Hong. Uncle Hong also saw Qin Fang, and when the carriage reached him, Uncle Hong said, "Greetings, General." Qin Fang nodded. "Uncle Hong, are you heading to the military fields?" Before Uncle Hong could answer, Qin's mother emerged from the carriage, her face beaming. "Where are you off to?" "Oh, I haven't congratulated you yet. Before you know it, you'll be a father." Qin Fang was momentarily stunned by his mother's words. "Mother, what are you talking about?" "I'm just taking my teacher to the military fields to have a look." Seeing that her son was busy, Qin's mother quickly said, Then you get on with your work. I'll go back to the general's mansion to see Yan Yan." As she spoke, Uncle Hong stepped aside to let them pass. Qin Fang didn't think much of it and continued on with Dooku and the others. However, after a moment, he suddenly came to his senses and called out, "Stop!" He pulled the reins and rushed after Uncle Hong's carriage. Uncle Hong hadn't moved yet and was quickly caught up by Qin Fang. "General?" Uncle Hong inquired. Qin Fang jumped off his horse and approached the carriage, lifting the curtain. He saw not only his mother but also Grandma Lian. He asked with a mix of nervousness and excitement, "Mother, what do you mean by that? What do you mean I'm going to be a father?" Qin's mother was taken aback and blinked. "What? You're going to be a father, and you still don't know?" Qin Fang's mind was in a haze. Granny Lian exclaimed, "Oh dear madam, the general really doesn't know. This morning, Dr. Li came to check the pulse and learned that the young lady is expecting. I first told the old lady in the mansion, and then I came to tell you. We hadn't told the general yet." Upon hearing this, Qin's mother said, "I see. Now that you know it's the same. Fang, you're going to be a father." Qin Fang looked at his mother, then at Granny Lian with no trace of joy on his face. Qin's mother noticed something was off in his expression and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Your wife is pregnant, and you're not happy." Chapter 184. Are you happy? Qin Fang was certainly happy, but the thought of having a child meant that he and his wife couldn't be intimate, and that someone else could be closer to her than he was. This made him feel sour inside. The more he thought about it, the less important the child seemed to him. However, he still had some rationality. If he dared to voice such thoughts, his mother would definitely not let him off the hook. Rationally, Qin Fang recalled what had happened the previous night and asked Granny Lian, "What did Dr. Li say after examining her? Is Lady in good health? How's the baby?" As one of their household servants, Granny Lian naturally knew what he was referring to, so she cheerfully replied, "General, don't worry. Madam is in good health." Qin Fang let out a sigh of relief. If something happened to Yan Yan and the baby because of yesterday's incident, he would feel extremely guilty. "That's good. I have important matters to attend to now. Please tell Lady Xiang to rest well and not overexert herself." After thinking about it, he realized this statement was unnecessary. His wife knew better than he did how to balance work and rest. Qin Fang's mother couldn't stand his rambling, and in a tone that suggested she was urging him to leave, she said, go on, you have work to do. I'm here with Yan Yan, and your grandmother as well as Granny Lian are here too. It's of no use for you to be here. The important matters are a priority. Off you go." Saying this, she pulled aside the curtain. "Uncle Hong, we're leaving." Uncle Hong responded, "Understood." Watching the carriage leave, Qin Fang thought about his mother's impatient demeanor. He knew he had lost his position. In his mother's eyes, Yan Yan was the first priority, and the grandchild was second. Thinking about this made Qin Fang feel a bit sour again. He didn't know in Yan Yan's heart who was more important to her, him or the child. Feeling melancholy, Qin Fang returned to Dooku's side, where he heard Shen Lixian say, "Congratulations, General Qin, on your good news." Dooku remarked, "You're going to be a father, you need to learn to grow up." Qin Fang. Why was it that the moment he became a father, he was regarded as less important than the child in everyone's eyes? Was he born just to have children? "Thank you, teacher." "Thank you, Lord Shen." Shen Lixian chuckled and teased. "From General Qin's tone, it doesn't sound like you're very happy." Qin Fang replied, No, I'm just too surprised, it feels more like a shock." He truly hadn't intended to have children, at least not in these first few years. He had asked Dr. Li, and even if a woman had a child at 20, it was still possible. So he wanted to enjoy a quiet life with Yan Yan for a couple more years before having children when she turned 20. But little did he know, every time he held back, he still ended up missing the mark. Thinking about this, Qin Fang felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Dooku laughed heartily. "You definitely seem shocked." As for not being happy, Dooku didn't believe it. What man wouldn't be happy to have a legitimate son? When his wife was pregnant back then, he was so happy that his head went blank. It didn't matter whether it was a son or a daughter. Just having a child made him feel suddenly mature and responsible. Although he usually appeared stern and was very strict with his son's education, rarely spending time with him outside of testing his studies, he carried great hope and expectations for his son's birth. However, he wasn't good at expressing that love. Qin Fang said, "Yes, I was shocked." But soon after he smiled. He was going to be a father. He wondered how that Han Zhen would boast in front of him now. Qin Fang began to fantasize. If he had a daughter, she would definitely be as beautiful as his wife. As for Han Zhen's daughter, he didn't mean to say that children were bad. He was sure his daughter would be more beautiful than Han Zhen's. Seeing Qin Fang smile foolishly, Shen Lixian couldn't help but shake his head. It's said that sons resemble their mothers and daughters resemble their fathers. From what I observe, it's better for General Qin's family to have a son. Qin Fang was taken aback, then suddenly widened his eyes. What did you say? Daughters resemble their fathers. Xun Lixian raised an eyebrow. What? You haven't heard this before? The old folks in the capital always say that. Back when my wife was pregnant, she hoped for a daughter because she believed the girl would resemble me. Xun Lixian was known as a handsome man in the capital. Compared to him, the late Empress Zhen was even more beautiful. Otherwise, she wouldn't have caught the attention of the late emperor, who arranged for her to marry the current emperor. At that moment, Qin Fang felt as if he had been struck by lightning. If daughters resembled their fathers and his daughter took after him, he would owe his daughter an apology. Although among men, Qin Fang was quite confident about his height and looks. After all, why would his wife be so infatuated with his physique? He believed that looking like him was what it meant to be a man. But Han Zhen's looks, well, he looked like a woman. However, if the daughter looks like him, she would be too big. He had to admit that it would be better for a girl to resemble Han Zhen. Qin Fang seemed to see Han Zhen's mocking face, and his entire expression darkened. No, for the sake of his daughter, he had to make himself look better. He remembered how his wife applied something on her face every day, which made it soft and smooth. Qin Fang touched his rough face and shook his head. Should he try it? Seeing his distracted expression, Xun Lixian couldn't help but laugh. Oh! The crops in the military fields were thriving. Not only were the crops growing well, but the pigs, ducks, and chickens were also doing great. Before coming to the military fields, Dooku had never imagined it would be like this. Lush green crops, clucking poultry, and the honest smiles of the estate manager. They visited the fields overseen by Qin's father. Despite the heat, Qin's father took them to see several plots of crops and also showed them the hens that were already laying eggs. He said, "These eggs are sent to the military camp every few days to help the soldiers replenish their strength. Don't underestimate these chickens. They are all raised by the soldiers here on rotation. They've worked hard." Faced with Qin's father, the honest man, Dooku couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, doing it themselves ensures a full supply. Naturally, they'll work hard for their own food. It's only for their food that they would work this hard. I must say the military land policy is truly excellent. I hope it can be implemented in military camps across the country soon. That way, the army of Qi State won't have to worry about food anymore. Why hadn't anyone thought of this before? Sending food from far away was indeed not as practical as planting it near the military camps. It saved manpower, resources, and finances. Qin's father listened, chuckling. Although he didn't understand the grand principles Dooku spoke of, he knew it was a good thing. Xun Lixian also sighed. It's indeed good. If Qi State had discovered this policy a few years earlier, the army wouldn't have to worry about food at all. Qin Fang replied. Finding out late is better than never finding out. Dooku agreed. Indeed, having something is better than having nothing. After leaving the military fields, they went to the military estate. The steward of the estate was a new subject, and there were several of them. When they saw Qin Fang, everyone was very enthusiastic. General Qin has arrived. General Qin, 2 of our maras are pregnant this time. By this time next year, the foals will be born. Upon hearing this, Qin Fang's heart filled with joy. Dooku asked, "How long does it take for a mare to give birth?" Upon hearing Dooku's question, the few speaking looked at him, not answering immediately because they didn't know him. Qin Fang quickly interjected. "This is Dooku, the current deputy minister of the Ministry of War and also my mentor. After you surrendered, he brought the emperor's decree to settle you." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately bowed and said, "So it's General Qin's teacher." Replying to Lord Du, a mare is pregnant for over 300 days, similar to humans, perhaps a few days longer. Also, a mare typically gives birth to only 1 foal at a time. However, the biggest difference is that humans come into heat every month, while maras are in heat from March to July. So the next breeding season will have to wait until next year. However, after we sell the sheep and cattle we've raised, we can buy a few more maras. Once we have more horses, the chances of the maras becoming pregnant will increase. Indeed. Dooku found it quite interesting to hear their enthusiastic discussion about raising horses and their future plans. He asked, "Can you take me to see them?" The estate steward replied, "Of course. However, we only have a few rough men here and no tea or refreshments. We hope Lord Du will forgive us." Although there were only a few rough men and no refreshments, the place was very clean. People who liked raising horses, cattle, and sheep were especially fond of these animals and paid great attention to hygiene. Dooku said, "It's no trouble, I've brought my own tea." The steward took them to see the horse barn, sheep pen and cattle barn. Dooku asked, "Earlier you said the sheep's milk is for the soldiers. What about the cattle? Once they're raised, who do you sell them to?" After all, cattle are considered sacred by the common people, and in this dynasty they can't be killed at will, mainly because they are few and expensive. The steward replied, "The sheep's milk is for the soldiers as instructed by the general's wife. It's good for their health. As for the cattle, we sell them to the common people, and we already have some pre-orders from them." Duke burst out laughing. "That's quite a good business." Turning to Qin Fang, he said, "This idea about milk and sheep can only come from your wife." Qin Fang replied, "She cares a lot about everyone's health. When we were at the frontier, she bought a shop and sheep. The sheep's milk was used to make pastries, and the surplus was shared with the locals. Everyone has been drinking it for over a year, and their health has improved greatly. So when we got here, she suggested raising sheep to provide milk for the soldiers." Duke said, "She's a thoughtful person." After visiting the estate, they went to visit others, inquiring about each ethnic group's special products and skills. Duke listened while taking notes, planning to organize the information later to report to the emperor. Watching Dooku, Qin Fang thought to himself that he should also carry paper and pen with him in the future so that he could record important matters. It was easy to forget things stored in his mind, but if they were written down, he wouldn't forget them. Chapter 185. By the time Qin Fang and the others returned to the general's residence, it was already dinner time. As soon as he arrived, Qin Fang dashed straight toward the inner courtyard. Normally, when he visited Yang Haiyan's courtyard, he would greet Aunt Yu who guarded the gate, but today he rushed in like the wind, heading straight for the room while calling out, "Yan Yan, I'm back." As Qin Fang entered the room, he saw Yang Haiyan sitting on the edge of the bed, cutting fabric. "Yan Yan, what are you doing?" he asked. Yang Haiyan replied, "I'm making clothes for the baby." She couldn't sit still. It was so boring that she decided to take out some fabric and sew clothes for the child. To be honest, she couldn't even be bothered to make her own clothes and would rather buy ready-made ones from the tailor, but she didn't feel comfortable buying clothes for the baby. She was worried about the fabric being unclean and about loose threads not being handled properly, which could hurt the child. In the past, she often heard some mothers on the internet complain and had seen posts from mothers on Xiaohongshu expressing their concerns, thinking they were overly sensitive. But now that she was pregnant, she realized that this wasn't being overly sensitive. It was a mother's instinct to worry about her child, something that was hard to bear. Even before the baby was born, she was already fretting about the baby's clothes and the threads on them. When Qin Fang heard what Yang Haiyan said, he felt as if the world had collapsed. The baby wasn't even born yet, and Yin Yan was already making clothes for it. When the baby arrived, would there still be a place for him in Yin Yan's heart? Feeling a sense of grievance, Qin Fang had initially been looking forward to this moment on the way there, hoping for a daughter, but now even the thought of a daughter didn't excite him. He felt wronged. "Yin Yan," he called out softly. Yang Haiyan was threading a needle and didn't turn to look at him. She responded absent-mindedly. Qin Fang's heart ached, bubbling with emotions. "Yin Yan," he called again. Yang Haiyan still ignored him. She finished threading the needle and put away the fabric she had cut. Although pregnant women worry about their children, it wasn't to the extent that they couldn't do anything. Yang Haiyan knew that ancient medical practices were quite backward, so for her safety, she exercised every day, doing yoga in the morning and standing to aid digestion after meals. Seeing that his wife still wasn't responding to him made Qin Fang feel extremely sad. He gritted his teeth and called out again, "The mother of the child!" Yang Haiyan paused her movements and turned to look at Qin Fang, her eyes filled with disbelief. Was this man going crazy? But in Qin Fang's eyes, it was only when he called her the mother of the child that Yan Yan reacted. Instantly, he felt very uncomfortable. "Yan Yan, do you not like me anymore?" Yang Haiyan got up and walked over to him. In fact, it was just a couple of steps since he was right next to her. She reached out and touched his forehead. It was sticky and clearly sweaty, but he didn't have a fever. Qin Fang grabbed her hand. "Yin Yan, what are you doing?" Yang Haiyan replied, "I'm checking if you have a fever, making you act so foolishly." She was genuinely scared. How could he call her the mother of the child? Qin Fang snorted, "I don't have a fever. My mind is just a bit confused. I feel particularly uneasy today. It's my heart that's sick." Saying this, he puffed out his chest. "You touch it. Tell me if I'm sick." Yang Haiyan was quite helpless but still reached out to feel his chest. "Oh, it really does seem like you're sick. Your heart is beating faster than usual. What should we do? Should we call Dr. Li to take a look at you?" Qin Fang grasped her hand. "Little vixen, you're up to no good." Yang Haiyan smiled sweetly at him. Compared to 2 years ago when she was only 16, and now at 18, although her face remained the same, there was still a slight difference. At 16, her features hadn't fully developed yet. Though she was already beautiful and elegant, she had now matured into a womanly charm that added to her allure. She was as playful as a girl but also as mature as a woman, enough to steal his heart. During the day she was gentle and graceful, while at night in the bedroom she was passionate and lively. Qin Fang only had her as a woman. He didn't know if other women were like this in bed, but he felt they probably weren't. At least his mother, his second aunt, and his third aunt were not like this. They were normal women in this world while she was a unique fairy in this world. But he really liked her. Yang Haiyan, called a little vixen by him, felt a bit shy. She thought that at her age, even if she were a vixen, she should be at the aunt level. At that moment, she truly appreciated the benefits of being young. Happy, she wrapped her arms around his solid, toned waist and looked up at him with an innocent face, asking, "Husband, what's wrong? Tell me." Qin Fang huffed, not wanting to keep his sour feelings inside, so he asked, "Yin, in my heart, you are the most important." Yang Haiyan suddenly remembered a classic line from modern times and teased, "The most important? More important than grandpa, grandma, and my parents." Qin Fang honestly replied without hesitation, "When I was young, my grandparents and parents were the most important in my heart. After starting a family, you became the most important." Every child, once they grow up and start their own family, shifts the most important person from their parents to their spouse and children. But that doesn't mean parents are no longer important. It's just that the responsibilities of grown-up children have changed. Yang Haiyan said, "Then let me ask you, if I and my mother fell into a river together, who would you save first?" Qin Fang fell silent. This question was hard to answer. Yang Haiyan urged, "Come on, just say it. No matter what you say, I won't get angry." Qin Fang looked at her for a while before honestly saying, "My mother." He didn't want to lie to her. Even though Yang Haiyan wouldn't get angry, hearing this answer still made her feel a bit sad. She wanted this man to say he would save her first, even if it was just to comfort her. But she also knew that if he could abandon the mother who raised him to save someone else, she would look down on him. Qin Fang's thumb brushed over her eyes. "Why are you crying?" he asked with amusement. Yang Haiyan bit her lip. "I'm not crying." Was she crying? Her heart just felt hurt. Qin Fang said, "If I can't save you after I've fulfilled my responsibilities as a son, I'll come to accompany you in the next life, and the next I'll always find you." "Wow!" Yang Haiyan buried her head in his chest, unable to hold back her tears. "Why are you saying this? You're being too much." Qin Fang lifted her chin, leaned down and kissed away her tears. "I see your eyes red as if I've wronged you." "Qin Fang." Qin Fang chuckled softly. I've always been here." When both his wife and mother fell into the river, who would he save first? Undoubtedly it would be his mother. He didn't know how others would choose, but he would save his mother first. If he saved his wife but didn't bring his mother back, he wouldn't find peace for the rest of his life. If he saved his mother but couldn't save his wife, he would wait until his mother passed away and then give his life to find her. She had saved his life, but they couldn't be compared to his mother. In his heart, both were equally important. "Yin, it's my turn to ask you." Yang Haiyan wiped her tears on his chest and hoarsely asked, "What do you want to ask?" Qin Fang asked, "Between me and the child, who do you think is more important?" After asking, he felt nervous, his heartbeat quickened. He even instinctively licked his lips, looking at her with hopeful eyes. Hearing this question, Yang Haiyan couldn't help but laugh and extended her hand, saying, "Bow your head." Bow his head. Qin Fang didn't understand but lowered his head. Yang Haiyan stood on tiptoe and touched his head. "As for others, I don't know. For me, I will only have children with a man I like." After saying that, she walked out of the room. "Aunt Yu, bring me a basin of water. I need to wash my hands." Aunt Yu shouted back, "Coming." Qin Fang was taken aback for a moment, then smiled as he chased after her. "So Yin and I'm more important than the child, right? Isn't that so?" Yang Haiyan didn't answer him, leaving him to guess. But in her heart, she truly believed that a man was more important than a child. Because with this man there would be that child. The one who would accompany her for the rest of her life would be this man, not that child. Perhaps because of her childhood experiences, for Yang Haiyan, companionship and not being alone were more important than anything else. Because it was too hot, their walk was cancelled after dinner. So the couple stood against the wall inside the house. While standing there, Qin Fang asked, "Yin, when you wake up and go to bed, do you put some stuff on your face? Does it make your face look better?" Yang Haiyan replied, "Yes, it makes my face look better. My skin becomes whiter, fine lines decrease, and freckles fade. Look at my face. Isn't my skin good?" Qin Fang nodded, and an idea formed in his mind. After standing for a while, Yang Haiyan went to take a bath and prepare for bed. Because of her pregnancy, Granny Lian accompanied her during her bath to prevent any accidents. Qin Fang returned to the study, emulating Dooku by preparing ink and paper to record everything from today. He noted down the skills of different ethnic groups. After recording, Qin Fang reviewed his notes. He felt that having a record was indeed different from not having one. After finishing his notes, Qin Fang read a military book for a while. Usually, he would read in bed, but today he stayed in the study, determined to wait until Yang Haiyan fell asleep. After a while, Qin Fang felt it was about time, so he went to take a bath. When he returned to the room and heard his wife's even breathing, Qin Fang felt at ease. Qin Fang sat down at the vanity, opened some jars that his wife had placed on it. Although there were many jars, he had seen her use them daily, so he knew how to use them. Water, essence, lotion. After using them properly, Qin Fang went to bed and fell asleep. Chapter 186. In the capital. The emperor was reading a letter from Dooku, the first he had received since Du had gone to Yunxiang County. In the letter, Du detailed the progress of the medicinal herbs, and he also mentioned a vegetable called hugua, along with various crafts associated with it. This surprised the emperor. After all, they had never valued the barbarian tribes, seeing them merely as a collection of small ethnic groups. However, after receiving Dooku's report, the emperor's perspective shifted. Each ethnic group had its own unique crafts, specialties, and skills. If these crafts, specialties, and skills could be unified, they would be immensely beneficial to the Qi kingdom. For instance, hugua was easy to cultivate, and since the Hu tribe often migrated, it indicated that the vegetable had low requirements for soil quality. If it could be grown along the borders, it could also be cultivated in various military camps. The so-called military land policy wasn't just about growing grain. It referred to the allocation of land to military camps. How the land was used was up to the camps themselves. For example, Qin Fang's camp could grow grains and vegetables. The emperor found great benefit in Dooku's report. As he surveyed the vast imperial palace, he felt a sudden urge to go out incognito. Grand Eunuch Qi, observing the emperor, knew he was reading Dooku's report and noticed the emperor appeared to be in good spirits. Eunuch Qi said, "Your Majesty seems happy. Has something unusual occurred in Yunxiang County?" He chose to phrase it as an unusual occurrence, rather than a state matter, which didn't breach etiquette. The emperor was quite tolerant of this eunuch who had served him since childhood. Moreover, this wasn't a secret, so when Eunuch Qi asked, the emperor replied, Dooku reported that Yunxiang County has discovered a new crop that can be eaten both as a vegetable and a fruit. When consumed as a vegetable, it can be seasoned with various spices, and when eaten as a fruit, it has a light flavor and is very juicy. He also mentioned that this vegetable is easy to grow, with a growth cycle of only 2 months. Yunxiang County. No, this Qin Fang family is indeed remarkable. Dooku's report was more sophisticated. He didn't mention that this was discovered by Yang Haiyan, instead stating that it was a gift from the Hu tribe to the general's residence. He understood that credit for a woman could sometimes be a double-edged sword. If a woman received too much credit, it could easily attract unwanted attention. Moreover, using hugua as a gift was a simple gesture, and wouldn't raise any suspicion with the emperor. Since Dooku did not mention Yang Haiyan, the emperor naturally wouldn't attribute it to her. In the emperor's eyes, the Qin family's achievements were solely attributed to Qin Fang. Thus, the emperor felt that Qin Fang was indeed fortunate. Eunuch Qi smiled and said, "In my view, your Majesty is the true son of heaven. It is because you have valued Qin Fang that he could discover these things. This is heaven's recognition of you through Qin Fang." The emperor burst out laughing. "You old rascal, your words are always so sweet." Eunuch Qi replied, "Not at all, what I said is the truth." In the Du residence, Madame Du also received a letter from Dooku. After reading its contents, she was first surprised that her husband had taken in an adopted daughter on her behalf. However, upon learning the background of this adoption, she felt disgusted. Madame Du truly found the Wei family's behavior repulsive. Regarding the Wei and Yang families, no matter how the Wei family portrayed themselves as innocent, who didn't know the truth? Unfortunately, the Wei family had obtained intelligence from the Yang family to assist the emperor, so no one dared to speak against them openly. Now the Wei family wanted to adopt Yang Haiyan as a goddaughter. Regardless of the circumstances, Yang Haiyan had come from the Yang family. If the Wei family adopted her, 2 outcomes could arise. First, when Qin Fang came to the capital in the future, people would say that Yang Haiyan was an ingrate. Even if they didn't dare to say it openly, who would respect Yang Haiyan behind her back? Second, people would say Yang Haiyan was seeking personal gain at the expense of her family. The information the Wei family had gained from their betrayal of the Yang family might include contributions from Yang Haiyan. Besides that, there was no benefit to the Du family either. After all, Qin Fang was her husband's student. If Yang Haiyan became the adopted daughter of the Wei family, wouldn't that link the Du family with the Wei family? Mrs. Du found the Wei family's behavior quite disgusting. Holding the letter, Mrs. Du went to find Mr. Du. Upon learning about it, Mr. Du didn't say much, allowing Mrs. Du to make her own decision. So Mrs. Du went out. She planned to return to her maternal home to tell her mother about this matter, especially since there was also the issue of the red jade hairpin. She wanted to set the stage well with her mother. Although it was a minor issue and might not be exposed, Mrs. Du preferred to be cautious. Furthermore, this matter had also been brought up by Duku, Yunxiang County. Recently, Qin Fang had been taking Duku around different places in Yunxiang County. They not only visited the new citizens but also the local residents. Duku felt that not only should they bring the various ethnic products to the entire Qi kingdom, but they could also promote Yunxiang County's special products to the whole country. Of course, this didn't just refer to Yunxiang County. If they went elsewhere and found good things or good practices, Duku also planned to record them. In the past few days, Duku was quite happy, but Qin Fang was not as cheerful, because he was getting darker. Qin Fang was quite worried. Every night, he diligently and secretly used his wife's skincare products on his face, but he still couldn't withstand the blazing summer sun and was getting darker and darker. That day during dinner, Qin Fang asked, "Yanan, is there anything I can apply to my face to make it a bit whiter?" He was really afraid that when his daughter was born she would look just like him, a black coal. Yang Haiyan was taken aback. This man usually didn't care about his appearance, but now he was asking if there was any whitening product. Wait, Yang Haiyan suddenly remembered something. She had been using her water essence and lotion up much faster recently. At first she had found it puzzling but didn't think much of it. In her courtyard there were only Lian Mama, Aunt Yu and Qin Fang. Granny Lian and Aunt Yu wouldn't touch her things, and as a man Qin Fang wouldn't either. So she thought maybe she was mistaken, or perhaps her memory wasn't as good since getting pregnant. But hearing Qin Fang ask about whitening products now made her suspicious again. Yang Haiyan said, "I put some stuff on my vanity. If I apply it a little each day it will make my face whiter. If you want to be really white you have to apply a bit more. Husband, do you want to apply it?" Qin Fang hurriedly replied, "No need. I'm a man. What do I need that for?" What he was really thinking was to apply a bit more at night. Yang Haiyan looked at his disgusted expression, wondering if she was overthinking it. Qin Fang changed the subject. The imperial grain factory has been completed. Lord Liu from Hedo Prefecture sent a letter. The city has already announced it. Soon, potatoes and sweet potatoes from Hedo Prefecture will be delivered here for sale. Lord Liu will also prepare a list of agents from each county. I'll send Kunchi to investigate locally. What do you think? Hearing him talk about this, Yang Haiyan put aside her previous thoughts and replied, "Sure, recently my mother and father have been busy with the factory. They've worked hard. Mrs. Qin couldn't manage alone, so Mr. Qin had come to help, and Mr. Qin was overseeing the fields with Qin Sanshu taking over." Seeing the topic change, Qin Fang breathed a sigh of relief. "My teacher said that once the agent matters in the county are sorted, he'll be leaving Yunxiang County for the next stop." At the mention of this, Yang Haiyan felt a bit reluctant. "I initially wanted to go with the teacher, but now it seems there's no hope." She had wanted to disguise herself as a man and see this world properly. Now she subconsciously touched her belly. Being pregnant was indeed a miraculous thing, granting women endless strength. For instance, if she didn't like a certain dish, but it was nutritious and beneficial for pregnant women, she would strive to eat it wholeheartedly. That was the power of motherhood. Noticing her touching her belly, Qin Fang couldn't help but worry and asked, "What's wrong? Is your stomach uncomfortable? I'll go call Dr. Li." He put down his chopsticks and was about to run outside. Yang Haiyan hurriedly stopped him saying, "I'm fine. I was just thinking in the future there will be someone connected to my bloodline. I won't be alone anymore." Qin Fang felt a pang of pain upon hearing this. He thought Yang Haiyan was recalling the time she was sold by her parents, so he held her hand and said, "You've never been alone. Since we married 2 years ago, you've had me by your side." Yang Haiyan held his hand back. But it was different. In her past life, she didn't know who she was or who her parents were. She only had her great-grandmother as a relative. However, her great-grandmother passed away when she was 15. She, as a young girl, managed to live to 28, graduated from university, and achieved success, yet didn't know why she woke up one day only to find herself in a book. Could it be because of that message she left behind? This child, connected to her by blood, held a different significance for her. It seemed to help her understand her own existence, and allowed her to let go of the sting of being an orphan in her past life. But she didn't share this with Qin Fang. "Thank you, husband. With you and the baby, I feel my life is already complete." Qin Fang said, "Silly girl, we'll have grandchildren in the future, and many children will surround you, pampering you. Thinking about it, having a son would be nice. He could teach his son martial arts and instill in him the importance of being filial to his mother and listening to her. Like the previous days after Yang Haiyan digested her food, she rested for a while and then went to sleep. Qin Fang returned to the study to read military books and planned to take a bath after Yang Haiyan fell asleep. Perhaps because she thought of her great-grandmother today, Yang Haiyan didn't go to sleep as early as usual. She lay in bed, unable to fall asleep counting sheep. As a result, Chapter 187. Ah! Yang Haiyan exclaimed in shock. With her scream, Grandma Lian and Aunt Yu were startled awake. They rushed out in their undergarments without even putting on their outer clothes. Qin Fang was wiping his face when he heard his wife's cry. He hurried over and embraced her, saying, Yin, what's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? Don't be afraid, I'm here. Yang Haiyan gasped for breath in Qin Fang's arms, her heart racing. She had just opened her eyes to see someone sitting with their back to her in front of the bronze mirror, and she was terrified. She hadn't been able to sleep well. After counting sheep, she had finally dozed off, but then turning over had scared her to the point of losing her senses. As for Qin Fang, he had entered the room quietly to avoid waking Yang Haiyan, so she hadn't even realized he was there. Knock knock knock. Grandma Lian knocked on the door from outside, saying, My lady, are you all right? My lady. Qin Fang called out, I'm fine, just a nightmare. I'm here. Upon hearing this, Grandma Lian felt relieved. She turned to Aunt Yu and said, You can go back now. Just as she turned around, she heard guards approaching outside. Grandma Lian then reassured the guards. It's nothing. It's nothing. Hearing Grandma Lian's voice, the guards continued their patrol. Inside the room, Qin Fang gently patted Yang Haiyan's back, saying, Yin, are you feeling better? It was just a nightmare. Don't be afraid. After some time, Yang Haiyan finally calmed down and pushed Qin Fang away, saying, Are you crazy? What were you doing sitting in front of the mirror in the middle of the night? Don't you know that scaring people can kill them? Qin Fang replied, I didn't know I scared you. Yin, I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to. I thought you were asleep. His wife wasn't having a nightmare. She was scared by him? Qin Fang felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Yang Haiyan was genuinely furious. The shock had made her so angry that her previous fear was gone. You're seriously crazy. A total weirdo. Qin Fang tried to appease her, saying, Yes, it's my fault. He cautiously approached her again. Yin, don't be angry. It's not worth it to get upset over this. Yang Haiyan angrily said, Getting upset is one thing. Wait, she moved her nose. Come here, get closer. Qin Fang leaned in, asking, How? Yang Haiyan grabbed his shirt and pulled him closer, then leaned in to smell his face. Suddenly, the thought of what she had for dinner returned to her mind. She reached out and touched his face, it felt smooth. Qin Fang. Realizing he had been exposed when Yang Haiyan pulled him in to smell him, Qin Fang quickly said, Wife, I can explain. I have my reasons, I didn't mean to use your things. Shut up. Yang Haiyan interrupted, catching her breath. I noticed that I've run out of what I put on my face lately. Did you use it? Qin Fang gritted his teeth. Yes, but I have my reasons. After all, what kind of man would put that stuff on his face? He felt uncomfortable smelling nice every day. Yang Haiyan asked, So you were sitting in front of the mirror at night putting it on? Qin Fang felt aggrieved. Yes. Was it easy for him to sneak around? Recalling what he said during dinner, Yang Haiyan felt she had uncovered a big secret. Do you think you're getting darker, so you want to make yourself look whiter? Qin Fang nodded, then shook his head. Yes and no. I didn't do it for myself. I did it for our daughter. Yang Haiyan, who had been so angry a moment ago, was now frozen in surprise. For our daughter? What do you mean? Thus, Qin Fang recounted what Shen Lixin had said about sons resembling their mothers and daughters resembling their fathers. I was just worried that our daughter might take after me and look too rough, so Qin Fang's face, which had been tanned several shades darker, turned slightly red, but it was nighttime, so Yang Haiyan couldn't see it. Upon hearing this reason, Yang Haiyan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She wanted to say that even if Qin Fang made his face soft and smooth, it wouldn't change their daughter's appearance. In the end, she could only let out a heavy sigh. You don't need to worry about this. It's my responsibility. Lord Shen is just teasing you. Look at how smart you usually are. How could you be fooled by him? Besides, she had already selected vitamins and calcium supplements suitable for pregnant women. She had enough to worry about. If Qin Fang started to fret, she felt that their perfectly fine daughter might end up looking like a rough man. Qin Fang was taken aback. Really? Then what if our daughter does take after me? Looking at his tall and sturdy frame, Yang Haiyan replied, What's wrong if she takes after you? If she does, she'll grow taller. Besides, look at Xia and Chuan. None of the daughters of the Qin family are ugly. Qin Fang thought about it and realized she was right. If she really takes after me. Yang Haiyan said, how about this? From now on you stop secretly applying that cream on your own. Tomorrow I'll prepare some whitening cream for you. If you can't change your looks, at least we can make your face a bit whiter, right? It was just to comfort this silly father. People say women become foolish for 3 years during pregnancy. Why did Qin Fang seem the foolish one here? Upon hearing this, Qin Fang's face brightened with joy. Yes, that makes sense. So starting the next morning under Yang Haiyan's guidance, Qin Fang washed his face with rice washing water and used cucumber slices as a facial mask. When Grandma Lian saw this, she was shocked. If it weren't for the calm demeanor of the Madame Haiyan, she would have almost thought that the general had been possessed by a ghost last night. Grandma Lian quietly approached Yang Haiyan from behind and, seeing the general lying on the couch with cucumber slices on his face, tugged at Yang Haiyan's sleeve. My lady, the general is. Yang Haiyan patted Grandma Lian's hand. It's fine. Let him have his fun. Upon hearing Yang Haiyan say this, Grandma Lian didn't ask any further. My lady, I've made red date soup today. You should drink a bowl later. You were startled from a nightmare last night. As the old saying goes, you should drink some red date soup to calm your nerves. Speaking of nightmares, it was indeed a beautiful misunderstanding. However, Yang Haiyan didn't intend to explain. Did she really want to admit that she was scared by Qin Fang? Thank you, Grandma Lian. You've worked hard. Grandma Lian had truly taken good care of her. If she weren't sincerely serving her, how would she think to make red date soup to calm her down? Grandma Lian smiled and said, it's not hard at all. As long as the master knows my intentions, anything I do is not hard. Fortunately, the commotion from last night didn't disturb the Liuxin courtyard. Otherwise, Grandpa Qin and Grandma Qin, being of such advanced age, would have surely been frightened to death. However, Qin Fang would probably face criticism for it. Before they knew it, August arrived and the watermelons ripened. Not only were the watermelons ripe, but the first batch of potato flour and sweet potato flour from the imperial grain factory had also been produced. The factory was piled high with potatoes and sweet potatoes from various counties in Heroine prefecture, with the most coming from Yunxiang County. After all, the other counties wouldn't send their produce over long distances, unless they were close to Yunxiang County. For the common people of Yunxiang County, this was a tremendous joy. From now on, they could plant potatoes and sweet potatoes in their fields and sell them directly to the general's residence after harvest, with payments settled on the spot. With the success of the imperial grain factory in Yunxiang County, and the ripening of the watermelons, the Ministry of Works finally manufactured gunpowder. The production of gunpowder indicated that Wei Ting was preparing to return to the capital. That day, Wei Ting came to bid farewell to Qin Fang. General Qin, I'm grateful for your care during my time in Yunxiang County. When you come to the capital next time, I'll treat you to a feast. Qin Fang replied, I'll definitely come on another occasion. Your Excellency has important matters to attend to, so I won't keep you here any longer. Wei Ting said. Then I look forward to our next meeting. Wei Ting left on his own, while the Ministry of Works team remained at the Beast Mountain Taoist Temple, waiting for the Emperor's next instructions. He was taking the finished gunpowder back to the capital and might return in a few days. After seeing off Wei Ting, not long after, Dooku and Shen Lixian were also set to leave. The matter of the Imperial Grain franchise in Heroine Prefecture had reached a conclusion, and they still needed to go to other prefectures. When Wei Ting left, Yang Haiyan didn't come to see him off, but when Dooku was leaving, Yang Haiyan accompanied Qin Fang to see him off, which included sending away Dooku and Shen Lixian, who took a basket of watermelons with them. Turning back, Yang Haiyan said to Qin Fang, Tao Shan should also be arriving in the capital soon, right? This time he's bringing cucumbers, watermelons, broccoli, cauliflower, and tomatoes. I wonder if everything went smoothly. Qin Fang replied. He has about 10 personal guards escorting him and is traveling on official roads, so there shouldn't be any issues. As for Tao Shan, who was mentioned, he indeed arrived in the capital. Tao Shan had brought a lot of things this time. Upon entering the capital, he drew the attention of the guards. Who is this? What are these things? It was indeed because Tao Shan had brought so many items that not only were they for the emperor, but they were also for the Du family. This was no longer just a basket or two, so it was only natural for the guards at the city gate to check them. Tao Shan presented his travel permit. Big brother, here is my travel permit. The guard examined Tao Shan's travel permit and found no issues. However, he asked, what are these things? We need to inspect them. Tao Shan replied, there's no problem. These are items for the emperor. Wait, the guard called out, stopping Tao Shan from moving to unpack. These are tributes for the emperor? Tributes for the emperor were not something they had the right to inspect. That would cost them their heads. The guards were shocked. Tao Shan explained, these are not tributes, they are gifts from our general to the emperor. Even if they weren't tributes, items for the emperor were not to be inspected by them. However, the guards were also worried that something might be wrong, so they said, "Big brother, please wait a moment. I'll go call our superior." In Qigua, the security of the capital was handled by the Wuqing Bingma division. The city gate was guarded by the capital command camp, whose commander held the rank of a 5th grade official, the same rank as General Qin Fang. However, the actual power they wielded was quite different. Of course, the superior mentioned by the guards was not the commander of the capital camp. Chapter 188:15. The guards were organized by units, and the one called by the guards was a lieutenant. After all, what they were intercepting were items meant for the emperor, and ordinary guards wouldn't dare take matters into their own hands. The lieutenant was a young man. Among the ranks of the capital command camp, those with some status were mostly scions of noble families, and many felt honored to serve in the capital command camp. The lieutenant followed the guards to the city gate. At first, he didn't believe the guards when they said the cart was filled with items for the emperor. Now that he saw it, his eyes nearly popped out. There was so much stuff. The guard said, "Lieutenant Du, what do you think?" Lieutenant Du nodded and walked over, examining Tao Shan from head to toe. "Are all these items for the emperor?" Tao Shan, seeing the man wearing the same official uniform as Lu and Yu, understood that this was the lieutenant. He replied, "Replying to your honor, most of these items are for the emperor, and a small portion is meant for the Minister of War's house, the Du residence." The lieutenant was taken aback. Not only he but even the guards nearby were stunned. One of them exclaimed, "Your honor, isn't this supposed to go to your house?" Tao Shan was also surprised upon hearing the guard's words. "Are you from the Minister of War, Lord Duke's household?" The lieutenant nodded. "Yes, that's my father." Tao Shan. Dooku had 2 sons, one legitimate and one illegitimate. The legitimate son had been appointed after passing the imperial examination, while the illegitimate one, being a scion of a noble family, had lower expectations. The family usually placed more hope on the legitimate son, as he bore the family's responsibilities, while the illegitimate son was merely expected to avoid causing trouble. This lieutenant was Dooku's illegitimate son, lacking any talents, either in literature or martial skills. He obtained the position of lieutenant in the capital command camp through his father's connections, which was a decent position for a 7th grade official. Tao Shan saluted. "Young Master Du, my name is Tao Shan. I serve as the city's guard general, Qin Fang, who is also a student of Lord Du Yu." "Oh," Lieutenant Du interrupted Tao Shan. "You're Qin Fang? I know him. He's my father's student." The fact that Dooku took students was well known throughout the capital, so how could he, as Dooku's son, not know? "Is my father still in Yunxiang County? How is he?" Tao Shan was about to speak when a guard stepped forward. "Tao Ge, we need to move these items quickly, or the ice will melt." Lieutenant Du heard the guard as well. Looking at the cart, which was already leaking water, and hearing the word ice, it was clear that the items were kept on ice. He was worried about the gifts for the emperor getting damaged, so he said, "Let them pass. I'll escort you to the palace. Oh, by the way," he glanced at the guards, "has his travel permit and documents been checked? No issues, right?" The guard replied, "Checked, all clear." Tao Shan said, "Young Master Du, I've been to your residence several times. The steward and the guards at the gate all know me." Lieutenant Du nodded. "That's fine. I'll escort you to the palace entrance." He then told the guards behind him, "Send someone to my house to have the steward come to the palace entrance to recognize him, and then have him take the items meant for my Du residence back." Lieutenant Du made this arrangement to ensure Tao Shan's identity. After all, these were gifts for the emperor. If there was an issue with identity, and something went wrong, he wouldn't be able to take responsibility. The guard replied, "Understood." With someone from the capital command camp leading the way, Tao Shan had no trouble traveling from the city gate to the palace. Otherwise, with so many items, it would take quite a while just to navigate around others. However, when they reached the palace entrance, the steward from the Du residence had already arrived. He saw Lieutenant Du and Tao Shan. "Young Master, Brother Tao." Upon hearing the steward address him this way, Lieutenant Du felt relieved. Tao Shan greeted warmly. "Greetings, steward. Young Master Du as well. I have brought items for the emperor and the Du residence from our general. The items in the back cart are for the Du residence and are kept on ice. You need to take them back quickly. Otherwise, the ice will melt and the items will spoil." Upon hearing this, the steward hurriedly said, "Then I'll take these items back first. Brother Tao, you must come to the residence sometime." Tao Shan was different now than before. Since Qin Fang was Dooku's student, the Qin family was like family to the Du residents. Therefore, Tao Shan could naturally be considered one of their own, and the steward was even more welcoming. Tao Shan said, "I will definitely come." On the palace side, because this was a gift for the emperor, and there were indeed too many items, ordinary people dared not accept it and naturally had to report to Chief Steward Qi. When Chief Steward Qi heard this, he asked, "Are you saying that General Qin from Yunxiang County sent a lot of things and is waiting outside the palace?" The palace guard replied, "Yes, Chief Steward Qi, what do you think?" Chief Steward Qi thought for a moment and said, "Let's go, let's take a look." He was familiar with Tao Shan, and Tao Shan was also acquainted with Chief Steward Qi. At this moment, seeing Chief Steward Qi come out, Tao Shan stepped forward and greeted him. "I pay my respects to Grand Eunuch Qi." Chief Steward Qi said, "Tao Shan, what are you bringing for the emperor?" Tao Shan replied, "Under the general's orders, I brought several types of vegetables and some fruits for His Majesty. All the items, except for the fruits, have been transported on ice, and the ice is about to melt." Chief Steward Qi, what do you think? Grand Eunuch Qi hurriedly said, "Oh, then hurry and take them inside. Let's first take them to the entrance of the imperial study." He originally wanted to say to the imperial kitchen, but the emperor would not see the things sent to the kitchen. Considering that the emperor had a good impression of Qin Fang, who was also a student of Duku, Chief Steward Qi naturally wanted to do a favor for Qin Fang. "Tao Shan, you come with me to see the emperor." Tao Shan responded, "Ah, yes." His heart raced a little, feeling nervous. Eunuch Qi was not making a casual decision, since these items would inevitably prompt the emperor's inquiries, and he was someone who knew nothing when asked. He needed to bring someone familiar along, and Tao Shan was just right for that. The emperor was in the imperial study reviewing memorials. Recently, due to the matter of the grain merchants, the capital was unusually quiet, and everyone was waiting for the follow-up regarding these merchants. Therefore, even if something happened at this moment, it was also being suppressed. Eunuch Qi walked in. "Your Majesty, great joy." Without lifting his head, the emperor asked, "What joy is this?" Eunuch Qi replied, "General Qin from Yunxiang County has sent you gifts, including vegetables and fruits, all transported on ice. I thought you might be tired after looking at memorials for a whole morning, so I brought the vegetables and fruits outside for you to take a look." Upon hearing this, the emperor indeed became somewhat interested. "That kid Qin Fang sent something again? Let's go have a look." The emperor followed Chief Steward Qi outside and saw that the items were packed in wooden boxes, a total of 8 boxes. Some of the boxes were still dripping with water. The emperor was in a good mood. Regardless of whether the items were valuable, he possessed an entire kingdom. For him, no matter how precious the items were, they were just rare curiosities. Yes, just curiosities. So for him, the thoughtfulness behind the gift was what mattered most. Someone like Qin Fang, who thought of his subjects and people even after obtaining sweet potato flour and potato flour, was exactly what he appreciated. As Eunuch Qi observed the emperor's expression, he noticed the emperor was even happier than before. He said, "When General Qin's private guards entered the city, they were stopped by the guards because there were too many items. Your Majesty, isn't that amusing?" The emperor raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. "How did they manage to get in?" Eunuch Qi replied, "It was quite coincidental. The duty officer today happened to be Du Caixing, the second son of Lord Du. Isn't he commanding the camp in the outskirts of the capital?" The emperor chuckled. "That kid? That really is a coincidence. Open these boxes for me to see what they are." Eunuch Qi waved to Tao Shan. "Your Majesty, this has stumped me. This is Tao Shan, General Qin's private guard. Let him tell you." Tao Shan stepped forward a few paces, then knelt down with a thud. "Commoner pays his respects to your Majesty." The sound of him kneeling was heavy enough for the emperor to glance at Tao Shan, who was dripping with sweat, his face full of exhaustion, but he kept his head down, nervously not daring to look up. The emperor understood that traveling from Yunxiang County to here with so many items must have been tiring. He said, "Bring this private guard a bowl of water." Then he told Tao Shan, "Get up and speak." Tao Shan felt moved. "Thank you, Your Majesty." It turned out that the emperor was so approachable. No wonder the general would send these items over such a long distance. The guards had already opened the 8 wooden boxes. 4 of them had ice while the other 4 did not. The emperor curiously asked, "What are these?" Tao Shan introduced one by one. "The red one is a tomato, the green one is broccoli, the white one is cauliflower, the long one is cucumber, and the other 4 boxes are watermelons. The watermelon is a fruit and needs to be cut open to eat." As he spoke, he took out a notebook from beside the boxes and handed it to Grand Eunuch Qi. "This has recipes and ways to eat these items. However, this broccoli can't be left out. It must be eaten quickly, or the green parts will turn yellow." Seeing the vegetables and fruits, the emperor felt a strong sense of emotion. He approached and touched each vegetable and fruit, then said to Chief Steward Qi, "Have the imperial kitchen prepare every dish according to the recipes here." Eunuch Qi replied, "Yes." Tao Shan thought for a moment and said, Your Majesty, this watermelon is particularly delicious. It can be eaten straight after being cut and can also be eaten cold. Cut it in half, and you can scoop it out with a spoon. Eunuch Qi heard this and said, Your Majesty, shall I go cut one for you? There were 40 watermelons in total, with 10 in each of the 4 boxes. The emperor said, Go ahead. Eunuch Qi picked a watermelon and looked at the methods of eating it written by Yang Haiyan. There were 4 ways listed. The first method was the simplest. Just wash the watermelon and cut it into slices to eat. The second method was to press the watermelon to make juice. The third method was to cut the red flesh of the watermelon into pieces and put them in a bowl, then use toothpicks to eat them. Of course, the toothpick method also had to be included. The last method was to cut the watermelon into slices and eat it directly with a spoon. After looking it over, Chief Steward Qi decided on the first method since he didn't have toothpicks at the moment, and the first method was the most convenient. Chapter 189. Eunuch Qi washed the watermelons and then cut them open. The watermelons chosen by Uncle Hong were already good, and even those that weren't fully ripe had ripened during the journey. Moreover, Eunuch Qi had good luck. One watermelon was particularly red. When the knife went in, a crisp sound was heard, followed by the sweet fragrance of the watermelon. Eunuch Qi watched the red juice flow out and licked his dry lips. Then he cut the watermelon into pieces. Having followed the emperor, he had seen many good things, but this was the first time he had seen such a fruit. The red color was truly beautiful. Naturally, anything that would pass the emperor's lips had to be tasted first. On normal days he might call someone else to taste it, but today, since he had cut the watermelon himself, he decided to taste it himself. It wasn't that he was afraid of poisoning. After all, how could there be poison in the items sent by General Qin? If there were poison, wouldn't General Qin be asking for his own head? So Eunuch Qi dared to try it himself. The first bite was wonderfully sweet. Eunuch Qi suppressed the urge to take a second bite and said to the young eunuch, Put the other half in the ice. Since it hadn't been chilled before, the fruit was a bit warm from the sun during the journey. If it had been chilled, the flavor would have been even better. Eunuch Qi found General Qin truly remarkable. He could discover anything, even fruits like this one. No wonder the emperor said that Qin Fang had good fortune. Thinking about this, Eunuch Qi had an idea. The day Qin Fang returned to the capital probably wasn't far off. Someone with good fortune would definitely catch the emperor's eye. So when Qin Fang arrived, he would need to befriend him. However, the Empress Dowager had been constantly asking him about various matters lately, and he had managed to brush her off. He wasn't foolish. The emperor was still in his prime. Given his status, there was no need for him to get involved in things he shouldn't. He was older than the emperor, and perhaps after he was gone, the emperor would still be firmly on the throne. So he was content to be the Grand Eunuch. He had already gained enough from the dragon's favor. Why would he need to support another prince's rise to power? Eunuch Qi entered the study with a plate. Your Majesty, the watermelon has arrived. The emperor put down his brush and saw the red fruit on the plate. This watermelon is green on the outside, but inside it's red. Eunuch Qi replied. Isn't this the fulfillment of a saying? What is it called? Red flowers match green leaves. Hearing this, the emperor couldn't help but smile. You do have a way with words. How does the watermelon taste? Eunuch Qi said. I can't hide it from your Majesty. I couldn't resist tasting a piece, and it's truly delicious, far better than the apples and pears I've had before. The emperor, upon hearing this, took a piece and handed it to him. Here, eat it. It looks like your mouth is watering. Eunuch Qi chuckled and took the watermelon, biting into it. The emperor also picked up a piece and took a bite. His eyes widened. Delicious. Eunuch Qi seized the opportunity to say, I've seen that there are several ways to eat this watermelon. I still have half kept in ice. On such a hot day, it would taste even better chilled. The emperor nodded without speaking, as his mouth was busy eating. After finishing 2 pieces, he still felt unsatisfied, though his stomach was somewhat full. He said, This watermelon is quite filling. However, the emperor wasn't someone who overindulged. Eunuch Qi added, That's right. However, the record from General Qin states that this watermelon should only be eaten on the same day. Otherwise, it will spoil overnight. If it isn't cut open, it can last for several days, so it's relatively durable. The emperor thought for a moment. Send some to the empresses who have given birth to princes and princesses, 2 watermelons for each palace. Eunuch Qi asked, What if they are still unripe? The emperor didn't understand. Is there unripe watermelon? Eunuch Qi explained. The record warns that to avoid spoilage during transit, they weren't all fully ripe when picked. Moreover, the skin of the watermelon hides whether it is ripe or unripe inside. So it's possible some could be unripe. However, regardless of whether they are ripe or unripe, they are all edible. The difference is that unripe ones aren't very sweet. The emperor laughed and said, "Then it depends on their luck. Do you believe that if I send them raw melons they can figure out some other meaning?" Upon hearing this, eunuch Qi was indeed impressed. "Raw melons, weren't they just raw? Your Majesty is wise." The emperor chuckled and said, "Keep the matter of the melons to yourself, and act as if you don't know anything about Qin Fang." Chief Steward Qi replied, "Yes." Outside the palace gate, Captain Du was still waiting. Finally, he saw Tao Shan come out and waved. "Tao Shan! Tao Shan!" Tao Shan did not expect the prominent second young master Du to wait for him. He hurried over and said, "Second young master, sorry to have kept you waiting." Captain Du casually replied, "It's nothing. Let's go, follow me back to the residence. By the way, were you okay inside?" Tao Shan replied, "I was fine. I saw the emperor. He is truly a good person." Captain Du smiled but said nothing. Matters regarding the emperor were not to be discussed outside. Once Tao Shan arrived at the Du residence, he was invited by the steward to the courtyard of Madame Du. This was the first time Tao Shan met the mistress of the Du residence. Previously, he had only been received by the steward. As Tao Shan entered, Madame Du was eating watermelon. The steward said, "Madam, Tao Shan has arrived." Tao Shan slightly raised his head to avoid mistaking her identity and then greeted Madame Du. Tao Shan pays his respects to Madame Du. Usually, when addressing women on formal occasions, one would use their title. For instance, since Duke held the third rank, Madame Du would be addressed as a third-rank lady. However, in their own household, servants addressing the mistress or visitors would simply refer to her as Madame. Madame Du was about the same age as Qin Fang's mother but looked much younger. She was a lady of the gentry, naturally not comparable to a rural woman like Qin Fang's mother. Madame Du said, "No need for so much courtesy. Tao Shan, is it? Please take a seat." Tao Shan hurriedly replied, "No need, I can stand." If it were in the past, he would certainly have felt nervous, but having just met the emperor, he was no longer nervous about seeing anyone, as the impact of meeting the emperor had not yet worn off. Madame Du smiled and said, "Sit down. I have some questions for you." Tao Shan bent his body. "Then I will humbly obey." Madame Du listened to him speak and felt that his demeanor was quite good, much more knowledgeable than typical household servants. She nodded and asked, "Tao Shan, when you left Yunxiang County, was Lord Du still at the general's residence?" She knew from Lord Du's letter that he had been living in the general's residence while in Yunxiang County. Tao Shan replied, "When I left the general's residence, Lord Du was still there." Madame Du asked, "How is Lord Du's health? Has he been ill during this time?" Lord Du is always so secretive. Even when he is unwell, he doesn't tell me. If he doesn't say, his people won't say either. I know he doesn't want me to worry, but he is out in the world, and I can't help but worry. You must not hide anything from me, Tao Shan. Tao Shan's heart tightened. He felt as if Madame Du was threatening him. Nevertheless, he answered honestly, "Lord Du is in good health. On the day he arrived in Yunxiang County, the local gentleman invited a doctor from the residence to check on him. Before I left, he had not been unwell." Madame Du observed Tao Shan's expression and found him not to be lying. She was satisfied. "The gentleman you mentioned is my adopted daughter, Yang Haiyan, right? I received a letter from Lord Du before. During his time at the general's residence, he was well taken care of by Yang Haiyan and her husband." Tao Shan didn't know how to respond, thought for a moment and said, "Lord Du is an elder and also the general's teacher. It is only right that the gentleman and the general take care of him. However, Lord Du is very busy, visiting the common people every day for investigating their conditions. By the way, Lord Shun is also accompanying him." Madame Du nodded. "I see. In this sweltering heat, visiting the common people every day is something he would come up with." Tao Shan said, "The common people like Lord Du very much." Madame Du was taken aback and then became somewhat interested. That solemn face of his, and the common people still like him? Even her children were afraid of him. Tao Shan couldn't help but smile awkwardly but still clarified for Lord Du. "Lord Du is very kind to the common people, very gentle, and they like him a lot. Moreover, he is very patient when listening to their grievances. The common people even welcome him to visit again." Madame Du couldn't help but laugh. That truly is his style. Tao Shan was unsure of what he had said to make Madame Du laugh. He felt a little embarrassed. Madame Du continued, "By the way, Tao Shan, the vegetables and fruits you brought are truly wonderful. These are things I haven't seen in the capital. Moreover, your gentleman is very thoughtful, preparing a notebook to record the cooking methods for these items, especially this watermelon. It is really delicious." Tao Shan replied, "Lord Du also enjoys eating it. After the watermelon ripened, he eats half of one every day." Madame Du huffed. "He is truly fortunate. We will probably finish ours in a few days." The watermelons were so delicious that she wanted to take a few to her family. so thinking about how her husband could eat them every day made her genuinely envious. Tao Shan said, "But they won't last long since the watermelon season is only a little over a month. If you want to eat them again, you will have to wait until next year. If you like them, I will bring them to you again next year at this time." Madame Du replied, "The season is only a little over a month? That is indeed short. Then I will wait for you to bring them again next year. If your gentleman does not give them to me, I will have to look for you." Tao Shan couldn't help but feel a little awkward. Madame Du no longer teased him. "You go rest, stay here for a few days before heading back. I have some things I need you to take back to your gentleman." Tao Shan replied, "Yes." Tao Shan stayed at the Du residence for 2 days. After 2 days he returned with several boxes full of items. These included things given to him by Madame Du, gifts from her family, and gifts from the emperor, so while he had come with large boxes and small boxes, he left with big and small bundles. Chapter 190-15. 3 days later, Tao Shan returned to Yunxiang County. It must be said that the large and small bundles he brought back left Yang Haiyan quite astonished. Tao Shan arrived that evening. If it had been a normal journey, he would have arrived in the middle of the night, but this time Tao Shan was particularly energetic and motivated, so he arrived half a day early. Not only was Tao Shan filled with enthusiasm and energy, but the guards who traveled with him to the capital were also particularly happy. Although they hadn't met the emperor like Tao Shan, they had been to the capital, stood at the palace gate, and even stayed at the Du residence, making them feel quite euphoric. Qin Fang had already returned and was having dinner with Yang Haiyan. Wei Ting had returned to the capital, and the matters regarding the medicinal herbs at the Shoshan Taoist temple had concluded. The workers from the Ministry of Works were still at the Taoist temple, but there was no longer any need to study the medicinal herbs, so Qin Fang didn't go to the Taoist temple anymore. However, he still sent people to surround the area. The workers from the Ministry of Works could not leave the Taoist temple, under the pretense that the soldiers were protecting them, but in reality, they were being monitored and confined. The workers were well aware that this was the emperor's intention, so they complied. Moreover, they didn't have to keep watch at the Taoist temple. There was food prepared for them all day long, and they could occasionally enjoy watermelons, making their lives even better than in the capital. Tao Shan, looking weary from travel, entered the inner courtyard and said, "I pay my respects to the general." Despite his fatigue, there was a hint of joy on his face. Qin Fang put down his bowl and chopsticks. "You've returned early this time." Tao Shan replied excitedly, "I brought back a secret letter from the emperor, so I dared not delay. Additionally, there are gifts from the Du residence and items bestowed by the emperor. Gifts from the Du residence were referred to as sent, while gifts from the emperor were called bestowed. If it were the old Tao Shan, he wouldn't have made such a distinction. After entering the palace, his personality had suddenly become more cautious, and he was particularly careful with his words. These sentences had lingered in his mind many times on the way back, so when facing Qin Fang, he didn't speak with agitation. Saying this, he handed over the emperor's secret letter. Upon hearing this, Qin Fang's expression became more serious. He took the letter and quickly began to read. Yang Haiyan was curious about the gifts. Women generally liked gifts. She asked, "Where are the gifts from the Du family and the emperor? Take me to see them." Tao Shan replied, "They're outside the courtyard, I will bring them in." As Yang Haiyan walked out of the hall, she saw several carts filled with gifts and was momentarily stunned. "So many." Tao Shan explained, "The Du family sent many gifts, from Madame Du, Old Madame Du, Master Du Heir, Miss Duda, Miss Du Heir, and also gifts from Madame Du's family. Besides that, there are the gifts bestowed by the emperor." Hearing the long list of Du family names left Yang Haiyan quite astonished. After a while she came back to her senses. Why did so many people from the Du family send gifts? Even Master Du Heir and the married Miss Duda and Miss Du Heir sent gifts? Not to mention the gifts from Madame Du's family? Did Madame Du distribute the gifts because we sent something? Did they give a return gift? But this was too polite, wasn't it? Regarding this, Tao Shan explained, "Because everyone in the Du family knows you are pregnant, my lady." "Did you tell them?" Yang Haiyan thought for a moment and found it unlikely. Tao Shan further explained, "No, the day after I arrived in the capital, a letter from Master Du reached the capital. In the letter, Master Du mentioned your pregnancy. Since Yang Haiyan was Madame Du's goddaughter, it was natural for her to express her congratulations when she was pregnant. This was a matter of etiquette. In some situations, although Yang Haiyan became Madame Du's goddaughter, it didn't necessarily connect her with the other members of the Du family. The relationship of godkin can be quite complex. For instance, the empress recognizes her goddaughters, but the emperor would generally not acknowledge them. However, Yang Haiyan's situation was different. Yang Haiyan was the goddaughter of Madame Du, and her husband, Qin Fang, was a student of Master Du. Additionally, Yang Haiyan held a third-rank noble title and had been bestowed the title of Ice Cloud by the emperor, making her status different from that of a typical third-rank lady. Thus, besides Madame Du, the others in the Du family treated her with great respect. Therefore, the gifts were numerous. Yang Haiyan instructed the servants to unload the gifts from the boxes while saying to Tao Shan, "Tell me what happened after you entered the capital." Tao Shan replied, "Yes." He recounted the events after entering the capital and his encounter with Officer Du. By the end, he was quite excited when talking about seeing the emperor. "You saw the emperor?" Qin Fang's voice rang out from behind him. Tao Shan hurriedly responded, "Yes, I saw the emperor." Then he took out 10 taels of silver. This is the reward given by the emperor. Although it was said to be for him, he couldn't actually keep it. He originally wanted to share some with the accompanying guards, but he didn't dare to make that decision, so he brought it to Qin Fang instead. Qin Fang did not accept the silver. "You keep it. This is a reward from the emperor." Qin Fang didn't care about the silver. What mattered to him was, what kind of person is the emperor? Tao Shan thought for a moment. "I didn't dare to look closely, just glanced a couple of times. The emperor looks very young, very nice, and he was smiling." Of course, the emperor was smiling when he saw so many gifts. He is a good person, and not as scary as Lord Du. Yang Haiyan. Luckily, Lord Du wasn't there. Otherwise, it would probably have been even scarier to hear that. Qin Fang didn't want to say anything further. Realizing he had misspoken, Tao Shan hurriedly added, "Not as serious as Lord Du." Qin Fang nodded. "You may leave now." Yang Haiyan stopped him. "Wait a moment." She hadn't told Tao Shan about Qin Shoya's matter, but seeing how much more mature and grown-up Tao Shan had become, she had some hope for him. Tao Shan looked at Yang Haiyan. "Madam?" Yang Haiyan asked. "Tao Shan, how old are you this year?" Tao Shan's heart stirred at this. "I'm 22 this year." Is the madam going to introduce him to a match? He was quite looking forward to it. As a 22-year-old bachelor, he really wanted to marry and have children. However, no one had introduced anyone to him. At 22, he was considered an aged leftover man in ancient times. However, since he was serving under Qin Fang, he might be a hot commodity back in his hometown. It was just that no one was introducing him here. With this thought, Yang Haiyan asked, "Has your family mentioned any matchmakers for you?" Tao Shan hurriedly replied, No. When I joined the military, I happened to be at the marrying age, but because I had to serve, my family didn't dare to introduce anyone for fear of wasting a girl's time. Later, after I finished my service, I was under the general, and when I went home to see my parents, they wanted to introduce someone to me. But I had to hurry back to the general and didn't find anyone suitable. Tao Shan's heart was full of anticipation. The gentleman was going to introduce him to a girl, right? Right? He wondered what kind of girl he would be introduced to. His eyes sparkled with expectation as he looked at Yang Haiyan, more animated than usual instead of his typical lowered gaze and silence. Upon hearing this, Yang Haiyan asked, "Do you have any requirements for a girl?" She approached the introductions in a modern way, understanding the girl's requirements first and then asking for the boys, making it easier to match. Tao Shan replied, "As long as she is virtuous." Yang Haiyan thought for a moment. It seemed he had no other requirements. It was typical for men in ancient times to like virtuous women. However, she said, "Tao Shan, come with me to the study." Tao Shan. Oh. Qin Fang watched as Tao Shan followed her inside and also entered. Yang Haiyan said, "Sit down. I have a question I want to ask you." Tao Shan glanced at Qin Fang. Since he was Qin Fang's subordinate and Qin Fang hadn't let him sit, he naturally didn't dare to sit down. Qin Fang said, "You can sit." Only then did Tao Shan sit down. "Madam, please ask." Yang Haiyan asked, "What is your opinion on marrying into a girl's family?" Marrying into a girl's family? Tao Shan was taken aback and then decisively said, "Madam, I don't want to marry into a girl's family." After thinking for a moment, he added, "Generally, families that want to recruit a son-in-law are well off. I don't want to marry a girl just for money, and then be looked down upon for marrying into her family." Yang Haiyan didn't think too much about it. Then if the girl is wonderful and her family is good, would you still be unwilling to marry into her family? Tao Shan shook his head and then boldly asked, "If the girl's family wants to recruit a son-in-law, they want a child, right?" Yang Haiyan replied, "Yes, they only have one daughter, so they want to recruit a son-in-law to carry on the family name." Tao Shan said, "Then I still don't want to marry into her family." Yang Haiyan did not dwell too much on the issue of marrying into a girl's family. She asked another question. "If you don't marry into her family, but the first child follows the girl's family name, would you agree?" Tao Shan was puzzled. "What is this?" Yang Haiyan explained, "You don't have to marry into her family, but the first child will follow the girl's family name. Would you be willing? Tao Shan hesitated for a moment. He wasn't a fool. Since the madam wanted to introduce him, it was clear that he was familiar with the other party and had a good relationship, which was one reason. The second reason was that if the other party had a connection with the general and madam, that would be a good thing for him. The madam wouldn't introduce a girl with poor character to him. Considering these 2 points, Tao Shan said, "May I meet the girl?" In ancient times, love wasn't emphasized, so Tao Shan didn't think about whether there was chemistry or not. As long as the other person had good character and a decent family background, he would accept her as long as she didn't look too bad. It didn't matter if the first child took the other party's surname. After all, it was still his child, and they would not only have one child. Yang Haiyan said, "I have one more question. If you are interested in the other party, you would have to wait 3 years to get married. Would you agree?" Qin Sanya was only 13 years old. She couldn't require the other party to be 18 before marrying and then having children. However, waiting for her to be 16 before marrying was still acceptable. After all, Qin Shoya wasn't her daughter. For third uncle Qin and third aunt Qin, 16 was the most suitable age for marriage. If it were her own daughter, she would want the other party to be 18 or 20 before marriage. Upon hearing that he had to wait 3 years, Tao Shan had only one thought. Does the other party have to observe mourning? Chapter 191. When Yang Haiyan heard Tao Shan's question, she thought he was quite perceptive, but she didn't answer directly. No matter what the reason is, would you be willing to wait 3 years? Tao Shan was 22 this year and wanted to get married sooner. However, after following Qin Fang for 2 years, he had gained some experience, and having traveled to the capital multiple times, his horizons had broadened. He replied, "I'm willing to wait." He regarded these 3 years as a period for mutual understanding. When it came to marrying a virtuous wife, he believed that during this time, they would be able to discover what kind of person each other really was, which he thought was quite good. "May I ask who the person is?" Yang Haiyan smiled. "I won't disclose the girl's name for now. I'll ask her what she thinks, and if she has a good impression, I'll introduce you. However, I can tell her your name. Would that be okay? If not, I won't mention it." Tao Shan said, "I don't mind, you can tell her. In our hometown, it's common to mention names when getting to know someone." Yang Haiyan replied, "That works. I have nothing else to do for now. I'll let you know once I have news." Through this brief conversation, she could tell that Tao Shan was a person with his own opinions and strong will, perhaps to the point where even his parents couldn't sway his thoughts. In fact, she liked men who had their own opinions, as long as they weren't overly patriarchal. Tao Shan stood up and looked at Qin Fang. "Does the general have any other matters?" Qin Fang waved his hand. "You can go and rest." "Understood." After Tao Shan left the inner courtyard, he didn't rest immediately. Instead, he took out the monthly stipend he had saved up and distributed 201 to each of the guards who had accompanied him to the capital. 201 was their monthly allowance. If he hadn't received the emperor's reward this time, he wouldn't have given anything, but since the emperor had rewarded him, it was only natural for the other guards to share in the honor. After giving out the money, he still had 8 taels left. Tao Shan hid the 8 taels and thought about Yang Haiyan's words. He felt that his savings for marrying a wife had become even more substantial. After all, during these 2 years with Qin Fang, he had saved up 5 taels, having sent 501 to his parents each year, with the rest being saved. He intended to support his parents, but he also wanted to save for his future family. Looking at the suddenly increased amount of silver, Tao Shan felt quite satisfied. He went to take a cold shower and then fell asleep, too tired even to eat. In the inner courtyard, Yang Haiyan and Qin Fang had also finished bathing. Yang Haiyan lay on the bed, reading the secret letter from the emperor to Qin Fang, while Qin Fang fanned himself beside her. In Qin Fang's mind, nothing mattered more than his wife, and now that she was pregnant, that importance only increased. After reading the letter, Yang Haiyan was somewhat surprised. "The emperor gave you 100,000 taels of silver to raise horses?" Qin Fang replied, "Yes, it's a deposit note for 100,000 taels, but I need to go to the bank to withdraw the money. However, there isn't such a bank in Yunxiang County, so I have to go to Heidong City. The emperor probably learned that I was raising horses from my teacher since my teacher's letter arrived in the capital. I assume he has also submitted a memorial to the emperor." Yang Haiyan said, "The emperor is quite generous, giving you 100,000 taels to raise horses." Qin Fang replied, "I don't have silver. If he didn't give it to me, how could I raise them? Plus, 100,000 taels may seem like a lot, but expenses for acquiring a horse farm, hiring personnel, and the biggest cost, feeding the horses, are substantial." He suddenly stopped midway through his sentence and added after a moment of contemplation, "If we build a horse farm here, we will need to buy land, right? That will require even more silver. I need to discuss this with the emperor. If we can cultivate the land ourselves, that would save a significant amount of money. Saying this, Qin Fang stood up. I'll write a letter right away. Yang Haiyan replied, don't rush. If you write it now, Tao Shan won't be able to deliver it tomorrow. He needs to rest for a few days, right? Qin Fang said. He won't be delivering it. Yang Haiyan raised her eyebrows in confusion. After considering it, Qin Fang added, I'll deliver the letter myself. Yang Haiyan was stunned. You want to deliver the letter yourself? What does that mean? Qin Fang pouted and said, I haven't seen the emperor yet. Pfft. Yang Haiyan couldn't help but laugh. So that was it. She was jealous that Tao Shan had met the emperor, so she wanted to deliver the message herself. Seeing her laugh, Qin Fang put on a straight face. You're not allowed to laugh. If you keep laughing, I won't fan you anymore. Yang Haiyan wasn't afraid of him. If it gets hot, I won't care about your daughter. Qin Fang replied. She won't be too hot. If she is, I wouldn't want her to be. This man, even his sweet words come so easily now. Yang Haiyan smiled at him, thinking what to do. His words were quite pleasant to hear. Qin Fang also looked at her, sitting down again. Besides the horse ranch matter, there's also the issue of fruits and vegetables. Didn't the emperor ask us to send the seeds for vegetables and fruits to the capital? He wants to plant them in the royal farm. But with Nyoda's inexperience regarding seeds, he hasn't fully figured it out yet and needs some time. Do you think the emperor might want to send Nyoda to the capital? Yang Haiyan said. I wouldn't know. Qin Fang said. That's why I still need to make a trip to the capital to discuss this with the emperor. I'll also buy some good things for you in the capital. Yang Haiyan raised an eyebrow. Qin Fang realized he had misspoken. After all, she grew up in the capital and in the home of the Yang Grand Tutor. What good things could she not have seen before? As long as it's something you buy, I'll like it no matter what it is. Yang Haiyan said before his smile faded. Hearing this, Qin Fang's eyes lit up, and his smile returned. Then what do you want? Write it down and I'll buy everything for you in the capital. You must have many things you want, right? You can write down everything you used to use in the capital. I couldn't provide good things for you before, but now that we have money, you can have whatever you want. The 5,000 taels earned from eliminating bandits, plus the rewards given by the emperor for later achievements, meant that although Qin Fang's position hadn't risen, he hadn't received a small amount of silver from the emperor. In Qin Fang's view, silver was more tangible than a position. Yang Haiyan laughed and scolded him. Silly, when I was in the capital, although I could eat good food, I used servants' items. That was the rule. I didn't have things as good as what I have now. Now that I'm the wife of General Qin, I naturally use items of the officials' wives, which are certainly better than servants' items. So I lack nothing. If you really want to go, I just want you to come back in one piece. Qin Fang was moved to hear this. He thought if he went to the capital, he should buy her a few things used by officials' wives. The next day, the matter regarding the horse ranch was not so simple. First, if Qin Fang wanted to requisition land in Yunxiang County, he had to discuss it with County Magistrate Yang. The land there could be requisitioned. Meanwhile, he also needed to ask the horse ranch administrator whether the land was suitable for building a horse ranch. He had to clarify all the plans before going to see the emperor. In this planning, there were some things that couldn't be explained clearly in a letter or edict. He needed to personally report to the emperor. Qin Fang went to find County Magistrate Yang. Yang Haiyan wasn't idle either. She asked Uncle Hong to send a message to third Uncle Qin, asking him to come over in the afternoon to discuss matters regarding Qiya. Upon hearing this, third Uncle Qin understood. In the afternoon, third Uncle Qin arrived. Because third Uncle Qin was a man, Yang Haiyan met him in the Liuxin courtyard, where Grandpa Qin, Grandma Qin, and others were present to avoid any misunderstandings. Third Uncle Qin had come after lunch. He had helped third Aunt Qin during lunch. Otherwise, he could have come in the morning. After arriving, he greeted Grandpa Qin and Grandma Qin before eagerly asking Yang Haiyan, "A Fang's wife, what do you want to discuss about the third girl?" Grandma Qin said, "Look at you so anxious. First, have a cup of mung bean soup to cool down." Third Uncle Qin showed a touched smile. "Thank you, mother." In front of his mother, he would always be a child who never grew up. Yang Haiyan smiled and said, "Uncle San, don't rush. Let me explain slowly." Third Uncle Qin replied, "All right, I'm listening. Please go ahead." Yang Haiyan explained Tao Shan's situation. The young man is a close attendant by the general's side, going in and out with him. His character is stable and he's quite clever. The age difference with Qiya is a bit large. He is 22 this year. Regarding the matter of marrying into the family, I've asked him, and he disagrees with it. However, he agrees that the first child can take the girl's surname, regardless of whether it's a boy or a girl. Upon hearing that he was someone who accompanied Qin Fang, third Uncle Qin thought of Tao Shan. He had met Tao Shan and knew that Tao Shan was the only unmarried attendant by Qin Fang's side. However, hearing Tao Shan's age, he was somewhat stunned. The young man is already 22? He didn't look it. Yang Haiyan replied. He has served his full 5 years of military service, so 22 isn't strange. He's the same age as the general. That's his situation. I also mentioned to Tao Shan that the girl needs to wait 3 years before marrying. He said if he likes the girl, he's willing to wait. However, I didn't tell him the girl is Qiya for her reputation. Grandma Qin said. You've thought this through. In this way, even if it doesn't work out, Qiya and Tao Shan won't feel awkward when they meet. Yang Haiyan agreed. Exactly. Third Uncle Qin thought for a moment. A Fang's wife, can you give me a few days to think about it? This concerns his daughter's future, so he needed to consider it carefully. Moreover, the other party is 22 this year. 3 years later, he will be 25. He was a man himself and knew that it would be hard for a man of that age to wait 3 years. Also, if his daughter marries over, if they go for a few years without having children, or if the first child is a girl, then the other party would be 30. Would he mind that? For a moment, third Uncle Qin didn't have a clear idea. Yang Haiyan said. No rush, take your time to think. Chapter 192. Third Uncle Qin quickly returned home, bringing back a good amount of chilled mung bean soup, along with some fresh meat and vegetables that Yang Haiyan had asked the kitchen to prepare. The chickens and ducks in the military camp were laying eggs, and third Uncle Qin and third Aunt Qin could each have one every day as a perk. However, they were reluctant to eat them, saving the eggs to bring to the general's residence. Since Qin Choyu was living here, they were also worried that the big house might have opinion, so every time they came, they would bring eggs and buy some snacks. Third Aunt Qin would also make shoes for Grandpa Qin and Grandma Qin. Now that Yang Haiyan was pregnant, she even made clothes and pants for the baby. However, every time they visited, Yang Haiyan would give them gifts in return, which were vegetables and meat from her own estate. For someone like Yang Haiyan who earned over 300 taels a month, this was not a big deal, especially since there was also the reward money from the court for Qin Fang. Additionally, the agency fees from the imperial grain processing plant had accumulated to over 10,000 taels of silver. The emperor had confiscated their franchise fees as a form of subsidy for them, but they did receive the agency fees from the agents. So now both Yang Haiyan and Qin Fang were quite well off, having at least 50,000 taels in savings. However, speaking of the imperial grain processing plant, many of the employees were the family members of the guards from the general's residence, including the wives and mothers of the guards, as well as the families of soldiers from the military camp. When selecting guards and soldiers, they had investigated their family situations to ensure there were no issues before hiring them. Therefore, this could be considered a form of military family benefit. Surprisingly, these people were quite motivated to work. Hudong Prefecture was one of the first testing grounds for imperial grain franchises, and the potato flour and sweet potato flour from both the prefectural and county cities had already hit the market. One must say that buying the potato flour and sweet potato flour came with recipes and suggestions on how to prepare them, and with the emperor being such a strong endorsement, these flours sold exceptionally well. People from other prefectures came to Hudong Prefecture to observe the situation, research the market, and buy potato flour and sweet potato flour to try it out. It could be said that in other prefectures, the franchise fees and agency fees would only increase. But even if they increased, tens of thousands or even 100,000 taels were still small amounts for aristocratic families. What is considered an aristocratic family? It is a family that has accumulated wealth over several generations. This was also the reason Yang Haiyan proposed selecting franchisees from aristocratic families, because they had money. When third Uncle Qin returned to the military camp, it was still early, and dinner had not yet been prepared. However, since the Qin family's main house was busy with the imperial grain factory, they had assigned the task of feeding the soldiers to third Aunt Qin, so she was quite busy. But third Aunt Qin was happy to be busy because her monthly earnings had increased, and she was also taking care of the portion of the monthly allowance that belonged to Qin's mother. Thus she was busy and content. Furthermore, third Uncle Qin would help her. Speaking of third Uncle Qin helping out, this was something she had never imagined before. When they were in Bailey Village, she had never seen a man helping his wife with chores. But here, seeing her so busy, third Uncle Qin had started to learn to help out. The more he helped, the more it became a habit. As third Aunt Qin was preparing to cut the clean vegetables, she saw third Uncle Qin return, and noticing the items in his hands, she felt a bit embarrassed. Why did you bring back so many things again? How are we going to repay this? Third Uncle Qin put down the items. I'll chop the vegetables. He was strong and quick at it. He added, this is what Afong's wife sent us. My nephew and his wife are being filial to me. Why would we need to repay them? Even though he said that, third Uncle Qin was just speaking casually. He was quite clever and understood that good deeds should be reciprocal. Don't overthink it. Afong's family is well off. What they give us doesn't require repayment. We just need to help Afong manage the crops well. Although what they received was something from the main house, and the main house didn't care much about it, third Uncle Qin still felt a sense of satisfaction. Who would have thought they could live like this before? By the way, here's some mung bean soup and it's chilled. It's the best thing to drink during this season. Afong's wife asked me to bring it. You should drink a bowl to sweeten your mouth. While third Aunt Qin drank the mung bean soup, she asked, have you seen Sonia? How is our daughter? Uncle Qin replied, I haven't seen her. She was studying with the teacher in the morning and went to the embroidery workshop in the afternoon, so it's hard to meet. But didn't we just see her last time? She has grown a bit taller and looks fairer, which shows that she is living quite well in the general's residence. And you know Afong's wife, right? She must be good to our daughter. Aunt Qin said, that's true. Yinan is a sensible girl. By the way, how about this time? When it came to this topic, Uncle Qin began to talk about Tao Shan's matter. What do you think? Third Aunt Qin exclaimed. Isn't he too old? Third Uncle Qin replied, but he has been following Afong. He will definitely have prospects in the future. Even if he doesn't, with Afong around, if he becomes a brother-in-law, wouldn't he get promoted? Speaking of this, third Aunt Qin had some thoughts. If Afong can promote his brother-in-law, then if someone else becomes a brother-in-law, he can also be promoted, right? Third Uncle Qin thought about it and found her reasoning sound. Third Aunt Qin was someone who was always good at reading faces. Moreover, 3 years later, Sonia will be 16, and he will be 25. What if in the first few years Sonia doesn't have any children? By then, he will be almost 30. Can he really wait? Also, if the first child takes our surname, what if he ends up only having one child like me? What would he think then? I think it's better to have a son-in-law who marries into the family. After she said this, third Uncle Qin didn't think too much about it. He only felt a bit regretful. Then I'll talk to Afong's wife about it later. Third Aunt Qin replied, yes, the age difference is indeed too great. A 13-year-old girl is still quite young, but a 22-year-old man is already a real man, and third Aunt Qin thought it inappropriate. A few days later, third Uncle Qin visited the general's residence again. He told Yang Haiyan about his and Aunt San Qin's thoughts. Afong's wife, this is troubling you. It's for Sonia's match, but the result is. Yang Haiyan smiled and said, Uncle, you don't need to worry. As for matchmaking, it's originally a process that takes time. Upon hearing her say this, third Uncle Qin felt reassured. He was afraid that if he refused, Yang Haiyan might be unhappy. Third Uncle Qin came early in the morning to see his daughter, and after visiting, he was about to leave to help out at noon. After third Uncle Qin left, Grandma Qin said, Yin, you're pregnant now, carrying twins. Sonia's matters are not urgent. She's only 13, so don't worry about it. Your own health is more important. Although the old lady thought highly of her granddaughter and even said it was quite good, she still favored her grandson over her granddaughter. After all, he was her most proud grandson. The child in Yang Haiyan's belly would be her great-grandson or great-granddaughter, and in Grandma Qin's eyes, Sonia, her granddaughter, was not as important as the child in Yang Haiyan's belly. Even if Yang Haiyan gave birth to a girl, that girl was still important, perhaps because of the belief that a daughter's worth is tied to her father's honor. Yang Haiyan said, I understand, Grandma, don't worry, I won't exhaust myself. Moreover, at the moment, I truly don't have anyone suitable for Choya, Sonia. She is only 13 now and can wait another 2 years. In 2 years, both she and the potential match will be better. At this age, she was still quite immature. Grandma Qin nodded. Yes, no rush. Yang Haiyan chatted with Grandma Qin for a while longer before getting up. Grandma, I'll be heading back now. Grandma Qin also stood up. Oh, be careful. As she spoke, she intended to accompany Yang Haiyan. Yang Haiyan didn't refuse. Every time she visited, Grandma Qin liked to watch her leave, and she felt she had no choice. After leaving Liuxin courtyard and on her way back to her courtyard, Yang Haiyan saw Qin Shui carrying a few bags of medicine. She called out to him. Shui, who is sick? Qin Shui stopped when he saw Yang Haiyan. Sister-in-law, it's me. I felt a bit dizzy from the heat, so I went to Dr. Li to get some medicine. Yang Haiyan looked at the weather. In the ancient times without air conditioning or fans, using ice to cool down couldn't keep up. Take care of yourself. Qin Shui replied. I know, thank you for your concern, sister-in-law. Well, I'll head back now. Yang Haiyan said. All right, go back. Granny Lian, seeing Qin Shui leave, said to Yang Haiyan, Second master has been sick for several days, is it serious? Yang Haiyan was taken aback. Several days? Grandwai Lian replied. Yes, it's been 7 or 8 days. I remember someone from their courtyard came to tell me that the second master was ill and had been taking medicine for several days. I thought Dr. Li was skilled, and it wasn't a problem to see a doctor. But now it's been 7 or 8 days, and the second master is still not well. Moreover, it's hot. If the second master went to get medicine, why didn't he send someone from the courtyard? Yang Haiyan thought for a moment. Could it be that the servant is being lazy? Let's go to Dr. Li and ask about Shui's situation. This child's character is such that he definitely wouldn't tell his family when he is sick. He doesn't want to worry them. But since aunt and father are busy with the grain factory matters, and Shui has been sick for so long without getting better, I can't just ignore it. Granny Lian held an umbrella with one hand and supported her with the other. In this hot weather, you should take care of yourself. Why don't I take you back to the courtyard, and then I'll go ask about it? Yang Haiyan thought about it, and since it was hot, she didn't want to walk around too much. She agreed. All right. Granny Lian took Yang Haiyan back to her courtyard, and then went to find Dr. Li. Dr. Li, is Dr. Li there? Granny Lian shouted as she reached the door. Miss Li came out from inside. Granny, it's you. Father left early this morning to collect herbs. If you're looking for him, you'll have to wait until dinner. He won't be back until then. Upon hearing this, Granny Lian said, It's fine. I'm looking for you, which is just as good. Chapter 193. Miss Li didn't know what Aunt Lian wanted to see her about, but she was not averse to women. Moreover, Aunt Lian was someone close to Yang Haiyan, and based on her feelings for Yang Haiyan, she had a good impression of Aunt Lian. Please come in, Aunt Lian. Aunt Lian walked into the room, and the strong herbal scent inside made people feel very at ease. Without waiting for Miss Li to speak, Aunt Lian began. Miss, I came to see you today about the second master. Miss Li's heart tightened. She wasn't an ignorant young girl. She had grown up in the county town. At first, she had felt nervous around Qin Shui and didn't want to get too close, but over time, she had sensed something from his gaze during her frequent visits. Hearing Aunt Lian's question, she became extremely anxious, thinking that Yang Haiyan must have learned about Qin Shui. After all, Granny Lian represented Yang Haiyan. With this line of thought, Miss Li became nervous and said, Granny, the second master's affairs have nothing to do with me. I didn't. Miss Li bit her lip, unable to voice the thought of having seduced him. Granny Lian initially had no suspicions, but seeing Miss Li's anxious expression and hearing her words, she wondered if the second master's illness had something to do with her. Granny Lian weighed her words and said, Miss Li, there's no need to worry. The young madam just asked me to inquire about the situation. If you have any difficulties, feel free to tell me. I might be able to help. Miss Li thought for a moment and slowly replied, The second master isn't seriously ill. He only said he had a headache because of the hot weather. He might have suffered from heat stroke, but I've examined him and he's actually fine. However, I thought that some headache problems can be difficult to diagnose, so I prepared some medicine for headaches for him. Granny Lian seized on the key point in her words. So every time the second master comes, it's you who examines him? Miss Li replied. Yes, every time he comes my father isn't home. Qin Shui always came when Dr. Li wasn't there. After hearing this, Granny Lian carefully sized up Miss Li. The girl was beautiful, which was no wonder that a man would be interested in her, especially a country boy who rarely saw such a lovely girl. But whether the second master felt the same way, Granny Lian didn't know. Even so, even if the second master had feelings for her, Granny Lian disapproved of them being together. Although she was a servant, the second master and Miss Li were ultimately unsuitable. It wasn't that she looked down on Miss Li. If the Qin family were still a country family, the situation would be different. But now, the Qin family was the general's family, and if the general's sister-in-law were kidnapped by bandits and something happened to her, it would definitely not be good for the general's reputation if word got out. If the general and the country girl spent their lives in Yunxiang County, it might not matter much in this small area. But the general was only 22 years old, and he was a student of Lord Du. Everyone knew the general wouldn't stay here for his whole life. Thinking of this, Granny Lian smiled and said, In that case, it's not your fault, Mississippi. Perhaps the Madame Haiyan has put pressure on the second master, making him only able to slack off and relax. Thank you for letting me know. I will report this to the madam right away. Miss Li didn't know if Granny Lian truly understood something or had figured something out. Seeing that Granny Lian didn't say much more, she also didn't press further. Then I'll see you out, Granny Lian. Granny Lian said, Miss, please don't. It's hot. You shouldn't see me off. Seeing this, Miss Li didn't insist. She watched as Granny Lian left, her brows tightly knitted, feeling a deep unspoken sorrow and quite irritated. When Granny Lian returned to Yang Haiyan was making something for her baby, an ancient version of a diaper. When she saw Granny Lian arrive, she said, You're back, Granny, quickly take a rest. Granny Lian bowed to Yang Haiyan, walked over to her side, and took up a fan to fan her. I have no mood to rest. I'm worried about the second master. Upon hearing this, Yang Haiyan put down her needle and thread and looked at Granny Lian. What happened? Is it possible that Shui's condition is very serious? She worried because he was Qin Fang's direct younger brother. Granny Lian shook her head. It's both yes and no. The illness isn't physically harmful, but it's a matter of the heart. This left Yang Haiyan stunned. What do you mean? Granny, your words are becoming increasingly profound. They're so profound that I don't even understand them. Puff. Granny Lian couldn't help but laugh at what she said. To be honest, this matter is really hard to explain. Yang Haiyan said. Then just speak simply. Granny Lian thought for a moment. The second master might be experiencing the beginnings of love. Yang Haiyan paused and her smile gradually faded. Is it Miss Li? Since Granny Lian had said that, Yang Haiyan couldn't think of anyone else. Seeing that Yang Haiyan had guessed, Granny Lian recounted the events. My lady, what do you think? Am I overthinking this? Yang Haiyan replied, I didn't know. Actually, if Miss Li could be my sister-in-law, that would be quite good, but... Oh dear, my lady, you mustn't think that way, Granny Lian said nervously. It's not that I look down on Miss Li, but her past would not reflect well on the general or your reputation. It's not that Miss Li is bad. She is gentle and graceful, a rare good woman. However, if the second master is to follow the general to the capital, how would people talk about you and the general having a sister-in-law who has been with a bandit for days? How would you hold your head up high? My lady, one's reputation is everything. As long as we live, we will be judged by others. And unfortunately, it's all true, and you cannot explain it away. Moreover, you can forget about the second master's future. If he becomes successful, can Miss Li, in the position of the second master's wife, entertain guests? How many noble ladies would want to associate with someone like Miss Li, given her past? My lady, you may think I'm overstepping, but I believe that if this happens, it will definitely affect you and the general. Yang Haiyan certainly understood that Granny Lian was doing this for her, and what she said made a lot of sense. In ancient times, a woman's reputation was incredibly important. However, she said, I'm just a sister-in-law. I can't interfere with my brother-in-law's marriage. Also, even if one day the general and I go to the capital, Shui and the others might not necessarily follow. After all, a large tree has many branches. Besides, if someone spreads rumors about Miss Li, it's Shui's responsibility, since I'm just a sister-in-law. Nurse Lian asked, So do you agree or disagree? Yang Haiyan replied, See, you're talking nonsense again. I'm just a sister-in-law. Shui has his parents. This kind of matter isn't for me to decide. Moreover, Miss Li is indeed a good person. If she could become a sister-in-law, that would certainly be good. However, as Granny Lian said, Miss Li's past might one day be used as a weapon against Qin Fang. But in this matter, Yang Haiyan would not interfere. If the Qin family did not oppose it, and if one day Miss Li married Shui, if others used Miss Li's past to gossip, she wouldn't hold back either. If the Qin family opposed it, she wouldn't try to convince them, as she had no need to invite trouble for herself. So, in this matter, she was just a sister-in-law. However, there were some things she had to remind Qin Shui about. Granny, go call Shui over and tell him I'm waiting for him in the study. I have an idea regarding the accounts that I want to discuss with him. Granny Lian replied, Yes. Qin Shui had just picked up some medicine from Miss Li, and hadn't been brewing it. He wasn't sick. He was using the pretense of being ill to visit Miss Li, which he had learned from Qin Shoucheng, who had pretended to be sick to take a leave from school. When Qin Shui learned that his sister-in-law was looking for him, he immediately followed Granny Lian. Granny Lian brought Qin Shui to the door of the study and did not enter. Second master, my lady is waiting for you inside. Qin Shui nodded and walked into the study. Upon entering, he saw Yang Haiyan reading a book and called out, Sister-in-law. Yang Haiyan said, You're here. Sit down. Your elder brother usually likes to read your books. The books on that side of the bookshelf are all ones I've read, while the ones on this side are all ones he has read. It's hard to imagine that 2 years ago in August when we just got married he was still illiterate. I doubt he knew even 100 characters. And that 100 characters were probably learned from asking others constantly during his 5 years of military service. But now a whole shelf is filled with books that he has read. Shui, do you have any thoughts on this? Qin Shui replied, Elder brother is diligent and eager to learn. He admired this very much. Everything his elder brother had achieved was through his own hard work, and everything they had was given by their elder brother. Thus, he respected his elder brother even more. Yang Haiyan smiled. Yes, he is very studious. For things he doesn't understand, he humbly asks. But the most precious thing about your elder brother is not just his eagerness to learn and progress, but he knows what he wants. He understands that to obtain what he desires, he needs to study hard. So, he dedicates himself to his studies. Shui, do you know what you want? Qin Shui thought for a moment. In the past, when I was still in Bailey Village, my thought was to be filial to my parents and stay by their side. Now having come here, my thought is to help my elder brother, to be his right-hand man, so that my elder brother doesn't have to worry about these matters. Yang Haiyan shook her head. Shui, that's an idea. Ideas and wants are two different things. Your previous thought was in Bailey Village, being filial to your parents, but is that really what you want? Qin Shui fell silent. His previous thought was not what he wanted. He remembered that he initially wanted to find work in the town, to see the world, but because his third brother was taken away by their elder brother and sister-in-law, he couldn't go. However, he said, the previous thought wasn't what I wanted, but the current thought is what I want. I want to be my elder brother's helper. Chapter 194. Yang Haiyan listened to the young man's firm voice and saw his determined expression. In fact, she had a very good impression of the Qin family, including the second branch. She didn't have any negative feelings about them. The second uncle and Nyodan were both quite good, and she hadn't seen her second aunt for a long time, so she didn't notice any of her flaws. Even regarding Qin Fang's maternal grandparents, although Qin Sanjiu and Tadpole had come, they were forcefully taken away by Qin mother, so she didn't think too much about it. To marry into such a family was something Yang Haiyan never dared to dream about, because everyone was good, living together was also enjoyable. Humans are social animals. If the household consisted of only her and Qin Fang, plus servants, life would indeed be quite dull. After all, the master couldn't play with the servants, and even if she didn't think it lowered her status, what would others think? Servants could easily overstep their bounds. Thus, living with family members seemed much more lively. Yang Haiyan asked, Shui, besides this, is there anything else you want? For example, when you grow up, do you want to consider a marriage partner and start a family? Huh. When Qin Shui heard this, his entire face turned red, feeling as if he had been caught in the act. He immediately thought of Miss Li and became extremely worried, wondering if his sister-in-law had discovered something. Recalling that he had just seen his sister-in-law and that she had asked him about this, he felt certain that she had found out something. He hurriedly stammered, Sister-in-law, If at first, Granny Lian had her suspicions, now seeing Qin Shui's expression, Yang Haiyan understood that Aunt Lian's suspicions had turned out to be true. Qin Shui was clearly experiencing youthful infatuation. He had feelings for Miss Li. Yang Haiyan smiled and said, Don't be nervous, take your time and speak. Qin Shui took a deep breath, then stood up, bowed deeply to Yang Haiyan and earnestly said, Sister-in-law, I have someone I admire, but I dare not confess for fear of startling the girl. I hope you can give me some advice. Yang Haiyan was taken aback at first, then felt very happy. She had to admit that Qin Shui was the one who learned the rules and etiquette the fastest and best. Mainly because he was still young and had his ambitions, that's why he worked so hard. Please sit down and tell me more about it. Okay. Qin Shui sat down again and asked a question. Sister-in-law, when you married my brother, did you ever feel he was unworthy? I'm not saying my brother is bad. It's just that I've heard Grandpa, Grandma, and my parents say that my brother was unworthy of you, that you're so good, which is why I ask. Moreover, since they moved to the general's residence and lived with his sister-in-law, even though they hadn't spent much time together, he had felt the goodness of his sister-in-law. She taught them new things and let them experience many things they hadn't dared to imagine before. Especially since she taught him how to read and keep accounts, he respected her very much. Yang Haiyan didn't expect him to ask this question. Without thinking too much, she replied, I never felt that your brother was unworthy of me, so I never had any feelings of disdain. Before marrying your brother, I was a servant at the Grand Tutor's residence. Even though I ate well and dressed well, I was still a servant. Later, when the court granted me good status, I married your brother, and I was indeed a bit proud at that time. Perhaps it was because I came from the Grand Tutor's residence, and its former glory made me feel proud, but this pride wasn't looking down on others. Before I met your brother, I already knew my fate. At that time, I wondered what I would do if I married someone I didn't like in every way. Our marriage was decided by the court. We had no say in it and couldn't get a divorce. So, I thought that even if I married him, I wouldn't want to bear him children. At that time, I could only let him marry a concubine, and then I would give the rights of the main wife to that concubine. I thought a lot about this at that time. Outside, Qin Fang felt flustered and anxious, wondering why he kept overhearing these private conversations. Since he heard Yang Haiyan and Granny Lian talking about how daring it was to have a concubine, he had been on guard against other women getting close to him, fearing that his wife would misunderstand. And now, how is it that he overheard these things again? After Granny Lian left the door, Qin Fang returned and had let her go. He also shushed her, telling her not to make a sound because he wanted to surprise his wife. As a result, he overheard this. Qin Fang felt like he was going to start feeling troubled again. Just thinking about how his wife wanted him to marry a concubine made his heart uneasy. He was incredibly irritated. Even if his wife said she never looked down on him, it couldn't erase this unsettling feeling. Qin Fang hadn't felt this way in a long time. However, he didn't go in and continued standing outside listening. Qin Shui listened intently as she spoke slowly about her relationship with his elder brother. "So what happened later?" he asked. Hearing Qin Shui ask what happened later, Qin Fang pressed his ear closer to the door. Yang Haiyan said, "Later on our wedding day I was feeling unwell. When I lifted my veil I didn't really see him clearly. I was just focused on my discomfort and didn't pay much attention to him. After taking medicine the effects worsened, and my condition didn't improve. I fell ill for a few days during which I had little awareness. Your elder brother went to the military camp, and it was Madame Lu who took care of me. The next day after I woke up, I went to find your elder brother. I saw him approaching from outside the military camp. Based on my impression from our wedding day, I knew he was tall, so I recognized him immediately. My heart was pounding, it was racing. This was the husband of my dreams. I like men with a tall physique like his." Qin Fang. His ears secretly turned red. So, his wife had fallen for him at first sight? He always thought that during that time at the border she didn't like him. She was just kind to people. But it turned out it wasn't the case? Qin Fang felt he had been mistaken all along, and he hadn't noticed it. Men will never accept reality. Like Qin Fang, he would rather believe what his wife said than believe what he experienced. Moreover, he could now sense her affection in her gaze, which made him trust her words even more. Qin Fang felt like he was going to soar. He was so happy he wanted to shout. She had liked him first. That feeling was wonderful. Qin Shui felt a bit embarrassed. Hearing about such things always made him shy. He hadn't expected his sister-in-law to share this with him. However, these matters between his sister-in-law and elder brother were unknown to the Qin family. Yang Haiyan thought about the situation when she first met him. She knew at first sight that Qin Fang was her type, especially those long legs, so tempting. Thinking back, she found it amusing. "I could say I fell for your elder brother at first sight, but first love is a superficial feeling based on appearance and physique. To truly understand a person, you must look beyond those things. So Shui, if you like a girl, you can't only understand her based on her appearance. Of course, if you like a girl, you must also let her know your true self. Women are easily frightened. They worry that a handsome man might be a philanderer, and that he might betray them in the future. Men need to let women know their intentions, so they won't be suspicious or doubt each other. As for your elder brother, even though I fell for him at first sight, we didn't immediately consummate our marriage. I began to understand him. Although he didn't say sweet things, he would hand over his monthly earnings. A man handing over his monthly earnings reassures a woman. This deepened my impression of him, and I thought, this man is quite good. Later on, he would remember what I said, buy me things I wanted, and respect me. I thought meeting him was probably the happiest and luckiest thing in my life. Meeting Qin Fang was the happiest and luckiest thing in her life after time traveled. Because if she had met someone else, she didn't know how her later life would be. Qin Shui carefully considered Yang Haiyan's words. He remembered that every time Miss Li saw him, she seemed very nervous, so did he mistakenly think she was just shy? Now that he thought about it, did he make Miss Li uneasy? Thinking this, Qin Shui asked, "Sister-in-law, if a girl sees you and is always very nervous, to the point of not daring to breathe, do you think it's because she is shy or scared?" Upon hearing this, Yang Haiyan understood the reason. Miss Li's past made her wary of men, which was normal. However, she said, "I'm not her, so I don't know if it's because of nervousness or shyness. But nervousness and shyness are different. Shyness can lead to blushing, while nervousness generally doesn't. If this situation persists when they meet, then it's necessary to consider whether the way they are meeting is inappropriate. Or you can tell me who this girl is. If I know her, I can provide some insight. If I don't know her, we can choose a time to meet. Perhaps I might know her." Hearing Yang Haiyan say this, Qin Shui felt that since his sister-in-law already knew Miss Li, he might as well be straightforward. Besides, his sister-in-law had more experience. She was different from his grandmother and mother. He felt enlightened talking to her. Thinking of this, Qin Shui said directly, "Sister-in-law, I can tell you, but you must not tell anyone, not even a single person." Yang Haiyan replied, "Of course I wouldn't tell anyone. Even for your elder brother, I wouldn't say a word." Qin Fang, overhearing, felt a sharp pang in his heart, thinking, even if you don't tell me, I can still hear it. Qin Shui trusted Yang Haiyan more than his own parents. Perhaps it was because Yang Haiyan was different from ordinary people. She was like his teacher, teaching him many things. After contemplating for a moment, he said, "I have feelings for Miss Li." Yang Haiyan wasn't surprised. However, outside, Qin Fang was greatly surprised. By the time he regained his senses, he had already walked into the room. What did you say? Miss Li. Chapter 195. As soon as Qin Fang entered, Yang Haiyan and Qin Shui were startled, and Qin Shui's face turned pale from fright. Seeing this, Yang Haiyan was quite displeased and said, "What are you doing? You come back without a sound, trying to scare me into a stomachache." Upon hearing Yang Haiyan's words, Qin Fang immediately set aside his concerns about Qin Shui. He rushed over to support Yang Haiyan and picked her up, heading outside while saying, "Don't be scared, we're going to find Dr. Li." Yang Haiyan hurriedly said, "Put me down first. I feel uncomfortable like this. Please put me down." If she said her stomach didn't hurt anymore, he wouldn't believe her. She had to say she felt uncomfortable for him to let her go. Sure enough, Qin Fang put Yang Haiyan down. "Where do you feel uncomfortable? Wait here. I'll go get Dr. Li to carry you back." Since Yang Haiyan felt unwell, he could only bring Dr. Li over, and whether Dr. Li felt comfortable or not was beyond his concern. Qin Shui was also scared. "Sister-in-law, are you all right? It's all my fault." If anything happened to his sister-in-law or the baby, he wouldn't have the face to face his brother or the ancestors of the Qin family. Yang Haiyan replied, "I'm fine. I'm really okay, and my stomach is fine too, so don't worry." She was saying this to Qin Shui, then turned to Qin Fang and added, "Husband, I'm okay. What I meant was that you shouldn't suddenly appear like that. It could scare me and the baby, but I wasn't really scared this time." Qin Fang frowned, still not reassured. "Really, you're fine?" Yang Haiyan said. "Do you think I wouldn't care about the baby?" Hearing Yang Haiyan say this, he felt relieved. It was true that she cared about the baby. From the first day of her pregnancy, she had made many clothes and other supplies for the child, so she wouldn't lie about the baby. He breathed a huge sigh of relief and quickly apologized. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have appeared suddenly and scared you. I will be more careful." Actually, Qin Fang wasn't in the wrong either. She had only said that because Qin Shui had been frightened, and she hadn't thought about scaring this man too. She took his hand and said, "You're not in the wrong. You're the best husband and the best father." Qin Fang felt his tension eased by her words. He couldn't help but want to smile, but upon catching sight of Qin Shui, he pursed his lips tightly. He shot Qin Shui a glance and said, "Go into the study. Let's talk clearly about what's going on." Qin Shui felt a bit scared. Among the Qin family, he was most afraid of his elder brother. I didn't say anything just now." Qin Fang huffed. "As a man, you should stand by what you say. I heard everything very clearly." Qin Shui replied. Shui, go in," Yang Haiyan said. "I have something to discuss with you about Miss Li. Don't be afraid of your brother. He knows some things that I also want to say." She then tugged at Qin Fang. "Don't scare him." Facing his wife, Qin Fang would never dare to use a harsh tone. He could only nod in agreement. The three of them returned to the study, and after Yang Haiyan and Qin Fang sat down, Qin Shui remained standing. Yang Haiyan said, "Shui, sit down and let's talk." Qin Shui looked at Qin Fang. Qin Fang said, "What are you staring at me for? Sit down and clarify what you just said. Is the girl you admire Miss Li?" Qin Shui replied, "Yes." Qin Fang frowned. "You can't be together. Miss Li was a good girl and the daughter of Dr. Li. He had no prejudice against her. If Miss Li was to be considered by someone else, he wouldn't interfere, but Miss Li and Shui could not be together." He minded that Miss Li had been through that kind of incident in the bandits' den. He couldn't accept his younger brother being with her. Qin Shui felt a tightness in his chest. Why not? Qin Fang didn't explain. He had promised Dr. Li not to speak of what happened to Miss Li in the bandits' lair, and he was also strict about keeping the knowledge of this incident to himself, so he wouldn't disclose it. But regarding this matter, he disagreed. Yang Haiyan observed Qin Fang's expression and understood what he was thinking. As a man in ancient times, Qin Fang placed great importance on a woman's reputation and chastity, and she completely understood this. If Miss Li were to marry someone else, he wouldn't have any objections. However, being in the bandits' den, although it was not her wish, the outcome was something she had to bear. It was indeed innocent and unjust, but society is simply that realistic. Not to mention ancient times. Even in modern society, many people still value whether a woman has maintained her virginity. Even many keyboard warriors harbor malice against women who have been victimized. Therefore, she understood Qin Fang's thoughts to some extent. However, seeing Qin Shui's pale face, Yang Haiyan found an excuse, saying, "Because Dr. Li wouldn't agree." Qin Shui asked, "Is it because I'm not good enough for her?" Yang Haiyan sighed. "Not exactly. On the way here, someone asked Dr. Li what kind of son-in-law he wanted for Miss Li. She is smart, beautiful, and capable, so naturally many would be interested in her. But Dr. Li said first he wanted to keep Miss Li for a few more years. Second, he only has one daughter and wants someone to marry into their family. And third, Miss Li fell ill when she was young and can never have children. Your elder brother disagrees because of the last 2 points. He doesn't want you to marry in and doesn't want to see you without children. Should you think about it? Would you be willing to marry in? It's like how your third uncle wants to find a son-in-law for Sonia. Also, you would never have children. You might not feel it now, but what about when you grow old? Think carefully about it. If Qin Shui could accept such a situation, she would talk to Dr. Li about it, informing him of Qin Shui's feelings and see what Dr. Li thought. Although Qin Shui had matured compared to before, he was still a 16-year-old boy. Could he accept the fact that the girl he liked had been taken away to a bandit den and might have been with several bandits? Of course, Yang Haiyan didn't know if it was one bandit or several. No one would ask Miss Li about such matters. Continuing on this subject, Yang Haiyan added, "There's another point. If your elder brother develops well in the future, he might go to another place. But when Dr. Li relied on your elder brother, he said he was willing to follow him to other places. However, he didn't want to go to such a big place like the capital. So, Shui, if you were with Miss Li, would you be willing to stay here or go back to your hometown in Bailey Village for her?" Shui, loving someone isn't just about saying, "I like her." There are many factors to consider. You can think about everything I said. If you are willing to live without children in the future, willing to marry into the Li family, and even willing to stay in Bailey Village for Miss Li, then I will bring this up with Dr. Li. But please don't talk directly to Miss Li about it, because the issue of not being able to have children is a lifelong pain for her. The matter of being taken by bandits would be a lifelong pain for Miss Li. When Qin Shui left, he felt a bit dazed, his mind a blank. He liked Miss Li, but the ideas of marrying in and not being able to have children were things he had never thought about, nor dared to think about. As for marrying in, he could understand it. After all, his third uncle only had one daughter, and wasn't that the intention? He didn't resent or disagree with what had happened in his family. But the issue of not being able to have children put him in a dilemma. Would he never have his own children in the future? Watching Qin Shui leave, Yang Haiyan turned to Qin Fang, who was also looking at her. Qin Fang had just spoken a word and then pursed his lips. Yang Haiyan walked to the door and closed it. She wasn't worried about anyone eavesdropping because Auntie was outside the yard. Besides Qin Fang, anyone who came to her yard would be stopped by Auntie, and then reported. Something like today's sudden appearance of Qin Fang wouldn't happen to others. Seeing her close the door, Qin Fang instinctively stood up. Yang Haiyan sat down opposite him. "Husband, let's talk about Shui's situation." Qin Fang obediently sat down. "Talk about what? Didn't you say those few reasons today? I think they're quite good." The real situation with Miss Li couldn't be disclosed, but those fabricated reasons sounded fine. Yang Haiyan asked, "I want to ask husband, why were you so emotional just now? Why didn't you agree to Miss Li and Shui being together?" Qin Fang pouted. He couldn't say. He wasn't a fool. If he said something, his wife would surely resent him. But he also didn't want to deceive her, so he was honest. "Even though I'm grateful to Dr. Li, with what happened to Miss Li, my grandparents wouldn't agree, and neither would my parents. I know them very well. If Shui wants to be with Miss Li, such a thing cannot be hidden from them. At least I wouldn't hide it from them." He didn't want to deceive his grandparents and parents in this situation. Yang Haiyan had long anticipated this reason. She asked in a different way, "What if something like this happened to me?" "It's impossible." Qin Fang denied it outright. "You are already married to me. You are the general's wife, the village lady. How could such a thing happen?" Yang Haiyan said. "But what if one day I go out shopping and get taken by bandits and such a thing happens? Would you abandon me? Would you oppose Shui and Miss Li oppose us?" Qin Fang said without hesitation. "No, you are mine. No matter what happens, even if it costs my life, you are still mine." He took Yang Haiyan's hand. "Yin, no matter what happens, I will be by your side. If she was really taken by bandits, he would kill all the bandits and rescue her. No matter the outcome, she would be by his side." Yang Haiyan countered. "So you wouldn't despise me, right?" "How could I?" Just thinking about her going through such a thing made his heart ache. "I would only feel sorry for you. This isn't your fault. How could I despise you?" Yang Haiyan smiled when she heard this. What if after Shui learns about it, he feels even more pity for Miss Li? Would you still oppose it? Chapter 196. Qin Fang remained silent. On one side was his own brother, and on the other, his opinion on the matter. Yang Haiyan didn't pressure him to answer. She sympathized with Miss Li because in any world when something like this happens, women are always the victims. However, she said, "Husband, in this world, the only person responsible for you is yourself. No matter how wrong a decision you make, you can't blame others. But if someone else makes a decision for you and it turns out to be wrong, then they will forever be your excuse and the one you blame. So regardless of what happens between Shui and Miss Li, I won't support or oppose it, nor will I express any opinion. Because if it turns out badly, I can't bear the weight of someone else's life. Similarly, I don't want you to carry someone else's burden either. I'm selfish like that. I only want you to take responsibility for my life. Qin Fang had been deep in thought, but hearing this, his eyes suddenly lit up. He stared at Yang Haiyan intently, remembering what he had overheard earlier, that she had fallen in love with him at first sight. In an instant, he grasped her hands tightly and said, "Yan I." Seeing his face turn red, Yang Haiyan asked, "What's wrong with you?" Qin Fang, clearly nervous, blushed even more before awkwardly blurting out, I'll be good to you." In truth, he wanted to say, "I like you." But for some reason, he just couldn't get the words out today. The more he thought about how Yang Haiyan had fallen for him at first sight, the more embarrassed he became. Yang Haiyan couldn't help but laugh. She touched his face gently and said, "I know you've always been good to me, and I believe you'll be even better in the future. I don't ask for much, only that you continue to treat me the way you do now. That's enough for me." Qin Fang responded firmly, his voice full of resolve. Yang Haiyan continued, "Now sit down, let's continue our discussion." "Okay." Qin Fang agreed and sat down obediently. Yang Haiyan resumed, "What I mean is, since you can't take responsibility for Shui's life, and you're not able to, then you might as well leave his matters alone. If Shui tells our father and mother about it, let them decide. Although Shui is your younger brother, it's still his life. We'll eventually divide the family and live our separate lives, don't you think? Besides, there are two other important points. First, you've been supported by your teacher and have gained the favor of the emperor, so it's impossible for your career to stop here. If Shui and Miss Li get married because of your connection, they will be in the public eye. Miss Li's past will inevitably be dug up, and her history could become a way for others to attack you. Wherever I go, people will ask me about this issue too. I'm selfish. I don't want to waste our time and energy dealing with other people's problems. Second, Miss Li is a woman, and if this matter is exposed, she'll be hurt again. Can she handle it? So deep down, I don't really want them to be together, but I won't stop it. If they do get married, they shouldn't stay with us. It would be easier for everyone, including them. Once they leave, whatever happens between them, or with Miss Li, will be their responsibility and has nothing to do with us." She admitted she was selfish and perhaps heartless, but she really didn't want to waste time on someone else's issues, especially knowing they could keep cropping up. Qin Fang usually listened to Yang Haiyan, and when he thought what she said made sense, he'd follow her advice. Just like now, at first he didn't agree because of what happened to Miss Li. But after hearing Yang Haiyan's analysis of the possible consequences, he realized things weren't so simple. "Alright, I won't interfere." As people grow up, they develop their own thoughts, and often there's an element of selfishness. Nobody wants to let someone else's problems affect their family. Seeing that he agreed, Yang Haiyan felt relieved. She had been worried that his sense of responsibility would compel him to get involved. Now it seemed Qin Fang was more rational than she had thought. However, she added, "This is still just Shui's idea, and Miss Li doesn't know yet. I think, given what happened with the bandits, Miss Li might not recover that quickly. Shui mentioned earlier that Miss Li was nervous around him, so she may not have any romantic feelings. But it's not the right time to ask her yet. If Shui can accept what I've said, then we can have a talk with Dr. Li and see what he thinks. It would be better for Dr. Li to discuss this with Miss Li, so she doesn't feel pressured." Qin Fang replied, "Alright, I'll listen to you. But that kid has too much free time at home. Starting tomorrow, he'll come to the barracks with me for some training. We can deal with the accounts in the evenings." Yang Haiyan chuckled softly. "You decide then." Qin Fang asked, displeased, "What are you laughing at? I'm out here in the sun, while he's inside the estate living comfortable enough to daydream." Yang Haiyan stayed silent, realizing that Qin Fang was annoyed with his younger brother. The couple didn't speak any further about Qin Shui, but after returning home, Qin Shui was left completely indecisive, with his mind in such a state of chaos that he couldn't even form coherent thoughts. The next day, before Qin Shui got out of bed, Tao Shan came over. Qin Shui had been awake all night and only fell asleep as dawn approached, so when Tao Shan came to wake him, he was still groggy. But when he heard Tao Shan say that his eldest brother would come to see him after breakfast, he instantly became fully awake, quickly getting up to eat. After breakfast, Qin Shui was taken away by Qin Fang. In fact, it wasn't until he was brought to the military camp that he finally snapped back to reality. Seeing the soldiers training inside the camp, he asked in confusion, "Big brother, why did you bring me here?" Qin Fang replied, "There are no people in the camp who don't know martial arts, and no soldiers who don't train. Even though you're in charge of the accounts, you must keep up." Qin Shui figured that this was a punishment for what had happened the day before, but he didn't dare to object. After a full day of training, Qin Shui was exhausted. He didn't have the energy to think about Miss Li. That night, when he followed Qin Fang back to the general's residence after the shift, he collapsed into bed and fell asleep. Days passed like this, and by September the weather gradually cooled down, and Qin Shui slowly adjusted to this new life. At just 16, perhaps because his life now was better than before, he had dreams but didn't know how to bear the heavy burdens of life. He often thought about Miss Li but couldn't come up with any solutions. Marry into her family? The elders wouldn't agree. No children. The elders wouldn't agree to that either. For a time he felt that the daily training in the camp was unexpectedly enjoyable. It allowed him to forget everything and not think about anything. In the blink of an eye, it was mid-September. On this day, Aunt Fan, who had left the general's residence over 4 months ago, finally returned. However, she didn't come back alone. She brought her daughter and granddaughter with her. As soon as she returned, she knelt in front of Yang Haiyan. "Madam, please, I beg you to stand up for me." Yang Haiyan looked at Aunt Fan, her daughter and her granddaughter. Their expressions were not only tired but also pale. She gestured for Granny Lian to help Aunt Fan up. "What's the matter? Take your time and tell me what happened. If there's been any injustice, I'll definitely make it right for you." Aunt Fan had been working for her for a year and a half, always diligent and hardworking. If she had been wronged, Yang Haiyan would certainly support her. Granny Lian suggested, "Why don't I take your daughter and granddaughter to your room to rest for a while? The little girl looks exhausted and needs a good rest." Aunt Fan hurriedly agreed. "I hadn't thought it through. Mama Lian is very considerate." She then turned to her daughter. "Xiaomei, you and the child go with Mama Lian to rest in my room. I'll come over later." The woman called Xiaomei nodded. Though she seemed timid, there was a stubbornness in her eyes. With only Yang Haiyan and Aunt Fan left in the room, Aunt Fan looked at Yang Haiyan, hesitating to speak. She had come with the intention of asking her mistress for help, giving her daughter a bit of hope, but now she worried that her request might trouble her. Yang Haiyan poured a cup of plain water for Aunt Fan. "Aunt Fan, whatever it is, you can tell me. As long as we're in the right, we can travel the world without fear." Aunt Fan hesitated for a long time, and Yang Haiyan didn't rush her. Finally, feeling too awkward to sit any longer, Aunt Fan spoke up. Actually, this matter is related to the imperial grain incident." Everyone in the nation now knew about the imperial grain initiative, so it wasn't surprising that Aunt Fan knew about it. Besides, Aunt Fan's hometown was in Ren Prefecture. Yang Haiyan listened attentively. "Could it be that this matter has troubled your family?" Aunt Fan shook her head. No, but it's related." "Go on, I'm listening," Yang Haiyan encouraged. Aunt Fan sighed. "To explain this, I have to talk about my hometown. My home is in Liwang County, which falls under the jurisdiction of Hedong Prefecture. Our general's residence is overseeing the Imperial Grain Initiative in the entire Hedong Prefecture, and the local agent for Liwang County is a family of local gentry, the Qin family. You've heard of them, right?" Yang Haiyan nodded. "Yes, the Qin family is a respected, scholarly family. Their ancestors produced an official of the Hanlin Academy, and the current head of the family is a retired third-rank official. Even though he's retired, they still have family members holding positions in the capital. The one who got the agency for the Imperial Grain Project is one of his sons, who went into business. A retired third-rank official was not someone the local authorities would dare to offend. After all, even the county magistrate was only a 7th-rank official. So this has to do with the Qin family?" Aunt Fan quickly clarified. No, it's not about the Qin family, but rather the county magistrate. He learned of my connection to the general's residence and lured my useless son-in-law into racking up massive gambling debts. Then he told him to ask me to get the general's residence to give the Qin family's agency rights to him. Chapter 197. During dinner, when Qin Fang returned, Yang Haiyan informed him of the situation. Qin Fang was momentarily stunned. That county magistrate of Liwang County is acting irrationally. Does he really think I would hand over the Imperial Grain Agency rights for the whole county because of a servant? Yang Haiyan replied, "I find it odd too. I'm not sure what that magistrate is thinking, but if he isn't stupid, he must have other motives. We just don't know what he's planning. Husband, no matter what he's preparing, first of all, the situation with Aunt Fan's son-in-law definitely stems from us. Even if it didn't, Aunt Fan is still one of our servants. You don't strike a dog without considering its owner. And they've brought the fight to our doorstep. While it's true that one must exercise patience when necessary, there are certain lines that cannot be crossed." Qin Fang nodded. Seeing his calm demeanor, Yang Haiyan was a little puzzled. "What do you think, husband? How do you plan to handle this?" Sensing her anxiety, Qin Fang used the serving chopsticks to give her a piece of food. You eat first. Once you're done I'll tell you. This kind of thing isn't worth worrying about. Leave it to me. Qin Fang's confident tone piqued Yang Haiyan's curiosity even more. Her mind was racing like an itch she couldn't scratch. She wanted to know immediately. But from the looks of it, Qin Fang didn't intend to reveal his plan right away. Normally she ate slowly and methodically, but this time she sped through her meal. For the first time in her life, she ate so quickly that even Qin Fang was surprised. Didn't you say you should eat slowly and chew carefully for better health? He asked. Yang Haiyan huffed. Don't pretend you don't know. You know I'm just trying to find out your plan. Qin Fang chuckled at her words. All right, I'll tell you. Yang Haiyan playfully pinched him. You're such a tease. Hurry up and spill. Qin Fang finally explained. My plan is to ignore it. Ignore it? Yang Haiyan felt momentarily out of her depth. Qin Fang elaborated. As my teacher always says in the court, the greatest principle for an official is not to meddle in matters beyond their position. I'm the defending general of Yunxiang County. Unless someone attacks Yunxiang County, nothing else is my concern. If the magistrate of Liwang County wants to stir up trouble, let his superior deal with him. Yang Haiyan was truly astonished. Can he really just do that? But why not? She gave Qin Fang a thumbs up. Husband, you're brilliant. Qin Fang, not hiding his pride, replied. Of course, who else would be your husband? Now I'll go write a letter and have someone deliver it to Master Lu. As for the rest, we'll wait for his response. I'll head out to the outer courtyard. Yang Haiyan said. I'm going for a walk. Come join me afterward. Qin Fang nodded. All right. As Qin Fang turned to leave, the smile on his face faded, and his expression grew serious. He had maintained his calm demeanor in front of her because he didn't want her to worry. Especially now that she was pregnant, he didn't want her to feel any anxiety. Whether she was pregnant or not, he wouldn't have let her be troubled. Qin Fang was far from naive. After becoming a student of Master Dooku, it was clear that the county magistrate of Liwang wasn't afraid of his teacher. So who wouldn't fear his teacher? People in the capital. Upon returning to the outer courtyard, Kunchi and Taoshan arrived promptly. Qin Fang explained the situation in Liwang County to them, and then wrote a letter. Handing it to Taoshan, he said, Take a few men to handle this. You only need to do two things. First, deliver this letter to Governor Lu in Hudong Prefecture. Then wait there for his response. Second, have the men you bring investigate the matter between the magistrate and Aunt Fan's son-in-law in Liwang County. Be sure not to alert anyone. Collect any clues and evidence you find. Taoshan replied. Understood. I'll leave immediately. After Taoshan left, Qin Fang turned to Kunsher and said, Strengthen the security around the manor, especially now that the lady is pregnant and Aunt Fan has returned. We must prevent any accidents. Kunsher responded. Yes, sir. Aunt Fan's daughter and granddaughter had been staying at the general's residence since the incident. Aunt Fan wanted to return to work in the kitchen, but Yang Haiyan insisted she focus on taking care of her daughter and granddaughter instead. The grain agent of Hudong Prefecture was the Lu family. Even though the position of the prefect might change, the agent role would be handed to someone else after his reassignment. But while he was in office, the agent would still make money, and for this, Prefect Lu owed Qin Fang a favor. Prefect Lu himself acknowledged this. So when Taoshan brought Qin Fang's letter, Prefect Lu immediately met with him. However, after reading the letter, his expression turned grim. In the letter, Qin Fang didn't exaggerate, but simply recounted the situation with Aunt Fan. How to handle it was naturally up to Prefect Lu. Prefect Lu governed Hudong Prefecture, and the magistrate of Liwang County was under his jurisdiction. In fact, Prefect Lu wasn't the type to actively seek out trouble. His dealings with Magistrate Yang and Qin Fang showed that he preferred to keep things simple. As long as no one caused him problems, he wouldn't cause them any either. But now that Qin Fang's letter was on his desk, he had no choice but to deal with it, if only to return the favor to Qin Fang. Besides, this was within his jurisdiction. Slapping his desk, Prefect Lu called out, Someone summon Magistrate Chung from Liwang County. Yes, sir. Turning to Taoshan, Prefect Lu said, Once Magistrate Chung arrives, I will give General Qin an explanation. You may stay here in the residence for the time being. What do you think? Taoshan responded, I humbly accept your kind offer. Magistrate Chung arrived early the next morning. When the prefect called, no matter how busy Chung was, he had to come, as his evaluations depended on the prefect. Moreover, since Prefect Lu had taken office over a year ago, this was the first time he had personally summoned Chung, which made him think something serious must have happened. The prefect's messenger had been tight-lipped, and Chung didn't dare pry. Upon arriving at the prefect's residence, Chung was immediately ushered into Prefect Lu's study. The prefect was already waiting for him. Just as Chang was about to bow, Prefect Lu stopped him. No need for formalities in private. I won't beat around the bush, just tell me directly, did you send someone? He then recounted the situation with Aunt Fan. Magistrate Chang was shocked that Prefect Lu knew about this, but he tried to feign ignorance. What is the prefect talking about? I don't understand. Prefect Lu replied. You don't need to know how I found out. Since I know, I will investigate. Even if you want to hide it, you won't be able to. Realizing that denial was futile, Magistrate Chang didn't admit it, but also didn't conceal his defiance. His tone hardened though he tried to advise. I suggest, Prefect, that you don't meddle in this. Outrageous. Prefect Lu was a man who valued his reputation. Even though Magistrate Chang likely meant no harm, saying the prefect was meddling in other people's business struck a nerve. Magistrate Chang, let me remind you that General Qin is a 5th-rank official, and his wife is a 3rd-rank lady of the county. Moreover, you must know that he is a student of Minister Du. Chang could hear the anger in Prefect Lu's voice and softened his stance. But he's just Minister Du's student. If someone wants to act against him, there's nothing I can do about it. Prefect Lu immediately grasped the situation. Someone in the court dares to target Minister Du's student? Moreover, Qin Fang was stationed in the remote Yunxiang County and posed no threat to anyone's interests. Who would be so ruthless as to ignore Minister Du's reputation? Magistrate Chang naturally wouldn't say more. Prefect, if they dare to act, it means they aren't afraid of Minister Du. So, do you still intend to get involved in this? Prefect Lu was taken aback. If they weren't afraid of Minister Du, he certainly didn't want to make himself a target. Fine, you may go. Magistrate Chang bowed. I'll take my leave then. Prefect Lu waved him off, not wanting to see him any longer. After Chang left, Prefect Lu summoned Tao Shan and handed him a letter. I've written everything regarding General Qin's concerns in this letter. Once you deliver it to him, he'll understand. Tao Shan took the letter and stored it carefully. I'll take my leave. Tao Shan hurried back to Yunxiang County. On his way, he stopped in Liwang County to check on the investigation before continuing his journey. Because he was writing, he made it back in a day. By the time he arrived at the general's residence, it was already dark. Qin Fang and Yang Haiyan had finished dinner and were taking a walk. Hearing that Tao Shan had returned, Qin Fang went to the outer courtyard, leaving Mama Lian to accompany Yang Haiyan. As soon as Qin Fang saw Tao Shan, he waved off the formalities. You're back so quickly. I take it Prefect Lu didn't resolve the issue. Tao Shan handed him the letter while explaining. You're as insightful as always, General. I visited Prefect Lu yesterday morning, and after reading your letter, he summoned Magistrate Chang from Liwang County. Chang arrived this morning, and after their meeting, Prefect Lu called me back. His expression was grim, so I suspect the discussion didn't go well. This is the letter Prefect Lu gave me. He said it contains his response to the issue you raised. Qin Fang opened the letter. Prefect Lu's response was brief. General Qin, I'm afraid I can't help. After probing Magistrate Chang, it's clear this matter is aimed at you, and the instigators aren't afraid of Minister Du. Please understand. Qin Fang wasn't surprised to learn that the situation was directed at him, but he hadn't expected them to not fear Minister Du. Crumpling the letter, he told Tao Shan, I'll write another letter. You'll need to deliver this one to my teacher. I'm not sure where he is now, so you'll have to ask around along the way. Tao Shan responded, Don't worry, General. I'll make sure the letter reaches Minister Du. Chapter 198. That night, Qin Fang lay awake in bed, restless. The situation was clear. Someone was targeting him. Lu Darren had discovered through County Magistrate Chang that the opposition likely came from someone unafraid of Qin Fang's mentor, Du Ku, which strongly suggested a connection to the capital. But the question remained, why would someone from the capital go after a rural youth like him, who had never even set foot there? Unable to make sense of it, Qin Fang couldn't fall asleep. Suddenly, a pair of delicate hands wrapped around his waist from behind. Don't worry, Yang Haiyan said softly. No matter why they're after you, you must know that they can't touch you. With your current status, Lord Du will protect you, and the Emperor won't let anyone harm you. Du Ku was, after all, the most cunning figure in the entire novel. Though his character was scarcely mentioned, once the male protagonist Han Zhen went to the capital, Du Ku played a key role. Despite Han Zhen's lack of status, and even with ties to the Yonghe Marquis mansion, the capital's intricate factions couldn't protect him forever. Especially later, when the Crown Prince emerged from his mansion, the number of people looking to take him down only grew. At that time it was Du Ku who stood behind Han Zhen. Thus, with Du Ku's backing, Han Zhen would remain safe. Moreover, given Qin Fang's current achievements, unless he committed treason, the Emperor wouldn't act against him. The Emperor, while fixated on matters regarding the Crown Prince, was otherwise a wise ruler. Besides, if the emperor did make a move, Yang Haiyan still had trump cards to protect Qin Fang. Qin Fang turned around. "I'm sorry I woke you up." Yang Haiyan stroked his hair. It was stiff and prickly to the touch, but she found herself unable to stop. Sometimes he felt like a big boy, stirring a sisterly affection within her. At other times her heart ached for him. All the hopes of the Qin family were placed squarely on his shoulders. If the Qin family had never risen to prominence, they might have been content to live humbly in Bailey Village. But now, having tasted success, if Qin Fang were to fall, returning to that simple life would be unbearable for his family. At just 22 years old, this young man bore the weight of an entire family's expectations. In the modern world, wouldn't a 22-year-old still be considered just a boy? Yang Haiyan shook her head. "I wasn't asleep anyway." Qin Fang pulled her closer. He much preferred autumn to summer. In this cool weather he could hold her like this, finding peace in her warmth. After a moment's thought he said, "Once the men I sent to Liwang County return, I'll head to the capital. I need to report to the emperor about the various seeds and the horse farm, and I can take the opportunity to address this issue. I'll avoid meddling in matters beyond my jurisdiction to prevent accusations of abusing my power. What do you think?" Yang Haiyan replied, "I trust your judgment." At first, she had assumed Qin Fang would handle the investigation himself, and she had even considered conducting her own inquiry. But after hearing his reasoning, she agreed with his approach. Why invite trouble by meddling in things that weren't their responsibility? Handing it over to those with the proper authority was the right decision. Still, she couldn't understand who would target them like this. By now, everyone knew that Qin Fang was Dooku's student. Given that, the only ones unafraid of Dooku were likely figures in the capital. But who in the capital could stand against Dooku? As the Deputy Minister of War, though only ranked third, Dooku held significant influence. In the capital, rank wasn't just about titles but also about actual power. For example, the commander of the city's military forces was merely 5th rank, yet controlled thousands of soldiers and managed the city's security. Similarly, the commander of the capital camp, also a 5th rank officer, held command over thousands of troops. Dooku, a future minister of war, would eventually wield nationwide military authority, and was trusted by the emperor. So Yang Haiyan couldn't fathom who would dare target Qin Fang. If Qin Fang were in danger, Dooku would undoubtedly intervene, and with Dooku on his side, no one could harm him, especially since Qin Fang had done no wrong. Even the emperor, in light of Qin Fang's contributions, would be lenient. Therefore, the real target couldn't be Qin Fang. So what was the true motive? Could it be related to the Imperial Grain Agency partnership? Or the Imperial Grain Plan in Hedong Prefecture? Unable to make sense of it, Yang Haiyan chose to stop thinking about it. The Qin family remained unaware of the situation, as Qin Fang and Yang Haiyan hadn't shared any details with them. 2 days later, the men sent to Liwang County returned with further news. It wasn't just about Aunt Fan's son-in-law. More serious developments had occurred. Just yesterday her son-in-law had injured someone. Fatally. While beating the person, he had loudly proclaimed that he was from General Qin Fang's household and dared anyone to oppose him. Upon hearing this, Qin Fang immediately decided to leave Yunxiang County and head to the capital. Before leaving, Qin Fang held Yang Haiyan's hand tightly and said, "I'm leaving now. I'll leave the household in your care. Since Aunt Fan's son-in-law acted so brazenly in public, and the other side is targeting me, their next move will likely be to come for me. I have to leave before they arrive. But once I'm gone, I'll be very worried about you." Yang Haiyan, however, seemed unfazed. "You don't need to worry. The magistrate of Liwang County is only a 7th rank official, and even the prefect of Hedong is just a 4th rank. I'm a lady of the county, a 3rd rank title granted by the emperor. Whoever wants to act against me will need the emperor's decree. Besides, the 1,000 soldiers you took under your command aren't to be trifled with. But I'm more concerned about you. How many people do you plan to take with you to the capital? If the enemy is targeting us, what if they find out you've left and try to ambush you on the road?" Qin Fang reassured her, "Don't worry. I'm only taking 2 men with me. But there won't be any issues. Trust me." Seeing the determination in his eyes and the certainty in his voice, Yang Haiyan stopped pressing the matter. This man was no longer the young centurion he had been 2 years ago. He had grown, had his own thoughts and judgments. At just 22, he had risen to the 5th rank and held military power in Yunxiang County. His inner strength and authority were beginning to surface, his sharpness becoming evident. Yang Haiyan had witnessed his growth. She remembered when he was just a centurion, worrying over saving a few coins. She had seen him exhaust himself competing for a higher rank, and stay up all night reading to improve his knowledge. She had seen him battle bandits for silver, while leading the people of Yunxiang to resettle. Though it all seemed simple, For a young man of 22 who had never shouldered such responsibility, the pressure was immense. If not for the resilience forged through 5 years of military service, experiencing life and death, he might not have grown so quickly. Thinking of all this, her eyes reddened. But she didn't want him to see her tears, knowing it might weigh on him during his journey to the capital. She leaned into his embrace, holding him tightly with all her strength. Qin Fang, thinking she was worried or reluctant to part with him, smiled as he gently stroked her head. Yin, I'm truly fortunate to have married you. In this life I will act with a good heart, accumulate good deeds, and ensure our fate extends across 3 lifetimes. Yang Haiyan didn't reply, only tightening her embrace. Qin Fang lowered his head and kissed her hair gently. All right, I have to go now. Don't worry. It took Yang Haiyan a while before she released him, then she turned away. You should go. I don't want to watch you leave. I'll miss you too much. She didn't want him to see the tears streaming down her face. Qin Fang wasn't a fool. Hearing her usually gentle voice so choked with emotion, he knew she had been crying. But he didn't expose her. Clenching his fists, he reminded himself that he had to become even stronger, so no one could bully him, so that no one could lay a hand on him easily. Only then could he give her a life free of worry. For the first time, Qin Fang deeply craved power. With that thought, he turned and left. At just 22, this young man from a remote village, who had joined the army at 16 to take his father's place, who had once been illiterate but within 2 years had mastered military strategy, set off on his journey to the capital. His mind was filled with determination and resolve to meet the ruler of the nation. Perhaps from this very moment, the road to his glory had begun. After a long time, Yang Haiyan turned around, but Qin Fang was already gone from sight. Lady of the county, said Granny Lian, softly wiping away Yang Haiyan's tears with a handkerchief. Yang Haiyan asked, Granny, how much has the imperial grain factory earned so far? As Yang Haiyan's trusted servant, who managed the Qin family's assets, Granny Lian knew the answer well. It's made 500 taels of silver, she replied. It's only been a little over a month, and the harvest of potatoes and sweet potatoes was limited this year. But by next year, when everyone plants them, the profits will be much higher. Yang Haiyan nodded. And how much have we received from the county agents? Granny Lian answered. There are 4 agents in the county and 1 in the prefecture. Excluding Magistrate Yang's share, we've received a total of 32,000 taels of silver. Magistrate Yang's family couldn't afford the full 8,000 taels up front, so they're paying in installments. Yang Haiyan nodded again. In the name of the general's residence, announce that I will use the 32,000 taels and the 500 taels from the grain factory to build roads in Yunxiang County. We will erect a monument along the road praising the emperor's benevolence, and the road will be called Imperial Grain Road. Invite the public to help voluntarily with the construction. There won't be a monthly wage, but food will be provided. Mama Lian was taken aback by the grand scale of this gesture. But she never questioned her mistress's decisions. Understood. Yang Haiyan continued. There's no time like the present. I'll write the announcement myself. Oh, and send someone to invite Magistrate Yang and his wife over for a chat. Ask them to spare a moment from their busy schedule. Granny Lian replied. Yes, I understand. Chapter 199. In Liwang County. In Magistrate Cheng's study, he and his advisor were deep in discussion. The advisor was quite worried. My lord, are you sure there won't be any issues with going after General Qin? The prefect is already aware of this matter. And I'm concerned. Besides, General Qin is the student of Minister Du. If something happens to Qin Fang, Minister Du won't let it go easily. And now Tu Chong has already used General Qin's name to injure someone. This situation is bound to escalate. Magistrate Chung sighed. Although he appeared confident in front of Master Lu that day, in reality, he wasn't so sure himself. I don't have much choice in this. If those above want to act against Qin Fang, how can I refuse? But fortunately, their real goal isn't to harm Qin Fang. They've instructed us to be polite to him, drag this case out for a few months, and then clear his name. The advisor still didn't understand. Why are they doing this? Magistrate Chung replied. How would I know? Prepare yourself. Tomorrow, I will personally visit the general's residence and ask him to clarify this matter. Although Qin Fang's rank was higher, Chung was still the magistrate of Liwang County, and had the authority to summon Qin Fang to cooperate with the investigation. Chung didn't know why those above wanted things to play out this way, but there were people in the capital who did. At the Wei residence, Wei Hong sat in the kitchen facing his son Wei Ting, who looked livid. Wei Hong's own expression wasn't much better. It was the first time his son had yelled at him. Yet, Wei Ting was the future head of the family, and being ruthless was necessary. Wei Ting, the decision has already been made. Even if you want to stop it, it's too late. Wei Ting was disappointed. He knew all too well about the Yang family's situation, and though he hadn't tried to stop it, he understood his father's helpless position. But now, their family was in the emperor's inner circle, and had become his trusted allies. Why was his father still taking this risk? Father, Qin Fang is Minister Du's student. In the imperial library, it was the emperor himself who ordered Minister Du to take Qin Fang as a student. That shows how much the emperor values him. If you let Magistrate Cheng act against Qin Fang, it's like slapping both the emperor and Minister Du in the face. After the Yang family incident, our family might still be considered one of the top families in the capital, but our position is precarious. If Minister Du finds out about this, he won't let it go in court. Wei Hong scoffed. He's just a student. Does Duke really hold him in such high regard? Father. Wei Ting had witnessed Duke's relationship with Qin Fang firsthand. He had never seen the ever-meticulous Minister Du smile so warmly toward anyone. Not even his own son. This isn't just about being a student. Qin Fang is the emperor's gift to Minister Du. You've always been a measured person. Why are you being so reckless this time? Is it because Lady Bingyun refused to become the adopted daughter of the Wei family? Wei Hong shook his head. Do you think I jeopardize Duke's student over something so trivial? Rest assured, nothing will happen to Qin Fang. His name will be cleared, and both the emperor and Duke's favorites will remain untouched. All this is just to create a minor inconvenience for Qin Fang, and move him somewhere else. Yunxiang County isn't a place he should stay. Once he's removed from his position, he can return to his official duties elsewhere. Just not in Yunxiang County. Wei Ting narrowed his eyes, quickly realizing something. This isn't about targeting Qin Fang himself but rather his position. But what's so special about being the defense general of Yunxiang County? It's a remote backwater. The most valuable thing there now is that the Qin family has become an imperial grain supplier. But that's not enough to justify going after someone the emperor and Duke value. And it's not because of Lady Bingyun either. Then the most valuable secret in Yunxiang County must be the ore deposits. As he spoke, Wei Ting's eyes widened in realization. Father, is it because of gunpowder? Though phrased as a question, his voice was firm. Wei Hong gazed at his eldest son. Wei Ting was exceptional, far more capable than his second son. That's why Wei Hong would share some decisions with Wei Ting but not the younger one. Yet in this moment, he regretted how astute his eldest had become. From his father's expression, Wei Ting knew he had hit the mark. A chilling suspicion gnawed at his heart as he stood abruptly, stepping closer to Wei Hong. Father, only a few people know about the gunpowder. The ores and the gunpowder project are now under Qin Fang's control, essentially in the emperor's hands. Even if outsiders know about the niter and sulfur, they don't know about the emperor's gunpowder plan. Gunpowder is vital to the nation, and the emperor controls it tightly. But you're going after Qin Fang, which means you don't want gunpowder in the emperor's hands. Father, I have a bold guess. If you haven't betrayed the nation, then you've chosen a side. Which prince are you supporting? Has one of the princes learned about the gunpowder, and is targeting Qin Fang's position in Yunxiang County? But because of Duku, they won't actually harm Qin Fang, is that it? Shut up! Wei Hong roared. Wei Ting's eyes were filled with disappointment. After the public learned about making ice with saltpeter, everyone thought I took the Ministry of Works to Yunxiang County for mining. But they don't know the real reason I went was because of the gunpowder incident. I came back with news of the successful research and you know about this as well. So it was truly because of the gunpowder because you aligned yourself with the prince's faction? Father, how could you be so foolish? The emperor is not even 30 yet. He still has a long time to rule. Wei Ting closed his eyes in frustration. What do you know? You're also aware of the current situation with the Wei family. Back when the emperor was still Prince Yuan, though I was one of his trusted men, he didn't truly favor me. His favorite was Duku. When the fight for the throne began, Prince Yuan and Grand Tutor Yang's faction were locked in a fierce struggle. I suggested to Prince Yuan that we arrange a marriage between Wei Wu and a daughter of the Yang family, to extract information from their faction. Prince Yuan neither agreed nor objected. But I knew that his silence meant consent. However, Wei Ting, I made a two-sided plan back then. If Grand Tutor Yang's faction had succeeded, our Wei family would have been secure through the marriage ties. Later, when I saw that Yang's faction was no match for Prince Yuan, I revealed their plans to him. I thought this would win me favor with the emperor, but who would have guessed that his most trusted was still Duku? Wei Ting disagreed. But the emperor entrusted me with the gunpowder project. Isn't that enough to show that he values our family? Father, which prince have you sided with? Let me guess. It's the imperial noble consort, isn't it? Even though the emperor hasn't made her empress, everyone knows that the court ministers favor the crown prince the most. After all, the imperial noble consort was once the Prince Yuan's official wife, and the crown prince is her legitimate eldest son. Wei Hong replied. That's why what the emperor did was improper. Wei Ting argued. Whether the emperor was proper or not has nothing to do with us. Father, what did the imperial noble consort promise you? Wei Hong didn't answer and instead changed the subject. You don't need to concern yourself with this matter. It has nothing to do with you. No one knows about my connection to County Magistrate Cheng in Liwang County, so even if something happens to him, it won't implicate us. Wei Ting pressed on. How are you planning to handle this situation? You're using that servant's son-in-law to question Qin Fang's character and integrity, then proposing to suspend his official duties, hoping to clear his name after a new official is appointed? Is your strategy based on Duke's absence from court, giving you the confidence to act against Qin Fang? But father, even though Dooku isn't present, his people and connections are still in the court. His students and supporters won't let you get away with this. Wei Hong responded calmly. That's why we haven't made a move, haven't we? It's just a suspension from office. Don't worry, the rest of the situation will resolve itself without our intervention. Although Wei Ting still disapproved, he knew his father had already committed to siding with the imperial noble consort's faction. What could he do? He felt conflicted and troubled. Fortunately, this plan wouldn't harm Qin Fang directly. Otherwise, cleaning up the aftermath would be even more difficult. Still, Wei Ting couldn't shake his unease. Meanwhile, Qin Fang left Yunxiang County, instructing his 2 guards. You 2 go to Liwang County and secretly monitor Magistrate Cheng's every move. I'm going to the capital alone. The guards were shocked. But General, what about your safety? Qin Fang replied, don't worry. Your horses can't keep up with Wu Shuai's speed, and I need to get there quickly. And make sure to keep this from Lady Yang when I return. Understood. The guards nodded. Yes, General. After parting ways with the guards, Qin Fang mounted his horse Wu Shuai. Let's pick up the pace, Wu Shuai. We can't let anything tarnish your reputation as a noble steed. The people behind the Wei family didn't intend to seriously harm Qin Fang, and Magistrate Cheng hadn't anticipated that he would secretly leave Yunxiang County. As a city guard general, it was illegal for Qin Fang to leave the county without permission. At best, he would face a minor punishment, but at worst, he could lose his position or even be charged with a crime. In truth, even Dooku wouldn't have expected Qin Fang to leave Yunxiang County. But Qin Fang did so without hesitation, riding Wu Shuai day and night. After 2 days and 1 night, he arrived at the capital in the afternoon. Upon reaching the capital, identification papers were required. Since Qin Fang knew someone in the capital was plotting against him, he naturally didn't reveal his own documents. But he also didn't have forged ones. Fortunately, the gate captain wasn't just anyone. It was young Master Du, Duke's second son. Young Master Du was in his office on the city wall, enjoying some snacks when he heard that someone was looking for him. Who's asking for me? What do they want? He asked. The guard replied. The person says he's a friend of Tao Shan. Tao Shan asked him to bring something from Yunxiang County, as thanks for your help the other day. Young Master Du perked up at the mention of Tao Shan. What did he bring? A watermelon. He immediately stood up. Come on, let's go take a look. Ever since he tasted watermelon, his life revolved around food, but unfortunately, watermelons were scarce, and he couldn't find any in the capital. Chapter 215. Young Master Du followed the guard to the gate at the city wall. The guard pointed and said, Captain Du, it's that one over there, the tallest one. Young Master Du glanced over and widened his eyes. He exclaimed in surprise. What a fine horse. This really is a fine horse. But could this person be Tao Shan's friend? Tao Shan was just a bodyguard. Could he really have a friend riding such a magnificent steed? Others might not recognize the value of this horse, but as someone who, in modern times, would be a second-generation wealthy heir, Du couldn't fail to recognize a luxury vehicle, comparing horses to cars. With doubt in his heart, he approached Qin Fang. Qin Fang had been watching the gate already. Although he didn't know what young Master Du looked like, when he saw the guard he had spoken to earlier bringing down a young man, he guessed that this must be him. Qin Fang didn't walk over but waited for Du to approach. When Du got closer, he raised his eyebrows and asked, Are you Tao Shan's friend? What did Tao Shan ask you to bring me? His tone carried suspicion. Qin Fang lowered his voice and said, Young master, I will show you my travel permit and documents, but after you see them, please don't say anything, and then listen to what I have to say. Hearing this, Du immediately knew something was off about this person. However, it was broad daylight, and the city gate was bustling with people, so he wasn't worried. He nodded. Qin Fang took out his identity papers. Please take a look. Du accepted the documents, and when he saw clearly that it was Qin Fang, he froze for a moment, surprised. He hadn't expected his father's only student to appear here. Once he realized this man was his father's only student, He also understood who Qin Fang really was, the general defending Yunxiang County. His eyes widened in shock, and he quickly pulled Qin Fang aside to a secluded spot. In a low voice he asked, "Are you Qin Fang? My father's student." He had never met Qin Fang, nor had his father described him, but the identity papers were correct. And if this was Qin Fang, it made sense because Tao Shan would never have a friend who rode such a fine horse. This man also knew about Tao Shan and Du Er's affairs, so it was likely indeed Qin Fang. Qin Fang replied, "Yes, I am Qin Fang. I've secretly come to the capital and must not reveal my identity. Young master, is there any way you could arrange for me to meet the emperor?" Du Er's face darkened at this. "Are you crazy? You're the general of a county's defenses. A general can't leave his post without an imperial decree, just like military commanders can't come to the capital without a royal edict. And now you want to see the emperor? Are you trying to get yourself killed? You need to go back immediately, or if something happens to you, my father will get dragged into this mess, and that would be terrible." Although Du Er's words sounded harsh and concerned about getting implicated, there was also a tone of genuine care. Qin Fang was somewhat moved. He calmly said, "Young master, you need not worry. Although I left the county without permission, I have my reasons, and I can explain them to the emperor. Something happened to me which my teacher also knows about, so there's no need to worry." Du Er didn't trust Qin Fang, but he trusted his father. Since his father had accepted Qin Fang as a student, Qin Fang must be exceptional in some way. Hearing Qin Fang speak so calmly, Du Er had no choice but to agree. Could he refuse? Of course not. "Fine, I'll take you to see the emperor. You can pretend to be one of my subordinates." Qin Fang nodded. "Thank you, young master." Du Er quickly responded, "No need for that. You're my father's student, like a brother to me. Oh, by the way, how old are you?" Qin Fang found Du Er's straightforwardness amusing, especially since his personality was nothing like his teacher's. It made him wonder how such a strict and disciplined teacher had raised such a carefree son. "I'm 22 this year. How about you?" Du Er said, "I'm 20. Since you're older than me, I'll call you Brother Qin from now on." Given that Qin Fang held the rank of 5th grade official while Du Er was only a 7th grade one, calling him brother felt appropriate. "Oh, by the way, do you know my name? I'm Du Xingran." Qin Fang smiled. "I see, Brother Ran." Du Xingran twitched slightly. "Well, I also have an older brother, Du Xingfei, who's 25. If he were here, calling me brother wouldn't sound right." Qin Fang chuckled and quickly corrected himself. "Then I'll call you Ran." With a twitching smile, Du Xingran waved his hand. "All right, let's go. Oh, by the way, do you have any watermelons from your region? Watermelons are so delicious." Qin Fang replied, "There are no more watermelons, but I have some watermelon seeds. I'm just not sure if anyone in the capital knows how to grow them. If not, you can come to Yunxiang County next year, and I'll make sure you enjoy them to your heart's content." Du Xingran grinned. "I think I'll come to Yunxiang County then. Growing them here in the capital? Better not. They're so rare and valuable that they'd fetch a high price. Why let someone else profit for free? By the way, did you like the things I sent through Tao Shan? Didn't your wife just give birth?" Qin Fang thanked him. "Yes, thank you, Brother Ran. My wife really liked them. It was very thoughtful of you." Du Xingran waved dismissively. "No need to thank me. As long as she liked them. My wife prepared them." As they spoke, they reached the city gates, and Du Xingran called over one of his subordinates. "Come here. Take care of my brother's horse. He's been traveling, and his clothes are soaked with sweat. He needs to change or he'll get sick." Du Xingran's quick excuse was fitting since, even though it was September and not too hot, Qin Fang had indeed been sweating heavily from traveling overnight. The subordinate replied, "Yes, sir." Du Xingran took Qin Fang to a guard's restroom. "Go take a bath. I'll get you some guard clothes to wear." "Ah, with your size, I'll have to find something larger." Qin Fang bowed in thanks. "Thank you, Brother Ran." Grand Eunuch Qi laughed and said, "You're too humble, too humble. How did young Master Du come to the palace? Did Lord Du send you on some errand?" Du Xingran replied, "I am here at someone's request, but it's not my father. I asked Chief Steward Qi to report to His Majesty that I, Du Xingran, have matters to discuss." This was the first time in his 20 years of life that he had formally entered the palace to meet the emperor. Grand Eunuch Qi said, "The emperor is waiting for you. Please come in quickly." Du Xingran followed Chief Steward Qi into the imperial study. As he stepped across the threshold, his heart fluttered. Today for Brother Qin he was risking it all. He hoped his father's judgment of people was not wrong. If old Du knew that he was being doubted, he would probably break his legs. As soon as Du Xingran entered the imperial study, he bowed and said, "I, Du Xingran, pay my respects to your majesty." The emperor smiled. "Get up. Young Master Du, why have you come to the palace? Is there something urgent? Du Xingran stood up and took something out from his pocket. Your Majesty, the owner of this item wishes to see you. He is currently outside the palace gates, dressed in the uniform of a city guard. He says his identity must not be revealed, which is why he entrusted me. Upon hearing this, the emperor's smile immediately faded, and he became serious. Qin Fang was the city guard general of Yunxiang County. How could he have left Yunxiang County without permission? That was a crime. If things went wrong, it could lead to serious consequences. However, Qin Fang was not someone who lacked discretion, so something must have happened? Quickly, bring him in. Qin Fang was soon brought into the palace. Grand Eunuch Qi waited for him at the entrance to the imperial study. When he saw Qin Fang, his eyes lit up. However, there were spies everywhere in the palace, so he didn't greet him but said with a smile, "You're here." Qin Fang bowed and said, "Grand Eunuch Qi, I didn't expect to see you so soon again." Eunuch Qi replied, "Indeed. I even enjoyed the watermelon you specially sent. The emperor is waiting for you inside." He could tell that Qin Fang's expression wasn't good. Perhaps something serious had happened. Upon hearing this from Chief Steward Qi, Qin Fang felt inexplicably nervous. He tugged at his clothes and asked, "Grand Eunuch Qi, is it all right for me to meet the emperor like this?" Whether young or old, everyone revered the emperor as if he were a deity. So Grand Eunuch Qi understood his nervousness. He smiled and said, "It's fine, go on in." The more flustered he appeared, the better. At least it might elicit some sympathy. Otherwise, the accusation of the city guard general leaving the county without permission was no small matter. Hearing this, Qin Fang still didn't feel reassured, but he followed him inside. When he stepped into the imperial study, he was even more nervous than Du Xingran. He kept his head down, barely managing to coordinate his limbs. Once inside, he caught a glimpse of the emperor's desk and immediately knelt down to pay his respects. "I, Qin Fang, pay my respects to your majesty." Although he didn't even see the emperor's figure, the emperor was also surprised to see Qin Fang. Before meeting him, he hadn't imagined what Qin Fang would look like. However, when Du Xingran said Qin Fang was outside the palace gates, he had fantasized about his appearance. The young man before him was tall, and his demeanor was somewhat awkward. Excluding his looks and height, the stiffness of his movements seemed somewhat at odds with the energetic and bold Qin Fang described in his memorials. "Raise your head so I can see you," the emperor said. Qin Fang raised his head. His features were strong, which made him look quite stern because of his nervousness. Those who didn't know him would think he was glaring at a mortal enemy. In reality, all his stiffness vanished, and he didn't dare to move. "Ha ha ha!" The emperor laughed heartily. "Get up, sit." He then said to Chief Steward Qi and Du Xingran, "You two may leave." Grand Eunuch Qi and Du Xingran withdrew, but Qin Fang did not get up. The emperor raised an eyebrow. "What's the matter? Do you enjoy kneeling?" Qin Fang quickly shook his head. "Your Majesty, my leg's cramped, I can't get up." After saying this, he crawled up from the ground, using his hands for support, and then limped over to sit down. "Ha ha ha!" The emperor's laughter grew louder. He had never felt so carefree before. This Qin Fang was so simple that he was quite likable. Hearing the emperor's laughter, Qin Fang felt a bit embarrassed. He had made a fool of himself. However, he was not a fool. He could see that the emperor was in a good mood. The emperor laughed for a moment but soon became serious. "Qin Fang, do you know your crime?" With a thud, Qin Fang knelt down again, and his voice was heavy enough to make the emperor wince, yet he maintained a stern expression. "The city guard general leaves the county without permission. Even if your crime isn't punishable by death, how can I trust you to be my general again? How is this different from fleeing in the face of the enemy?" Qin Fang swallowed hard and nervously said, "Your Majesty, I have my reasons for this, and there are 2 reasons. The emperor raised an eyebrow. "Oh? Go on." Qin Fang said, "The first reason concerns what your Majesty mentioned about raising horses and vegetable and fruit seeds. I have a detailed plan which is hard to articulate in writing, so I plan to come personally to meet you. Of course, I knew beforehand that I should first write a memorial to report. Originally that was my plan, but recently I don't know who I've offended, as someone has been targeting me from behind. I thought perhaps I'm not suited for an official position, and I wish to resign." "Is that so?" The emperor narrowed his eyes, staring at Qin Fang. He was curious about the horse-raising plan, but he was more skeptical about what Qin Fang had just said. He scrutinized Qin Fang, trying to discern his intentions. However, Qin Fang's eyes were open and honest, showing no signs of deception. The emperor pondered. Qin Fang was a student of Dooku, and Dooku was someone he had personally appointed. Who could possibly target him? "Speak up, what's going on?" It seemed the situation was serious enough that this young man wanted to resign. Qin Fang was anxious. He was retreating to advance. He knew his only advantage was having no powerful backing. Although Dooku was his teacher, in front of the emperor he was nothing. In front of the emperor, he could only appear pitiful, which was most fitting. Qin Fang stood up, first rubbing his knees. He had pushed himself too hard earlier, and it hurt. As the emperor looked on, he couldn't help but recall Qin Fang's earlier tone, and his expression softened a bit. Qin Fang slowly said, "A few days ago my sister's cook, Aunt Fan, returned." He explained the situation regarding Aunt Fan. Aunt Fan said that the magistrate of Liwang County, Magistrate Chang, exploited her son-in-law's gambling addiction, leading him to owe a huge debt he couldn't repay. He then pressured her son-in-law to persuade her, asking Aunt Fan to convince us to make the grain supplier of Liwang County do business with Magistrate Chang's family. Of course I didn't believe this. Who is Magistrate Chang? How could he do such a thing? So I asked Lord Liu, the governor of Heading Prefecture, to intervene. However, Lord Liu sent me this reply. "Your Majesty, please take a look." He stood up and walked to the emperor's desk, handing over the letter. The emperor received the letter and opened it. When he read its contents, his face darkened. "General Qin, I am powerless to help. I've inquired about Magistrate Chang's attitude, and this matter is aimed at you. The other party is not afraid of Deputy Minister. Do I hope you understand?" The emperor stared at the letter. He didn't doubt its authenticity. Qin Fang wouldn't dare to present a forged letter to him. The letter had to be genuine, as a forgery would be easily exposed. Thus, the letter was indeed genuine. If it was genuine, then the words in it were worth pondering. Targeting Qin Fang and not fearing Dooku, the implications of this letter were intriguing. Dooku was his man, and Qin Fang was Dooku's student. Or rather, Qin Fang had been cultivated to be Dooku's student by him. In other words, Qin Fang was someone he wanted to nurture. So who would dare to target Qin Fang? Of course, the emperor didn't ponder this question. What he wanted to know was what was the purpose behind targeting Qin Fang. Seeing that the emperor was silent, Qin Fang felt nervous. If he weren't strong-willed, he might have trembled in silence. "What are your thoughts on this matter?" After a long while, the emperor finally spoke. Qin Fang honestly shook his head. "Replying to your Majesty, this humble servant cannot think of a reason. There is nothing valuable about me, so why would anyone target me? My family? We have no money. If I were a young lady, perhaps they would be after my looks, but I'm a man." "Stop!" the emperor interrupted him. The atmosphere was serious, but for some reason the emperor felt the urge to laugh, just like when he read Qin Fang's memorials, which always amused him. Thinking about it now, Qin Fang's personality was quite like his memorials, long-winded and rambling. Qin Fang stopped talking and looked at the emperor with a puzzled expression, as if saying, "Weren't you the one who asked me to speak?" The emperor massaged his temples. "Just continue. But sit over there while you talk." Qin Fang was sitting so close that it was hard for him to suppress his laughter. "Yes, your Majesty." Qin Fang moved back to his seat. "So they are not after my family's wealth, nor are they targeting me personally. It must be something related to the interests I represent. Your Majesty, do you agree?" The emperor didn't answer the question and instead said, "Go on." In his heart he thought, "This foolish boy actually has some sense." Qin Fang continued, "If they are after my interests, then I have only 5. "Oh? Which 5? The emperor was curious because he couldn't think of 5, so how had Qin Fang come up with them? Qin Fang held up one finger. "First, my position as the general guarding Yunxiang County. But before I was transferred there, Yunxiang was very poor. If anyone cared about that position, it wouldn't have fallen to me. So, I don't think that's the interest at stake." The emperor asked, "What's the second?" But as he spoke, his gaze fell on Qin Fang's hands. His fingers were bright red, and the wounds looked fresh, suggesting they were recent. No, it seemed more like the wounds had been repeatedly aggravated over the past few days. Observing his tired appearance, the emperor quickly realized it was from holding the reins during a hurried journey. This made the emperor ask, "How many days did it take you to travel from Yunxiang County to the capital?" "Huh." Qin Fang didn't understand why the emperor suddenly asked this, but he answered truthfully, "It took me 2 days and 1 night. I left Yunxiang early yesterday morning and arrived this afternoon. Strictly speaking, it was 1 night and a day and a half." The emperor was shocked. When Tao Shan came before, I asked him, and even though he traveled quickly, it took him 3 days and 3 nights. "How did you manage to cover the distance so fast?" Even a warhorse couldn't move at that speed. It was no wonder his hands were so red. The emperor, thinking of this, felt a twinge of sympathy. At this moment, the image of Qin Fang in the emperor's mind was that of a simple country boy, poor background, Not much experience, no cunning, very honest. But still he wasn't a fool. Qin Fang smiled. Your Majesty, I have a prized horse named Wu Shuai. My wife gave it that name. She said since the horse is completely black, she used Wu for the first character. And because she hoped it would become the leader of all horses, she called it Shuai. Chapter 201. The emperor was relatively silent. He didn't ask about the origin of the name. What's so special about this horse? Is it a blood-sweating horse? Qin Fang shook his head. No, the heir said it's slightly worse than a blood-sweating horse, but it's still considered good. The heir. The emperor narrowed his eyes again. As the emperor, he despised ministers who formed cliques. He favored Dooku because Dooku was sensible and wouldn't form factions. Qin Fang, with a bright smile on his face, said, It's the heir of the Marquis Yonghe. A few years ago, when I was at the border, the little master from the heir's family was kidnapped by the barbarians. I suggested a plan to rescue the little master, so the heir thanked me with this horse. He spoke openly, smiling innocently with a naive expression. The emperor's confusion and suspicion were suppressed once again. Just as the emperor was about to speak, Qin Fang continued, That horse is very valuable. It's worth several hundred taels of silver. At that time I didn't have money, so I really wanted to sell it to get some money, but I couldn't bear to part with it. The emperor. The chatter seemed endless, yet listening to this man's ramblings felt oddly enjoyable. The emperor snorted somewhat generously, saying, Since it's not a blood-sweating horse, it naturally isn't a good horse. If you like it, I'll gift you a blood-sweating horse. Though he didn't have many, he kept several in his stables. However, even as he spoke, he felt a pinch in his heart. Even if he had several, it wasn't a lot. Qin Fang's heart leapt with joy, and his eyebrows danced with happiness. Really? The emperor thought, Doesn't this man understand politeness? But looking at his joyful expression, he decided to let it go. Qin Fang was inexperienced. Why should he quibble with him? A ruler does not make empty promises. Qin Fang added, Can your Majesty give me two? What did you say? The emperor widened his eyes. Can one still bargain to the emperor? Who in the court would dare ask him like that? Qin Fang explained, I was thinking if there's one male and one female, I could breed a few more blood-sweating horses for your Majesty. If there's only one, it would need to be bred, and it definitely wouldn't be as good as purebreds. The corners of the emperor's mouth twitched a few times. He wanted to say it was vulgar but held it back. All right, I'll check to see if there's a male and female pair. He really was enduring this for the sake of his horse farm. Let's stop talking about the horses for now. Discuss the other 4 points of interest. Qin Fang. He really did want to ask for feed since he didn't have any to raise blood-sweating horses at home. However, he decided to wait until he was leaving to ask the emperor. He thought the emperor seemed generous and wouldn't mind. Then he continued with the second point. Qin Fang held up 2 fingers. If the other party wasn't after my position as the guard of Yunxiang County, then it's possible the second interest is my family's status as a royal grain supplier. However, I can't quite figure it out. My family is on a trial basis and we don't know if it's good or bad. If the other party is after our status as royal grain suppliers, they should wait a year to see our profit situation before deciding. Besides, there are so many royal grain suppliers. Why would they come after my family? So I think the likelihood of this is also low, don't you think, Your Majesty? The emperor certainly wouldn't agree with him. If he did, he figured Qin Fang would never stop. What's the third point of interest? Qin Fang didn't care if the emperor would agree or not. He held up 3 fingers. The third point of interest may be that the other party is after my teacher, but since they can't beat my teacher, they've come to target me first. The emperor. He felt like listening to Qin Fang analyze the situation made him appear to be a foolish ruler. Qin Fang continued, Although I haven't entered the court yet, I'm also an official now. I at least know that the court is a place full of intrigue, with constant power struggles and backstabbing. Since everyone can't beat my teacher, they've come to target me instead. The emperor. What's the interest here? Qin Fang's eyes widened. This is certainly an interest point. They're using me to threaten or provoke my teacher. My wife says that scaring someone can kill them, so if a person can stimulate someone, it might also be lethal, right? If nothing else, it can make them ill. The emperor. 3 sentences without mentioning his wife. Qin Fang was soft-spoken and fearfully obedient to her. However, the emperor likes such ministers. It was good if a minister had weaknesses. If there were no weaknesses, it would be difficult to deal with them. This characteristic of Qin Fang also showed how much he valued his wife. Qin Fang raised his 4th finger. The 4th point of interest might be that someone wanted to be a student of my teacher but failed, and now they're jealous of me and want to go after me. The emperor was speechless. This young man wasn't just long-winded. He seemed a little out of touch with reality. Qin Fang then raised his fifth finger. The fifth point of interest: minerals. The emperor's eyes suddenly narrowed. He had underestimated this young man. Despite being verbose, he clearly had a sharp mind. What do you think about the minerals? Qin Fang replied, I don't think much of it, Your Majesty. You've already made the process of using saltpeter to make ice public, and the sale of ice has already begun. The presence of saltpeter and sulfur mines in Beast Mountain probably isn't a secret anymore. And since I'm guarding Beast Mountain, someone might want to profit from saltpeter production and target me first. As he said this, Qin Fang's heart raced. He knew that the biggest use of saltpeter wasn't for making ice, but for making gunpowder. However, the matter of gunpowder was top secret and shouldn't have been known to outsiders. Although Qin Fang didn't mention it, the emperor had already thought of it. Still, whether Qin Fang had realized this or not didn't concern the emperor. Instead, the emperor brought up another matter. You left Yunxiang County without permission. What if someone sneaks into Beast Mountain to steal the saltpeter? Or someone from inside leaks the gunpowder formula? Qin Fang answered, Rest assured, Your Majesty. Before I left, I instructed 2 captains to guard Beast Mountain. If anyone tries to break in, they'll stop them at any cost. If they can't, they'll use gunpowder to block them. And if anyone from the Taoist temple in the mountains tries to leave, they won't walk out, they'll only be carried out. As he said this, a flash of cold intent flickered in his eyes, and his entire demeanor shifted. The simple, honest country boy had suddenly become sharp and dangerous. This sudden change caught the emperor's attention. What had transformed him? It seemed to be the mention of war. From Qin Fang's build and height, the emperor could tell that he was born for the battlefield. And the fact that he had rescued the grandson of Marquis Yonghe from barbarians and wiped out bandits without losing a single soldier proved his strategic mind. If such intelligence were used for anything else, the emperor wouldn't have liked it, but used for protecting the empire, it was exactly what the emperor wanted. The emperor had risen to power through bloodshed and had an eye for people. He could tell that Qin Fang wasn't a schemer. He had a bit of cleverness but was straightforward and genuine. Such a person the emperor liked, especially since Qin Fang had no powerful family background. Even though Duke Du was his teacher, Duke Du was an old fox who never got involved in factional politics. Plus, even if Duke Du was his teacher, Qin Fang had no other power base. This made the emperor feel at ease in using him. But all of this wasn't the most important thing. The crucial factor was that the emperor felt this man was lucky. There's an old saying, if the emperor thinks you're capable, then you're capable. The emperor, now a ruler of an entire kingdom, was beyond being attracted by anything other than fate. He had ascended the throne after a power struggle, and in the eyes of some, his reign lacked legitimacy. So having someone like Qin Fang, who seemed favored by fortune, close to him would help ensure the peace and prosperity of the empire, proving to everyone that he was the true son of heaven. The emperor said, I will consider your situation carefully, but leaving Yunxiang County without permission is a serious crime. How do you think I should punish you? Qin Fang thought for a moment, then cautiously asked, Should I help Your Majesty raise a few more horses? The emperor. Nonsense. Qin Fang defended himself. I actually have a plan. The 10,000 taels Your Majesty gave me, if used to buy horses and feed, wouldn't even be enough to raise 1,000 war horses. War horses need special feed to grow strong, and buying the right land to raise them would also be very costly. Your Majesty's 10,000 taels wouldn't be nearly enough. The emperor knew this well. Raising war horses with 10,000 taels was far from sufficient. But the problem was, he was reluctant to spend more. While the emperor himself wasn't short of money, the national treasury was. In these times of financial strain, he was unwilling to dip into his private funds. As a wise and prudent ruler, he was prepared to supplement the treasury with his own money if needed, so giving Qin Fang 10,000 taels was already a stretch. However, Qin Fang didn't know this. So when the emperor heard Qin Fang grumble about how his funds weren't enough, he nearly blew his top. Then tell me, what do you propose? Qin Fang smiled, showing off his bright white teeth, and pulled out a pre-written plan. Here, Your Majesty. The emperor was momentarily distracted by the gleam of Qin Fang's teeth and accepted the plan. He then fixed his gaze on Qin Fang. Open your mouth and show me your teeth. Qin Fang blinked, confused, but obediently opened his mouth and showed his teeth. The emperor looked at Qin Fang's teeth and felt as if he'd just eaten several lemons. Qin Fang's teeth were too perfect. As a dignified ruler, the emperor, the sovereign of the nation, didn't have teeth as white as Qin Fang's. Your teeth are very good, so white. Not a single cavity. Unlike him, he already had 2 cavities, and every time they hurt, he needed the imperial physician to relieve the pain. Just thinking about it made him feel miserable. Qin Fang unconsciously smiled again, showing his teeth. It's thanks to my wife, Your Majesty. She always reminds me to take care of them. And I brush my teeth every day with a small brush. Recently, when my teacher visited Yunxiang County to discuss the imperial grain partnership, he saw my little brush and liked it. So my wife made a set just for him. The emperor stared at Qin Fang. He gave a set of these brushes to Duke Du but didn't think to give one to him? A sovereign might fear neither heaven nor earth, nor his palace or court officials, but a toothache was unbearable. Chapter 202. The emperor asked, "What kind of small brush is that? Let me see." Qin Fang felt a bit embarrassed. "Well, my luggage is still on the horse at the city gate. Everything is over there." The emperor waved his hand dismissively. "That's convenient, have Du Er go get it." After thinking of something, the emperor added, "Shao Qixi." Grand Eunuch Qi answered from outside. "Your servant is here," the emperor said. "Prepare a room in the side hall for General Qin to stay." He then turned to Qin Fang. "Qin Fang, during this time, I'll show you a good show. Regardless of who the other party was or what their motives were, since the matter had already arisen, it wouldn't be long before their true colors would be revealed. Since that was the case, Qin Fang shouldn't be out and about. After all, although no one in the capital had seen Qin Fang, those who had been to Yunxiang County had definitely seen him. Hearing the emperor say this, Qin Fang felt a bit pleased. "As you command." The emperor watched his joyful demeanor and felt in good spirits. "Now, tell me about the horse farm." He set the proposal aside. He was too lazy to read it. Based on Qin Fang's rambling, he could guess that the proposal would be even more long-winded. Next, Qin Fang began talking about the horse farm. He started with land requisitioning, explaining that local land belonged to the court and the country, and this land could be requisitioned without requiring money, but he needed a decree from the emperor. Otherwise, Magistrate Yang would never allow Qin Fang to requisition the land. At the same time, the costs of raising war horses were considerable. However, each soldier in the military camp could adopt a horse. Since there were no battles in Yunxiang County, the soldiers spent their days training. When the fields were busy, they would go to work in the fields, but not everyone was needed there. So, they could join in raising horses. If each soldier successfully raised 5 foals, he could be promoted from infantry to cavalry, meaning he would have a horse. Qin Fang derived this idea from how soldiers raised poultry. They ate the eggs produced by the poultry they raised themselves. Thus, the logic for raising horses was the same. Qin Fang spoke extensively about these matters, radiating a confident demeanor. Even though he seemed out of place in many aspects of the capital in practical matters, no one there took things as seriously as he did. From Qin Fang's plan, the emperor could see that he had thoroughly considered all aspects, which is why he came to present his petition. There was a lot of idle land in the country. Or rather, there were many mountains that could be utilized. These mountains were unappealing to those who could afford to buy them, and those who couldn't afford them wouldn't buy them either, so many remained vacant. It was indeed a good idea for Qin Fang to requisition them to build a horse farm. However, while considering Qin Fang's plan, the emperor also thought of something. Since Qin Fang was requisitioning the mountains for the court, there would be no rent. But what if these lands were rented by those who couldn't afford to buy them? Wouldn't that be an additional source of income for the country? 1 or 2 people's rent might not be noticeable, but what about nationwide? Suddenly, the emperor thought of a business opportunity. To be able to rule as an emperor, one's intelligence was naturally not something ordinary people could compare to. In modern times, he would definitely be a top student. So, the emperor thought of a way to earn money to enrich the national treasury. Looking at the whole country, who was the biggest landlord? It had to be the emperor. Those local landlords could rent their land to the common folk to make money. Why couldn't he? The two discussed how Du Xingran had retrieved Qin Fang's luggage. Qin Fang took out a toothbrush and toothpaste from his luggage. Both were made when he was at the border. The toothbrush was made from wool taken from the sheep raised for making pastries at the border, and the toothpaste was made by Yang Haiyan herself. As Qin Fang's official status rose, the number of people in his family gradually increased. Yang Haiyan had long stopped using commercial toothpaste and toothbrushes. The emperor looked at the 2 wooden boxes. One box was square, containing the paste-like toothpaste, while the other box was rectangular, designed for the toothbrush. "This is the brush and toothpaste for cleaning teeth?" The emperor looked on with curiosity, finding the small items rather intriguing. Qin Fang replied, "Yes, your majesty. My wife thought that small brush didn't sound very nice, so she named the brush for cleaning teeth toothbrush. And since the paste is used to clean teeth and has a paste-like consistency, she called it toothpaste." The emperor remarked, "Toothpaste and toothbrush quite fitting. So how are they used?" Qin Fang offered, "Allow me to demonstrate, your majesty." He scooped a bit of toothpaste onto the toothbrush with a clean wooden spoon and began brushing his teeth. After finishing, he rinsed his mouth with water. "Done," he said. After thinking for a moment, Qin Fang added, "How about I write a letter and have my wife send a new set of toiletries for your majesty to try? I left in such a hurry because of urgent matters, but I had originally planned to bring several gifts for your majesty." Upon hearing that he was supposed to receive a gift, the emperor felt slightly miffed that it had been delayed by recent events. However, as the ruler, he couldn't just openly accept gifts from his subjects. He replied, "No need for the gifts, but since you left in such a rush, I'm sure Lady Bingyun is worried. Why not write her a letter to put her at ease? Smart as you are, just include the toiletries in the letter." Qin Fang immediately knelt in gratitude. "Thank you, your majesty, for your consideration." The emperor added, "But since you're in the capital and cannot appear publicly, I'll find someone to deliver the letter for you." At that moment, Du Xingran's eyes lit up. "Your majesty, I would be honored to serve." Perhaps when he reached Yunxiang County, he could also request a set of toiletries from Lady Bingyun himself. Having examined Qin Fang's set closely, Du Xingran was quite eager to get one. The emperor glanced at him, easily seeing through his intentions. Still, Du Xingran was a suitable candidate for the task. After all, the Du and Qin families had ties, so communication would be easy. The emperor nodded. "Take sick leave then." Although Du Xingran held the rank of captain as a well-off young noble, his duties were mostly light-hearted affairs. Taking time off was quite common, and he frequently used illness as an excuse. This time, however, the real reason for his leave couldn't be revealed, so he applied for sick leave. In fact, whenever wealthy young nobles took leave, it was almost always due to illness. Du Xingran took Qin Fang's letter and left the palace, heading straight back to the Du residence. After discussing with his father, the next morning, a servant from the Du family officially filed his sick leave request. Meanwhile, Du Xingran set out in his wife's carriage, leaving the capital. He was supposedly ill, while his wife was off at the temple praying for his recovery, so Du Xingran secretly hid inside the carriage. 3 days later, after a grueling journey, much like a race between life and death, Du Xingran finally arrived in Yunxiang County. Upon arrival, he was stunned. Yunxiang County was nothing like he had imagined. Many common folk were busily working near the city gate. What on earth were they doing? At this point, it had been 5 or 6 days since Qin Fang had left Yunxiang County, and the county was already under construction, repairing the roads. Du Xingran dismounted from his horse, looking bewildered at the bustling activity near the city gate. Was this supposed to be a remote and impoverished place? How could such a place be so lively? Approaching an old man, Du Xingran asked, "Sir, may I ask what all these people are doing? Everyone seems so busy." The old man glanced at Du Xingran. "You're not from Yunxiang County, are you? An outsider." If he were a local, he would have known. The general's residence was funding road repairs for Yunxiang County with money from the emperor. Even though there wasn't a fixed salary for the workers, meals were provided, so many of the idle townsfolk came to help, whether for a full stomach or out of loyalty to the emperor. The only people unaware of this would be outsiders. Du Xingran nodded. "You're right, I'm not from here. I'm visiting relatives in Yunxiang County. My sister married someone here. By the way, my sister's name is Yang Haiyan, and she married your city's general. Could you tell me how to get to the general's residence?" Upon hearing that Du Xingran was a relative of the general's family, the old man eagerly began sharing everything he knew. Truth be told, Du Xingran found the old man's words somewhat overwhelming, especially when he learned that the general's residence was funding the road construction. The whole idea astonished him. This sort of initiative was something a pampered noble like him from the capital could never relate to. Meanwhile, Yang Haiyan had no idea a guest had arrived at her home. She was busy in the carpentry workshop, overseeing the carving of a statue. The carpenter she was working with was the most skilled in Yunxiang County, and he was carving the statue for her free of charge. He had been working on it for several days now. The statue was 9 feet tall, about 3 meters, and he couldn't do it alone, so other skilled carvers from Yunxiang County were helping. Why were all these craftsmen carving for Yang Haiyan free of charge? Not because of her status, but because the statue was of the emperor himself. Who would dare ask for payment for carving the emperor's likeness? All the best sculptors in Yunxiang County had gathered and worked tirelessly for 5 days and nights to complete the statue of the emperor. However, they were now faced with a problem. The lead sculptor, Old Su, asked, "Madam, should we carve the emperor's face?" Yang Haiyan didn't know what the emperor looked like, so she couldn't have the face carved. No, the emperor is the rightful son of heaven, and not someone we mere mortals can depict. This reasoning was enough to pass muster. Old Su thought about it and agreed. In that case, Madam. At that moment, someone called out from outside. "General's wife, you have a visitor." It was the old man from the city gate construction site, bringing none other than Du Xingran. He had taken Du Xingran to the general's residence, But since the general's wife was at the carpentry workshop, he brought him there instead. A visitor? Yang Haiyan stepped outside and saw the well-dressed, aristocratic Du Xingran beside the old man, but she didn't recognize him. Before Yang Haiyan could say anything, Du Xingran spoke first. Are you Bingyan, my sister-in-law? I'm Du Xingran, the second son of the Du family. Chapter 203. General's Mansion. Yang Haiyan looked at the letter from Qin Fang, knowing that he was safe and sound. She finally relaxed after several days of worry. Second brother, thank you for taking care of Qin Fang in the capital. Otherwise, even entering the city gate would have required some thought. This also showed that Qin Fang had thought of Du Xingran before he set off. Du Xingran replied nonchalantly, what's there to thank? We're all family. It's only right to help each other. Second sister, you should prepare. I'll be heading back tomorrow. Without a male head of the household, even though he and Yang Haiyan were nominally sworn siblings, it wouldn't be appropriate to spend too much time together. Yang Haiyan said, since second brother has just arrived in Yunxiang County, why not stay a few more days? I'll have my younger brother take you around, and then you can report back to the emperor about the situation in Yunxiang County, so he knows that your trip was not in vain. Du Xingran immediately understood her intention and gratefully said, second sister is so thoughtful. After all, the emperor loved hearing about the common people's sentiments. At this point, Du Xingran shamelessly brought up the matter of the toothpaste and toothbrush. Second sister, according to Qin brother, that toothbrush and toothpaste are particularly good. I wonder if you could spare me 1 or 2 sets. He was being a bit shameless himself. While asking for 2 sets felt a bit awkward, he thought it wasn't fair for him to have them while his wife didn't. In fact, 2 sets wouldn't be enough, considering he had grandparents and a stepmother at home. Yang Haiyan chuckled. She had a very good impression of this Du heir, who was the kind of person to be very open and warm-hearted, with a particularly lively personality. 2 sets are far from enough. Let's equip all the elders in the mansion with a set, but it will take some time. Whether it was making toothpaste or toothbrushes, time was indeed limited. However, since Qin Fang was fine, it didn't matter if Du Xingran returned to the capital a few days later. Du Xingran was overjoyed to hear this. Thank you, second sister. In their relationship, both Qin Fang and Yang Haiyan referred to each other differently. Qin Fang was Duke's student, so Du Xingran called him Qin brother, referencing his relationship with Duke. Yang Haiyan, as the adopted daughter of Madame Du, was called second sister, based on her relationship with Madame Du. Yang Haiyan said, second brother, you're being too polite. By the way, I also have something I'd like to trouble you with. Du Xingran asked, what is it? As long as it's something I can do, I will certainly help. Seeing him say this, Yang Haiyan asked directly, second brother, have you seen the emperor? I would like a portrait of him. This puzzled Du Xingran. Sister, I have seen the emperor, but I can't paint. Yang Haiyan said, it's not difficult. It's enough that you've seen him. But how is that enough? Very soon Du Xingran would find out the answer. The next day, after breakfast, Yang Haiyan gathered all the notable painters in Yunxiang County at the general's mansion. They would create a portrait based on Du Xingran's description. An hour later, the portraits were finished, totaling 10 in number. Yang Haiyan took the 10 portraits and asked Du Xingran, second brother, which one looks the most like him? Du Xingran looked them over. To be honest, none captured the emperor's grandeur, but he still picked out the one he thought was the best among the 10. This one, but it's still not quite right. For example, the eyes and the mouth. Yang Haiyan said, then let's revise it. Second brother, please tell the painters what needs changing until you think it's satisfactory. Du Xingran replied, all right. This revision took an entire day. By the end of the day, the painters were exhausted, but they finally managed to produce a portrait that Du Xingran found acceptable. The day after receiving the portrait, Yang Haiyan went to the carpenter's workshop, asking the sculptor to carve the emperor's face based on the portrait. Sculpting takes time, so Yang Haiyan returned to the general's mansion. At the entrance, she saw a carriage parked outside. The person in the carriage had not gone inside. Upon seeing Yang Haiyan approach, they dismounted. I pay my respects to the county lord. The visitor was Magistrate Cheng from Wang County. This wasn't Magistrate Cheng's first visit. The last time he came, Yang Haiyan told him that Qin Fang wasn't there, and he left without saying much. This was his second visit. Yang Haiyan politely said, there's no need for formalities, Magistrate Cheng. I wonder what brings you to the general's mansion. Magistrate Cheng replied, it's regarding the incident involving the son-in-law of Aunt Fan from your mansion, who harmed someone. Aunt Fan's son-in-law claims he was acting on orders from General Qin, so we need an explanation from General Qin regarding this matter. Yang Haiyan chuckled. Magistrate Cheng, as a dignified 7th-rank county magistrate, your words are quite amusing. Since when does a son-in-law's word require my husband, a proper fifth-rank general, to give you an explanation? Surely, you must know that without solid evidence, one cannot demand an explanation from a superior. Magistrate Chang stammered. You. He did not expect a woman to be so difficult to deal with. Well, I need to discuss something with General Qin. I hope the county lord can grant me access. Yang Haiyan replied. He has gone to Shoshan, and Magistrate Chang can seek him out himself. As for the general's mansion, since my husband is not here, I as a woman cannot entertain guests. With that, she walked into the mansion saying, Uncle Hong, close the door. If any unrelated individuals attempt to enter, feel free to treat it as an intrusion into the general's mansion and apprehend them. I remember last time, Grand Eunuch Qi came with a royal edict. I wonder if this visitor intends to do the same. Uncle Hong nodded. Rest assured, County Lord. Magistrate Chang was genuinely furious. This County Lord Bingyun, Yang Haiyan's title name, was incredibly difficult to handle, but he could not press too hard. Firstly, County Lord Bingyun's rank was higher than his. Secondly, they were in Yunxiang County, where he had 1,000 soldiers. He wouldn't dare act recklessly. After considering it, Magistrate Chang decided to proceed with a third plan. According to the higher-ups, the matters here needed to be reported. Meanwhile, Qin Fang had been staying in a side hall of the palace for the past few days. He remained unnoticed simply because he had not shown himself. Moreover, not everyone had the audacity to inquire about the emperor's sleeping quarters, nor could everyone obtain information easily. The emperor had mentioned wanting to watch a play with Qin Fang, but after several days the play still hadn't started, and Qin Fang felt a bit homesick. Although he had sent a letter home with Du Xingran, he remembered how Yan Yan had cried when he left, making him want to return even more. However, Qin Fang also knew he couldn't go back. On this day, the emperor held the morning court as usual. Grand Eunuch Qi announced, If you have matters to present, step forward. If not, please leave the court. At that moment, a minister stepped forward. Your Majesty, I have a matter to report. I have heard that the Yunxiang County Guard, Qin Fang, has been indulgent towards his subordinate son-in-law, who has been bullying others and even seriously injuring them. Your Majesty, I also have something to report. I have heard that the subordinate son-in-law of the Yunxiang County Guard, leveraging his connection with Qin Fang, threatened the grain agent of Liwang County, the Jin family, to relinquish their position. Your Majesty, this grain agency is of great significance, and Qin Fang is highly regarded by Your Majesty. To be so indulgent towards subordinates is truly. Indeed, the grain agency represents the face of the imperial grain, which cannot be interfered with by a mere subordinate of Qin Fang's family. Your Majesty, I also heard that Magistrate Chang went to the general's mansion to find Qin Fang regarding this matter, but Qin Fang refused to see him, claiming that a mere 7th-rank official like Chang had no authority over a 5th-rank official like himself. Your Majesty. In an instant, accusations against Qin Fang began to multiply. Of course, there were also those who defended Qin Fang, such as ministers who had good relations with Duku. The distance between Liwang County and the capital is significant, so it is quite rare for the ministers to hear about such matters. Indeed, it is a coincidence. Just a few days ago, I received a letter from Brother Du, and knowing that Brother Du is in Heeding Mansion, it is likely that any information received in the capital would also reach Heeding Mansion. Given Brother Du's character, he would naturally not allow Qin Fang to act recklessly. Right. Why not leave this matter for Brother Du to investigate? Having Duku investigate? That would imply dismissing Qin Fang from his post. Therefore, the faction aligned with the imperial concubine naturally objected. Someone then stated, Lord Du is no longer in Heeding Mansion. Indeed, even if Lord Du were still in Heeding Mansion, considering his relationship with Qin Fang, it would not be suitable for him to investigate this matter. Lord Du is burdened with such significant responsibilities regarding the Imperial Grain Project. How could he be distracted by other issues? Indeed, Lord Du. At this moment, the court was abuzz with discussions. Normally, such minor matters would not be brought up in court, especially during the morning assembly. However, the subject of the matter was not ordinary. He was a student of Duku. After much debate, seeing that the emperor had remained silent, everyone turned their attention toward him. Your Majesty, what do you think? The emperor raised an eyebrow. I think it would be best to ask the person involved. Bring in the Yunxiang County General, Qin Fang. As the emperor's words fell, the ministers were taken aback. Qin Fang had entered the capital? Bring in the Yunxiang County General, Qin Fang. Qin Fang ascended the Golden Throne Hall. It must be said that Qin Fang's stature was among the tallest in the entire Golden Throne Hall. His expression was stern, and he walked in with steady steps. Unlike the rustic man who had entered the palace a few days ago, Qin Fang had spent a few days with the emperor and was no longer so afraid of him. Moreover, since the emperor had invited him to watch a play, he felt even less anxious. Before meeting Qin Fang, many were curious about him, especially his identity as a student of Dooku. However, upon seeing him, they felt somewhat disappointed, as they could find nothing particularly special about Qin Fang, aside from his height. "I am Qin Fang, here to see the emperor," he stated. The emperor nodded. No need for formalities. He then addressed the other ministers. "Weren't you all discussing this matter with great interest? Now that the main character is here, you can ask him your questions." Qin Fang stood up and looked towards the surrounding ministers. "I wonder what questions the esteemed ministers have for me? I will certainly answer truthfully." Chapter 204. Golden Throne Hall. For some reason, when the emperor heard Qin Fang say this, he suddenly wanted to laugh. He remembered that Qin Fang was a loquacious person, a trait only he and Dooku had experienced. If the other ministers got to witness it, it would surely be amusing. Suddenly, the emperor had an idea. It seemed a bit cruel, but everyone should share in the burden. Seeing Qin Fang respond this way, the minister assumed Qin Fang was frightened. He coldly said, "General Qin, I heard news today that you have been indulgent towards your subordinate's son-in-law, who has been bullying others. Is this true?" Qin Fang, puzzled, replied, "I'm not sure which subordinate's son-in-law you are referring to, esteemed minister. Some of my household subordinates have daughters, while some do not. Those with daughters are not yet married. Therefore, I genuinely don't know which subordinate has a son-in-law. I would appreciate your guidance on this matter." "You?" How was he supposed to respond? Regardless of who it is, shouldn't General Qin explain this matter? Qin Fang looked even more innocent. "I don't even know the situation. May I ask how I should explain it to you, esteemed minister? From what I gather from your words, you seem to have a good understanding. Why not explain it to me?" "You?" "General Qin, I have also heard about this matter, and it is said to have happened in Liwang County. For this reason, the county magistrate of Liwang came to seek your counsel at the general's mansion, but you refused to see him. Is it possible that General Qin is feeling guilty?" Qin Fang was even more confused. "Esteemed minister, I am unaware of when this incident occurred." The minister replied, 6 days ago." Upon hearing this, Qin Fang laughed, relieved. "So it was 6 days ago. It wasn't that I was avoiding anyone. I was not in Yunxiang County 6 days ago. I was in the palace. To speak of it, I don't know whom you have heard these rumors from. That person is truly despicable. I was clearly not in Yunxiang County, yet they spread rumors about me avoiding others. Esteemed minister, could you clarify what punishment is appropriate for someone who slanders a court official?" The minister was speechless. Who could have known Qin Fang wasn't in Yunxiang County? So this whole act of avoiding him made no sense at all. However, suddenly someone spoke up. As the guard of Yunxiang County, General Qin should not leave the capital lightly. Leaving the county is a serious offense. Qin Fang looked to the emperor for support. But the emperor remained silent and continued to watch him. The minister continued, "I wonder if General Qin has a royal edict permitting his departure from Yunxiang County?" Qin Fang honestly replied, "I do not." As soon as Qin Fang said he did not have one, the previously silent ministers began to speak up. "Your Majesty, Qin Fang as the county guard, has left the county without permission. We ask your Majesty to impose punishment." "Your Majesty, Qin Fang has left the county without regard for the people in the city." "Your Majesty." Seeing the way they were ganging up on him, Qin Fang understood that these people wanted to pin a charge on him, or rather to bring him to ruin. It was his first time witnessing such a situation in the court, and he finally understood that these individuals would stop at nothing to harm someone. They simply wanted to bully whoever they could catch. Qin Fang said, "Though I left the county without permission, I had urgent matters to discuss with the emperor." "Oh? What urgent matter could possibly justify General Qin's departure from the county?" "Indeed. If the county guard claims to have urgent matters that require leaving the county, what of the law of the land? Then what use is the law?" "Exactly." One by one, the officials echoed this sentiment. Qin Fang stated, "However, the matter I need to discuss with the emperor is confidential. The emperor has issued me a secret order. If I disclose it to you, I would be committing treason against the emperor. Esteemed ministers, do you truly wish to know?" The once lively hall of golden chimes fell suddenly silent. One by one, the officials began to point fingers at Qin Fang, but he was under a secret edict, and who among them dared to know what that edict entailed? Wei Hong remained silent. From the moment Qin Fang appeared, he realized there was no hope left. The fact that Qin Fang had come to the capital at the emperor's summons meant that the emperor had already seen him. Leaving that aside, as long as Qin Fang was not in Yunxiang County, Their hope of stopping his official duties was futile. Without Qin Fang present, the defenses put forth by others would seem feeble. The court could send someone to investigate, dragging it out for a while. But Yunxiang County had its mines. It needed a garrison. Therefore, they would have to find someone to replace Qin Fang in the meantime. Once the situation regarding Qin Fang was clarified, they could transfer him, and that would be the end of it. However, now that Qin Fang was present in the Hall of Golden Chimes, their hopes had vanished. Therefore, Wei Hong kept silent. Of course, he had no intention of speaking up in the first place. If he did, it would certainly arouse the emperor's suspicions. Then Qin Fang knelt down and said, "Your Majesty, I have grievances. Please help me redress them." The emperor watched the scene for a while, taking note of those who had accused Qin Fang. He asked, "What grievances do you have?" Qin Fang replied, "The ministers have spread rumors about me before your Majesty without asking for the reasons, just because my position is too low. Can they slander me at will? Moreover, none of them are willing to reveal their sources of information. Are they not helping to slander me and frame a loyal court official? Therefore, I ask your Majesty to take action on my behalf." "Your Majesty, I just heard it mentioned. I forgot who said it." "Your Majesty, I have heard it mentioned once as well." "Your Majesty." Suddenly a voice came from outside. Grand Eunuch Qi stepped down the steps and walked to the entrance. "What's happening? Don't you see the emperor is holding court?" The guard replied, "Grand Eunuch, there are people outside carrying a 9-foot-tall statue seeking an audience with the emperor. It's a statue of the emperor himself." The Grand Eunuch Qi exclaimed, "What? What is going on? Who is so bold?" The guard responded, "It's the second young master Du. He said this statue was carved by the people of Yunxiang County for the emperor." The second young master Du? Hadn't he gone to Yunxiang County? He was back already? And the statue was made by the people of Yunxiang County? What was going on? The chief steward instinctively felt that this was related to the general's residence, so he approached the emperor. "Your Majesty." He quietly explained the situation to the emperor. The emperor raised an eyebrow, surprised. "The statue carved by the people of Yunxiang County? Interesting. Summon Du Xingran to appear before me." "Summon Du Xingran to appear before the emperor," the chief steward announced. The ministers exchanged glances, bewildered. Who is this Du Xingran? How did another person named Du Xingran suddenly appear? It was normal for the officials not to recognize a minor figure like the second young master Du. However, Wei Hong was familiar with him. He and Du Ku were old acquaintances. Wei Wu and Du Xingran often played together, so he knew Du Xingran well. He stepped forward. "Your Majesty, may I ask why you have suddenly summoned the second young master Du? Has something significant occurred?" The officials who didn't recognize Du Xingran now realized, after hearing Wei Hong mention his name, that he must be the son of the assistant minister Du. But, what did the assistant minister's son do? Everyone remained puzzled. The emperor replied, "I don't know either. Just wait and see." Before long, Du Xingran arrived, looking weary from his travels. However, he didn't come alone. He brought people with him who carried the statue to the entrance of the Hall of Golden Chimes, so all the officials inside could see it. The 9-foot-tall statue shocked everyone. Some even looked up at it. Although it didn't look exactly like the emperor, it bore some resemblance. Moreover, the statue was dressed in tattered clothes, all patched up. What was the meaning of this? Wei Hong questioned. "Du Xingran, what are you doing? This statue of the emperor, what's with these shabby patched-up clothes?" Du Xingran replied, "Minister Wei, don't be anxious." He then bowed to the emperor. "I, Du Xingran, pay my respects to your Majesty." The emperor raised his hand, gesturing for him to rise, and then pointed at the statue, asking, "What is the meaning of this?" It was a serious offense to carve the emperor's likeness without permission, punishable by death. Du Xingran explained, "Your Majesty, this statue was carved by a dozen artisans from Yunxiang County, representing the heartfelt gratitude of the tens of thousands of people there. The clothes on the statue are not just patched garments, they are clothes of the common people, each piece of fabric coming from a household in the county. Lady Bingyun herself sewed these fabrics together into the clothes of the common people, and dressed the statue in them." The emperor stood up, stepping down from the dragon throne, slowly making his way to the statue. Though he didn't know the background of the matter, hearing Du Xingran say that the patched clothing was the clothes of the common people, stirred his emotions. What did it mean for the common people to offer him clothes? It was a sign of their loyalty. He reached out to touch the fabric of the statue's clothes. The more he looked at the tall statue, the more he felt it resembled himself. Turning around, the emperor asked, "What exactly is going on? Explain it to me in detail." Wei Hong sighed. He knew that this time they could no longer do anything about Qin Fang. Once Du Xingran claimed this statue was a gift from the people of Yunxiang County, he understood that all their schemes had failed. But what did the clothes of the common people signify? Du Xingran explained, Your Majesty, that day, I went to Yunxiang County to deliver a letter for Qin Fang. I found the roads bustling with activity, with many common folks hard at work. Out of curiosity, I inquired and learned that the people of Yunxiang County were repairing the roads. The emperor was startled. Repairing the roads? That requires a lot of silver. Where did they get the funds? Du Xingran replied, It's from Your Majesty's treasury. You exempted the Qin family from the franchise fee for the grain merchants. So the Qin family used the county's agent fees and the first year's profits from the grain factory to fund the road repairs. Lady Bingyun Yang Haiyan said that Your Majesty's benevolence is vast, and having exempted the Qin family from the franchise fees, they couldn't help but express their gratitude. Therefore, in addition to the agent fees, they also contributed the first year's profits from the grain factory to fix the roads. The road has been named Grain Road, and there's a monument erected on Grain Road, inscribed with words praising Your Majesty's wisdom and insight, which the common people composed. The characters were written by the magistrate of Yunxiang County, and the statue was carved by the artisans of Yunxiang County. The common folk said, Thank you, Your Majesty, for the grain merchant plan, which has provided a market for the potatoes and sweet potatoes grown by the people, increasing their income. Chapter 205. After the morning court. After the morning court, the ministers lingered for a long time, all surrounding the emperor's statue without mentioning the matter of Qin Fang again. Nobody was foolish. The Qin family had put forth tens of thousands of taels of silver for road repairs, to carve the statue for the emperor, and to prepare clothing for the common people. At this moment, who would dare to criticize Qin Fang? Anyone who criticized Qin Fang would be slapping the emperor in the face. Just a moment ago, the Qin family had used their own money to repair roads, and the next moment, they were expected to penalize Qin Fang. Who would agree to that? Not only would the emperor not agree, but the people of Yunxiang County would also not accept it. Since ancient times, which wise monarch did not value the hearts of the people? Yang Haiyan's road repairs were not just to gather the people's support for the emperor. These funds came from the Qin family, but the common folk recognized the emperor's kindness. Although it was a transparent intention, it was enough for the emperor to appreciate it. A few people glanced at Qin Fang, never expecting him to be in the capital while having a considerate wife back home. One had to admit that the lady of county was no ordinary woman. The emperor was also deeply shocked. This surprise came too suddenly. He had seized the throne amidst controversies, and rumor circulated that his rise was unjust, attributing the persistent rains that lasted half a month to heaven's wrath. But now, with the people sending clothing for all, could it really be said that his throne lacked legitimacy? If heaven were truly angry, would the people still offer him garments? At this moment, the emperor was in good spirits. Indeed, he had not misjudged. Qin Fang was his fortune. Du Xingran knelt again. Your Majesty, I have a suggestion. The emperor looked at him. Speak. Du Xingran said. I believe we should build a small house at the palace gate to display this 9-foot statue, allowing the entire capital to know that the imperial grain plan benefits the common people. This suggestion came from Yang Haiyan. In truth, the claim that the plan benefited the common people was mere pretense. The real purpose was to enhance the emperor's image. To put it plainly, it was a matter of saying nice things publicly, and everyone knew the true intentions. But who would dare to say it out loud? The emperor glanced at Du Xingran. Du Xingran continued, Your Majesty, I am willing to take on this responsibility personally. Even as he said this, Du Xingran felt nervous. He had always adhered to a passive approach. His family, the Du family, was large and wealthy. Even though he was a branch member, he still received a considerable share of the family fortune. Moreover, he had a good relationship with his older brother and mother. However, even the most reckless young man harbors some aspirations, and Du Xingran was no exception. After Yang Haiyan discussed this matter with him, he was willing to give it a try. Even if the emperor did not agree, it would not be a loss for him. But what if the emperor agreed? Then Du Xingran would be different from then on. Thus Du Xingran shamelessly brought it up. The ministers in the Golden Throne Hall looked at Du Xingran in silence, wondering how he could be so bold. If the emperor agreed to this matter, they would be willing to assist as well. Suddenly Qin Fang knelt down. Your Majesty is wise and brilliant, uniting the hearts of the people. This is the fortune of our Qigua. Long live the emperor, 10,000 years. Qin Fang's voice was loud and resonated throughout the quiet Golden Throne Hall. Du Xingran echoed. Your Majesty is wise and brilliant, uniting the hearts of the people. This is the fortune of our Qigua. Long live the emperor, 10,000 years. Then the ministers knelt one after another. Your Majesty is wise and brilliant, uniting the hearts of the people. This is the fortune of our Qigua. Long live the Emperor, long live the Emperor 10,000 years. The Emperor pursed his lips tightly. Why? He was afraid that if he smiled too widely in his joy, it would damage his image. After a long while he finally said, approved. Such a good thing, why would he refuse? Imperial study. At this moment, both Qin Fang and Du Xingran were in the imperial study. Du Xingran was discussing matters concerning Yunxiang County with the Emperor, and even Qin Fang was listening attentively. He would occasionally ask a few questions such as, when did road construction begin in Yunxiang County? How is my wife's health? How is my family's health? Du Xingran answered each of Qin Fang's questions, and from Qin Fang's inquiries, it was clear he knew nothing about the road repairs in Yunxiang County. After explaining the situation in Yunxiang County, Du Xingran took out the items he had brought, including the toothbrush and toothpaste that the Emperor had requested. Of course, he didn't mention the items given to him by Yang Haiyan. Du Xingran also said, Your Majesty, this toothpaste doesn't keep well. Lady Bingyun said she would send new supplies every 3 months. I've brought a spare toothbrush in case you need it, like if the original one breaks. The Emperor looked at the extra preparations with great satisfaction. Very well. You've worked hard on this journey. There are still matters to attend to, so you should go back and rest. Thank you, Your Majesty, Du Xingran replied. Once Du Xingran left, only the Emperor and Qin Fang remained in the study. Qin Fang pondered for a moment and said, Your Majesty, my business in the capital is complete, and with the road repairs ongoing in Yunxiang County, I should return today. The Emperor considered this. As the garrison general of Yunxiang County, Qin Fang indeed couldn't be away for too long. However, the matters in Liwang County also needed attention. Thus he said, I will send someone to handle the affairs of Liwang County. Do you have anyone in mind? A recommendation? Qin Fang was unsure of the Emperor's intent but answered honestly, Your Majesty, aside from my teacher, I only know 2 officials in the court, Wei Ting and Shun Lixian. I trust their character, but for the case in Liwang County, wouldn't it be more suitable for Governor Liu from Hudong Prefecture to handle it? The Emperor glanced at him. If that is the case, I will decree that Governor Liu handle this case well. Also, Qin Fang, you have married a good wife. Qin Fang nodded. I have always known this. I must thank Your Majesty for this. Without your intervention, I would not have been able to marry such a wonderful wife. If it weren't for the imperial rivalry and the royal decree that arranged his marriage, he wouldn't have married Yan Yan. Thus, the Emperor was truly their matchmaker. The Emperor replied, I'm glad about the road repairs, the statue, and the clothes of the common people. However, since the Qin family is indifferent to fame and fortune, I will not grant them silver. A few thousand taels of silver would be a burden on the Emperor's heart. Granting just a few hundred taels would hold no significance. However, there was one thing he was not hesitant about, titles. In fact, he was more than willing to grant titles that didn't cost him anything. Therefore, he decided to promote Yang Haiyan's title. Qin Fang listened to the decree. Qin Fang immediately knelt. I am listening, Your Majesty. Once he heard the Emperor's decree, he processed the meaning. His wife had been promoted from the 3rd rank, Lady Bingyun, to the 2nd rank, Madame Bingyun. This promotion was faster than his own. With the decree and the Emperor's rewards in hand, Qin Fang left the palace. Not to mention the rewards, the most conspicuous thing was the 2 steeds, the prized blood-sweating horses. This time, Qin Fang wasn't returning to Yunxiang County alone. The Emperor had also granted him 2 grooms. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to ride 3 horses back by himself. But before returning to Yunxiang County, he first visited the Du residence. After leaving the Du residence, he was laden with gifts. Du Xingran accompanied him to the city gate, feeling quite reluctant to part. Qingge, we will meet again next August. I will come to Yunxiang County to find you, he said, implying he would be there for the watermelons. Qin Fang waved his hand. All right. I'll be waiting for you in Yunxiang County. Meanwhile, at a certain location in the capital, Qin Fang is indeed somewhat fortunate, Wei Hong remarked, looking at the middle-aged man before him. The middle-aged man, surnamed Ren, was the father of the imperial concubine and held the position of Minister of Justice. He took a sip of tea and said, He seems a bit naive, meaning he wasn't very clever and was rather simple-minded. Wei Hong smiled without responding. Minister Ren added, The affairs in Liwang County must be handled cleanly, leaving no traces behind. Wei Hong replied, Rest assured, County Magistrate Chung knows what to do. However, this time they didn't dismiss Qin Fang. Next time it won't be so easy. It's a pity. Ordinarily, a garrison commander shouldn't leave the county without permission. Just for this matter, he could have been dismissed. Who knew that the second young Master Du would bring such significant news? Minister Ren said. So, it seems Qin Fang is not as naive as he appears. Perhaps he had already plotted this before he set off, and then had the second young master return. Or maybe this was planned by Dooku. Wei Hong thought for a moment. It's possible it was Dooku. Compared to Qin Fang and his wife, they believe it was more likely Dooku's scheme. Minister Ren commented. Dooku has always been very cunning. It's best not to offend him. Hearing this, Wei Hong felt displeased. In his youth he had been overshadowed by Dooku, and even at this age he still felt the pressure. Even Minister Ren didn't want to offend Dooku, making it clear that they were more inclined to win him over rather than him. Yet Dooku remained unyielding. Thinking of this made Wei Hong even more uncomfortable, but he could only endure it. One day, 3 days later, Qin Fang returned to Yunxiang County. It had been more than half a month since he had left, and in that time significant progress had been made on the road repairs. Although there were no monthly wages for roadwork, meals were provided, so many villagers came to help, which expedited the process. The villagers shouted in unison upon seeing Qin Fang return. General Qin is back. General Qin is back. Due to its remote and barren location, the county government had little business to attend to, so County Magistrate Yang was among those who came to help with the road repairs. Therefore he also spotted Qin Fang. As he instructed everyone to continue their work, he made his way over to Qin Fang. General Qin. Qin Fang dismounted. At first, he had been unsure of what kind of situation Yunxiang County was in based on Du Xingran's words about the road repairs. But now, seeing the grand scale of the work, he was impressed. Magistrate Yang, you've worked hard. Although Yan Yan could organize the villagers for road repairs, it wouldn't have been so straightforward without Magistrate Yang's support and assistance. In this regard, Magistrate Yang must have exerted considerable effort to mobilize all the townspeople. Thinking of this, Qin Fang earnestly said, I sincerely thank you, Magistrate Yang, for your help this time. Chapter 206. Qin Fang did not speak much with Master Yang. Having been away from home for more than half a month, he was concerned about his family. After greeting Master Yang, he returned to the general's mansion. Upon returning to the mansion, he was eager to find his wife. However, when he heard from the guards that Master Du was also present, he immediately went to see his mentor. Master Du had arrived 2 days earlier. After Tao Shan found him, he didn't rush to come but instead took care of matters at hand, and left them for Shen Lixian to handle before returning. At that time Tao Shan was anxious, but Master Du remained calm. However, seeing Tao Shan so worried, Master Du told him, this is a trial for Qin Fang in his career. If he cannot endure this trial, how can he face future ones? Tao Shan immediately understood that Master Du was testing the general. Teacher. As soon as Qin Fang entered the courtyard, he called out to the inside. Dooku was reading when he heard Qin Fang's voice. He paused, holding the book. Come in. Though he was testing Qin Fang, Dooku was naturally also anxious. However, he understood better than anyone that Qin Fang would be fine. Yunxiang County had minerals, and those minerals were needed to make medicinal materials. Under such circumstances, the emperor wouldn't let anything happen to Qin Fang. To put it simply, Qin Fang had just entered the court and wasn't anyone's pawn yet. The medicinal materials were in his hands, which reassured the emperor. If it were someone else, who could guarantee that they hadn't been bribed? The moment Qin Fang saw Dooku, he immediately bowed. Disciple pays respects to teacher. Seeing him looking worn and tired, Dooku said, sit. Qin Fang sat down. Disciple has worried teacher. Otherwise, teacher wouldn't have come all the way to Yunxiang County. Dooku said, I am not worried. Qin Fang felt that his teacher was being modest. If he wasn't worried, why would he come to Yunxiang County? But upon closely observing his teacher's expression, it indeed didn't seem like he was worried. Qin Fang felt a little aggrieved. To be honest, in front of the Qin family, Qin Fang had always been steady and mature. However, in front of Dooku, he occasionally revealed a more childish side. Perhaps in Qin Fang's heart, Dooku was not just a teacher. He was also a powerful and omniscient figure, so in his presence, Qin Fang was willing to show his vulnerable side. Dooku asked, do you know why I am not worried about you? Qin Fang was puzzled. Please enlighten me, teacher. But I know that you are not worried because you believe I won't encounter any issues. However, why are you so certain? Dooku replied, because of the medicinal materials. The matter of medicinal materials cannot be known by too many people, and they can only be in the hands of someone trustworthy. Currently, while there are indeed trustworthy people in the court, in the emperor's heart, you are considered trustworthy. Even though you are my student, you are the student appointed to me by the emperor, which carries a different meaning. Upon hearing this about medicinal materials, Qin Fang suddenly understood. Teacher, Are those people plotting against me because of the medicinal materials? Duke said. I can only guess. However, your wife surprised me. Qin Fang, you have a good wife. And a good wife is truly important for a man in the officialdom. Using such a large sum of silver for road repairs, that kind of boldness is not something everyone possesses. Even wealthy families with hundreds of thousands of taels behind them might hesitate to part with 40,000 taels. Thus, Yang Haiyan had not only boldness but also vision. However, Duke did not know that Yang Haiyan, being a modern person, truly did not value this money. Of course, her lack of concern stemmed from her having money to spend. When it came to discussing his wife, Qin Fang was also moved. However, he said, I must thank Brother Xingran greatly for this matter. If it weren't for him, I would have been in trouble upon entering the city gate. Duke smiled. That lad did do a good deed. However, your wife has already repaid his kindness. If I'm not mistaken, that boy should be starting work at the palace gate now. Yang Haiyan had already discussed Du Xingran's matters with him. He had arranged for Du Xingran to direct operations in the outskirts of the capital because it was less demanding. He didn't expect that he would encounter this matter with Qin Fang. And now, after Yang Haiyan's guidance, that lad had truly made a name for himself in front of the emperor. What would happen in the future was unknown, but at least for now it was good. Speaking of this, he had to admire Qin Fang's wife. She was indeed exceptionally clever. If she were a man. Qin Fang asked, Teacher, who do you think is behind this plot against me? Duke shook his head. Even if he knew, he wouldn't say anything. Right now, Qin Fang was quite secure here, and there was no need for him to reveal the identity of the other party. Moreover, Duke genuinely didn't know. Perhaps it's someone from another country, worried that Archigua has developed weaponry that could lead to war with other nations. Of course, it could also be someone from the court, but if he had to guess an identity, Duke really couldn't figure it out. You don't need to worry about who they are. As long as the emperor likes you, no one will harm you. Qin Fang replied, Rest assured, teacher, I will be loyal to the emperor. He said this sincerely. After meeting the emperor, he felt that the emperor was a good person, a good emperor, and he was completely devoted to him. Duke said, That's good. You should go see your wife. Since you've returned, I must take my leave as well. The imperial grain plan is still not finished. Upon hearing this, Qin Fang felt a bit reluctant. Teacher, are you leaving again? Why not stay a few more days? Duke waved his hand. You will have plenty of opportunities when you come to the capital in the future. They both knew that Qin Fang would eventually visit the capital. Duke waited for Qin Fang to return before departing. Qin Fang escorted him to the door before going to find Yang Haiyan. Yang Haiyan had already known he was back, but she hadn't interrupted his meeting with Duke. However, she had been standing in the courtyard waiting for him. When she saw him approaching, she couldn't help but step forward. Husband. At first, Qin Fang continued to walk briskly, but upon seeing her, he couldn't help but run to her and embrace her tightly. Yin, I'm back. I'm safe. His voice was filled with suppressed excitement. Yang Haiyan didn't speak but tightly grasped his waist with both hands. The two of them embraced in the courtyard for quite a while before gradually calming down. Yang Haiyan took Qin Fang's hand and led him inside. I've prepared warm water for you, husband. Go wash up. I'll give you a massage. Qin Fang hurriedly replied, You don't need to massage me, you're pregnant. You shouldn't exert yourself. Yang Haiyan laughed. Then I'll wash your hair instead. Look at how dirty your hair is from the journey. Our daughter will complain. Qin Fang shrugged it off. If she complains, that's fine, as long as you don't mind. Even so, once inside, Qin Fang still took off his clothes. After being husband and wife for so long, he wasn't embarrassed to be naked in front of her. After undressing, he sat in the bathtub, soaking and enjoying his wife washing his hair. This was the first time Yan had washed his hair for him. It felt great. Yang Haiyan first wet his hair, then lathered it with soap before giving him a head massage while asking, Husband, did you see the emperor? When it came to this, Qin Fang became animated. I did. The emperor is a good person, He recounted everything that had happened during his stay in the palace. Yang Haiyan listened with a faint smile as he spoke about his encounters with the emperor. Once he finished, she said, Congratulations, husband, for finally meeting the emperor. Suddenly remembering something important, Qin Fang exclaimed, Yin, the emperor promoted your title. You're now the second-ranked Madame Bingyan. Yang Haiyan wasn't surprised to receive the emperor's reward. For her, that was secondary. Her husband's safety was what mattered most. Will you blame me for being presumptuous and using so much silver to repair the road? Qin Fang held her hand and looked up at her beautiful face. I'm not a fool. How could I not know you did it for me? Besides, as long as we have enough money, that's all that matters. Qin Fang felt that they had enough silver for their needs. Yang Haiyan cupped his hands with hers. Yes, as long as we have enough silver it's fine, as long as our family is safe and sound. They exchanged smiles. After Qin Fang washed up and dried his hair, Yang Haiyan urged him to take a rest while she prepared food for him. This man must not have slept well in the palace. Only here at home could he get a good rest. How could Qin Fang sleep well in the palace? He worried about this and that, most of all about his family's situation, so he often stayed awake until dawn. Now in this familiar place, with the comforting scent of home on the bed, he fell asleep quickly. Unbeknownst to him, after he fell asleep, Yang Haiyan came in to pull the blanket over him and sat beside him for a while. Qin Fang slept until the middle of the night. When he woke up, it was already dark outside. As he moved, he noticed Yang Haiyan was also asleep beside him. He hurriedly got up and carried Yang Haiyan to the bed. He hadn't slept well these past few days, and neither had she. After placing her in bed, he stepped out of the room and saw Granny Lian still guarding the door. "Granny, let me know what has happened at home in the past few days." Granny Lian replied, General, while you were away these past few days, the family has been. The Qin family wasn't aware of what had happened in their absence. They assumed Qin Fang was busy with important matters, so when he returned, they didn't think much of it. There wasn't much going on in Yunxiang County, as the Beast Mountain Taoist Temple had someone overseeing it. So after a few days of rest, Qin Fang joined the road construction efforts. However, it was only 2 days before Governor Liu from Hudong Prefecture arrived. Governor Liu had known about the road repairs in Yunxiang County for some time, but he hadn't come until today. Seeing the bustling scene of road construction, he felt a mix of emotions. He found Qin Fang among the crowd working on the road. General Qin. Chapter 207. Seeing Prefect Liu arrive, Qin Fang put down the goods in his hands and stepped forward. "Lord Liu, I have met with you." Prefect Liu hurriedly replied, "General Qin, no need for such formalities. Yunxiang County has changed so much. You've only been here for a few months, and it seems like a different place compared to when I was here last. The atmosphere is truly lively due to the road repairs." Qin Fang responded, "It's all thanks to the Emperor's grace." This statement was merely a formality. Everyone knew that. After exchanging pleasantries, Prefect Liu said, "General Qin, may we have a word in private? Regarding the matters in Liwang County, there are results, but..." Qin Fang's expression became serious. "Please, Lord Liu." The two moved to a quieter place where Prefect Liu, looking serious and earnest, said, "General Qin, the situation in Liwang County is not as good as we imagined. However, I believe this result is the best we could achieve." Qin Fang replied, "Please speak plainly, my lord." He had a decent impression of Prefect Liu. Although he was a cautious person, he wasn't a corrupt official. There's nothing wrong with being cautious in the officialdom. Prefect Liu explained, "Your servant Fan's son-in-law committed suicide out of fear of punishment." The magistrate of Liwang, Cheng, confessed to his crimes, stating that he sought the position of the county's grain agent but was denied by the Qin family. Out of resentment he spread rumors about you. Now he has taken all the blame upon himself, and all evidence against you has been severed. According to my view, this matter can be closed. Of course, we both know that Magistrate Cheng has someone behind him, but there are some people you may not be able to deal with. Furthermore, it seems that Magistrate Cheng won't confess. Even though you have Master Du backing you, Master Du's 2 fists cannot match 4 hands. The opponent can deal with you, which means they're not afraid of Master Du, so General Qin might consider biding your time. Prefect Liu's approach to governance was all about patience. After all, he thought by enduring and conceding, his life would continue unaffected. Qin Fang was not one to rigidly adhere to formalities. On the contrary, he was quite clever. He knew how to show sincerity in front of Dooku and how to exhibit simplicity in front of the Emperor, so he naturally understood Prefect Liu's words. It was like the day he asked his teacher who was targeting him in the capital. The teacher said he didn't know. But whether he really didn't know, Qin Fang was unsure, and he didn't intend to pry further. Given his current status, if he pursued this matter, it would inevitably implicate his teacher. He couldn't allow his teacher to suffer because of his own troubles. Thus Qin Fang knew how to endure. He said, "This matter will be handled by Lord Liu, and naturally, you will decide the outcome." Hearing Qin Fang say this, Prefect Liu felt relieved. He was afraid Qin Fang might take advantage of his relationship with Master Du to dig deeper into the matter. If that happened, it wouldn't be something a mere prefect like him could handle. But since Qin Fang was willing to let it go, he considered it a favor owed to Qin Fang. "General Qin, if that's the case, then I will go ahead and close the case." Qin Fang then said, "My lord, please wait. Since Fan's son-in-law has passed, what about the relationship between Fan's family and his wife?" Prefect Liu replied, That son-in-law committed many wrongdoings in his lifetime. Now, having been implicated in Magistrate Cheng's case, even though he committed suicide, I can take the initiative to have him and his wife divorced. What does General Qin think? This was merely a matter of raising his hand for Prefect Liu, and he would naturally assist. Moreover, divorces like this happen frequently among common folk. As long as the government sanctioned the divorce, it would be valid. Then I thank you, Lord Liu, Qin Fang said. After reaching an agreement with Prefect Liu, Qin Fang didn't rush back to the general's mansion. Instead, he returned in the evening together with the common folk. While having dinner that night, Qin Fang discussed the matter with Yang Haiyan. Currently, we're in Yunxiang County and have no need to confront those in the capital. I also don't want to implicate my teacher because of my issues. Furthermore, the other party doesn't seem to intend to take my life, and likely doesn't want to create a deadly feud, so I plan to leave it at that for now. Once we have the ability, we won't be afraid of such things anymore. Yang Haiyan had no objections to this. What was the point of rash bravery? Learning to endure was the most important. As the case regarding Magistrate Cheng drew to a close, those surface-level matters gradually faded, and Yunxiang County returned to its former tranquility. Due to limited funds, road repairs were no longer as ostentatious as before. Now they were done village by village without a monthly allowance just covering meals. The road repairs were overseen by County Magistrate Yang, while Qin Fang went to the horse farm every day. Yunxiang County had built a super large horse ranch on government land, housing 2 rare horses known as the sweat-blood horses. Due to the precious nature of these horses, there were soldiers stationed at the ranch. Moreover, the person in charge of the ranch was extremely careful. As a horse lover, he treated the horses like his own children, and the sweat-blood horses were undoubtedly the most favored among them. How could he not be cautious? As January's weather turned colder, Yang Haiyan, who was over 4 months pregnant, was starting to show. Given her naturally slender figure, it was even more apparent. However, Dr. Li checked her pulse every half-month, ensuring her health was excellent. Despite this, the elders at home remained quite concerned. One day, the family was basking in the sun in the courtyard when Aunt Fan brought out several plates of freshly made pastries. Since the death of her son-in-law and the divorce of her daughter, Aunt Fan had relaxed considerably. Because her daughter was a widow, it was unsuitable for her to live in the general's residence, so Yang Haiyan suggested she go to the imperial grain processing factory. The factory needed female workers, and Aunt Fan's daughter was a perfect fit. Aunt Fan's granddaughter lived in the general's residence, sharing a room with Aunt Fan. In the mornings, she attended classes with the family's teachers, and in the afternoons, she learned embroidery. Madam, a guest has arrived outside. Aunt Hong entered the inner courtyard and greeted Yang Haiyan. He claims to be from the general's hometown and says he is the general's uncle. Yang Haiyan responded, "Please invite him in." She had been thinking about the arrival of Qin San's uncle, and wondered how things were at the Ding family. She was relieved they had finally come. Grandma Qin remarked. A Fang's maternal grandparents have always cared for his uncle. After such a long time, the Ding family must be worried. I wonder if they are here to take someone back. Yang Haiyan replied, "Grandma, there's no need to worry. We have Aunt here." Even so, Yang Haiyan still stood up to greet the guest. Ding Dashu really didn't want to leave his hometown and come to Yunxiang County, but it was all due to the trouble caused by the Ding's third family. His parents were worried about third Uncle Ding, so he had to make this trip. As for his wife, she were quite unreasonable. A few days prior, they had mentioned going to the mother-in-law's house, but they didn't take it seriously. However, after several days without seeing them return, everyone began to wonder. In these times, food was precious for every family. What kind of family could afford to support the third family indefinitely? Eventually, the third uncle family's wife returned home, but neither third Uncle Ding nor Tadpole had come back. At first, she claimed they were staying a few more days at her mother's house, so nobody thought much of it. But as the days dragged on without news, the Ding's third family's wife could no longer hide the truth and revealed that third Uncle Ding had brought their child to Yunxiang County. This infuriated Ding Dashu's parents. They had been ill for several days, and once they recovered, he set off to find them. However, upon entering the general's residence, Ding Dashu felt a bit out of place in such a grand setting. He felt restrained and awkward. After being led to the hall, Ding Dashu saw Yang Haiyan. Although he had only met her once in March of the previous year, he still remembered her well. Seeing her now, he felt a sense of relief. A Fang's wife. "Uncle is here. Please have a seat. I've sent someone to fetch my mother. She will be here shortly." Yang Haiyan welcomed him. Although she didn't have a strong impression of Ding Dashu, she appreciated that aside from the troublesome Ding family, he was a relative worth welcoming. People are social creatures, so it's natural to not exclude relatives. Ding Dashu sat down, and the servants brought some food. He didn't eat right away but instead inquired about third Uncle Ding. "A Fang's wife has third brother and his child come here? That rascal didn't even bother to let us know he was leaving," causing everyone back home to worry. "My parents were so worried they fell ill." Then, Ding Dashu rambled on about the family's situation. The journey had not been easy for him, and now that he had finally arrived, he wanted to scold third Uncle Ding. Yang Haiyan comforted him, saying, "Third uncle and his child are working at the farm, and mother is looking after them. Fortunately, grandpa and grandma are fine. Otherwise, this would have escalated badly." Having such a brother caused Qin Dashu to worry as well. Indeed. After chatting for a while, Yang Haiyan asked someone to take Qin Dashu to freshen up and rest. He had traveled a long way, riding in various carts and walking, so he was genuinely tired. When Qin mother arrived from the imperial grain factory and learned that Qin Dashu was already asleep, she decided not to disturb him. Instead, Yang Haiyan shared the news about the Ding family with Qin mother. Upon hearing that her parents had fallen ill from worry, Qin mother was so furious she felt like going to beat up third Uncle Ding again. "Your third uncle has finally learned to work. Ultimately, it's still your third aunt's fault. As the old saying goes, marry a wise wife. The Ding family's misfortune stems from marrying into this calamity." Yang Haiyan found it hard to respond to that. "Mother, what if uncle wants to take third uncle back with him?" Qin Mu thought for a moment. "Third brother is better off here under my care. If he returns home, knowing my parents' temper, he will surely revert to his old ways. It's better for him to stay here and receive a monthly allowance. Yin Yan, what do you think?" Chapter 208. Yang Haiyan naturally had no opinions about Qin Fang's uncles. "As long as my mother makes the decision, that's fine. However, with third uncle and tadpole living here for a long time, will third aunt miss them?" Hearing her daughter-in-law ask this question, Qin's mother confidently replied, "If she comes here, that would be even better. Back in the old days, I was in the Qin family while she was in the Ding family. I couldn't oversee her, nor could I manage her. If she comes to Yunxiang County, I'll just keep her and third brother locked up together and see who dares to interfere with my managing my brother and sister-in-law." Upon hearing Qin's mother say this, Yang Haiyan thought it was indeed a good idea. When they were in Bailey Village, Qin's mother was a daughter-in-law, and she couldn't manage her brothers and sisters, nor could she return to her family to do so. But now in Yunxiang County, she was the head of the household with people at her command. She could confine Ding's third uncle and his wife, so she looked forward to their arrival. Ding's eldest uncle Ding Dashu stayed in the general's mansion for 2 days before leaving. He took the opportunity of a caravan leaving Yunxiang County to depart. He didn't meet Ding's third uncle but secretly observed him and his son, noting that they had become much more disciplined and were now capable of working in the fields. For Ding Dashu, this was excellent news. With one less lazy person at home, it was like having one less mouth to feed, which was something he eagerly desired. Plus, he felt secure knowing that Ding's third uncle was being kept here. As for how he would explain things when he returned, he had it all figured out in his mind. Ding's eldest uncle also took a large bundle with him, prepared with Qin's mother's private savings. She secretly stuffed silver into his hands. She worried about her elderly parents back home not having her to care for them, so she gave him extra silver, hoping that he would take good care of her parents. After Ding's eldest uncle left, the general's mansion returned to its usual tranquility. One day, while Yang Haiyan was making Qin Fang's undergarments, Yang County Magistrate's wife arrived. It had been a long time since Yang Haiyan had seen her. The last time was during the grain agent business in the county. Hearing that she was here now, Yang Haiyan welcomed her warmly. "Please come in." Before long, Yang County Magistrate's wife was invited into the inner courtyard. Since they were all women, it was appropriate to bring her in. Yang County Magistrate's wife first greeted Yang Haiyan saying, "I have met with you, madam." She felt somewhat sentimental. Back in April, when Yang Haiyan had just arrived in Yunxiang County, she was only a 5th-grade concubine, but in the blink of an eye, in just 6 months, she had risen to the rank of 2nd-grade wife. Everyone knew that she had received special rewards from the emperor for the road repairs, which also subtly highlighted her intelligence. Previously, Yang County Magistrate's wife thought it was lucky for a former maid like Yang Haiyan to achieve the status of a 5th-grade concubine, even if her demeanor didn't resemble that of a maid at all. But now she truly understood how impressive Yang Haiyan was. Yang Haiyan quickly said, "Please, Madam Yang, there's no need for such formalities between us." Yang County Magistrate's wife smiled, saying, "We can't disregard etiquette. In fact, I came to visit today not only to bring you this period's agent fees, but also to discuss something with you. Earlier, they didn't have enough silver to pay the full amount for the county's agent fees, so it was done in installments. This time, Yang County Magistrate's wife was here to bring the installment payment. It must be said that this arrangement was very considerate for their family, and they were all very grateful to Yang Haiyan. Oh, Yang Haiyan responded curiously. What did you want to talk about? Granny Lian stepped forward to take the silver that Yang County Magistrate's wife had brought and quietly stood to the side. Yang County Magistrate's wife continued. It's about that Miss Choya from your family. She had wanted to bring this up for a long time but had been too busy with matters in her family and the Qin family. Later, due to the grain partnership plan, she didn't want to bother the Qin family, so she had kept quiet about it. Now that the new year was approaching and things were gradually settling down, she decided to mention it since she had come today with the installment payment. Upon hearing this, Yang Haiyan became quite interested. However, she said, Madam Yang, before you introduce the other party, I must first be upfront about my third uncle and Choya's situation. Please consider it carefully. If the other party has no objections, then it's fine to introduce them. Otherwise, I worry it might lead to some awkwardness. Upon hearing this, Yang County Magistrate's wife felt that Yang Haiyan made a valid point. Please, madam, go ahead. Yang Haiyan said, because my third uncle and third aunt only have Qyar as their child, their original intention was to find a husband for her. As she spoke, she observed the other person's expression and noticed their surprise. She continued, however, if Qyar and the man truly like each other and he has good character, then we can relax the marriage proposal. They can forego the arranged marriage, however, their first child must have the surname Qin, regardless of whether it's a boy or girl. This is a condition from my third uncle's side. One can't give up a good man just for the sake of an arranged marriage. Some conditions can be relaxed. Mrs. Yang, the county magistrate's wife, found this difficult to accept. They certainly wouldn't agree to an arranged marriage because the person she wanted to introduce was her own son, the legitimate eldest son. How could she allow her eldest son to become someone else's son-in-law? Even if it were the Qin family, no matter how good their conditions were, she wouldn't agree, not even if it were a princess. Even if it were not the eldest son but the second legitimate son, she still wouldn't agree to him becoming a son-in-law. However, upon hearing Yang Haiyan's words about relaxing the conditions, which stated that only the first child needed to have the surname Qin, she still wouldn't agree. Regardless of whether it was a boy or girl, even if a daughter wasn't as important as a son, the significance of a legitimate daughter was still different. Mrs. Yang thought for a moment and asked, does it have to be the first child? What about the second or third? Yang Haiyan replied, it won't work. A woman's pregnancy is mysterious. What if she ends up not having a second or third child? Mrs. Yang sighed. While her words were not particularly pleasant to hear, they made sense. In that case, it seems they are not destined to be together. However, I think for someone like Choya, they will probably have to choose from a humble family. After all, families with slightly worse conditions are often willing to have their sons become sons-in-law. Yang Haiyan knew there was no malice in her words and smiled, saying, indeed, it can only be said that fate has not yet arrived. Besides, Choya is only 13 this year. There's no rush. We can take our time. She will eventually find the right match. Mrs. Yang said, then I'll first express my congratulations to you. Saying this, she stood up. The madam is pregnant and needs to rest more. I won't disturb you any longer. Yang Haiyan said, I'll have Granny Lian accompany you out. Mrs. Yang replied, thank you for your trouble. As Mrs. Yang left the general's residence, she looked back one last time. Wealth is good, but one cannot force it. Initially, she thought that sending her son to marry Qin Choya would benefit his future career, but it seemed that the girl was not easy to marry. Perhaps this was fate. Although the girl's parents had no capability, she had a capable cousin. If they wanted to arrange a marriage in Yunxiang County, it wouldn't be too difficult for her. However, their son was not suitable. When Mrs. Yang returned home, dinner was ready. When the county magistrate returned from the yamen, she shared today's events. It seems that our family and the Qin family are fated to be apart. This marriage proposal is not going to work. The county magistrate replied, if it doesn't work, then it doesn't. Perhaps after a few years, the emperor will forget about the Yang family's matters. After a few years, General Qin will surely soar high. At that time, I can write to General Qin again about this matter. Perhaps our son can also pursue the imperial examinations. General Qin is a practical person. We've maintained a good relationship with him in Yunxiang County all these years. It will surely pay off in the future. Mrs. Yang replied, what you said makes sense. Yang Haiyan had often heard people talk about morning sickness during pregnancy, but since she became pregnant, she had never experienced it. Curious, she asked Dr. Li and the experienced Grandma Qin. Both said such things were unpredictable. However, according to Grandma Qin, the baby in her belly was well behaved and didn't want to make things hard for its mother. The winter in Yunxiang County was different from that on the frontier. The frontier winter was dry, while Yunxiang County's winter was damp and cold, a piercing chill that could seep into one's bones. However, the general's residence had no such worries because there was a Kong, a traditional heated bed. With the Kong, Yang Haiyan didn't want to get out of bed. While the Kong couldn't compare to air conditioning, it was warmer than a regular bed, almost like an electric blanket. Madam, someone has come to deliver New Year's gifts. Guess who it is? Granny Lian entered the room and hurriedly closed the curtain to prevent the cold wind from coming in and making the madam uncomfortable. Yang Haiyan said, "The Du family's New Year's gifts have already arrived. The only ones who could still send gifts to the residents at this time are either my second uncle or the Ding family. Which family is it?" Yang Haiyan thought again. Could it be those common folks who previously sent cucumbers? Granny Lian smiled and shook her head. Not them. You can guess again. Yang Haiyan surrendered, saying, "Granny, just spare me and tell me who sent it. I need to prepare a return gift." Mama Lian said, "It's from the frontier." Yang Haiyan was taken aback and then felt a bit happy. Could it be from Captain Han? Did Dahua send it? She realized that after 2 years of traveling through time, she really hadn't made any close friends. When she was on the frontier, she had a good relationship with Yang Dahua and Sister Lu, but as Qin Fang and Captain Lu's official positions changed, Sister Lu increasingly respected her and became less familiar than before. She understood the reason. This was the ingrained social hierarchy of ancient times. Thus, now she could only consider Yang Dahua as a friend. Granny Lian replied, "You guessed it right. It's a New Year's gift from Captain Han's family. They are still waiting outside, and there's a letter from Madame Han for you." Saying this, Granny Lian handed the letter to Yang Haiyan. Yang Haiyan opened the letter and read it. The writing wasn't too impressive, but she noted, "This letter was written by Dahua. She says the Han family has invited a teacher, and she is learning to read. She's worried that my laughter will make fun of her because her writing isn't good." Granny Lian said, "Madame Han is an ambitious and hard-working person." Yang Haiyan agreed, "Indeed." She also mentioned that the grain supplier in Ren Prefecture is the Yongha Marquis' residence. However, the Han family has become the agency in the county town. Chapter 209. Yang Haiyan looked at the letter from Yang Dahua, while Qin Fang was reading the letter sent by Han Zhen. In the letter, Han Zhen mentioned that the situation at the border was becoming increasingly tense. The remaining barbarians, for some unknown reason, had started to harass the borders again. Logically, after a portion of the barbarians surrendered, the remaining ones would likely reconsider and also surrender, but judging by their current behavior, they showed no intention of doing so. According to Han Zhen's speculation, war at the border was imminent. Furthermore, he mentioned the grain partnership business. The Yongha Marquis had granted one of the county agent positions to Han Zhen's family, and Han Zhen knew this was due to Qin Fang's influence. The potato and sweet potato flour initiative was proposed by the Qin family, and since Han Zhen had a good relationship with Qin Fang and came from the same place, this was well known. Thus, the Yongha Marquis had granted one of the county agent positions to Han Zhen, and someone as astute as Han Zhen naturally understood the reason behind it. In the original plot, Han Zhen was the first to become a centurion and later achieved great success, but after Yang Haiyan's arrival, Qin Fang had surpassed Han Zhen. As Qin Fang was reassigned later, the trajectory that belonged to Han Zhen began to revert. However, some things were not so easily altered. For example, although Yang Dahua did not obtain the shop belonging to the young lord's wife, she acquired Yang Haiyan's shop. Even though she bought it with money, it also indicated a restoration of the original trajectory from another perspective. After reading the letter, Qin Fang burned it. Nothing is safer than destroying evidence. Even if the letter contained no substantial information, one could never be sure it wouldn't be used against him someday. Qin Fang was a cautious person, and after receiving guidance from Duke, he became even more vigilant. After leaving the study to find Yang Haiyan, he learned that she had gone to the Han family to deliver New Year's gifts. Qin Fang went to find her. In the past, Han Zhen and Yang Dahua had poor conditions with limited monthly stipends, so they couldn't afford to send valuable gifts. But now that Han Zhen had become a captain and had money, the quality and quantity of the New Year's gifts had significantly improved. Coupled with the grain agency matter, this time, the gifts sent were particularly plentiful. The border had an abundance of wild game, furs, and traveling merchants, so the gifts from the Han family mainly consisted of cured meats and furs. Additionally, there were 2 pairs of fur shoes, similar to modern snow boots. These shoes were handmade by Yang Dahua, who had remembered Yang Haiyan's kindness when she had sent her a coat during her pregnancy. Although she couldn't give anything of value at the time, now that she could afford furs, she willingly made and sent over 2 pairs of fur shoes. "It's so cold out, yet you came out." Qin Fang approached the small woman, who was looking at the New Year's gifts, and asked, "Aren't you cold?" How could it not be cold? The breath she exhaled seemed to freeze instantly. But she replied, "I'm looking at the New Year's gifts from Sister Dahua. Look at these shoes and this fur. We can make fur shoes for everyone. They'll keep us warm. She had already changed into the fur shoes and was stomping her feet on the ground. I'll also make some fur gloves for you, so your hands won't be cold when you go out. Qin Fang wasn't afraid of the cold. Taking cold baths in winter was a regular occurrence for him. Back in the military camp, who had the time to heat water for a bath? Over time he became accustomed to the cold. Plus, these last 2 years, thanks to Yang Haiyan occasionally preparing medicinal baths for him, his health had improved remarkably. However, he naturally wouldn't refuse his wife's thoughtful intentions and cheerfully replied, "You really do think of everything. I see there are a lot of furs. You should also make a few warm clothes. You're so afraid of the cold. You need to dress warmly." In fact, he had never met anyone as sensitive to the cold as Yang Haiyan. Yang Haiyan replied, how could she not be afraid of the cold? Coming from a modern world with air conditioning to an ancient one where even cotton was scarce, it would be strange not to feel cold. On the third day after receiving the New Year's gifts from the Han family, they received another batch, this time from the Yonghe market. The gifts sent were several times more than those from the Han family, and the reason for sending them was related to the grain agency matter in Ren Prefecture. Now they had to prepare 2 sets of gifts in return. Thinking about it, given the relationship with the Han family, Yang Haiyan felt that practical New Year gifts would be better. However, with the Yonghe Marquis residents sending gifts, preparing the return gifts would take some thought. "Hey," Yang Haiyan sighed. "Granny Lian, what do you think we should prepare for the New Year gifts going to Ren Prefecture?" Mama Lian replied, "The gifts from the Marquis residents are quite generous, so I can't think of anything right now. However, I believe that a conventional approach would be more appropriate." Yang Haiyan agreed. Indeed, a conventional approach is more suitable. How about we take some potato flour and sweet potato flour from the factory, and make some dried noodles to send over? I'll sketch out a few designs and you can ask the seamstresses to make a few clothes based on my sketches. The gifts don't have to be extravagant. They just need to be practical. If it weren't for the matter of the grain supplier, the Yonghe Marquis residents probably wouldn't have thought to send them New Year gifts. In Ren Prefecture, the family residences on the frontier were bustling with activity after the New Year. Compared to ordinary families, the Han family had servants, so they could manage a bit more easily. However, due to the new role as the county town's grain supplier, they were busier than ever. But this kind of busyness was something Yang Dahu loved because being busy meant there was money to be made. Speaking of which, their family's situation was quite good this year. Although she had borrowed money from the bank to take over Haiyan's farmland and shop, the farm raised poultry, and they could sell chicken and duck eggs as well as meat. The shop, located in the county town, sold not only these goods but also vegetables from the farm. Although they didn't have Haiyan's broccoli or cauliflower, ordinary vegetables were still in demand among the townspeople. So this year, the family's condition was genuinely good, and Yang Dahua was very satisfied. "My husband is back." As Yang Dahua was sorting through the New Year gifts sent from Yunxiang County, she saw Han Zhen returning from duty. Han Zhen stepped forward. "Do you need my help? Are these the New Year gifts you bought?" Yang Dahu replied, "No need, you go check on our daughter. These are the New Year gifts sent by Haiyan. By the way, there's a letter over there for you. It's in your study." Han Zhen nodded. "All right." He then went to the study. At the study door, there were personal guards. As the leader of 1,000 households, he also had his own guards. "Sir." The guard greeted him upon seeing Han Zhen. "The letter from General Qin has been placed on your desk." Han Zhen nodded. "From now on, if I'm not back, just keep the letters on you and give them to me when I return." The guard replied, "Understood." With that, they entered the study. "Tell me about the situation in Yunxiang County." "Yes." The guard then recounted everything he had learned in Yunxiang County, including how General Qin resolved the issues with the Beast Mountain and the land for the barracks, as well as matters concerning the horse farm. In short, since General Qin arrived in Yunxiang County, he had created a lot of jobs for the common people. As Han Zhen listened to the guard recount these events, a smile filled his eyes. He knew that the brother with whom he had shared life and death was no longer the same 1,000 household leader, Qin Fang. His status was rising, and his responsibilities were becoming more significant. Yet one thing remained unchanged. Despite his rising status, their relationship hadn't altered, and he felt the same toward Qin Fang as he always had. This kid. Now that he was an official in the court, he had become a parent in his own right. Han Zhen was happy for him. Han Zhen quickly skimmed through Qin Fang's letter, which detailed the happenings in Yunxiang County. Of course, he did not mention anything about the medicinal herbs. First, it was a secret order from the emperor, and second, knowing certain matters would not benefit Han Zhen. However, he did write about his teacher, Dooku. The guard had also heard about this while in Yunxiang County. But the most boastful thing in Qin Fang's letter was that he was going to be a father. A child is a continuation of life, and not only was Qin Fang excited, but Han Zhen was happy for him as well. However, Qin Fang also mentioned some matters concerning the court, such as how he was tasked with a secret mission, but this secret mission might touch upon the interests of others in the court. He advised Han Zhen to be cautious in all things. Seeing this warning in the letter, a trace of vigilance crossed Han Zhen's eyes. Although Qin Fang didn't specify what the secret mission was, Han Zhen knew that if it affected others' interests in the court, it was certainly not simple. He and Qin Fang were friends who had come from the same place. If others couldn't deal with Qin Fang, could they turn their sights on him instead? Han Zhen understood. From now on, in front of others, he would need to maintain a proper distance from Qin Fang. At the very least, they shouldn't contact each other openly. With this thought, Han Zhen began to devise a plan. After reading the letter, Han Zhen directly burned it. Like Qin Fang, he didn't like leaving behind evidence that could lead to gossip. After burning the letter, he stepped out of the study to see his daughter. The little girl born in August of the previous year was now a year and a half old and could walk. When she saw her father come in, her short legs ran toward him, and she leapt into his arms. The little girl was very beautiful. The saying that daughters resemble their fathers had some truth to it. Han Zhen was good-looking, and his daughter looked like a miniature version of him, so he was especially fond of her. Parents often love their children a little more if they bear a resemblance. Han Zhen picked up the little girl and tucked her into his coat. "Come, let's go see your mother." The little girl hugged her father's neck and randomly kissed his face, making Han Zhen chuckle softly. When Yang Haiyan saw them, she smiled and said, "Haiyan sent a lot of beautiful clothes for girls. They look very nice. I'll wash them, and once they're dry we can dress our daughter in them." Han Zhen replied, "I'll listen to you." Yang Haiyan took out the clothes. "Baby, here are the new clothes from your aunt. Which one do you want to wear?" Despite being only a year and a half old, the little girl understood what looked good. She looked left and right, and in the end, she was drawn to a light yellow dress embroidered with cute little animals, refusing to let it go. Seeing this, Yang Haiyan patted her head and said, "All right, we'll wear this one first." Han Zhen looked at the two of them, feeling very content. In his life, he had suffered in his youth, and even getting married was a luxury. But now he had become a father. In the blink of an eye, it was the 3rd month after the new year, and Qin Fang had been in Yunxiang County for a year. On this day, Qin Fang was a bit anxious as he sought out Yang Haiyan. "Yan, the teacher sent a letter. Things are a bit chaotic in the capital." Chapter 210. Yang Haiyan was making toys for the children. Plush toys, plush balls, cloth diapers, and so on. Of course, the cloth diapers were made of cotton, different from modern ones. Suddenly, Qin Fang burst in looking troubled, as if something serious had happened. "What happened in the capital?" Qin Fang handed her a letter. "Take a look. This is a letter from the teacher." Yang Haiyan took the letter and read it. After finishing, she was left somewhat stunned. In Dooku's letter, he mentioned only one thing. He and Shen Lixian had gone to Bata County due to the grain partnership plan, and General Ao was the garrison commander of that county. Dooku had met General Ao once, and because General Ao had helped Qin Fang, Dooku was grateful to him. Thus, when General Ao invited Dooku and Shen Lixian to the general's residence for a meal, they didn't refuse. However, it was there that Shen Lixian encountered a palace maid and that future crown prince. Having seen the prince's portrait and realizing the prince resembled his own younger sister, Shen Lixian recognized him immediately. After learning about the maid's story, he confirmed that this child was indeed his nephew. Along with Shen Lixian, they were searching for the emperor's confidants regarding the prince, so even though Shen Lixian didn't want to bring the child back to the capital, the emperor's men were just following orders. They took the child back to the capital ahead of him. In the original plot, when the prince appeared, he was already a young man, and while he looked somewhat similar to the princess in childhood, the differences became significant as he grew. Therefore, the adult prince did not resemble the late Empress Yuan, and the identity arranged for him by the emperor was plausible. However, at present, this prince was only 7 years old, and his features closely resembled those of Empress Yuan. Thus, it would be inappropriate to arrange a different identity for him. Consequently, the emperor sought a mature young woman from the Qin family to impersonate his birth mother, who of course had already passed away. The emperor's story went like this. After the late Prince Yuan passed away, he never forgot about the late princess and always reminisced about the Qin family's former residence. One day, after drinking, he encountered a young girl who bore a striking resemblance to the late princess. Mistaking it for a dream involving the prince's residence, he took advantage of her. When he woke up, the girl had vanished, and he thought it was just a dream. He paid no mind until recently when that girl passed away. Before her death, she revealed the child's background to him, prompting him to bring the child back. Thus, the emperor posthumously honored the deceased girl as a noble consort, and that prince became the second prince. Now, with the emergence of the second prince in the capital, there was turmoil. The first prince was from the Run family, while the second prince was from the Shun family. The Shun family, which originally stood in a neutral position with merely the title of Marquis of Qing'an, now found their stance completely altered with the arrival of a prince. After reading Duke's letter, Yang Haiyan was truly stunned for a long time. The late Empress Yuan was the emperor's enduring fixation, a cherished memory that no one could compete with. Thus, as long as the second prince did not betray the nation, he would be the emperor's attempt to atone for past losses. In the original plot, the second prince grew up alongside the male lead Han Zhen, but now he was in General Ao's residence. Without the male lead by the second prince's side, could he still ascend to the throne smoothly? More importantly, from Duke's letter, it seemed he also did not know the second prince's true identity. Should Yang Haiyan inform Duke about this? Duke was the emperor's confidant. If the emperor wanted to find power for the second prince, he would definitely seek out Duke. What choice would Duke make if he learned the second prince's true identity? Thinking about this, Yang Haiyan dismissed the idea. Regardless of whether Duke knew or not, as long as it was the emperor's order, could he have a choice? Yin, what's wrong? Seeing her in silence, Qin Fang thought she was frightened. Yin, are you alright? Don't worry. This matter doesn't involve us. Yang Haiyan shook her head. I have a bad feeling about this. Was it really the arrangement of fate? In this lifetime, the second prince had no connection to the male lead, but because of the grain partnership plan she proposed, he was still found by the emperor. At different times, the character in the original plot had already grown up, while the current version was still a child. Simply put, it would be easier to deal with him now, and without the male lead by his side, would he grow up safely? Yang Haiyan felt heavy-hearted. Carrying such a secret, combined with the fact that the plot had already diverged from the original storyline, she felt a surge of unease. Suddenly, she let out a small exclamation. What's wrong? Qin Fang asked nervously. He regretted showing her the letter, knowing it might have triggered her. Yang Haiyan shook her head. It's nothing, the baby just kicked me. She placed her hand on her belly, feeling her previously restless heart gradually settle. No matter how the plot changed, as long as their family was safe, that was all that mattered. She would protect her child well. I want to feel. This child is very naughty. Every time I touch, he stops moving. Since she started feeling the baby's movements, Yang Haiyan could sense it every few days. Unfortunately, each time Qin Fang either happened to be on duty or when he touched her belly, the baby would be still. For example, now with Qin Fang's hand on Yang Haiyan's belly, he said to her stomach, "Be good, little daughter. Move your little feet so your father can feel." Yang Haiyan nearly fainted upon hearing that. What a ridiculous statement. Fortunately, the baby seemed to have its own temperament, as it had never reacted to Qin Fang's coaxing. This time, however, Qin Fang let out a low exclamation. Yang Haiyan was surprised. He actually kicked you. Qin Fang grinned. My daughter must really like me as her father. Come on, little girl, stretch out your little feet. Come on. However, this time the fetus didn't respond. No matter how Qin Fang coaxed, Yang Haiyan felt a chill at his words, yet the baby still did not react. Yang Haiyan was 9 months pregnant and due to give birth in early April. Her belly was quite large now. Seeing that the baby hadn't reacted, she felt pleased. Unconsciously, she patted her belly and said, "The baby is really obedient. Let's ignore your father." However, as soon as her hand touched her belly, she felt the baby move inside again. She wasn't sure if it was a little fist or a little foot, but it brought her great joy. Although Qin Fang didn't receive another enthusiastic kick from his daughter, he was still very satisfied with his face pressed against Yang Haiyan's belly. They had previously discussed many names for their child but hadn't settled on one yet. Now Qin Fang brought up the topic again. What do you think we should name our daughter? Qin Fang was quite obsessed with having a daughter, and was often annoyed by Han Zhen. However, when considering names, they had thought about both boy and girl names. Since the elders in the Qin family had limited characters they liked, the naming of their child was left to the couple. If it was a girl, the nickname would be decided by Qin's grandmother. If it was a boy, it would be given by Qin's grandfather. Yang Haiyan had no objections. She wasn't the type of sensitive pregnant woman who felt that her child's name had to be chosen solely by herself. Allowing the elders to choose nicknames for the children was a manifestation of their love, so she didn't mind at all. Yang Haiyan thought for a moment. There were too many names before, and I can't think of a good one. How about this? You choose the girl's name and I'll choose the boy's name. Since he liked daughters, she thought it would be nice to pamper him a bit. In reality, she was just worried that Qin Fang wouldn't put enough thought into the name for a son. Qin Fang was overjoyed upon hearing this. Then let's name our daughter Qin Lingqiao. Ling denotes agility and vitality, and Qin Fang felt it was a great name. Yang Haiyan repeated the name and found it acceptable, mainly because it was a name he had chosen, and she didn't want to undermine his confidence. Then for the boy, let's call him Qin Linyang. Lingyang, Qin Fang said. All right, it's settled then. Grandfather said that since the Qin family established a family tree in his generation, in the future, the names of the second, third, and fourth sons who marry and have children will reference names from our side. Yang Haiyan replied. That sounds good. When I was at the Yang residence, I heard that daughters from wealthy families couldn't be listed in the family tree and couldn't enter the family shrine. We can't have that in our family. Whether it's a daughter or a son, they are both treasures of their parents, born after 10 months of pregnancy. She couldn't change the national system and wouldn't foolishly try to do so, but in their small family, she hoped for equal treatment of her children and that they wouldn't be affected by feudal traditions. Qin Fang said, I agree with you. We're not a big family. We don't adhere to those customs. Qin Fang had absolute decision-making power in the Qin family, so he could make that call. Oh, in the palace. Your Majesty, please calm down. Given the situation, it's useless to be angry. Master Ren sighed as he looked at his daughter, who had smashed things all over the room. The Ren family had always maintained a good relationship with the Shen family, hoping that they could help speak favorably during the Crown Prince incident. After all, the Shen family had no concubines in the harem but was the maternal family of the late Empress Yuan, so their words still carried weight. But who would have thought that the Shen family would produce a prince? Ren Guifei was genuinely furious. I never understood why the emperor didn't appoint an empress at the beginning. Now I see it was all for that little bastard. She had always cared about her image, appearing gentle and virtuous on the surface, but this time she didn't even bother to maintain her usual facade, indicating how truly enraged she was. Father, where does the emperor stand now? What does it mean for our Ren family? Ren father said. The emperor is powerful, young, and has the means to back him, so he has nothing to fear. But my daughter, don't worry, there's still time. No one knows if he will grow up safely. All you need to do is educate the crown prince well. After all, the crown prince was the legitimate eldest son when he was in the Wang residence. Can the emperor really bypass him to make that one the crown prince? Chapter 211. Although the situation in the capital was tense, this tension wasn't anything major. At most, it meant that with the emergence of the second prince, competition among the princes began. If it were another prince, he might not be able to compete with the first prince, especially given the Ren family's significant influence. However, the prince from the Shen family was different due to his connection to the late Empress Yuan. Because of this matter, Dooku returned to the capital, and someone else was sent over for the grain partnership plan. Oh! At this moment, Dooku and Elder Du were playing chess. While it looked like a game, they were actually analyzing the current political situation. Elder Du asked, "What do you think about this matter?" Dooku replied, "What I think isn't important. After all, I can't change the outcome. So father, you don't need to worry about this matter." Elder Du suppressed a laugh. That's true. They were older than the emperor, so the struggle for the crown prince position truly didn't concern them. Once they were gone, the emperor would still be around. As long as the emperor was present, they would remain staunch supporters of the monarchy, so who became the heir apparent would be beyond their concern. However, the emperor has made a big deal of giving the second prince recognition, which suggests he values the second prince highly. The emperor's deep feelings for Empress Yuan might not bode well for the first prince. Dooku added, "The capital has just calmed down, and it's about to get lively again. It's better for Qin Fang to hide in Yunxiang County. While he's in the capital, he won't be implicated." Elder Du said, "That may not be the case. It all depends on how the emperor decides to arrange things for him. Where do you think he would be assigned if he were transferred to the capital?" He continued, "By the end of next year, his 3-year term will be up. Given his achievements, he'll definitely be transferred to the capital unless the emperor has other plans. Indeed, local officials are usually rotated every 3 years, unlike them, who were permanent officials in the capital." Thinking about this, Dooku furrowed his brow. If Qin Fang were transferred to the capital, what position would be suitable for him? Elder Du asked, "Have you thought about it?" Dooku replied, "Qin Fang is currently a 5th-rank garrison general. If he's rotated, he wouldn't simply be reassigned at the same rank. If it's a lateral move, it could only be to the suburban command camp or the 5 cities military department. Otherwise, he might be promoted. Among the military officials in the capital, only those ranked 4th and above with real power. He might end up in the Ministry of War or even in the palace. The emperor seems to trust Qin Fang more than he trusts me as his teacher." Elder Du remarked, "I've said before, Qin Fang is a lucky person, and people tend to like those who are lucky." Dooku did not respond. No matter what the situation was in the capital, it would not reach Yunxiang County for the time being. The people at the general's residence were particularly tense lately because their lady was about to give birth. From the servants to the masters, everyone was anxious. Many felt grateful for the Qin family's kindness and hoped that Yang Haiyan would have a son this time. Not to mention others, even Granny Lian hoped so. In families that were otherwise generous, it was still hoped that the first child would be a son. This was a deeply rooted belief in ancient times that no one could change. Few thought like Qin Fang, who dreamed of having a daughter. In fact, Qin Fang wasn't worried about whether it would be a son or daughter. After all, he had 4 brothers. Even if he didn't have a son, there were still younger brothers. So in this situation, Qin Fang really wanted a daughter. For the past few days, Qin's mother hadn't gone to the grain factory. She had left the factory matters to Qin's father. Instead, she stayed home daily, fearing she wouldn't be there when her daughter-in-law gave birth. She was worried about any unexpected situations. Not only Qin's mother, but even Qin Fang hadn't gone to the barracks lately. He worried that he wouldn't be there when his wife gave birth. He wanted to be the first to see his daughter. He also hoped that when the daughter opened her eyes, he would be the first person she saw. However, Qin Fang didn't know that newborns couldn't open their eyes to see anyone. Yang Haiyan felt fetal movements in the evening. After dinner that day, the couple went out for a walk as usual. During the walk, Yang Haiyan suddenly felt a pain in her stomach. She gasped, "Qin Fang, I think I'm going to give birth." She only used his name when she was anxious or upset. Normally, she called him husband. Qin Fang picked her up and said anxiously, "Get someone here quickly. Call the midwife and Miss Li. My wife is about to give birth." The midwife had been invited long ago, and had been staying at the general's residence for the past few days. However, since the midwife wasn't knowledgeable in medicine, Yang Haiyan had also invited Miss Li to assist. Not only Miss Li, but also Dr. Li was waiting outside. After Qin Fang carried Yang Haiyan into the room and set her down, the midwife and Miss Li arrived. They had hired the best midwife in the entire county and even brought 2, just in case something unexpected happened. As Miss Li and the midwife entered the courtyard, Qin Fang urged, "You all come quickly." Not only did the midwife and Miss Li arrive, but also the Qin family members came one after another. Once inside, Miss Li took Yang Haiyan's pulse while the midwife examined her condition. After a moment, the midwife said, "General, your wife hasn't given birth yet. It will take a little longer. Why don't you wait outside?" Qin Fang replied, "No, I'll wait here. You don't need to worry about me." The midwife insisted, "But..." She looked at Yang Haiyan. "Madam, it's not appropriate for men to be inside when women give birth. What do you think?" Another midwife added, "That's right. If a man is in the room during childbirth, it can disrupt his fortune." Qin Fang retorted, "Shut up. Don't say that to my wife. Just do your jobs." Having come from the battlefield, he didn't believe in such superstitions. If seeing blood could disrupt one's fortune, then he would have had bad luck many times over, given all the enemies he had killed. After reminding the midwives, he turned to Yang Haiyan and said, "Yin, don't listen to them. Don't be afraid. I'll be right here with you." Yang Haiyan naturally didn't believe what the midwife said. Nowadays, husbands accompany their wives during childbirth, and she wanted Qin Fang to be by her side. A woman suffers so much giving birth, so the man should understand. She smiled weakly. "With you here, I have motivation. I trust you. As long as you're here, I'm not afraid of anything." She didn't explicitly ask Qin Fang to stay. She just expressed that he was her source of strength. Sure enough, upon hearing his wife's words, Qin Fang was even more reluctant to leave the room. The midwife was an ordinary person. Since the general insisted on staying, they didn't say anything further. Miss Li, being a doctor, didn't share the midwife's views. She thought it was enviable for the general to be there for his wife during childbirth. Qin grandmother and Qin mother were waiting outside the room, while Qin grandfather waited in the courtyard, as this was the inner courtyard, so he didn't enter. Not only he but also Dr. Li waited outside. Dr. Li would only go in if needed. Seeing Qin grandfather pacing back and forth, Dr. Li comforted him. "Old sir, don't be anxious. I check the pulse of the madam every month. Her health is good, and the baby is also healthy, so she will definitely give birth safely this time. Unless something unexpected happened." Qin grandfather responded with an having gone through it himself. He had witnessed Qin grandmother give birth to so many children. He had gone from being nervous to being accustomed to it. However, when Qin mother was giving birth, he had also been anxious because Qin mother was having the first grandson, which held different significance for the Qin family. As for the subsequent grandchildren, he had remained calm. But this time was different. This time, his granddaughter-in-law was giving birth to a great-grandson, the first of the great-grandchildren, so he began to feel nervous again. Qin mother stood outside and not seeing Qin Fang come out, couldn't help but ask, "Ah Fang, how is your wife doing?" From inside, Qin Fang replied, "Still waiting, she hasn't given birth yet." Qin mother said, "Then you should come out quickly. Men shouldn't be in there while women are giving birth." Qin Fang insisted, "I won't come out. I'm here to keep Yan Yan company. If I go out, she'll be scared." Qin mother. She felt that, given her daughter-in-law's knowledge, she certainly wouldn't be afraid. Qin grandmother said, "Let him stay inside. If he doesn't see Yan Yan safely give birth, he'll only worry." Their family wasn't that kind of big household. If the grandson wanted to be in the delivery room, let him be. Although Qin grandmother also hoped for the grandson to come out, she remembered what the nun said, that the grandson's daughter-in-law was a blessed person, so she didn't mind too much. Yang Haiyan felt her belly contracting painfully, the pain gradually intensifying from mild to sharp. Her eyes turned red, but she didn't cry out, she only choked out, "How long until the baby comes out?" This pain was much worse than menstrual cramps. The midwife comforted her. "Madam, just hold on a little longer, it's almost time." When the pain came, time felt particularly slow. Several times, Yang Haiyan wanted to faint from the pain, but she couldn't. She feared that if she passed out, she wouldn't have the strength when the baby needed to come out. So every time she felt faint, she would pinch herself with her nails. Watching her, Qin Fang's heart raced. Sweat began to form on his forehead. For some unknown reason, he felt a similar ache in his own belly, perhaps from having eaten something bad that night. However, he only felt a dull pain and didn't have the urge to use the restroom. While he was distracted by his own discomfort, he heard Yang Haiyan calling for him. "Husband, husband." Qin Fang snapped back to attention. I'm here, I'm here." Yang Haiyan said. "Could you help me get the black snacks from the box?" Those were the chocolates she had prepared for herself in advance. Women in labor could use chocolate and Red Bull to replenish their strength. She couldn't bring out the Red Bull, but the chocolate could be used as a snack. Of course, some families would prepare eggs, but she wouldn't be able to eat dry eggs. Qin Fang hurriedly brought over the small box and took out the chocolate. "Yan Yan, do you want a snack? I'll feed you." He sat at the head of the bed and fed the chocolate to Yang Haiyan. After eating the chocolate, Yang Haiyan felt a bit more energized from the bitter taste. At that moment, they heard Granny Lian's voice from outside. "General, the old servant has boiled some eggs for the madam." Chapter 212. Qin Fang asked in a low voice, "Do you want to eat an egg?" Yang Haiyan didn't need to eat an egg, but looking at Qin Fang's pale face and his forehead covered in sweat, she replied, "You go get it." Qin Fang thought she wanted to eat, and just as he was about to say he would get it, Miss Li said, "I'll go get it." Miss Li quickly brought in the eggs and deftly peeled one for Yang Haiyan. The boiled eggs were more convenient to eat than fried eggs. "Madam." Qin Fang took the egg. "Yang, eat quickly." In fact, Yang Haiyan wanted Qin Fang to eat it because she felt his face looked worse than hers. It was the first time she had seen Qin Fang looking so pale, but since Miss Li had peeled the egg, it wouldn't be appropriate to give it to Qin Fang to avoid gossip. So Yang Haiyan opened her mouth and ate the boiled egg. However, she also took out some chocolate from the box and said, "You should eat too, husband." Qin Fang shook his head. "I'm not hungry." He wasn't hungry. He was in pain. Seeing Yang Haiyan made his stomach ache even more. Yang Haiyan said, "You've sweated a lot. You should eat a bit to replenish your strength. What if you need to help me later and can't hold on?" When Qin Fang heard this, he took the chocolate. This was not the first time he had eaten chocolate. His wife had secretly given it to him before. However, he didn't like the bitter taste. After the chocolate, Yang Haiyan insisted that Qin Fang eat another boiled egg. Maybe it was because Qin Fang was sitting next to her, or perhaps seeing Qin Fang in pain distracted her. Her stomach didn't hurt as much as she had imagined. Until the midwife shouted loudly, "It's time to give birth, it's time to give birth. Madam is about to give birth." Qin Fang suddenly stood up, wanting to set the chocolate and egg aside while trying to see how the baby would be born. At that moment, he was quite flustered, and when he came back to his senses, the baby was already in the midwife's arms. Yang Haiyan was also taken aback. Was giving birth this fast? She felt a bit of a falling sensation. Then with a push, the baby came out. The midwife said, "This little master is really well behaved. I've never seen a woman give birth so quickly. It really was fast." The time leading up to it didn't count. Once it was time to give birth, the baby came out immediately. Qin Fang's mind went blank. He quickly put the chocolate and egg on the bedside and ran out, forgetting to close the door. Fortunately, there was a screen blocking it so the wind outside couldn't blow in. He could only hear Qin Fang yelling outside, "Dr. Li, I'm going to give birth. I'm going to give birth." Immediately, everyone in the general's residence was stunned. Even Yang Haiyan in the room was dumbfounded. When Qin Fang ran to the courtyard gate, he bumped into Dr. Li. He nervously grasped Dr. Li's hand. Dr. Li, I'm going to give birth. Dr. Li. Grandpa Qin couldn't help but say, nonsense, what can a grown man give birth to? Dr. Li also held back a laugh and said, General, isn't it your wife who is giving birth? Your wife is giving birth? Right, it was his wife giving birth. Qin Fang took a few breaths and gradually regained his senses. Dr. Li, I have a stomachache. No, I have a stomachache. I need to go to the restroom. Yes, his stomach hurt, and he needed to go to the restroom. What was he looking for Dr. Li for? The moment he heard Yan was giving birth, he instinctively thought his stomach hurt because he was giving birth and came to find Dr. Li. Now he realized he had made a fool of himself, so he hurriedly ran off, feeling embarrassed. Grandpa Qin laughed heartily and said to Dr. Li, young men are like this, they're happy when their wives give birth. Dr. Li replied, indeed. Feeling ashamed, Qin Fang didn't want to listen to any more of their conversation. But as he neared the outhouse, he suddenly realized his stomach didn't hurt anymore. Not only did his stomach not hurt, but he didn't even have the urge to go to the restroom. So, he turned around and returned to the inner courtyard. At this moment, the inner courtyard was very lively. Grandma Qin and Mother Qin were in the room, while Mama Lian, Aunt Yu, Aunt Fan and others had already tidied up the place. The midwife had also taken her reward and left, but Miss Li hadn't left because she had promised Yang Haiyan to help take care of the baby during her confinement. Miss Li had always felt insecure, thinking she was unclean. Being invited by Yang Haiyan to take care of the little master made her feel that Yang Haiyan thought highly of her. What she didn't realize was that, in Yang Haiyan's mind, having a female doctor in ancient times was a remarkable thing because having female doctors made things much easier for many women. For example, during her confinement, a female doctor was akin to a caregiver. If the baby had any discomfort, having a female doctor around was reassuring. But having a male doctor wouldn't work. Men and women should be kept separate, and a male doctor certainly couldn't stay in the inner courtyard for long, let alone take care of the child. Qin Fang approached the room and said, Mother, you should go rest. It's late, and you must be tired. What he really wanted to say was that his wife was also tired. Qin Mother replied, then we'll go. You have to take good care of Yan, you've suffered. Qin Grandmother added, yes, you must not make her angry, be more understanding. Qin Fang responded, got it. He never intended to make his wife angry, did he? I'll see you out. Qin Mother said, no need, we're not guests. You don't have to see us out. Granny Lian said, I'll escort the old lady and the madam. Granny Lian took Qin Grandmother and Qin Mother out, and at the door they encountered Qin Grandfather, who had been waiting, and the old couple began discussing the baby. Miss Li had been invited to stay in the side courtyard. Before long, only Qin Fang and Granny Lian remained in the room. Granny Lian prepared a bed for Qin Fang. Since Yang Haiyan had just given birth, it was inconvenient for him to share a bed with her, even if it was large enough. There was also the baby sleeping nearby, and an extra person would just be in the way. So she set up a small bed next to Qin Fang. Once it was ready, Granny Lian withdrew. As soon as Granny Lian left, Qin Fang walked to the bedside, looking at the sleeping baby beside Yang Haiyan, filled with affection. My daughter is truly beautiful. Yang Haiyan. She thought Qin Fang was being silly. He had called out that she was in labor, and now he forgot what the midwife said. She had given birth to a little boy. Qin Fang reached out wanting to touch the baby's face, but worried that his rough hands might hurt her. He pulled his hand back midway. Yan, they say daughters look like their fathers. Our little girl resembles you so much. She's really beautiful. Yang Haiyan. Should she tell him that this was a son, not a daughter? Yang Haiyan had a bit of a penchant for jokes, so she decided to keep quiet and wait for Qin Fang to discover it himself. Qin Fang asked, Yan, why aren't you speaking? He looked up at Yang Haiyan. Are you not feeling well? Should I call Miss Li? Yang Haiyan grabbed his arm. I'm fine. I'm just tired and want to sleep. Qin Fang replied, then I'll go to sleep. Wait a minute. Yang Haiyan pulled him back. You that? Qin Fang asked, what's wrong? Yang Haiyan's face flushed. Although they had done some embarrassing things as a couple, she still felt shy. You need to suck my milk. Qin Fang was momentarily confused. What? Yang Haiyan's face turned even redder. You need to suck my milk. She pointed at her chest. I'm worried that when the baby wants to drink later, there won't be any milk. You should try to suck it first, to see if there's any milk. If there isn't, we need to prepare ourselves. Qin Fang swallowed hard. He understood, and realizing what she meant made his throat dry. His gaze drifted to her chest. Ever since she got pregnant, they hadn't been intimate for a long time. He had restrained himself out of concern for the baby. Now with her saying that, He felt an intense heat rising within him. Yang Haiyan felt his burning gaze and really wanted to give up on him. But she didn't know if she had any milk. What if the baby woke up wanting to drink? So it had to be done in advance. Besides, they hadn't prepared a wet nurse at home. Maybe in the minds of people in ancient times, it was no big deal for babies to drink a wet nurse's milk, but Yang Haiyan didn't want her baby, whom she had carried for 10 months, to drink someone else's milk. It just didn't feel right unless she had no choice. Hurry up! Yang Haiyan pulled down her clothing, urging him. Qin Fang replied, coming. His voice was filled with excitement. However, 15 minutes later, Yang Haiyan looked down at the head buried in her chest. That's enough, you've had enough. You can go to sleep now. Qin Fang protested. I didn't get any milk. Yang Haiyan became angry and directly grabbed his ear, pulling his head back to look at the milk on his lips. She was speechless. Qin Fang. General Qin, you just drank your daughter's milk. Aren't you ashamed? She was worried that if she said he drank his son's milk, he wouldn't let go. Qin Fang sat up but still declared solemnly, you're wrong. I drank my wife's milk, not my daughter's. To be precise, my daughter drank mine. Yang Haiyan. Qin Fang continued, I'm going to take a shower. The sudden stimulation was a bit overwhelming, and his body reacted, needing to cool down. However, he secretly glanced at Yang Haiyan, thinking that once she finished her confinement, he would make up for lost time. After taking a shower before he returned, the baby woke up with soft coos, not so much waking up as being hungry. Yang Haiyan had done a lot of research before her pregnancy, knowing that babies get hungry a while after birth, so she wasn't anxious when the baby reacted. She picked the baby up to feed him, checking if he had wet himself while nursing. When Qin Fang returned from his shower and saw his wife breastfeeding, he felt thirsty again. Yang Haiyan glanced at him standing by the bed and said, you should go to sleep. It's so late, you must be tired too. Qin Fang replied, I'm not sleepy. He still had the energy for a few more sips. Yang Haiyan insisted, husband, you have to wake me up every 2 hours. She was afraid she would oversleep. Qin Fang asked, confused, what's that for? Yang Haiyan explained, the baby needs to be fed every 2 hours, and I'm worried I might sleep too long. Qin Fang said, okay. So that night, General Qin didn't sleep because he was also afraid of oversleeping, so he simply stayed awake. Chapter 213. The next day. When breastfeeding the baby, it is generally done every 3 to 4 hours. Although it's tiring, Yang Haiyan could still rest in between. So, the one who was truly exhausted was the one watching the time, like Qin Fang. In the early morning, Yang Haiyan woke up, and Qin Fang was snoring on the small bed. Madam, are you awake? Granny Lian asked from outside, but her voice was very soft, afraid of waking the people inside. Yang Haiyan replied, I'm awake. Come in quietly, so you don't wake the general. Granny Lian tiptoed in. After helping Yang Haiyan brush her teeth and wash up, she brought out some tea. It was tea brewed with cordyceps, which Yang Haiyan had bought from the marketplace. In this world there was no cordyceps and no one knew what it was. Yang Haiyan had given some to the elders of the Qin family, telling them to brew tea with it, one a day. So in the eyes of the Qin family, they thought this was just a medicinal herb used for brewing tea. They were unaware of its nutritional value. Yang Haiyan drank a cup of warm tea and then had breakfast. Afterward, Granny Lian cleared everything away. During the confinement period, it's not that new mothers can't get out of bed. It's just best not to get out of bed on the first day. However, using the toilet still required getting out of bed. Yang Haiyan lay in bed, her eyes never leaving the small baby. She would occasionally touch the baby's face, of course, very lightly. Perhaps it was a maternal instinct, something all mothers have. Looking at the baby, she found it increasingly adorable. The baby easily got hungry since he didn't drink much milk each time. Generally, formula would be fed more frequently, about every 2 to 3 hours, while breast milk was about every 3 to 4 hours. As a new mother, Yang Haiyan would check the baby's diaper every time he made sounds. Right now the baby was making those sounds. Not only that, but he opened his eyes. Newborns aren't very agile. After a brief moment of being awake, he began to cry. Yang Haiyan quickly comforted him. Baby, be good. Mom is here. Don't cry, don't cry. While saying this, she picked up the baby to breastfeed him, even though she wasn't sure if he was hungry. To be honest, holding the baby was quite tiring for a new mother, but when a mother saw her child, it felt like all fatigue disappeared. The baby opened his mouth and began to suckle, his eyes that had just opened now closing again. Yang Haiyan looked at him and couldn't help but smile. What a little darling. Could it be that he needs a diaper change? Qin Fang came over, his voice hoarse. The baby had not urinated since birth, and hearing the baby's sounds made Qin Fang worry that his wife would find changing the diaper too tiring. So he came over. Yang Haiyan replied, no need, She opened the baby's diaper and looked. He has pooped. She didn't know when it had happened. Yang Haiyan was so worried. Husband, the baby has pooped and the color looks a bit green. You should ask Miss Li. Qin Fang hurriedly ran out upon hearing this. A little while later Miss Li arrived. She came to the bedside and looked at the diaper that Yang Haiyan had taken off, saying, Madam, don't worry. This is meconium. It generally takes 2 to 3 days or 3 to 4 days to pass completely. Hearing this, Yang Haiyan let out a sigh of relief. That's good, but it doesn't smell at all. Before Yang Haiyan became pregnant, Miss Li was clueless about matters concerning new mothers and infants. She started learning after Yang Haiyan became pregnant. Since it was Yang Haiyan's first child and she was part of the general's household, she took it very seriously and learned a lot. Over the past 10 months she had learned almost everything she needed to know. Hearing Yang Haiyan's words, she smiled. Meconium doesn't smell. I'll go fetch some warm water to clean the little one. Yang Haiyan said, that's a hassle. Let my husband do it. Granny Lian outside said, the warm water is here. She had been keeping an eye on the situation inside, and had warm water ready for 12 hours a day. Qin Fang said, I won't clean him. Yang Haiyan raised an eyebrow. Qin Fang explained, even if it's a girl, she is still small. There are differences between boys and girls. Although he personally didn't mind, he didn't want to affect his daughter's reputation. In ancient times, there were many instances where a father and daughter had to be careful about their interactions. However, Yang Haiyan, Miss Li, and Granny Lian looked at Qin Fang in surprise. Miss Li and Granny Lian were dumbfounded. The general's wife had clearly given birth to a little master. How could the general think it was a girl? General, Mama Lian tried to explain. Madam, Yang Haiyan interrupted her. You clean the baby. The general didn't sleep all night. Let him rest during the day. He'll be tired tonight. Granny Lian didn't think much of it and said, how about I keep watch over the lady at night so that the general can rest? Though she said this, her hands didn't stop changing the baby's diaper and cleaning him up. Yang Haiyan replied, no need. The pain of childbirth and the effort of taking care of the baby were something men had to participate in. The general wouldn't want to hand his daughter over to someone else's care. Granny Lian. The lady was trying to trick the general. Qin Fang said, no need, I'll take care of it. Yang Haiyan spoke the truth. Qin Fang didn't feel comfortable leaving his daughter in someone else's care. Besides, his wife had just given birth, and he wanted to be there for her. Even if they couldn't do this or that, he was still happy to share a room with his wife. However, he really needed to catch up on sleep. I'll go wash up and take a nap. You all take care of the lady during the day. Granny Lian replied. Understood. After Qin Fang left, Granny Lian took the baby, who had been cleaned up and was now full and fast asleep, and placed him down. She said to Yang Haiyan, Madam, the general doesn't even know you gave birth to a little boy. Miss Li also looked at Yang Haiyan. Yang Haiyan replied, you don't need to tell him. I want to see how long it takes him to find out. Granny Lian laughed and agreed, while Miss Li thought that the lady was quite playful. Qin grandmother and Qin mother came in together. They didn't dare come too early for fear of disturbing Yang Haiyan and the baby, but they felt it was about time now. Yang Haiyan, feeling more energetic, asked Granny Lian to invite them in. Once Qin grandmother and Qin mother entered, they first inquired about Yang Haiyan's health. Upon hearing that she was fine, they felt relieved. Yang Haiyan knew they had come to see the baby, so she said, Grandmother, mother, would you like to hold him? He just ate and passed his meconium, so nothing should wake him now. Hearing that the baby had just eaten and was asleep, Qin grandmother said, no need to wake him. He's just eaten. However, her eyes were still glued to the peaceful baby. This child looks like you, Yin. So beautiful. Yang Haiyan replied. His eyes resemble my husband's. Just a moment ago, he opened his eyes and cried because he was hungry. Qin mother said, the child is yours. He has features from both of you. No matter whose child it was, one could always find traits of the father and mother in the features. After looking at the baby, the two left. They understood that Yang Haiyan was tired, so they didn't linger, knowing there would be many opportunities to see the child in the future since they lived together. Back at Liuxin courtyard, Qin grandmother saw Qin grandfather pacing in the yard and asked, Old man, what are you doing? Seeing Qin grandmother return, Qin grandfather quickly walked over. Did you see the baby? How is he? It wasn't that Qin grandfather didn't care about Yang Haiyan, his granddaughter-in-law. Such a wise old man wouldn't only care about his great-grandson and neglect his granddaughter-in-law. However, even with that family relationship, he felt it wasn't appropriate to ask. Qin grandmother replied, I saw her. A Fang's wife is in good spirits. The baby was just falling asleep when we arrived, and he looked good. Hearing this, Qin grandfather felt reassured. He also wanted to see his great-grandson, but it was his granddaughter-in-law's courtyard, so he felt it wouldn't be proper for an old man to go in. By the way, I've been thinking these past few days and haven't figured out a name for the little one. At this mention, Qin grandmother warned him, "You better not name him something like little dog or little cow." Qin grandfather replied, "How could that be? Our little one is the son of a general. I wouldn't give him such a name. If he did, the child would be laughed at when he went out, and Qin grandfather didn't think he was that foolish." Qin grandmother asked, "Then what will you name him?" Qin grandfather thought for a moment. "The baby's full name is Qin Linyang. So how about we call him Little Sun for his nickname?" Qin grandmother thought for a moment. "That nickname is too lofty. It's better if the baby's nickname is something more humble. If it's too high, what if the baby can't live up to it?" In rural areas, there was this belief that children's names shouldn't be too grand. If the name was too lofty, the child might be taken away. The nickname Little Sun was a bit too high. Qin grandfather, being a man, didn't understand this much, but Qin grandmother was a believer in such things. She held this belief firmly and therefore disapproved of Qin grandfather's choice for a nickname. However, Qin grandfather heard her say this and agreed. He didn't want anything to happen to his great-grandson. "Then what humble name should we give?" Qin grandmother thought for a moment. "Then let's call him." "Wait," Qin grandfather interrupted her. "The name of this little one is mine to decide. You can't steal it. I see what you're doing here." Qin grandmother snorted. "I'm not doing anything on purpose. It's clear you don't know how to name things, so you're asking me. What's wrong with me wanting to name my great-grandson?" Qin grandfather insisted. "That won't do. Wait until Afong's wife has the next baby, and you can name that one." Qin grandmother huffed. "Then you better come up with a good name." Qin grandfather retorted. "Wasn't it you who said to give a humble name?" "I'm thinking of one." Qin grandmother said. "Then hurry up. The child has already been born. As a great-grandfather, you haven't even thought of a nickname. Isn't that shameful?" This loving couple, who had been together for a lifetime, ended up quarreling over the baby's nickname. Chapter 214. At noon. Qin Fang finally woke up slowly around noon, feeling rejuvenated after sleeping the entire morning. As soon as he woke up, he washed his face and went to find his daughter and wife. Unexpectedly, Yang Haiyan's room was quite lively, with Grandma Qin, Mother Qin, and Third Aunt Qin all present. Especially Grandma Qin, who was complaining in an agitated tone. "That old man doesn't know how to choose a nickname but insists on taking over the naming. It's infuriating." Yang Haiyan just laughed. Upon hearing this, Qin Fang stepped in with big strides. "Yin gave birth to a girl. Isn't it up to you to choose her nickname?" This had been agreed upon beforehand. If it was a girl, Grandma would choose the nickname. If it was a boy, then Grandpa would. Grandma Qin was instantly bewildered. "What? Isn't Yin having a boy? The midwife said yesterday it was a boy. Did I hear wrong?" Mother Qin said, "It's a boy. I checked yesterday and it's definitely correct." Qin Fang looked at Yang Haiyan in confusion, hoping she would say she had given birth to a daughter. Seeing Qin Fang like this, both Grandma Qin and Mother Qin were puzzled too. What was going on? Although Grandma Qin hadn't seen her great-grandchild's private parts, she had clearly heard what the midwife said. And Mother Qin had seen for herself and confirmed it was a grandson. Third Aunt Qin chimed in. The person who came to report the good news also said Yining gave birth to a boy. Qin Fang couldn't believe it. All the excitement from last night had turned into confusion. To be honest, he had wanted to brag about having a daughter to Han Zhen. Now, Yin. Yang Haiyan laughed out loud. "Grandma, Mother Aunt, you have no idea. When I was about to change the baby's diaper this morning, he said that a big man like him can't change a girl's diaper. It was so funny I almost died laughing. It turns out everyone in the general's household knows I gave birth to a boy, yet the baby's father thinks I had a girl." Qin Fang said. "Yin, that joke isn't funny." He walked to the bed, lifting the corner of the blanket to check the baby's diaper. Yang Haiyan pressed down on his hand. "What are you doing?" Qin Fang said seriously. "I need to verify. You all say one thing and then another, and I don't know who is telling the truth anymore." Upon reflection, no one had explicitly said that Yin had given birth to a girl. However, when he had mentioned a girl earlier, Yin hadn't corrected him. Yang Haiyan raised an eyebrow. "Didn't you say that if it's a girl, you would avoid seeing her?" Qin Fang said earnestly. "I am her father." Though he said this, he withdrew his hand. If it really was a girl, he indeed shouldn't look. Thinking this, Qin Fang shot them a glare and left, deciding that if he couldn't ask them, he could still ask someone else. As soon as Qin Fang left, everyone in the room laughed. Qin Fang could still hear their laughter. It was truly too much. He felt embarrassed that he couldn't even distinguish whether the baby was a boy or a girl. Soon Qin Fang adjusted his mindset. He reached the door and saw Aunt Yu. An idea struck him. Aunt Yu, let me test you. Guess correctly, and I'll reward you with a month's salary. Aunt Yu was somewhat puzzled, but since she was always honest and had no ulterior motives, she respectfully asked, "What does the general want to say?" Qin Fang nodded. "Yesterday my wife gave birth. Do you know if it was a boy or a girl?" Aunt Yu. She thought the general might have been too happy and was asking her this question, but she still answered honestly, "It's a young master." Qin Fang. His heart ached. "Okay." He nodded, leaving without any signs of joy. Aunt Yu had her head down the entire time and, of course, didn't notice that the main character showed no signs of happiness. After leaving the inner courtyard, Qin Fang found himself unknowingly at Dr. Li's place. Seeing Dr. Li handling medicinal herbs, Qin Fang walked in. "Dr. Li." Dr. Li saw Qin Fang and hurriedly said, "Congratulations, General, on the arrival of your son." Qin Fang. He didn't want to discuss anything anymore. Even Dr. Li was saying this, so his daughter really was gone and he truly had a son. Dr. Li wasn't a servant of the general's household, so he dared to look Qin Fang directly in the eye. When he raised his head and saw that the general's expression wasn't good, he pondered. "General, did you overexert yourself yesterday? Should I prescribe some medicine for you?" Otherwise, he couldn't think of why the general's expression was bad. Isn't it said that people are in good spirits when happy events occur? The general, being high-ranking and in a joyous mood over the birth of a son, should surely be feeling great. Qin Fang replied, "No need, I'll just rest for a bit. Thank you for your concern. Please take care of my wife's health. Women need to recover after giving birth, right?" Dr. Li quickly replied, "Yes, Madam's health is currently very good. I checked on her this morning, and there's no need for any tonics for now." As a doctor, he was naturally pleased to see the husband caring for his wife, who had just given birth. Qin Fang nodded. I trust you with this. I'll take my leave now." Dr. Li said, "I'll escort the general." "No need," Qin Fang replied. After leaving Dr. Li, Qin Fang encountered guards and servants one after another. Each person who saw him congratulated him, but he felt no joy at all. Moreover, Qin Fang suddenly remembered something important. If this wasn't a daughter but a son, how could his son drink his wife's milk? With that thought, Qin Fang angrily went to find Dr. Li again. Dr. Li. Seeing the general returning with a darker expression, Dr. Li wondered if he had fallen ill. "General." Qin Fang looked around to ensure no one was watching before saying to Dr. Li, "Let's talk inside. I have some questions." Dr. Li followed him in, and while he was filled with curiosity, he maintained a calm demeanor. Once inside, Qin Fang quietly asked, "If a woman who has just given birth doesn't have milk, what's the best way to feed the baby?" Dr. Li immediately thought, the lady just gave birth and doesn't have milk, so the general must be worried about the child. After considering, he replied, "From my perspective, finding a wet nurse is the best solution for a newborn. Of course, in poor families where there's no milk, some might feed the child rice soup. But what could be better than mother's milk?" Given the general's circumstances, he naturally recommended a wet nurse. If it were a poor family, he wouldn't have made that suggestion, as they couldn't afford one. After hearing Dr. Li's words, Qin Fang felt reassured. Back in the courtyard, third Qin family had already left since Yang Haiyan, being the new mother, needed to rest. "General," Granny Lian said as she saw Qin Fang enter and bowed. She was waiting at the door, just in case the lady needed her. Qin Fang nodded. "Has Yanyan fallen asleep?" Granny Lian replied, "Indeed, she just fed." She almost said little master but hesitated, remembering the lady's instructions. "She just fed the baby and has fallen asleep with him." Qin Fang gave her a cold look. This old fox still wanted to hide things from him? Although he understood it was his wife's intention, he was still angry. Granny Lian swallowed hard. Why did the general's gaze seem so frightening? Had she offended him somehow? Thinking back, she had served the lady diligently and had intended to spend her old age in the general's household, treating it as her own home. Though she had no qualifications, she still served the lady as if she were family. So why was the general acting this way today? "General," Granny Lian asked nervously. Qin Fang beckoned her with a finger. "Come out, we need to talk." Granny Lian trembled as she followed him outside, her steps unsteady. Since coming to the general's residence and following the lady, she had always been composed. This was the first time she felt so anxious. Once outside, Qin Fang said, "Go outside and find a few healthy wet nurses to come over so that the little master can drink from them." The words "little master" were almost ground out through gritted teeth. Qin Fang felt as if his teeth were about to crack. That little rascal dared to drink his wife's milk? He couldn't tolerate it. Granny Lian was confused. Why was he asking for wet nurses? The lady said the child should drink her milk. If the wet nurse's milk isn't clean, it could harm the baby. Qin Fang frowned. He was annoyed and wanted to beat up that little rascal. He had considered Dr. Li's suggestion about finding wet nurses for the child, but now hearing Granny Lian's words, he felt uneasy. What if the wet nurse's milk wasn't clean? He was worried about his son. So he thought of another solution. Can we express the milk into a bowl and feed it to the baby? Granny Lian felt like she had been struck by lightning. What kind of problem was this? Of course she wouldn't dare say that. Well, the newborn might not know how to drink. Qin Fang was disgusted. So useless. Granny Lian was struggling to keep up with the general's line of thinking. How about we wait for the lady to wake up, and I can ask her? If they waited for the lady to wake up, perhaps she would save the day. Qin Fang waved his hand. Fine. Saying this, he strode back toward the room. He reached the bedside and saw Yang Haiyan sleeping soundly. He quietly took the baby out from the covers. Although Yang Haiyan and the baby were sleeping together, they were somewhat separated to avoid pressing on him. As a result, when Qin Fang moved the baby, the sleeping Yang Haiyan didn't wake up at all. Qin Fang didn't move the baby too much. He only took off the baby's diaper since he had confirmed from Aunt Yu and Dr. Li that the baby was a boy. Therefore, he was no longer hesitant. He just took one last look to put his mind at ease. Sure enough, after taking off the diaper, he saw his son's little tadpoles. Qin Fang felt a mouthful of blood rise in his throat, wanting to wake the baby up, but he ultimately held back. He gently and carefully put the baby's diaper back on, then pulled the blanket over him to keep him warm. Finally, he went to the training grounds. Chapter 215. 1 month later. Yang Haiyan finally finished her month-long confinement. Although one could technically get out of bed during the confinement period, the main focus was on recovery, making it less comfortable than being out of it. However, it must be said that she had managed to sit through the month fairly comfortably, while Qin Fang was utterly exhausted. Ever since he discovered that his daughter had turned into a son, he had been the one changing every diaper. He preferred to do it himself rather than let his wife handle it. Though he often expressed annoyance, his actions were tender. Yang Haiyan understood that he was also fond of their son. Today, the general's household was particularly lively because Yang Haiyan was out of confinement, which also meant their child was a month old. They were going to hold a celebration. The Qin family were not locals of Yunxiang County, so the guest list for the full-month banquet wasn't extensive. At most, it would just include some officials from the county office, as well as Lieutenant Liu and Lieutenant Yang's family. However, the exact date hadn't been set yet because Uncle Qin and his family were on their way but hadn't arrived. Yang Haiyan had no objections to this. After all, it was about choosing an auspicious date, and it would be better for everyone to be there when third Uncle Qin and the others arrived for a lively gathering. Yang Haiyan hadn't had a proper bath in a month. It wasn't that she couldn't bathe. She just chose to wipe herself down with warm water to be cautious during her confinement. Now that it was over, she could finally enjoy a good bath. After finishing her shower and drying off, Granny Lian called from outside. "Madam, we have guests." Yang Haiyan was curious. Guests at their home? Could it be someone sent by the Du family from the capital? "Who is it?" Mama Lian replied. "It's second master and second madam with Miss Area, as well as second madam's nephew from her family, and the eldest lady's family has also come." What? Yang Haiyan was stunned. Second Aunt Qin had brought her nephew over? Was she going to ask Qin Fang to arrange a livelihood for him? And who was the eldest lady? Lu Xian courtyard. After second Uncle Qin's family and the eldest lady's family arrived, they first went to Lu Xian courtyard to see Grandpa Qin and Grandma Qin. To be honest, second Aunt Qin felt a bit nervous, especially when Grandma Qin's gaze lingered on Li Duogu, the name of second aunt's nephew. In contrast to the nervousness of second uncle and second Aunt Qin, the couple from the eldest lady's family were very happy, especially the eldest lady herself, who was so delighted to see her family that she cried. Mother Qin was also glad to see her daughter and took her back to their little courtyard, while Father Qin called for his son-in-law. The eldest daughter had given birth at the end of last year, but since the journey was long this time, the child had been left with her in-laws, so only the couple had come. After the couple from the eldest daughter family was led away, second Aunt Qin spoke up. "Mother, She was just about to explain when Grandma Qin interrupted. "The children have traveled a long way and must be tired. Let them rest first. You and your husband stay behind and tell me about things at home." Second Uncle Qin swallowed hard. To be honest, he hadn't agreed to Li Duogu's matter, fearing his parents would scold him, but his wife insisted on agreeing, and by the time he tried to stop it, it was already too late. Once only Grandpa Qin, Grandma Qin, second Uncle Qin, and second Aunt Qin were left in the room, Grandma Qin directly asked, Second daughter-in-law, what are you planning to do by bringing your nephew here? There was no need for her to beat around the bush when speaking to second Aunt Qin. She preferred straightforwardness since the subtleties might go over her head. Second Aunt Qin was nervous but still spoke honestly. Mother, I've arranged a marriage between Arya and Duogu. She spoke cautiously while glancing at Grandma Qin. Seeing that Grandma Qin didn't say anything, she grew more anxious and explained, Mother, I thought about it. Rather than marrying our daughter off to someone else's family, wouldn't it be better for her to marry into my own family? With me here they won't dare bully Arya. If she were to marry into a stranger's family, what if she gets bullied in a place we can't see? Indeed, the marriage of Qin Arya had been settled, but it was entirely second Aunt Qin's own decision. The match was with her honest nephew Li Duogu. Second Aunt Qin felt that instead of giving her daughter to an unknown family where they might take advantage of the Qin family's fortunes, it would be better to marry her back to her own family. At least she knew their characters, and with her around, who would dare bully her daughter? Plus, her daughter would have a decent dowry, so letting her marry back into her maternal family would be more beneficial. Therefore, second Aunt Qin had unilaterally arranged her daughter's marriage, selecting her most honest nephew from her maternal family. However, second Aunt Qin hadn't discussed this matter with Grandma Qin or Grandpa Qin before. She worried they wouldn't agree, so she had set up the engagement in advance, planning to bring it up during this month's banquet and thus brought Li Duogu along. Now that she had spoken her mind, she waited for Grandma Qin's response. In any case, she had made up her mind. The engagement was already set, and even if Granny Qin objected, there was nothing she could do about it. Unexpectedly, Granny Qin nodded and said, All right, let's settle it then. She knew the Li family's temperament. They were quite timid, just like their daughter-in-law. Moreover, Li Duogu was an honest man. As long as the second family had no objections, she wouldn't either. Besides, since this engagement was their own decision, she wouldn't be blamed for it regardless of what happened in the future. If Granny Qin had no objections, then Grandfather Qin wouldn't either. He was comparatively more concerned about his grandson's marriage. As for his granddaughter's engagement, as long as his wife didn't mind, he wouldn't have any objections. Though Granny Qin's agreement surprised second Aunt Qin, it also relieved her. While feeling relieved, she became more talkative. Mother, since Afang's wife has given birth, I'll go see the baby. Granny Qin replied, You look. She wanted to say that she looked a bit travel-worn and suggested that she clean herself up first, but just then she heard Yang Haiyan's voice. How fortunate. I brought the baby to see Aunt Air, Yang Haiyan said, walking in front, with a woman carrying the child following her. As soon as Grandma Qin saw her great-grandson, her face broke into a smile. The little dumpling is here? Is he awake? Yes, the baby's nickname was Little Dumpling, given by Grandfather Qin. He didn't want to give him a name that sounded too derogatory, so he chose this name, hoping the child would never worry about food and clothing in the future. Yang Haiyan replied, That's right. He just woke up just as Aunt Air arrived. It seems he couldn't wait to meet his guests. Upon hearing this, Aunt Qin Air exclaimed with delight, Oh my, such a small child already knows how to be considerate. As she spoke, she moved closer to the woman carrying the baby, gazing into the child's bright, lively eyes. Look at these eyes, they're so smart. This child will definitely be clever in the future. Second Aunt Qin Air's words weren't just flattery. There was a saying in the countryside that if a child had lively, alert eyes, they would grow up to be intelligent. No mother dislikes hearing such compliments. Although Yang Haiyan sometimes felt that new mothers were overly sensitive, she still enjoyed hearing others praise her son. She smiled and said, Our Qin family's children are all smart. She didn't modestly say how the child would turn out. Instead, she included all the Qin family's children, which naturally included Taidan. Granny Qin added, That's right, our Qin family's children are all clever. Yang Haiyan wasn't clear on how other families' 1-month-old babies were, but her little dumpling was indeed quite active. After sitting down, the dumpling was placed in her lap. Though his head didn't move much, his eyes were indeed lively and bright. Second Aunt Qin Air also sat down, and they began reminiscing about their hometown. Before long, Qin's mother arrived, having heard that Yang Haiyan was there. She came to see her precious grandson. Along with Qin's mother came Diya's eldest daughter, who, compared to March of last year, looked a bit plumper. With the family doing well, Diya's status in her husband's family had risen, and she no longer needed to work in the fields. With a lighter heart, she naturally looked more plump. Seeing Yang Haiyan, Diya shyly smiled. Elder sister-in-law. Since they had only met once before, she felt a bit reserved. However, because Yang Haiyan had given her gifts, she felt quite close to her. Ah, Yang Haiyan replied. I was just waiting for you to come. Everyone is here, and you were the only one missing. Mother was worried about you. Diya said. I missed all of you too. I've wanted to come for a long time, but the journey was just too far. This time, I learned from Uncle Heir that you all were coming, so we came along. After a few sentences, her shyness diminished, and she walked over to Yang Haiyan, looking at the little dumpling with big eyes. The child looks just like elder sister-in-law. Qin's mother interjected. That's right. He resembles his mother. He definitely can't look like your elder brother. Hearing that second Uncle Heir was coming to see the baby, Qin Fang turned and walked away. Today, the general's residence was particularly lively, as all the members of the Qin family were gathered. With the addition of the little dumpling, when it came time for dinner, the usual gender distinctions were put aside. The family set up several large round tables and began chatting and eating, especially second Aunt Qin Heir, who was particularly happy today. She had seen her son, whom she had missed for a year, and her daughter's marriage was also settled. She was preparing to become a matriarch and had no worries left in her mind. In contrast to her happiness, third Aunt Qin San was not as cheerful. However, she had been eyeing Li Duoger for quite some time. That night, as they were getting ready for bed, she said to third Uncle Qin San, "Husband, I'd like to discuss something with you." Third Uncle Qin San had drunk some wine. Though he wasn't drunk, he was definitely tired. "Discuss what? I'm a bit worn out. Can't this wait until tomorrow?" Third Aunt Qin San replied, "But you can lie down and discuss it. It won't tire you out, will it?" After a year of living in the military camp, third Aunt Qin San had become less timid and her courage had slowly grown after interacting with more people. Third Uncle Qin San thought about it and agreed. "All right, what do you want to discuss?" Third Aunt Qin San said, "What do you think of Ye's fiancé?" "He's the nephew of your sister-in-law." Third Uncle Qin San replied, "He seems quite honest. Why do you ask?" Chapter 216. Upon hearing this, third Aunt Qin realized that her husband didn't understand her meaning. She explained, "Our Qin family has been doing better because of Ah Fang and his wife. Ye's husband will definitely be promoted. Even if it's just a regular livelihood, Ah Fang will take care of him. Don't you think?" Qin's third uncle furrowed his brow. "What exactly do you want to say?" They had discussed this many times. Since Ah Fang valued their relationship, he would certainly take care of him. Why bring this up again? Qin's third aunt continued. "So I was thinking, rather than bringing an outsider to marry Ye, wouldn't it be better to invite my nephew from my family to be her husband? This way, he would also be someone that Ah Fang can promote." Qin's third uncle thought for a moment. "That's a good idea. Why didn't I think of it before? But does your nephew want to come in as a son-in-law?" Qin's third aunt replied, "Even if he doesn't want to, we can negotiate that the first child takes our surname, just like what Ah Fang's wife said earlier. How does that sound?" Qin's third uncle pondered carefully. The people from his mother-in-law's family were decent, not the troublesome type, so marrying into that family indeed seemed feasible. However, he added, "I have no objections, but after Sonia gets married, she has to live with us." He only had one daughter and hoped she would live with them after marriage. Qin's third aunt said, "Then I'll discuss this with my family." Qin's third uncle replied, "Let's first talk to your father and mother tomorrow." Qin's third aunt said, "Okay." The next day. Yesterday they had guests, so everyone in the family had slept in a bit later. Today Yang Haiyan also woke up late. In the general's household, each courtyard took care of their own meals, so waking up late didn't affect anyone's dining schedule. After getting out of bed, just as Yang Haiyan was about to have breakfast, the little bun let out a soulful cry. He was hungry. So, she decided to feed him first before eating herself, which inevitably delayed her meal. While she was eating, Qin mother arrived with Qin Daya. During breakfast, Yang Haiyan paid particular attention to the balance of protein and carbohydrates, ensuring that the table was set with fried eggs, buns, and cucumbers. Seeing Qin mother and Qin Daya enter, Yang Haiyan asked, "Mother Daya, would you like to have some?" Naturally, Qin mother and Qin Daya had hearty breakfasts, so they were both full. When they heard Yang Haiyan's invitation, Qin mother said, No, we've just eaten." Qin Daya added, "I'll pass too, sister-in-law, you take your time." With that, she went to check on the little bun in the cradle. Qin mother sat down next to Yang Haiyan. "This morning during breakfast, your third uncle and third aunt came to discuss something related to marrying off Sonia." As soon as she said this, Granny Lian, who was inside, stepped out. Even though no one would come here, she still wanted to guard the entrance. Hearing Qin mother's words, Yang Haiyan's eyes lit up. She couldn't help her curiosity. In ancient times, aside from gossip, there wasn't much else of interest going on. So, she enjoyed listening to gossip. Previously, there hadn't been much to hear, but now that the second branch of the Qin family had come, there were plenty of stories. Indeed, the Qin family was full of surprises. Yang Haiyan asked, "Did something happen with Sonia's marriage?" Qin mother replied, "Not exactly. It's just that your third aunt mentioned wanting to marry off her nephew. I suspect it's because your second aunt found a nephew from her family to marry into ours, which is why your third aunt had this idea. After all, our Qin family is doing well, so it makes sense for them to seek a match within the family. This way, the resources stay within the family. Yang Haiyan chimed in. But didn't mother initially refuse to let fourth sister marry that tadpole? Qin mother said. To be honest, that was because tadpole wasn't ambitious. If he had any prospects, I wouldn't have refused. No matter how close you are with your maternal family, can it compare to your own daughter? However, if the maternal family is reliable, then marrying into them is also good for the daughter. Yang Haiyan listened without arguing. This was the way people lived in ancient times. However, she added, I don't support marrying relatives. Moving forward, I won't agree to any marriage between our little dumpling and relatives, unless they are 5 generations removed. Although the Qin family didn't have that many generations, she was concerned that Qin mother or Qin Daya might have such ideas in the future, so she decided to give a heads up early on. Qin's mother hadn't considered this. Seeing Yang Haiyan's firm tone, she asked in confusion, why? Daya was watching the child and was curious as well. Yang Haiyan replied, when I was in the capital, I encountered a family that also had a cousin marriage. As a result, the girl got pregnant 3 times. 2 of the pregnancies ended in loss, and the third child was born mentally disabled. That family was well off, so they hired a famous physician to treat the disabled child, but the physician said the condition was incurable. Do you know why? An incurable condition? Qin's mother thought for a moment. Is it a hereditary illness? Yang Haiyan explained, no, it's inherited from the parents. The physician said that when cousins marry, those who have blood relations within 5 degrees, either the pregnancies are lost, or the children born are mentally disabled. Even if the child isn't mentally disabled, they won't be very intelligent. This is because the genetic traits of related couples clash. So, if a family manages to give birth to healthy children, that would be pure luck. Using modern medical terms about genetics might be beyond Qin's mother's understanding, so Yang Haiyan made it simple and easy to grasp. Upon hearing this, Qin's mother was startled. It was fortunate that she hadn't agreed to the engagement between Sia and Tadpole. Qin's mother had no doubts about Yang Haiyan's words. She knew her daughter-in-law was well informed. In the Qin family, what Yang Haiyan said carried more weight than anyone else's words, even more than Qin Fang's sometimes. In the minds of the elders, Yang Haiyan came from the capital, and her experiences were richer than theirs and even more than Qin Fang's. Moreover, Yang Haiyan had a good character and was considered the most virtuous daughter-in-law or granddaughter-in-law in their eyes, so they trusted her very much. Qin's mother said, should we advise the families of the second and third households about this? Yang Haiyan replied, I think it's best not to. First, the engagement for Arya has already been set. If we bring this up, Aunt Heir might think we oppose the marriage, which would lead to resentment. Secondly, the physician also mentioned that it's just a matter of probability. Not every cousin marriage results in issues with the children. What if Arya's child is perfectly fine? That would leave us in a difficult position in the future. Moreover, many people outside are marrying their relatives, and plenty of children born from such unions are healthy, so Aunt Heir and Aunt San probably wouldn't believe it. I don't care about others. As long as my own children are fine, that's enough. Qin's mother agreed. She had never been fond of meddling in the affairs of the second and third households. She just wanted the first household to do well. Speaking of the first household, Qin's mother had a thought. Yan, what do you think of Miss Li? Yang Haiyan's heart skipped a beat. What do you mean, mother? Qin's mother smiled and said, I think that Shui is already 17. He has learned quite a bit from you and Fang. He has been staying in the military camp lately, surrounded by men, with no young women around. So, I thought it might be a good idea to set him up with a match. Don't have any acquaintances among young women, but Miss Li seems nice. Dr. Li works with Fang and comes to check our pulse every month, so we are somewhat familiar with Miss Li. She has also learned a lot of skills. I think she's quite good. What do you think of her and Shui? What to think? How was Yang Haiyan supposed to answer that? From her perspective, she naturally didn't want anything that could damage Qin Fang's reputation, nor did she want to cause trouble for him in the future. But feelings are tricky. If Qin Shui and Miss Li truly had feelings for each other, she couldn't stop that, could she? But the problem was, there were things about Miss Li that they couldn't share with Qin's mother and the others since that was her privacy. And Miss Li had already been hurt enough. Spreading her situation further would be disastrous for her. But directly refusing Qin's mother wouldn't do either. Yang Haiyan thought for a moment. How about this, mother? I can ask Dr. Li first. I heard that Miss Li once had a fiancé, but I don't know the specifics. She wanted to give Qin's mother a hint not to get her hopes up too high. At the same time, she hoped to make her cautious by bringing up that Miss Li had a former fiancé. Qin's mother replied. Having a former fiancé isn't a problem, as long as it was ended cleanly. We are not an unreasonable family. You can ask Dr. Li about it and see what he thinks. If he doesn't mind, I'll then talk to Shui. If both sides agree, I'll formally propose to Dr. Li. Qin's mother was a bit anxious, especially since the families of the second and third households had brought up marriage proposals one after another. Moreover, Shui was already 17. It was time for him to find a match. She hadn't mentioned it last year because they had just moved from Bailey Village, and felt her son hadn't achieved much yet. She thought it would be difficult to find a suitable girl. But this year, since her son had learned a lot from his elder brother and sister-in-law and had some skills, it was time to find a good match. As a mother, she had considered many factors for her child. Yang Haiyan said, "All right, I'll bring it up with Dr. Li." With Yang Haiyan's agreement, Qin's mother felt relieved. However, she still had one more thing to address. Yin, what do you think about our imperial grain factory? This year it's definitely busier than last year. More farmers are planting potatoes and sweet potatoes than last year. Should we hire more workers? Since potatoes and sweet potatoes naturally had higher yields than other crops, they hadn't been planted much before due to unsold produce. But starting last year with the implementation of the imperial grain plan, they no longer had to worry about unsold goods, and thus more farmers began to plant them, even breaking new ground. Yang Haiyan replied, "That's true. We can assess the situation when the time comes. Speaking of which, last year must have been hard for you and father." Qin's mother said, "It wasn't too tough. It's much easier than working in the fields." As long as she had things to do, she was happy. She was the kind of person who couldn't stand being idle. If she had nothing to do, she wouldn't know what to do with herself. By the way, Yin, if we are hiring people, what do you think of Daya and her husband? Chapter 217. If it were modern times, Yang Haiyan definitely wouldn't want to have any connections with relatives at work. However, in ancient times, family connections were emphasized, making it unavoidable. Moreover, since the royal grain factory was going to hire people anyway, it wouldn't make sense to refuse Qin Daya and her husband, so she didn't need to think it over. She directly said, "Sister-in-law and her husband are both hard-working people. We're worried that once there are more workers, you won't be able to handle everything by yourself. It would be great to have them help you manage. How about this? Let sister-in-law manage the female workers, and her husband manage the male workers." Qin mother instantly felt very pleased upon hearing this. Originally, she hadn't planned on having them manage. She just wanted them to work together. But since her daughter-in-law was giving them such face, how could she not be happy? "You really arrange things well." Yang Haiyan smiled and said, "Mother, what if second aunt and third aunt want to bring in Aria's and Sonya's husbands to work at the factory too? How do you think we should arrange that?" This, Qin mother was momentarily unsure. Now that the couple had come in, couldn't Sonya and Aria's partners be ignored? Yet in her heart, Qin mother had her own thoughts. After all, Daya was Afang's biological sister. How could Aria and Sonya compare? However, she couldn't express this thought, as it would surely upset the elders. But the issue raised by her daughter-in-law was real and tangible. Since she couldn't decide, she asked Yang Haiyan, "Yin, what do you think we should do?" At first, Yang Haiyan hadn't thought about how to handle it. She just wanted to bring up the issue. But now she was thinking, "I believe we can't refuse Aria and Sonya's partners either. We need workers anyway, and if we're hiring others, it's better to hire them. But there's a premise. We need to consider their character. If their character is good, we can let them start as workers. If they perform well, we can promote them to management. What do you think?" Qin mother replied, "I think that's a good idea. Yes, if Aria and Sonya's partners are good, it's indeed better to hire them than someone else. After all, they're family." Seeing her agreement, Yang Haiyan continued, "However, if Daya's couple becomes managers right away while Aria and Sonya's partners have to start as workers, second aunt and third aunt might have something to say. I think it's better to unify things. Daya and her husband can also start as workers, which will leave no room for complaints from second aunt and third aunt in the future. Daya shouldn't feel wronged either. Workers have their own skills and managers have their own expertise. Sometimes being with the workers can teach them a lot. Moreover, listening to the workers' opinions about the factory is important for us. Understanding the workers is crucial for managing the factory well. What do you think, mother?" Although the Qin family had become prosperous, Qin mother didn't think of herself as superior. Besides, she originally intended for her daughter and son-in-law to work as workers. Hearing her daughter-in-law suggest they could become managers, she was naturally pleased. However, considering the interests of the second and third branches, she could understand. Of course, her understanding wasn't solely about the second and third branches, but also about the future. After all, not only Daya and her husband but also the issues with Aria's and Sonya's partners were now facing her. In the future, there would also be the matters concerning Xia, Shouqing's family, and Yodan's family, etc. In other words, if the current issues weren't handled well, the same problems would continue to occur, which would have the biggest impact on the eldest son. So, Qin mother was indeed in favor of Yang Haiyan's proposed solution. Qin mother nodded. All right, let's do it your way. Yang Haiyan genuinely had no complaints about her mother-in-law. She was indeed very good. With a good mother-in-law, she couldn't be disrespectful, so she turned to Daya and said, Sister-in-law, don't worry. Just don't make any mistakes while working as a laborer. Be diligent and careful, and I assure you that your sister-in-law won't treat you unfairly. Daya said, Thank you, sister-in-law. However, Yang Haiyan was still curious about one issue. Sister, since you and your husband are both here, what about the child? And does your in-laws know about this? Qin Daya replied, When we came here, we didn't originally plan for this. It was only today that my husband and I suddenly thought of it, so my in-laws don't know yet. In fact, they hadn't even thought of this today. It was Qin mother who couldn't bear to see them leave, which prompted her to ask them. After thinking it over, they realized earning money here was better than toiling in the fields. However, Qin Daya didn't want to reveal that this idea came from Qin mother. She didn't want any rifts between her sister-in-law and mother. Hearing this, Qin's mother felt a deep sense of empathy. She understood her daughter's thoughts well enough. However, as a mother-in-law and an elder, she wasn't afraid of her daughter-in-law having opinions about her. She was more concerned that after her passing, her daughter-in-law might hold grievances against her daughter due to these matters. After all, her daughter would still need support from her maternal family in the future. If the eldest sister-in-law didn't lend support, could they expect anything from the eldest brother? So Qin's mother quickly said, Yin, it's my fault. I was reluctant to let Daye's family go. I wanted them to stay. Yang Haiyan didn't care about the specific situation between them. She sincerely replied, It would be great for Demei's family to come. I mentioned before that mother misses Demei, and naturally, her husband also misses her. Now that our family is reunited, that's what matters. Hearing her say this, both Qin's mother and Daya felt reassured, realizing she wasn't upset. Daya said, After Little Dumpling's full-month celebration, we'll go back home and bring the child here. Since elder brother and sister-in-law care about us, my mother-in-law will surely be happy. Qin's mother thought for a moment and said, I'll go back with you then. Now Yang Haiyan was curious. What do you mean, mother? Qin's mother explained. Didn't I mention this before? Once I receive my salary, I plan to use that money to supplement the children's dowries. For Xia, it can be done earlier, but for Daya, I intend to buy 2 mu of land for her. Moreover, your grandmother will also provide 2 mu of land for each grandchild, so I thought it would be better to buy the land now. It will total 4 mu under Daya's name. But Daya and her husband obviously won't be able to farm the land here, so they can cultivate it for her in-laws. This way, her mother-in-law will be even happier. Plus, since the land deed will be in Daya's name, we won't have to worry about them not returning it in the future. One must admit, when it came to such mundane matters, Qin's mother was quite meticulous. Whether it was about third Uncle Qin and Tadpole coming to the general's residence or regarding Daya's land, it seemed Qin's mother had had a lot of exposure to such practical matters in the past, making her adept at handling them. Speaking of this, Qin's mother brought up another topic. Last year, your eldest uncle also came and mentioned that my parents were unwell, so I should return to see them. After all, they were her biological parents and she was worried about them. When discussing third Uncle Ding, Yang Haiyan became a bit gossipy. So will third Uncle Ding and Tadpole go back? Oh, Ding Sanjia had been detained at the Imperial grain factory now. Throughout the year, he had been scolded by Qin's mother to the point where he didn't dare to make a sound. He was honestly earning money, while Qin's mother took care of the monthly allowances, giving him some pocket money while saving the rest for later, since he wouldn't be able to keep it hidden. As for this troublesome younger brother, Qin's mother didn't feel as annoyed as she used to. She said, No, if he goes back, he definitely won't come back. Don't be fooled by his current docility. It's only because he has no other choice. Once he gets there and has my parents backing him up, he'll gain confidence. It's better to keep him here, where I can supervise him and Tadpole. Although Tadpole has also changed a lot, he still needs to be kept in check. Yang Haiyan gave Qin's mother a thumbs up. Mother, you're amazing. Qin's mother smiled at her daughter-in-law's compliment, feeling quite proud. Daya watched the interaction between Qin's mother and Yang Haiyan with some surprise. She had always maintained a respectful demeanor with her own mother, and wouldn't dare speak to her in such a casual tone. Regarding Ding Sanjiu, Qin's mother continued, I might bring your aunt along when I return. Upon hearing this, Daya was taken aback. Mother. She hesitated, wanting to suggest that it would be better not to bring that aunt, as she could be quite a handful. But since Qin's mother had already said it, she felt it wasn't appropriate to voice her concerns. Qin's mother understood her daughter's thoughts. Don't worry. I know how to handle her. She won't have the final say on my turf. In fact, Yang Haiyan was aware of Qin's mother's reasoning. The Qin family was doing well, and that benefited second Uncle Qin and third Uncle Qin as well. But her maternal family didn't share in that prosperity. Since Qin Fang was her son, helping the second and third households was understandable, but why shouldn't she lend a hand to her own family? After all, they were also connected by blood. However, she didn't want to put her son in a difficult position, so she thought of helping Ding Sanjiu to prevent him from suffering later. For Yang Haiyan, it didn't matter which branch of the Qin family came, as they were all employees of the imperial grain factory. As long as it didn't negatively impact the factory, it was the same to her. But if anyone dared to act against the factory's interests, she wouldn't hesitate to deny them any favors. After chatting for a while, Qin's mother and Dia left. Once they were gone, Granny Lian came in. Madam, are you tired? Would you like to rest for a while? Yang Haiyan replied, I've had enough rest this past month. I'm feeling fine now. Could you please check if Dr. Li is available? If he is, ask him to come over. Since last year, regarding Qin Shouqing's matter, he had been taken to the military camp by Qin Fang, and there hadn't been any mention of it since. Yang Haiyan thought this issue had been quietly resolved, but she didn't expect her mother-in-law would have such thoughts. To be honest, it wasn't surprising that her mother-in-law had her eye on Miss Li. After all, in terms of looks, family background and character, Miss Li was quite good. Now that her mother-in-law had brought it up, she decided to have a talk with Dr. Li to see what he thought. Chapter 218-0. Dr. Li happened to not be out gathering herbs today. Upon hearing that Granny Lian was looking for him, and thinking that something had happened to the lady of the house, he hurried over. However, when he saw that the lady's complexion was quite good, he relaxed a little. He greeted her first, then asked, Madam, did you call for me? Yang Haiyan respected Dr. Li very much. He genuinely cared about the common people. Otherwise, they wouldn't have formed such a bond in the first place. So she politely said, Please have a seat. I have something I'd like to discuss with you. Dr. Li sat down and said humbly, Oh, I wouldn't dare. Please go ahead, madam. Yang Haiyan didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Dr. Li, we've known each other for over a year now, so I'll just speak plainly. Hearing this, Dr. Li grew anxious. His greatest fear was that the lady would ask him and his daughter to leave. They could survive on their own outside, but after the ordeal with the bandits, Dr. Li felt safest at the general's residence, at least for his daughter's sake. What if his daughter were harmed again outside? Please speak, madam, he said nervously, unable to hide his tension. Yang Haiyan didn't notice his anxiety and continued. Here's the thing. Today, my mother-in-law mentioned that she finds your daughter to be a fine young woman, and was thinking of proposing her as a match for my second brother-in-law, Shui. What do you think? Dr. Li was genuinely shocked. He had braced himself to be asked to leave, but this proposal caught him even more off guard. He asked, Madam, does the lady of the house know about my daughter's situation? She does not, Yang Haiyan replied. We, my husband and I, promised you that we would not tell anyone about it, not even family. However, if the two families were to form a marriage alliance, this matter would need to be discussed. But rest assured, we would never make any decisions without your consent. Dr. Li stood up and bowed again. On behalf of my daughter, I thank you and the lady of the house for your kind consideration, but we must decline. It is simply not in my daughter's fate. Yang Haiyan looked at him. What did he mean by this? Dr. Li continued. The pain my daughter has endured from what happened to her is something that will never heal. Even though I am a doctor, I do not have the power to heal that wound. If her in-laws were to find out about what happened to her, they may not care now, but what about in the future? And if she were to have children and others found out about her past, what if they mocked the children for their mother's experiences? Madam, I've come to terms with it. Life is about living in the present. As long as my daughter and I are living well now, that is enough. As for future generations, I have stopped thinking about that. This life of mine is simple. I only wish to protect my daughter, and she, in turn, has no intention of marrying. She wishes to live her life as a female doctor. As for the future, I would ask for your continued kindness and care. Yang Haiyan sighed. I understand. I will explain this clearly to my mother-in-law. However, before my mother-in-law brought it up, Shui had already mentioned to me that he admired your daughter. At that time, I gave him an excuse saying that due to health reasons, she would never be able to have children and asked him if he minded. He's still young and couldn't make up his mind. So, if we decline my mother-in-law's proposal, would it be acceptable to use that as the reason? Dr. Li thought it was a good idea. That would be perfect. This way, no one else will try to make advances on my daughter in the future. Using infertility as a reason wouldn't offend anyone, and people wouldn't think they were being too proud. Thank you so much, madam, for thinking of my daughter. Yang Haiyan replied, You're too kind, Dr. Li. Don't worry, our general's residence will always need a female doctor. If Li's daughter wanted to be a doctor, Yang Haiyan would be more than willing to let her stay at the residence for life, and they would care for her in her old age. Dr. Li expressed his gratitude once more. After leaving, Dr. Li returned to his own courtyard. Seeing his daughter sorting herbs, his heart ached again. How did such a terrible thing happen to his good daughter? Hearing footsteps, Miss Li looked back and saw her father had returned. Noticing his red eyes, she worriedly approached and asked, Father, what's wrong? Dr. Li shook his head. After thinking for a moment, he decided to tell her what Yang Haiyan had proposed. What do you think? If you wish. This is the best outcome, Miss Li said. I have no plans to marry in this lifetime. I'll help you with the herbs and be the female doctor for the general's residence. That's a good life. The general and his wife are kind people and living here forever. That sounds good. I'll just avoid Master Shui in the future, so don't worry about that. She hadn't seen Shui in a while anyway. Compared to last year, she had grown stronger and no longer felt the need to flee when encountering men, though she still didn't like interacting with them. Yang Haiyan received confirmation from Dr. Li and went to find Qin's mother immediately, as this matter could not be delayed. When Qin's mother learned that Miss Li could not have children, she felt regretful, but she gave up on the idea of marriage. Yang Haiyan understood this, as in ancient times people valued having descendants. There was no way Qin's mother would agree to let Qin Shouqing remain childless for life. In the blink of an eye, the full-month celebration for the baby had passed. Qin's mother took the second branch of the Qin family, and the couple of Qin Daya back to their hometown. Besides handling Qin Daya's affairs, there was also Qin Area's business. The second branch of the Qin family planned to arrange the marriage of Qin Area and Li Duoga during this trip. Since Qin's mother held the title of a 7th-rank lady, her presence would give the wedding a lot of prestige. Therefore, Grandma Qin also entrusted Qin's mother with buying 4 acres of land, 2 for Qin Daya and 2 for Qin Area as dowry. It was difficult to buy land in the countryside because land was the lifeblood of the people. They would only sell it if they had no other choice. It had been a year, and the land Qin Fang promised to give the second branch still hadn't been fully provided, so the second branch had to keep looking on their own. By mid-June, the baby was 2 months old. A 2-month-old baby could already recognize sounds and locate their source. The weather in June was starting to get hot. The baby's cradle was lined with a grass mat, but a thin blanket was laid on top to prevent the mat from scratching the baby's delicate skin. Yang Haiyan gently fanned the baby as she cooed. Little one, mommy is here. Do you recognize me? Of course, the baby couldn't understand her words. His eyes were fixed on the fan in Yang Haiyan's hand, and his tiny fists clenched. As he heard her speak, his little mouth opened into a silly grin, amused by something in the fan. Granny Lian remarked, The young master really has a good temperament. Yang Haiyan asked, Can you really tell a baby's temperament when they're this small? She handed the fan to Nanny Lian, who continued fanning the baby. Meanwhile, Yang Haiyan put her finger into the baby's hand. Though at 2 months old, the baby still couldn't grasp objects on his own. If something was placed in his hand, he would hold on to it. At that moment he grasped Yang Haiyan's finger, thinking it was a toy. Granny Lian smiled. The young master loves to smile. People who smile easily tend to have a good temper. Yang Haiyan looked at him and agreed. He really does smile a lot since he learned how. He's never not smiled at me, came Qin Fang's voice from the doorway. He had just finished his duties and came straight to see his son. The baby heard the voice and turned his head, but his limited vision couldn't spot Qin Fang. Yang Haiyan called, Come here quickly, your son is looking for you. Qin Fang strode over and looked down at the baby lying in the cradle. Qin Linyang, I'm your father. Say father. Yang Haiyan chuckled. You think a 2-month-old can call someone? Qin Fang smiled and stared at his son for a moment before picking up a rattle drum. He shook it, making a dong 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 sound that caught the baby's attention. Do you want to play with it? Qin Fang asked, handing the rattle drum to the baby. But the baby wasn't yet able to reach for things on his own, despite wanting to. Seeing this, Qin Fang placed the rattle in his little hand. Since becoming a father, Qin Fang had become more attentive to small details, like washing his face and hands when he came home to avoid any dirt that might touch his son. The baby looked happy holding the rattle drum, but just as he was about to smile, Qin Fang took the drum away. Immediately, the baby's mouth tightened in disappointment. Qin Fang chuckled, shook the rattle drum again and gave it back to him. Each time the baby grabbed it, Qin Fang would take it back. After repeating this 4 times, the baby finally burst into tears. Yang Haiyan quickly patted his chest to soothe him. There, don't cry. Mommy's here. As she gently rocked the cradle, she scolded Qin Fang. What kind of father bullies a baby like this? Qin Fang was speechless. She hadn't stopped him when he was playing with their son. Wasn't she just watching the fun? Of course he didn't dare say this out loud. He quickly put the rattle drum back into the baby's hand and said, "A real man shouldn't cry so much. Let's go eat." Despite making his son cry, Qin Fang seemed quite pleased with himself. The baby was still sniffling, but now that he had the rattle he wasn't crying out loud anymore. Though his lips were still pouting. Yang Haiyan touched his little face and said with a smile, "My son is just too cute." She secretly found it amusing that even though they had made him cry, it was somehow endearing. After dinner, when it was time for bed, Qin Fang became restless. He rubbed his wife's leg for a while but didn't take things further. He never compromised her health, always careful to look after her well-being. Afterward, as they lay together, Qin Fang brought up a topic. "I got a letter from my teacher today." Yang Haiyan leaned against him and asked curiously, "What did the teacher say?" Dooku wasn't one for idle chatter, so if he sent a letter, there must have been important news from the capital. Qin Fang replied, "The emperor is selecting a companion for the second prince. Guess who he picked?" Chapter 219. Yang Haiyan thought for a moment. In the original story, who was the second prince's companion? Oh, that companion was found only after the second prince followed Han Zhen to the capital. By then, the second prince was already a young man, so why would he still need a companion? Even if the emperor later appointed a tutor for him, there was no need for a companion anymore. However, while a companion wasn't needed, he did have personal bodyguards. And that person would later become the heir to the title of Yonghe Marquis. He was still a young boy now, the one who had been kidnapped by the barbarians back then. Yang Haiyan shook her head and said, "I can't guess. If I had to, I'd say it's likely some young nobleman from the capital." Qin Fang responded, "My teacher mentioned 2 candidates were selected. One is Wei Ting's son, and the other is young Master Ao." Hearing Wei Ting's son mentioned, Yang Haiyan paused for a moment but then realized it made sense. He was the son of the emperor's first love, practically bathed in the glow of the protagonist. The emperor would want to give him the best, and since Wei Ting was one of the emperor's trusted confidants, it was only natural for their families to be linked. As for young Master Ao, he was still following the path laid out in the original story. Qin Fang continued, "My teacher said the emperor's selection of these 2 individuals was rather curious and made him quite puzzled." Yang Haiyan was confused. "Your teacher is so clever, and even he's puzzled?" This was Dooku, the most cunning old fox in the entire story. While he was alive, the Du family was the most powerful family in the capital, even ranking ahead of the imperial family. Qin Fang said, "My teacher explained that the Wei family has always been loyal to the emperor. Wei Ting is a trusted confidant who helped the emperor secure the throne. By making Wei Ting's son the second prince's companion, the emperor's favoritism is very clear. But my teacher finds it strange because if the emperor truly loved the prince, he wouldn't be so obvious about it." Yang Haiyan thought to herself, no wonder Dooku was suspicious. Favoring the prince in such an obvious way was like painting a target on him. In the minds of cautious people, this could seem like the emperor was setting up a scapegoat. But in truth, the emperor's affection for the second prince was genuine. So why would the emperor do this? Was it to deliberately make others hesitate when they considered targeting the second prince? These types of political calculations were beyond Yang Haiyan's understanding, and she wasn't interested in figuring them out. She asked, "What do you think?" Qin Fang shook his head. "I don't know either. If even my teacher can't figure it out, I certainly can't. Besides, I've never met the second prince or seen how he interacts with the emperor, so I have no way of understanding the emperor's intentions. But I do remember what my teacher once said. Staying neutral is always the safest choice. The disputes in the capital have nothing to do with us." Yang Haiyan teased, "General Qin, with all the gunpowder you control, if the princes ever fight for power, they might try to persuade you to join them." Qin Fang smiled at her mischievousness and tapped her nose. "That gunpowder is entrusted to me by the emperor. Moreover, gunpowder is so critical that even if the emperor trusts my teacher, he wouldn't fully trust me without reservation. So, do you think there aren't imperial spies in Yunxiang County?" Yang Haiyan thought about it and agreed. "Even if there are, we wouldn't know." Qin Fang chuckled. While he didn't know about all the secret monitoring, he was aware of some. The groom who had come with him last year to bring the blood-sweating horses had been sent by the emperor under the pretext of learning horse care, allowing them access to the stables. But in reality, they were also there to keep an eye on him. However, Qin Fang had no hidden ambitions, so he wasn't afraid of anyone watching him. In early July, Qin Fang's mother returned, bringing several people with her. Previously, when Qin Fang's mother returned to their hometown, Second Aunt Qin had asked her to bring a letter to her maternal family, mentioning a marriage proposal. Naturally, second Aunt Qin's maternal family accepted. Now that the Qin family held official positions, they were eager to form a marriage alliance. Before, they hadn't suggested anything because they knew they weren't a good match for the Qin family. But since second Aunt Qin brought it up, they didn't mind. Yang Haiyan's impression of second Aunt Qin was that she had a petty and selfish nature, but since arriving at the general's residence, she had been very well behaved. It seemed that Qin Fang's mother had given her a harsh lesson on the way here. After eating, second Aunt Qin and her son were sent by Qin Fang's mother to reunite with second Uncle Qin and his son. As for third Aunt Qin's maternal elder brother and nephew, after meeting grandfather and grandmother Qin, they began to discuss marriage with Qin Sanya. Since third Aunt Qin's nephew was also staying, just getting engaged wouldn't be proper, so after some discussion, they decided the two would get married first, but the wedding night would be postponed until Qin Sanya turned 16. Grandpa and Grandma Qin knew that third Uncle Qin often felt inferior because he didn't have a son, and he carried a heavy heart. That's why, when it came to the marriage of their daughter, Qin Sanya, they allowed the third branch of the family to make their own decisions. Half a month later in mid-July, 14-year-old Qin Sanya married her 16-year-old cousin Jin Dalan. Watching them get married, Qin's mother couldn't help but think of Qin Shui's marriage. The girl she had her eye on, Miss Li, was no longer an option, and she hadn't interacted much with others, leaving her uncertain about who else might be suitable. She saw Qin Arya marrying into second Qin Heir's family and Qin Sanya marrying into Qin San's family, but unfortunately, there was no suitable niece in her own family. From then on, she became even more focused on finding a match for Qin Shui. However, there was an even more pressing matter at hand in the Qin family. County exam? Qin Fang paused in his playful teasing of his son with a rattle drum. You mean the academy teacher suggested this? Qin Shouqing replied. Yes, but I'm not confident yet. The teacher said my foundation is solid and that I should give it a try. Even if I don't pass, it would still be good experience. Big brother, what do you think? The 14-year-old boy had grown taller over the past year, though his height was still average compared to his peers. Nevertheless, this average was an improvement from before. If he had stayed in their hometown, he might not have even reached this average height. Boys grow slower, and at 14 with proper nutrition, Qin Shouqing still had room to grow. Qin Fang thought for a moment and said, Don't worry. Your teacher is right. If you pass, we'll all be happy. If not, treat it as gaining experience. It's like when I first went to the battlefield to kill enemies. At first I didn't dare kill anyone. Then when I did, I was scared and couldn't sleep at night. But later, after killing more enemies, I got used to it. Yang Haiyan couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated at his analogy. Who uses killing people as an example? Before she could say anything, Qin Shouqing responded, I understand. Thank you, big brother. He seemed much more relaxed and confident than he had been earlier. Well, Yang Haiyan admitted that perhaps she was overthinking it. Maybe men and women were just different. Or maybe Qin Fang held a special place in his younger brother's hearts, so his words were always comforting to them. But, Yang Haiyan spoke up. The county exam requires you to return to your ancestral home, right? So, Shouqing will need to go back to the hometown. She continued, It's already July, and the county exam will be in February next year. I suggest that Shouqing start preparing to leave soon. Returning to the hometown will give him 6 months to adjust and prepare. Plus, the county exam is overseen by the county magistrate, so when you get back, you should inquire about the magistrate's preferences and style. That way, it could be beneficial during the exam. Qin Fang nodded in agreement. You're right. But if Shouqing goes back for the county exam, father and mother will worry. They'll need to go with him, and I'll send guards to escort them. Yang Haiyan added, Let Dr. Li go along too. That way, if anything happens on the road or later, we'll have peace of mind with a doctor there. I've heard that the closer it gets to the exam, the more anxious the candidates become, and they're more prone to illness. Qin Fang nodded, agreeing with her suggestion. He turned to Qin Shouqing and said, You can head back now. I'll discuss this with father and mother after dinner. Qin Shouqing replied, Yes, brother. After his brother left, Qin Fang said to Yang Haiyan, I'll need to write a letter to the county magistrate in Jintian County. Shui will arrive there by August, and the exam is in February next year. If a good teacher can guide him in the meantime, it will benefit him greatly. My parents don't have experience in this area, so I'll ask them to take the letter to the magistrate and request him to recommend a teacher for Shouqing. Yang Haiyan thought for a moment. This would certainly leave Qin Fang indebted to the magistrate, but she couldn't object, as Qin Shouqing was his younger brother. To Qin Fang, this was more important than any favor owed. She hesitated but then offered, Husband, I have an idea. Qin Fang asked, What is it? Yang Haiyan suggested, What if we hire a teacher here to accompany Shouqing back to the hometown? Qin Fang shook his head. That wouldn't be appropriate. The county exam primarily tests the candidate's foundation, but it's also about anticipating the exam questions. Teachers here don't know enough about Jintian County, but a local teacher would have some insight into what's likely to be tested. That's why we need a teacher from Jintian County. Hearing Qin Fang's reasoning, Yang Haiyan agreed. You're right, husband. Your thinking is more thorough. After dinner, the couple strolled to Liuxin courtyard and brought up the matter of Qin Shouqing's exam with the elders. The family was stunned when they heard that Shouqing was preparing to take the exam. To be honest, they had never really thought about his future. Perhaps it was because Qin Fang's success had overshadowed everything else, leaving the family focused on him. As a result, they hadn't paid much attention to the other family members. Moreover, being from a farming background, they didn't involve themselves much in scholarly pursuits. Qin Shouqing had always been well-behaved, and over time they had simply overlooked him. So, when Qin Shouqing had something important on his mind, he first went to his big brother rather than his parents. Chapter 220. Regarding Qin Shouqing's upcoming county-level examination, the Qin family elders didn't hesitate for long. Once they heard the news, Qin's father and mother decided to take their youngest son back to their hometown. This was tough on Qin's mother, as she had only just returned and now had to leave again. But with her son preparing for such an important event, she couldn't rest easy unless she personally oversaw his care. In fact, if the journey weren't so far, Qin's grandfather and grandmother would have wanted to go as well, mainly because they missed their hometown. While life in Yunxiang County was good, ample food, comfortable living, they still felt lonely since they didn't know anyone locally. They longed for familiar faces. Once Qin's father and mother took Qin Shouqing back home, the general's mansion suddenly seemed quieter with 3 people gone. It didn't seem like much at first, but the household felt noticeably less lively. Originally, the Luexian courtyard housed Qin's grandfather, grandmother, father and mother. Now, with only the elderly couple left, the quiet was palpable. They felt lonely, although Yang Haiyan would bring the baby over to visit every day, and the sight of their great-grandson always brought them joy. One morning, Yang Haiyan took her 5-month-old baby to Luexian courtyard. As soon as she entered, she saw Qin's grandmother drying radish slices in the courtyard. "Grandmother, I've got some good news for you," she said with a smile. Curious, Qin's grandmother asked, "What good news? Can you guess?" Yang Haiyan teased. Qin's grandmother chuckled. "Oh, this old woman can't guess anything anymore. Just tell me, Yan." Hearing that, Yang Haiyan stopped keeping her in suspense. Last night, little dumpling rolled over for the first time. The baby, being carried by a servant, blinked his dark eyes, curiously looking around. When he heard his mother mention his name, he babbled and reached out, thinking his mother was calling him. Qin's grandmother beamed with delight. "Little dumpling is so smart. He can roll over already. Look at him, he knows you're calling him." Yang Haiyan turned back and gently tapped the baby's nose. "Isn't he clever? So responsive." Of course, she didn't actually pinch his nose hard, just a soft touch. Babies are delicate, and she couldn't bear to do anything rough. What if she flattened his nose? The little one looked back and forth between his great-grandmother and his mother with wide, innocent eyes. Although he didn't understand their conversation, he smiled a toothless grin as if he knew they were praising him. Once inside the house, Yang Haiyan placed the baby on the wooden couch next to Qin's grandmother. The couch was spacious, allowing the little one to roll around comfortably. Yang Haiyan clapped her hands. "Come on, baby, show great-grandmother how you roll over." The baby looked at his mother, not quite understanding what she wanted. Seeing her clapping, he tried to mimic her, but his little arms were too short, and he couldn't quite clap. Instead, he laughed. Such a cheerful little one. Seeing him laugh made Qin's grandmother smile with joy. At her age, having a great-grandson and enjoying the company of 4 generations under one roof was the greatest blessing. And for Qin's mother, with her in-laws still around, her parents doing well, and both sons and daughters thriving, her first grandson already here, she was well on her way to becoming the epitome of a fortunate matriarch. Yang Haiyan couldn't help but laugh at the baby's silly smile. She gently nudged his shoulder, not forcefully, just a light push, and as the baby had just learned to roll over and loved doing it, he flipped over easily with a little help. Yang Haiyan clapped and praised. "Smart baby. Mama's going to give you applause." Qin's grandmother joined in, clapping her hands. "Our little guy is amazing. He's going to grow up to be even more capable than your father." Perhaps sensing the happy atmosphere, the baby, after one roll, immediately rolled over again, making both Yang Haiyan and Qin's grandmother laugh heartily. Yang Haiyan playfully tugged at his tiny hand. "For someone so young, you sure love showing off." The baby, seeing his mother praise him again, grinned foolishly, not understanding but clearly pleased with himself. With everyone's love and laughter surrounding him, the baby grew up quickly day by day. By November, at just 7 months old, little Dumpling was already crawling. When Grandma Qin heard about it, she couldn't help but say, "This baby started crawling earlier than his father. Back then when I took care of Fang, he only started crawling around 8 or 9 months, but this baby is already crawling at 7 months. Yang Haiyan had asked Dr. Li, and he had said that most babies start crawling at 8 or 9 months, though some may start earlier or later. She felt that her baby crawling at 7 months might have something to do with good nutrition. Even when he was still in her womb, she made sure to get proper nutrition, and he was breastfed for 6 months. After that, she carefully selected formula for him. Of course, as for the origin of the formula, others believe that Yang Haiyan made it herself. However, no one outside of Nanny Lian knew about the formula. In November in Yunxiang County, the weather was getting colder, especially with the damp chill carried by the wind, making people reluctant to go outside. Fortunately, the general's residence had built a heated kong, a heated brick bed, so the baby could crawl around on it. That day, Yang Haiyan and her son were playing on the kong. It was large and specially designed for children to play on, with protective railings, so the baby wouldn't fall off while playing. She held a small ball made of cloth and threw it to one side. "Baby, go get the ball." The baby, seeing the ball, crawled over to where it was. When a baby can't crawl yet, parents usually train them to do so. After they learn to crawl, it's still important to spend time helping them develop their limbs in harmony. In short, appropriate crawling is beneficial for the child. The baby picked up the ball and looked at his mother. Yang Haiyan waved at him. "Come here, baby. Give the ball to mommy. The ball in your hand. Give it to mommy. Throw it to mommy." The baby blinked, looked at the ball, then at his mother and suddenly grinned. "Mommy!" Yang Haiyan was stunned. The baby happily threw the ball over. "Mommy!" He said another word. Yang Haiyan snapped out of it, excitedly rushing over and picking the baby up. "Did you just call me mommy? Did you? Did you?" The baby responded again. "Mommy." Yang Haiyan kissed his chubby face with joy. "Wow, what a good baby. Say mommy one more time." But the baby didn't say it again. He struggled out of Yang Haiyan's arms and crawled over to pick up the ball again, throwing it back to her. "Mommy!" He unexpectedly called out again. Yang Haiyan couldn't help but laugh. "You naughty little one, you're so cheeky." The baby giggled happily. That evening, Qin Fang came back from his duties and saw his wife in such a good mood. He couldn't help but ask, "Why are you so happy? Is there good news?" Yang Haiyan replied, "Of course there is. Your son can talk now." Qin Fang was surprised. Really? As a first-time father, his emotions toward his first child were particularly delicate and deep. It was a mixture of motherly and fatherly love. Though sometimes Qin Fang would complain about his son, his fatherly love was no less than Yang Haiyan's motherly love. Yang Haiyan nodded. Qin Fang was overjoyed. He picked the baby up from the kong next to Yang Haiyan and lifted him into the air. "Come on, say daddy. Say daddy." It seems many babies enjoy being lifted high, and Qin Linyang, official name of Little Dumpling, was no exception. Every time his father lifted him, he would giggle uncontrollably. Qin Fang saw him laughing and with great patience, continued to guide him. "Come on, say daddy. Daddy." The baby kept laughing, staring at his father with a goofy grin. Yang Haiyan couldn't help but laugh too. Don't worry, he's still young. He's learned to say mommy now and soon he'll say daddy. Qin Fang wasn't in a hurry. He was just looking forward to it. However, just as he was thinking that, the baby who had been giggling suddenly called out, "Mommy," upon hearing Yang Haiyan say the word. Yang Haiyan responded, "Yes, good boy. Mommy." The baby called out again. Qin Fang handed the baby back to Yang Haiyan. "I think he's doing this on purpose to tease me. And to think I just got him a good horse today." Yang Haiyan caught her son, playing with his little hands. She then asked Qin Fang, "What kind of horse? A Fergana horse? Is it about to be born?" Qin Fang nodded. "Yes, probably in December. But we're not sure if it's purebred yet. Even if it's not, it's still half Fergana, which is better than most horses." The mare was kept at the stable, and every year between March and July, when it went into heat, Qin Fang's stallion was sent to mate with it. Of course, other stallions of different breeds were also used, so they couldn't be sure if it was purebred. Likewise, during the same period, other mares would go into heat, and the Fergana stallion would also mate with them. In short, it was a mixed breeding process. But as Qin Fang said, even if it wasn't purebred, a mixed breed would still be better than an ordinary horse. Yang Haiyan was pleased to hear that. "That's great. If it's born in December, it'll be the same year as our baby." Qin Fang added, "Too bad it's not the same month." There are some horses born in April, but, with the means they had, he wanted the best for his son. Qin Fang glanced at his son again, smiling at the cheeky little fellow, finding him both amusing and adorable. By December, among the 100 maras at the stable, 81 were pregnant, and 28 had given birth. Among the foals, 26 were of common breeds, and 2 were half-bred Fergana horses. The mothers were of ordinary breeds, while the stallion was Qin Fang's own Fergana, named Red Stallion, a name Qin Fang had personally given, indicating its significance. But the biggest joy came from a purebred Fergana horse, born to a Fergana mare. Qin Fang was delighted at the sight of it and ordered the stable manager to take good care of it, as this horse was intended for his son. The stable manager congratulated him. "Congratulations, General. Not only do we have this little Fergana horse today, but I also have more good news." Qin Fang responded, "Tell me quickly. If it's truly good news, you'll be greatly rewarded." Chapter 221. The stable manager's eyes lit up when he heard the news. "General, the 300 war horses we trained last year are now fully ready." Qin Fang, holding the 10,000 taels of silver given by the emperor, had built a horse farm the previous year and bought 500 healthy foals. The remaining silver was used to buy stallions and mares, and to cover the costs of raising the horses. He hadn't expected that after only a year, 300 war horses would already be trained and battle-ready. This spoke volumes about the steward's capabilities. Overjoyed, Qin Fang said, "That's fantastic. Take me to see them." The stable manager replied, "Please, General, follow me. However, these 300 war horses already have riders. If they are to go to the military camp, they must go with their assigned soldiers. During training, each soldier is paired with a horse. Otherwise, the training wouldn't work. This is why cavalry units always move together. The soldiers with their horses are what make them cavalry." Qin Fang nodded. "I understand." He went to the training grounds and watched as 300 cavalrymen trained under the steward's command. He couldn't help but be impressed. Although there were cavalry units in the Yongzhou military camp, the feeling now was completely different. These cavalrymen had been trained at his own horse farm, and the sense of accomplishment was incomparable. After returning from the horse farm, Qin Fang immediately went to his study to write a letter. Once finished, he didn't send his trusted servant Tao Shan to deliver it. Instead, he sent 2 stable hands who had formerly served in the palace. He believed that they could deliver the letter more safely than Tao Shan. Indeed, that was the case. Using their own methods, the stable hands quickly delivered the letter to the emperor. The emperor was pleased to learn that the horse farm had already trained 300 cavalrymen. At the same time, he considered Qin Fang's proposal. Since each cavalryman is paired with a horse, it meant that if they wanted more war horses, it would be best to train them alongside new soldiers. Thus, they would need to recruit more soldiers. Qin Fang had suggested 2 ways to do this. Recruit locally in Yunxiang County or transfer soldiers from other military camps. However, if they transferred soldiers, the existence of the horse farm would be exposed. The emperor didn't want the horse farm to be revealed, so he instructed Qin Fang to recruit soldiers locally. The emperor's reply quickly reached Qin Fang. The response didn't surprise him at all. However, because the local garrison was limited to 1,000 soldiers, Qin Fang hadn't dared to recruit new soldiers without the emperor's official decree. Now that he had it, he could proceed freely. Mother, mother. Ever since the little baby learned how to say mother, he couldn't stop saying it every now and then. Yang Haiyan was sitting nearby, with Granny Lian playing with the baby while sewing a bib for him. The baby had been playing with Granny Lian, but soon wanted to play with his mother instead. To show this, he threw his toy ball towards her. Granny Lian chuckled. "The young master is so clever, knowing how to call for his mother like that." Yang Haiyan put down her work and said, "He's just not strong enough yet. He can never throw the ball far enough. By the way, has Shui mentioned anything about Miss Li lately?" Granny Lian replied, "From what I've observed, no. I also spoke with the patrolling guards and asked them to keep an eye on the courtyard where Dr. Li frequently gathers herbs. That way, nothing untoward will happen if Miss Li is left alone." Yang Haiyan nodded. "It's good that Shui hasn't been persistent. Maybe he got scared when I mentioned that Miss Li might not be able to have children." "Madam." Suddenly, Aunt Yu's voice came from outside. Granny Lian stepped out. "What's the matter?" Aunt Yu replied, "Second master is here. He says he wants to see the madam." Although it was customary for a sister-in-law and brother-in-law to avoid meeting alone, since Granny Lian and other servants were present, there was no harm in them seeing each other. Besides, the Qin family was small, and there were no troublesome people around to spread gossip, so an occasional meeting was fine. Yang Haiyan had heard the exchange from inside. She said, "Let him in." This was the playroom for the baby, so it didn't matter if Qin Shui came in. After entering, Qin Shui bowed respectfully. "Greetings, sister-in-law." Yang Haiyan said. There's no need for formalities. Did you need something? Qin Shui glanced at Granny Lian, then decided to speak directly. Granny Lian was sister-in-law's trusted aide and handled many of her affairs, so he didn't hesitate. He said, the day before yesterday, a friend from the military camp had a birthday. I went to his house for a meal, and after drinking some wine, something happened. Upon hearing this, Yang Haiyan couldn't help but think of some novel-like scenarios. Did you get involved with some girl after drinking? She said this jokingly, but to her surprise, Qin Shui's face turned red. Seeing his reaction, Yang Haiyan's heart sank. Could it be true? Given the current status of the Qin family, some people might scheme against Qin Shui for wealth and status. The more she thought about this possibility, the more serious her thoughts became. Tell me in detail what exactly happened. Qin Shui, feeling embarrassed, explained. Yes, yesterday was my day off and some friends and I who usually get along well, went to Su Feng's house to celebrate his birthday. Everyone was in good spirits, and with the drinks to warm us up, we ended up having a bit more alcohol than usual. At some point I went to the bathroom, but since I was a bit drunk, I didn't notice that someone was already inside. As it turns out, I ran right into Su Feng's sister. She screamed and a lot of people came over. Everyone saw me in there with her, and it ruined her reputation. Sister-in-law, Yang Haiyan replied. You should know, ever since your brother became a general and the Qin family became prosperous, there are always people with wild ideas. Shui, while we shouldn't think the worst of people, it's always good to be cautious. Qin Shui quickly added, Sister-in-law, I understand, but the truth is I was the one who went into the bathroom. If they had been plotting against me, they wouldn't have chosen the bathroom for that. And besides, this happened 2 days ago, and in the last couple of days I've looked into the Su family's reputation. They don't seem like those kinds of people, which is why I've come to tell you today. What should I do? Yang Haiyan didn't know much about the Su family, but the fact that Qin Shui accidentally ran into Su Feng's sister in the bathroom was both easy and hard to resolve. If it had just been a case of running into her outside the door, that could be managed. But since he had gone inside and been seen, it had indeed damaged the girl's reputation. Based on his account, it was clearly the latter situation. She asked, Shui, didn't the Su family's bathrooms have separate facilities for men and women? Even in rural homes, there should be more than one bathroom. And if someone is using the bathroom, the door should be closed. How did you manage to open it? Qin Shui replied. The Su family does have 2 bathrooms. When I needed to go, I didn't know where they were, so Su Feng led me there and went into one. I had no choice but to go to the other. When I opened the door, my vision was blurry, and I accidentally ran into his sister. I've thought about everything you mentioned. It does seem like an incredible coincidence. But after looking into their family, the village speaks highly of them. Qin Shui wasn't the same as he had been a year and a half ago. He had learned a lot and had become more cautious. After investigating, he believed it was just an unfortunate coincidence, which is why he had come to Yang Haiyan. Normally, he would have told his mother, but she wasn't around. Even if she were, he would have come to Yang Haiyan, because he found her more reliable. After listening, Yang Haiyan didn't immediately say anything but responded, I'll discuss this with your brother. If it really was just a coincidence and not a scheme, what do you plan to do? Qin Shui tensed up. Sister-in-law, do you intend to marry her? Yang Haiyan asked. Qin Shui fell silent. Marry her? He didn't like her. He wanted to marry someone he loved, like Miss Li. But he didn't have the courage to face the issue of not having children in the future. Last year, after his sister-in-law talked to him about Miss Li, he avoided the issue altogether, using the excuse of going to the military camp with his brother. He hadn't brought it up since. Sometimes when he thought about walking by that courtyard, his sister-in-law's words would come to mind, and he'd stop himself. But marrying Su Feng's sister was something he didn't want to do. Yet what choice did he have? He had ruined the girl's reputation. If he didn't marry her, what would happen to her? I don't know. Yang Haiyan replied. Well, think about it carefully. Qin Shui responded. Yes. After leaving the courtyard, Qin Shui let out a deep sigh, feeling helpless. He didn't know how things had ended up like this. How had such an unfortunate situation occurred out of nowhere? Once Qin Shui left, Yang Haiyan turned to Granny Lian and asked, What do you think of this situation? Genie Lian responded truthfully, I'm not sure. Seems like a coincidence. Su Feng took the second young master to the bathroom, and the door happened to be open. But it doesn't seem like a full-blown scheme either. How could they know for sure that he'd need to use the bathroom? In the countryside, they don't always have separate men's and women's bathrooms, or even distinct inner and outer courtyards. If this were a noble family's residence, this kind of thing wouldn't happen. Should I go investigate? Yang Haiyan replied, No need for you to go. Let my husband send someone to investigate. This is his brother's business, so he should think it through and handle it carefully. Otherwise, who knows what trouble he might cause in the future. Granny Lian dared not respond to this, as it was something only a mistress could say. As a servant she wouldn't dare. Later that evening when Qin Fang returned home for dinner, Yang Haiyan told him about the incident. Qin Fang furrowed his brow. It's almost the new year, and something like this happens? Yang Haiyan sighed. Exactly. It's like after Aunt Fan's trouble settled down. A new wave of trouble arrives. If it's just an accident it's manageable. But if someone's scheming, then Shui could really suffer. Qin Fang became serious. I'll investigate this matter. Yang Haiyan replied. Of course you should. You must look into it. Then she teased. General Qin, I'm afraid there will be plenty of young ladies throwing themselves at you in the future as well. Chapter 222. Qin Fang didn't dare to get himself involved in such matters. When I'm out, I definitely won't drink anyone else's wine. Qin Fang was a man who valued his promises, so when he said he wouldn't touch alcohol, Yang Haiyan believed him. However, Yang Haiyan raised an eyebrow. Really? What if someone insists that you drink? With righteous conviction, Qin Fang replied. I need to take care of my health to have children. If anyone makes me drink, they don't want me to have kids. Yang Haiyan didn't know whether to laugh or cry at that response. The next morning after Qin Fang woke up, Yang Haiyan was still sleeping, cuddling their warm son. Qin Fang called for Tao Shan and sent him to investigate the matter involving Qin Shui. Their son Qin Linyang slept with his parents in winter. During the summer and autumn, he slept in his cradle, but in the colder months, Yang Haiyan wasn't comfortable with him sleeping alone, so she brought him into their bed. The baby slept on the inside because Qin Fang didn't like having anyone between him and Yang Haiyan. While Yang Haiyan was still asleep, their early rising baby was already awake. At 7 or 8 months old, he was very lively thanks to good nutrition. He turned his little head towards his mother, seeing that she was still asleep, and began to crawl under the blanket towards her. He didn't crawl out of the covers but into them, trying to climb over his mother's body. Yang Haiyan had already woken up. Even if she hadn't, she couldn't possibly stay asleep with her son crawling all over her. When the baby was halfway over her, she grabbed him and pulled him out of the blanket. What are you up to? Seeing that his mother was awake and had caught him, he wasn't scared at all. Instead he smiled at her saying softly, Mommy. His soft voice melted Yang Haiyan's heart. Like all mothers, she gazed at her son through a filter of affection, convinced that her baby was the cutest in the world. The moment he called for her, she surrendered. Do you want to get out of bed and play? Though the little one didn't understand her words, he often seemed to grasp the meaning. When he heard her, he called Mom, Mom, again tugging at her to take him outside. All right, wait for Mom to get up. Yang Haiyan placed him to the side, adjusted his blanket, and began getting dressed. But the moment he gained some freedom, he got restless, wriggling out from under the covers and trying to crawl away. It took quite a while for Yang Haiyan to get both herself and her son ready. Once mother and son were dressed, they went to have breakfast. Yang Haiyan had a bowl of small wontons and a poached egg, while the baby had egg custard and rice soup. Several times as Yang Haiyan ate her wontons, the baby leaned towards her bowl, clearly drawn by the scent of the meat. When she picked up a wonton, he would open his mouth as if expecting to eat it himself, only to watch it go into his mother's mouth instead. But he didn't get upset, he just kept smiling. He had such a good-natured temperament, so unlike either Yang Haiyan or Qin Fang, it was unclear who he took after. Meanwhile, Tao Shan completed his investigation much faster than Qin Shui. He had served in the military, unlike Qin Shui, so within a day, he had thoroughly investigated the Su family. He went to report his findings to Qin Fang. In the study, Tao Shan relayed all the details about the Su family's background within 3 generations. The investigation had been swift because the Su family was quite simple. They had lived in Yunxiang County for generations, and Tao Shan had even looked into the maternal side of the family. After reviewing the report, Qin Fang asked, So the Su family's background is clean? Tao Shan replied, Yes, very much so. Moreover, the Su family has a good reputation in the village. Su Feng's father and mother are hardworking and honest, and Su Feng's younger sister is a filial girl. Qin Fang nodded. He wasn't surprised by this result. The fact that Su Feng had joined the military already indicated that his family had good character. When Qin Fang had initially recruited soldiers, all candidates had undergone background checks. As Yang Haiyan would say, it was a political vetting process. Knowing their backgrounds ensured peace of mind when employing them. Seeing Qin Fang remain silent, Tao Shan asked, General, should second master marry Su Feng's sister? Qin Fang said, Go fetch Shui for me. Tao Shan. Yes. Qin Shui hadn't gone to the military camp these past 2 days. Before the matter was resolved, he felt embarrassed to face Su Feng, So after discussing the issue with Yang Haiyan, he had been waiting at the general's residence. As a result, until Tao Shan came to call him, his heart was still pounding. Arriving at the study, seeing his older brother's stern expression, Qin Shui's face paled slightly. Elder brother. Sit, Qin Fang said, signaling for Tao Shan to leave. Tao Shan retreated to the door. In the study, only the two brothers Qin Fang and Qin Shui were present. Qin Fang did not beat around the bush with his brother, so he said directly, "How do you plan to handle this? There are only two outcomes. You either marry Su Feng's sister, Su Lan, or you don't marry her." Qin Shui himself didn't know. He asked, "Elder brother, what do you think I should do?" Qin Fang replied, "Everyone has different thoughts. This is your own matter. Don't let others make the decision for you, because others won't be responsible for your life." He and his younger brother had different personalities. If this had happened in the past, he would likely have married the other party. However, the current him wouldn't marry under such circumstances, so his answer could not serve as a reference. Qin Shui said, Can I think about it?" Just as Qin Fang was about to respond, a voice came from outside. "General Su Feng requests an audience with Second Master." Qin Fang raised an eyebrow and looked at Qin Shui. "You go meet him." "Yes." Qin Shui received Su Feng in his courtyard. To be honest, he felt a bit embarrassed to see Su Feng, but he couldn't avoid it. When he saw Su Feng, he was about to speak when Su Feng suddenly knelt before him. "Shui, Second Master Qin, please, I beg you to save my sister." Qin Shui was taken aback and quickly helped Su Feng up. "Su Feng, what's going on? What happened to your sister?" Su Feng said, "Since that incident, the people in the village have been gossiping about my sister. Originally, families that had intentions toward her have suddenly gone silent. She cries all day long and I'm worried that if this continues, something will happen to her. Shui, I know our family isn't worthy of you or the Qin family. We're not asking for much, just for you to temporarily engage to my sister. After 2 years, when this matter has passed, we can call off the engagement. By then, no one will bring this up again." "This," Qin Shui thought for a moment. "I'll discuss it with my older brother." Su Feng nodded. "Okay." Qin Shui let Su Feng wait and went to find Qin Fang. After hearing Qin Shui's words, Qin Fang was silent for a moment. For the girl's reputation, let's follow their wishes first. I'll discuss it with grandma later, and then send a matchmaker to propose. Qin Shui said, "Thank you, elder brother. I've troubled you." Qin Fang replied, "We're brothers, no need for such formalities." After leaving the study, Qin Fang went to find Yang Haiyan and told her about the recent developments. Qin Fang asked, "What do you think about the engagement?" Yang Haiyan replied, "With grandpa, grandma, and my parents around, it's not my place to make a decision. You should ask grandma." Qin Fang was taken aback, somewhat surprised that his wife hadn't expressed an opinion. Seeing him like this, Yang Haiyan added, "It's just an engagement. It's not a formal marriage proposal." Qin Fang said, "Then you come with me." Yang Haiyan replied, "All right." With that, the two went to Lu Xian courtyard. When Grandma Qin saw her grandson and granddaughter-in-law come in, she was very happy, but she noticed they weren't carrying her great-grandson and couldn't help but ask, "Where's the little dumpling? Is he asleep?" Yang Haiyan said, "Not at all, Grandma. Today my husband and I have something to discuss with you." Upon hearing this, Grandma Qin hurriedly asked, "What's so important that you two came together to discuss?" It seemed the matter was significant. Qin Fang and Yang Haiyan exchanged glances. Then Yang Haiyan explained Qin Shui's situation. "So, the Su family means to set the engagement temporarily for the sake of Miss Su's reputation. After 1 or 2 years, if the two feel it's suitable, they can marry. If not, they can call off the engagement later. By then, everyone will have forgotten about Miss Su's matter. However, if they do call off the engagement, it can only be attributed to Shui's side. Otherwise, it would be difficult for the girl to find another match. And since Qin Shui was a man, this world was too lenient towards men." After listening, Grandma Qin finally understood. "So that's how it is. But if Shui doesn't like the girl, what if she insists on marrying him?" Qin Fang said, "We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Right now, the girl is troubled by rumors in the village, so let's set the engagement first." Grandma Qin said, "Since you have no objections, I naturally have none." Yang Haiyan smiled and said, "With Grandpa, Grandma, and our parents here, as long as you have no objections, we naturally have none. After all, this is Shui's matter. Although my husband is the elder brother, he can't meddle in his younger brother's private affairs." This wasn't just about them having no objections. Yang Haiyan felt some things needed to be made clear to avoid future blame. Grandma Qin chuckled. "That's true. Then let's arrange the engagement. If your mother isn't here, should I, an old lady, go?" Yang Haiyan replied, No need, just send a matchmaker. You have a noble status. How could the Su family let you visit? This was the difference between the nobility and commoners. Please prepare what's needed for the engagement. Grandma Qin thought for a moment. That day, Yu and Fang's marriage was arranged by the court, and there was no formal engagement process. Later, when you married, there was no betrothal gift either. Logically, Shui is the younger brother, and his engagement shouldn't bypass a Fang. However, your circumstances were different back then. So I think, for Shui's engagement, let's arrange it according to the standards of our Bailey village. What do you think? Chapter 223. Yang Haiyan naturally had no objections. In fact, even if Qin Shui's engagement had slightly higher standards, she wouldn't mind, as times were different now. However, there was one point she wanted to make very clear. Grandma, I have something I want to discuss with you. As soon as she said this, both Grandma Qin and Qin Fang looked at her because Qin Fang hadn't known in advance that she had something to say, and judging by her expression and tone, it didn't seem like a trivial matter. Grandma Qin's thoughts aligned with Qin Fang's. Hearing her granddaughter-in-law say this made her say, Yen, just speak directly. Yang Haiyan did not beat around the bush and said straightforwardly, Grandma, the main family needs to split. Grandma Qin was taken aback. Yang Haiyan explained, although my husband has become an official, he is often constrained by the court. If something happens to him, the entire main family would suffer. Similarly, there are people who, in order to get close to my husband, might target Shui and Shouqing. They could very well affect my husband's future. Therefore, I think for everyone's safety, it's best to split. Of course, splitting is just one way to ensure safety, to avoid mutual entanglement, but my husband's brotherly bond with them won't end. Grandma Qin had no objections to this matter. After all, she had already split from her own son. Why would she interfere with her grandson's affairs? After hearing Yang Haiyan's words, Qin Fang thought for a moment and said, All right, after the harvest and the county exam in February next year, once my parents return, we will officially split. Yang Haiyan said, When we go to propose to the Su family this time, we should mention the split as well, or they won't be aware of it. Grandma Qin said, Then let your third aunt take the matchmaker along. Matters of splitting the family should be brought up by the elders, not the matchmaker. Yang Haiyan replied, You always think ahead, Grandma. After leaving Lu Exine courtyard, Yang Haiyan asked Qin Fang, Husband, do you mind if I bring up the split? Qin Fang said, It's a matter of time. As you said, it would prevent a situation where I might get into trouble and drag them down. Moreover, even if we split, they will still be my brothers. It won't affect our relationship. Yang Haiyan smiled. What she liked most about Qin Fang was this aspect. He was a sensible person. Regarding the matter with the Su family, even if it turned out to be nothing, she still felt uneasy. After all, things rarely unfolded so conveniently. But since nothing had surfaced yet, they could only let it rest for now. If the other party had ulterior motives, they would eventually show their true colors. As for the Su family, you'll need to keep an eye on them. Qin Fang reassured her. Don't worry. I'll pay attention to this matter. After the incident involving Aunt Fan's son-in-law, Qin Fang had become increasingly cautious. It was possible that someone was trying to frame him, so he needed to be careful. Su family. The Su family was particularly lively today. After the incident with Su Feng's sister, Su Lan, the villagers had been laughing at them. While this gossip wasn't overtly malicious, it was certainly fueled by curiosity, which in this ancient context could be very hurtful. The Su family knew they weren't worthy of the Qin family. The incident had been too unexpected. They hadn't anticipated such a situation. When it happened, Su Lan had been frightened and hadn't expected anyone to barge into the outhouse, leading her to instinctively scream. Consequently, the neighbors came over and soon everyone knew about it. To be fair, Su Lan didn't suffer any real loss, and the Su family had never thought about making Qin Shui responsible. Such words felt impossible to utter. However, they were distressed at the thought that their daughter's reputation would be tarnished. Later, when Qin Shui mentioned he would think about how to handle the matter, they hadn't refused, as they didn't know what to do either. Unexpectedly, just a few days later, the incident spread throughout the village, and rumors were even more scandalous than the truth, claiming that Su Lan and Qin Shui were having an affair in the outhouse. With no other options, the Su family sent Su Feng to the Qin family to see if they could set up an engagement between Su Lan and Qin Shui, with the hope that after a year or two, when the uproar died down, they could then call off the engagement if necessary. And today, members of the Qin family had come to discuss the marriage. Third Aunt Qin came together with Qin Shui, riding in a carriage from the general's residence. Upon entering the Su family home, she observed that the courtyard was clean and tidy, and Su father and Su mother appeared to be honest and simple people. Shui, you're here, Su Feng said as he came to greet them. Qin Shui said, Brother Su, Uncle Su, Aunt Su, this is my third aunt. Since my parents are not at home, and my grandparents are getting old, my third aunt has come to represent them. Uncle Su quickly said. So it's third madam. Please come in. Aunt Su replied. My home is simple. Please don't mind it, third madam. Third Aunt Qin said. Not at all. Our Qin family is from the countryside as well. Back when Ah Fong wasn't an official yet, we weren't as well off as the Su family. Just look at how well the house is organized. It shows that sister-in-law is a diligent person. Seeing that third Aunt Qin's attitude was good and she didn't show any signs of disdain, Aunt Su sighed with relief. You flatter me. Once inside, Aunt Su served tea to third Aunt Qin, saying, Third madam, please enjoy the tea. Third Aunt Qin wasn't one to put on airs. Her nature was straightforward, so after sipping the tea she directly said, Sister Su, I've come today to invite your family of 4 to the general's residence for a visit tomorrow afternoon, and to discuss the matter between Shui and the Su family's daughter. Uncle Su naturally had brothers, but the Su family had already split up. Uncle Su was the second son, so inviting only their family of 4 was sufficient for discussing Shui's matters. When Aunt Su heard this, she felt a bit anxious. However, for her daughter's future, they naturally had to go to the general's residence. Don't worry, third madam. We will definitely come tomorrow afternoon. After discussing this matter, third Aunt Qin left not long after. Her main purpose for visiting was to see how the Su family was doing, and to gradually get to know the Su family's daughter. After third Aunt Qin left, the villagers who had been watching from a distance approached to ask questions. Su family, is this your guest? Su family, this person came by horse carriage. They seem quite impressive. What are they here for? Su family, is that young person next to the lady related to your Sulan? Su family, are they here to compensate you for the money? In fact, the villagers only knew that Sulan had some incidents with a young man that day, but they didn't know that the young man was from the general's residence. Moreover, no one recognized third Aunt Qin, so they naturally didn't know her identity. The Su family kept their mouths quite sealed. Although they knew the villagers had ill intentions, they didn't reveal Shui's identity, no matter how much everyone asked. At the general's residence in the Liuxin courtyard, after third Aunt Qin returned, she told Grandma Qin and Yang Haiyan about her visit to the Su family. The Su family people are quite genuine, not like those who cause trouble. They are all decent folks and their house is neat and tidy. Before she went, although Qin Shui had communicated with Su Feng, third Aunt Qin was used to farm work and could tell that the cleanliness of the Su family wasn't just a temporary effort. After chatting with them for a while, she felt that the Su family was a reliable family. Grandma Qin felt relieved upon hearing this. That's good. Tomorrow when they come, we'll take a look. If they truly are good people, we can discuss the engagement. Afterward, we'll ask a matchmaker to come. Yang Haiyan listened quietly, not interrupting. The elders were present, so these matters didn't concern her. However, she had previously felt that the house was too empty and quiet. Now, with events unfolding one after another, she thought it might be better with fewer people. When there were too many people, there were various matters to think about which could be bothersome. The next day, the Su family had breakfast and took the donkey cart to the county gate before walking the rest of the way. They felt embarrassed to take the village's donkey cart directly to the general's residence, worried that people might find out Qin Shui was from the general's residence and spread unpleasant rumors. Once they arrived, Qin Shui came out to greet them. After escorting them to the Liuxin courtyard and seeing the kind old lady inside, they sighed in relief. They had been nervous on the way there and even more so upon entering the general's residence, fearing that the people there would look down on them. However, seeing the old lady's kind expression, they felt a bit more at ease. Qin Shui introduced, This is my grandmother. Grandmother, this is Uncle Su, Aunt Su, Su Feng and Miss Su Lan. The 4 of them immediately knelt down to pay their respects upon seeing Grandma Qin. Greetings, old madam. Previously, only during the new year did the grandchildren bow like this to Grandma Qin. Now that she had become a 7th-rank matron, she had grown accustomed to being greeted this way. She hurriedly said, Please get up. There's no need for such formality. Shui, help them up. Qin Shui said, Yes. Uncle Su, Aunt Su, please take a seat. The Su family stood up and moved to sit down. A servant in the courtyard promptly brought tea. Seeing that they were a bit stiff, Grandma Qin smiled and said, Don't be nervous. Just treat it like your own home. You must have had a tiring journey, right? Have you eaten? Aunt Su replied, Thank you for your concern, old madam. We've eaten. It wasn't tiring. We took the donkey cart. Grandma Qin said, Originally, this matter should have been our visit, but Shui's parents are not around, and I, this old lady, can't bear the trouble, so I had to ask you to come. If the Qin family were just ordinary folks, Yang Haiyan could visit, but since she was a 2nd-rank lady, the Su family, being commoners, truly didn't have the right to ask her to visit. Aunt Su replied, It's no trouble at all. This matter is actually... It's also unfortunate for both families that such things occurred. At that moment, a bright voice sounded from outside. Grandmother, I heard we have distinguished guests at home. The newcomer was naturally Yang Haiyan.